This audiobook contains 44 censored sentences and 172 modified sentences to make it suitable for all audiences. Visit our website to listen to the original version without censorship or modifications. Link in the channel bio. Synopsis. After dying from exhaustion in his past life, Ray transmigrates to the city of Ragunna, only to end up as a corporate slave once again at the Everardo Bank. As a low-level employee under the shadow of the powerful Montelli family, he just wants to finish his shift and eat his pizza in peace. But why was he personally scouted by the lethal Carlotta Montelli? Why does his body move with the instincts of a trained fighter? And why do strangers from Huanglong act as if they already know him? As fragments of a buried past begin to surface, Ray is forced to confront the mystery of his body. The night shift the clock had long since ticked past midnight. The final light in the bank flickered and died, plunging the interior into a deep, silent darkness. Ray couldn't suppress a long, jaw-cracking yawn. Exhaustion etched clearly onto his face. He slowly pushed the company's main door shut. The soft click of the latch sounded unnaturally loud in the quiet night. As usual, he was once again one of the last workhorses to leave the office. "Are you sure you didn't forget anything?" Ray turned, his gaze slightly glazed, staring blankly at Zani. She was leaning against a lamppost by the street. The look in her eyes was one of sheer, unadulterated exhaustion, as if her soul had already been spirited away to the heavens by the Sentinel, leaving only an empty, lifeless shell behind in this mortal world. "Got everything," Zani mumbled around another yawn, her whole being radiated lethargy. "Let's grab something to eat. We've still got plenty of work waiting for us at home." Hearing the word overtime made a muscle in Ray's cheek tense involuntarily. Before he crossed over, he was a workhorse. After crossing over, he was still a workhorse. So what was the point of crossing over then? That's right, Ray was a transmigrator. 2 years ago, back in his old life, he had pushed his Barado past its limit with endless overtime. One moment he closed his eyes from sheer exhaustion, and the next he opened them to find himself inexplicably in this strange world. Solaris 3. He knew precious little about this place. He had a vague recollection that it might be the setting of some anime-style game from his previous life. The problem was, he'd never actually played that game. So, faced with everything in this world, he felt utterly blind and completely clueless. Fortunately, or perhaps not, thanks to the rich, soul-crushing workhorse experience had accumulated in his past life, he had been hired by the Everardo Bank shortly after arriving, thus resuming his glorious career as a corporate beast of burden. As for Zani, she used to be his senior. Now, she was his partner. Well, to be honest, there wasn't any real difference. They were both just workhorses after all. It's this late. What's even open? Dragging his tired body, Ray shuffled over to a vending machine. His fingers jabbed at a couple of buttons, and he bought 2 cans of coffee. With a practiced flick of his wrist, he tossed one can in a smooth arc toward Zani. Zani snatched it out of the air with ease, cracked the tab open one-handed, and took a small sip before speaking. "Margarita's pizza place should still be open. Want to go?" Or, a hint of teasing crept into her tired eyes. "Are you still traumatized after what happened last time? Why wouldn't I go? All I did was add a few extra slices of warm sea crown pear to my pizza." Was her reaction really that necessary? Ray retorted, a touch of indignation in his voice. A faint smirk played on Xana's lips, a glint of amusement cutting through her weariness. Oh, that reaction was absolutely necessary. Back in the old days, with your unorthodox culinary heresy, the folks from the ministry would have dragged you off and subjected you to public punishment. Ray was left speechless by her remark. He rolled his eyes. Why don't you just say the ministry's cathedral would suddenly transform into a defensive turret and start blasting me? Defensive turret? That's an interesting way to put it, Zani said, stretching her arms with a groan. "Let's go. I only had a snack for lunch, and now that I've finally got a moment to breathe, I feel like I'm starving." With a resigned sigh, Ray took a few steps to fall in beside her. Ugh. Suddenly I'm really missing Huanglong cuisine. Huanglong, a nation lying across the sea from the Renacida region. Truth be told, Ray had never set foot in Huanglong. His knowledge of the country was limited to the sparse descriptions in books and the fragmented, fantastical tidbits scattered across the network. Even with the scant information he had picked up on something. This place called Huanglong shared quite a few similarities with the country from his past life. Even after crossing worlds, he was still a guy with an Asian stomach. The rich cheesiness of pizza and the hearty broth of stewed noodles were delicious, sure. But after eating them for so long, had occasionally find himself craving a simple bowl of steaming, perfectly cooked rice, missing its plain yet deeply comforting texture. It was a shame, though. Finding truly authentic Huanglong food in all of Reguna was a challenge. The dishes flying the Huanglong flag in a market were all adjusted to suit local tastes. They weren't exactly bad, but compared to the authentic flavors lingering in Ray's memory, they always fell frustratingly short. "Oh, I almost forgot. You're from Huanglong," Zani said, glancing at the young man beside her. "Aren't you Huanglong folks supposed to be pretty skilled in the kitchen? Why not just cook for yourself?" At that question, Ray's face took on a look of utter despair. He slowly raised a hand, pointing a languid finger at the bright but cold-looking moon in the sky. "Don't you think saying that right now is just mocking ourselves? Look at the past few weeks. When have we not been swamped, working past any sane hour? When would we possibly have the time or energy to cook?" Zani paused for a second, then caught on, offering an awkward, wry smile. "Sorry, my bad. Forgot about that part." "It's fine. What do we do? We're just workhorses," Ray shrugged helplessly. "But speaking of cooking, I am actually pretty confident in my skills. If we ever get the chance in the future, I'll cook you a proper meal. You can judge for yourself." "Really? I'll be looking forward to it, then," Zani said, lightly tapping her chin. "As for tonight." Her words trailed off as she came to a stop, tilting her head back to look up at the warm, glowing sign of Margarita's Pizza above them. Then, she tilted her head slightly to the side, glancing at Ray beside her with a questioning look. "The usual?" Without missing a beat, Ray strode right past her towards the shop, calling out as he went, "The usual, please. 2 honeydews, 2 orders of crispy potato wedges, and 1 signature pizza." He was directing this at Margarita, who was busy working inside the shop. The place was quiet and cool at this hour, with only the proprietor, Margarita herself, bustling about. It wasn't that business was slow, quite the opposite. Margarita's Pizza was one of the most popular spots in all of Reguna. It was just that in the dead of night, the only customers you'd find were exhausted souls like them, grinding away to make ends meet. "So, no warm sea-crown pear on the pizza tonight?" Margarita asked, not turning around as she continued scraping bits of crust from the oven. A slight grin touched Ray's lips. He leaned forward, slouching against the counter. "If I insisted on it, would you just throw me out?" Finally, Margarita paused her work and turned. She fixed him with a firm glare before nodding decisively and uttering a single, crisp word. "Yes." The vanishing act the pizza shop was quiet in the late-night stillness. Zani and Ray settled into a booth by the window, both looking utterly drained. They slumped in their seats, stifling yawns as they waited for their belated dinner. Zani idly twirled a strand of hair around her finger, her gaze distant and fixed on the ink-black street outside. It was hard to tell if she was lost in thought or simply letting her mind go blank. Across from her, Ray was draped bonelessly in his chair. Head tipped back, eyes shut. His breathing had grown slow and even, teetering right on the edge of sleep. "Are you asleep?" Zani asked softly, her wandering attention finally settling on him. "No." His eyes remained closed, not even a flutter of his lashes. The word came out muffled and sluggish, drained of all energy. Looking at him, Xana's lips quirked downward in a faint, knowing sigh. That's exactly what being asleep looks like. She completely understood his state. After a day of nonstop, headlong rushing, the moment you finally ease the tension on a tightly stretched nerve, the whole system just collapses, like a rubber band pulled to its limit and suddenly let go. Right now, even sitting quietly for a single minute was enough for that tidal wave of exhaustion to sweep over you, pulling you irresistibly into a deep, sweet slumber. Still no different from when you first arrived, Zani murmured to herself. She rested her chin lazily in one hand, watching Ray with a quiet, contemplative gaze. She remembered when Head first joined the Averardo Bank, fresh-faced, almost like a university student, treading with excessive caution. Every step was measured, every word carefully weighed, as if terrified of stepping on a hidden landmine. Who would have thought that seemingly timid, overly careful demeanor was just a carefully constructed act of self-preservation? Beneath it, he was sharp and adaptable, navigating complex situations with an almost uncanny ease. And when it came to work, he absorbed information at a frightening rate. A little guidance was all he needed to grasp a concept fully and run with it. Gradually, their relationship shifted from senior and junior to the smoothly operating partnership they had now. Except, Xanis' gaze drifted lower, settling on his right hand. There, on the back of Ray's hand, was a clearly visible Tay-set mark, the mark of a resonator. Resonators were those who could synchronize with frequencies, wielding extraordinary abilities. But for some reason, Ray had never once activated his resonator abilities. At first, Zani suspected he was deliberately hiding his power, perhaps harboring some secret or grand plan. But as time went on, living and working alongside him day in and day out, she gradually dismissed the idea. It wasn't that Ray was hiding it. The truth was, even he himself didn't know what his resonance ability was. Probably like a protagonist in a manga, had always say when asked, "It'll only reveal my shocking talent when I'm in real danger." Just as Zani was lost in these musings, a faint, sharp crack pierced the midnight quiet. Ray, already drifting deeper into sleep, didn't notice. Perhaps all of slumbering Regina didn't notice. But Zani heard it. Her head snapped up. She saw a dark silhouette dart across the rooftops. The sound Shed heard was a loose tile accidentally kicked free, shattering on the ground below. Titich, troublesome. Zani clicked her tongue softly, a sigh of resignation and weariness escaping her lips. She reached for her coat draped over the chair, her movements gentle, yet carrying an undercurrent of urgency. Her fingers rummaged through a pocket until she found her wallet. Pulling out a few shell credits, she set them down softly on the table. The faint, clear tink they made seemed loud in the quiet shop. Her gaze then drifted back to Ray, who was still lost in his dreams, and she couldn't help but shake her head with a sigh. "All right, just sleep here for a bit then." With that, she stood up and left the shop. "Hey, race your order, huh? Where's Zani?" A moment later, Margarita approached the table, her hands full with steaming plates of food. Her cheerful step faltered as she arrived, finding only a soundly sleeping Ray occupying the booth. She paused for a second before setting the plates down. Gently, she shook Ray's shoulder, hoping to wake him and get an answer. "Wake up. Where's your partner?" Half asleep, Ray felt the motion and pried his eyes open, his vision still blurry. He pushed himself upright a little, rubbing his eyes in a futile attempt to clear the fog. "Partner?" he mumbled, voice thick. Margarita stared at him, exasperated. "The overtimes fried your brain. I'm asking you, where did your senior go?" "Oh, Zani. She's right there, isn't she?" Ray answered automatically, his gaze shifting to the seat opposite him. It was only then that it hit him. The spot where Zani had been sitting was now completely empty. "Where's she?" he asked, quickly turning back to Margarita with a bewildered look. "You're asking me?" She shot back. "Then who should I ask?" Ray ran a hand through his messy hair in frustration. I nodded off for a second. "She's probably in the bathroom." "All right then," Margarita said with a light shrug and a practiced, polite smile. "Well, your food's here. Please enjoy it. I've got other things to attend to, so just call if you need anything." With that, Margarita walked away, leaving Ray sitting alone at the table, staring at the generous spread of food in front of him, feeling a little lost. So where did Zani go? Not that he couldn't polish off all this food by himself. Wasting it wasn't a concern. Ray picked up his terminal and sent Zani a few messages. No response. He wasn't worried, though. This wasn't the first time something like this had happened. There was a previous incident where had been frantic, only for Zani to show up the next morning, looking utterly drained but waving a lazy greeting from her workstation. Had seen her in action. An ordinary person wouldn't stand a chance against her. So, worrying about Xana's safety wasn't high on his list right now. A more immediate concern was enjoying this meal sitting in front of him. He picked up a few crispy, golden potato wedges and tossed them into his mouth. As he chewed, his gaze drifted longingly back to the aromatic pizza. Just as his hand reached for a slice, a distinct, sharp gulp cut through the quiet shop. He paused, then turned his head. Looking through the window, he was surprised to find a girl standing right outside. She was staring intently, no, longingly at the pizza on the table. Their eyes met. Huh, an acolyte of order, she's really cute. It was a genuine, almost artistic appreciation. Did the order actually have an acolyte this adorable? Ray held the pizza slice in his hand, his gaze fixed on the girl outside the glass. He hesitated for a moment, then tilted his head slightly in her direction. So, want to join me? The golden-haired girl blinked, a flicker of delight instantly brightening her porcelain-like face. She nodded eagerly, but just as quickly, that delight seemed to be checked by some internal thought. She immediately shook her head, a hint of conflict flashing in her eyes. No, pizza day for this month is already over. Pizza day? The unfamiliar holiday name gave Ray pause. Had been in Ragunna for a while now and had never heard of any pizza day. There was a grand festival called the Revelry, but hadn't been held in years. It's just, back at the orphanage, it was the one day each month we gotta have pizza. Even though I don't go hungry anymore now, as a sister, I should still practice restraint and not indulge too much. And the pizza tasted best when we all shared it together back then. The girl clasped her hands in front of her, her expression one of deep piety, as if explaining a sacred ritual. Except, her eyes kept darting little, furtive glances at the pizza, betraying the true feelings hidden in her heart. Im so hungry. I've been busy since leaving the orphanage. Only had a plate of green branch and laurel salad. It didn't fill me up at all. She pressed her lips together lightly, her eyes full of longing, reluctantly dragging her gaze away from the tantalizingly fragrant pizza. Ray took in her whole flustered, conflicted display. In response, he simply let out a soft, resigned sigh and shook his head. Given the complicated, often tense relationship between the Montelli family and the Order, their professional paths crossed occasionally, but Ray generally avoided personal contact with Order folks. The Montelli family saw the Order as stubbornly old-fashioned, a heavy anchor holding Ragunna back, destined to drag the city into the abyss and leave it behind in the tides of time. The Order, in turn, viewed the Montelli family as dangerously radical, their relentless pursuit of progress coming at the cost of eroding Ragunna's unique traditions and charm, that they believed would destroy the very soul of the city. As a result, the relationship between the two was perpetually strained, sitting somewhere between frosty and outright hostile. But none of that had anything to do with Ray. First of all, he wasn't from Ragunna. Secondly, he wasn't even from Solaris 3. And lastly, he was just an employee. Work was work. Life was life. And besides, who could possibly say no to such an adorable girl? In that case, he said to her, "Consider today my pizza day. Look, I ordered all this food, but my partner who was supposed to share it just vanished. It'd be a real shame to let it all go to waste." The moment the phrase "go to waste" left his lips, the girl's expression shifted instantly to one of solemn gravity, as if confronted with a matter of great importance. No, we mustn't waste food. The Sentinel bestowed this bountiful land upon us, so we may be fed. Every meal carries the Sentinel's grace and is hard-won. Moreover, wasting food is a deeply shameful act, a disrespect to the Sentinel's gifts, no matter where you are. So then, a lazy, faint smile touched Ray's lips. In order to honor the Sentinel's gifts and ensure this food isn't wasted, would you care to join me, dear sister? Huh? The golden-haired girl blinked, a blush like the hue of fine wine instantly blooming across her lovely cheeks. She grew flustered, seeming not to know what to do with her hands. She ducked her head slightly, her lips moving as she mumbled something completely unintelligible under her breath. Centurato, a look of bashful embarrassment on her face as she mumbled, Then, so as not to waste the Sentinel's precious gifts, I, MHM, I understand perfectly. It's the Sentinel's will, of course. And besides, eating when you're hungry is the most natural thing in the world, right? Ray said, a faintly teasing lilt in his voice as he looked at the flustered girl. For some reason, he suddenly felt an urge to gently poke fun at her. Would the Sentinel really want their devout follower to suffer and go hungry? Then, thank you. The girl's face flushed a little deeper. She gently tugged her hat's brim down, clutching her staff tightly with both hands. Moving with the cautious grace of a young deer, she slowly entered the shop and settled lightly into the seat across from Ray. Oh, I almost forgot to introduce myself, she added softly. Phoebe, a acolyte of the Order of the Deep. Ray, he replied, a warm smile on his lips as he offered his own name. An employee of Averardo Bank. The moment the words Averardo Bank left his mouth, Phoebe's hand, which had been slowly reaching out, froze mid-air. Her eyes widened slightly, a look of blank confusion and uncertainty filling them as she stared at Ray, momentarily at a loss. After all, Averardo Bank was backed by the powerful Montelli family, and the feud between the Montelli family and the Order was well known and deeply entrenched. It's all right, don't worry about it, Ray said gently, picking up a slice of pizza and taking a leisurely bite. A bit of cheese clung to the corner of his mouth as he continued with a reassuring smile. I'm just an ordinary worker, clocking in and out every day. The squabbles between the Order and the families are the last thing I want to get mixed up in. At the end of the day, the company pays my salary, so I do my job for the company. Besides, I'm off the clock right now. Let's just enjoy the food and not think about all that troublesome stuff. That's true. Phoebe nodded slightly, some of the tension easing from her expression. Then, thank you, Mr. Ray. The price of grace, the cool quiet of the shop, didn't suddenly warm up with Phoebe's arrival. Ray remained the picture of exhaustion, punctuating the silence with yawns. The act of eating seemed almost mechanical for him, a programmed, weary motion of chewing to banish the persistent gnawing of hunger. Centurato, swinging her slender legs gently under the table, starlight dancing in her eyes. Thank you so much, Mr. Ray. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to enjoy this. She spoke sweetly, but mid-sentence, she seemed to remember something important. Her gaze sharpened slightly. Then, she gently set down the still fragrant slice of pizza and began rummaging carefully through the delicate satchel she carried with her. Oh, that's right. As an acolyte of the Order, I can't just accept a free meal. For this wonderful dinner, we should share the cost. Her clear voice trailed off in a silence before she could finish. Ray instinctively looked up, his focus shifting back to the suddenly quiet girl. He frowned slightly, his eyes full of curiosity, trying to read the answer in her expression. He saw Phoebe sitting perfectly still, head bowed. A faint blush was visibly blooming on her otherwise pale cheek. Perhaps sensing his unabashed stare, Phoebe flusteredly turned her head away, her face reddening further as she lowered her gaze, fingers nervously fiddling with the ends of her hair in an attempt to hide her inner turmoil and embarrassment. Studying the girl's slightly flushed face, Ray seemed to realize what was happening. A faint, amused smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Such a simple girl. I already said it's my treat. Well, technically Xana's treat. Judging by her awkwardness, she's probably broke. Well then, let's press her a little. No money? He asked, deliberately drawing out the question, feigning innocence. Phoebe's cheeks burned even hotter. She nodded in shame, her voice a tiny whisper. Sorry. Doesn't the Order provide a stipend? Ray inquired. Phoebe shook her head gently. They do, but it's not very much. A glint of amusement flickered in Ray's eyes. Not enough to cover pizza, huh? Phoebe waved her hands hurriedly, eager to clarify. Oh no, of course it could cover pizza. It's just today. There was a child's birthday at the orphanage. I used all my stipend to buy a cake and treats for the children. Ray adopted a look of sudden understanding. Ah, I see. What a kind and lovely acolyte. But that's still not a good excuse for a free meal, is it? The girl's fingers twisted together, her bravado set in a tight line. It seemed 1,000 words were stuck in her throat, but none could find their way out. In the end, all she managed was a low, faint "I am Sully." Seeing this, a trace of mischief flashed in Ray's expression. He purposefully put on an expression of extreme distress, shaking his head as if deeply troubled. Sigh. If a simple sorry could solve everything, what would be the point of the order's strict discipline, Miss Phoebe? What do you think? I. The girl was rendered speechless, her face flushing an even deeper red. A wave of shame washed over her, and she couldn't bring herself to look Ray in the eye. If this sort of thing got back to the order, what would everyone think? A knowing smile appeared on Ray's face. He stood his ground and spoke in a firm, cautionary tone. Miss Phoebe, you wouldn't want this to become known at the order, would you? A slight tremble ran through Phoebe's shoulders, like a leaf shivering in an autumn wind. The pure-hearted girl of devout faith now saw herself as a sinner, filled with fear and anxiety. But I'm not a petty person who makes a big deal out of everything. Ray continued, his tone shifting to one of magnanimity. But you understand, everything in this world has its price. There's no such thing as a free meal. If Miss Phoebe truly can't pay right now, perhaps you could consider arranging a fair trade or payment plan. How does that sound? Hearing this, Phoebe slowly raised her head. Her clear eyes, now clouded with confusion and lingering shame, fixed intently on Ray's face. Something of equal value? Ray didn't answer immediately. Instead, he leisurely straightened up, his gaze thoughtful as it briefly met the girl's eyes. At first, Cinceredo, she shook her head frantically, her voice trembling. And no, you can't. Please don't. Can you please ask for something else? She pleaded desperately, her tone full of helplessness and hope. As a barado of the order, I must stay true to my sacred duties. It's my faith. It's my vow. Ray. What was she saying? Had she misunderstood something? After a moment of silence, Ray finally spoke. Actually, I meant your staff, Phoebe. For a second, the girl froze completely. Huh? The staff? Huh? I misunderstood? Huh? What was I even thinking? Will the Sentinel forgive my impure thoughts? I want to disappear. A whirlwind of thoughts was raging in Phoebe's mind, only broken when Ray's hearty laughter suddenly rang out beside her. Ha ha ha! I was just kidding you. The bill's already been paid. Besides, didn't I say from the start this was my treat? You really don't need to feel burdened or owe anything. Phoebe stared blankly at Ray, who was now nearly doubled over with laughter. She blinked slowly, still processing the sudden turn of events. So, you were just teasing me this whole time? Sorry, Ray managed between chuckles, taking a deep breath to calm himself, though a smile still lingered. Work's been so dull lately. I couldn't help but tease you a bit for fun. If you're angry or upset, I sincerely apologize. I Cinceredo, Ray said, slowly rising to his feet and stretching his stiff arms with a satisfied, pleasant smile. Full and content, so I should head back and rest. Good night, Miss Phoebe. With that, he turned and walked straight toward the shop's wooden door, glowing with warm yellow light from within. But just as he was about to step out, Ray paused, as if remembering something important. He stopped for a moment. Then, he slowly turned his head, his gaze settling on the golden-haired girl. A subtle, teasing smirk played on his lips. Oh, and one more thing. Regarding what you said earlier, Miss Phoebe, I promise I won't breathe a word of it to anyone. It'll be our secret. Rest assured. The moment the words left his mouth, the golden-haired girl's face instantly flushed crimson all over again. She hurriedly ducked her head, her whole person radiating a visible aura of mortification and awkwardness, as if steam were about to whistle from her ears like a kettle left too long on the fire. A dimly lit alleyway. Several figures, hidden in the shadows of a corner, watched as Ray emerged from the shop. That him? Weren't there supposed to be two? Whatever. One's fine. Grab him. Ambush. The night was deep. The dark street was empty save for Ray, fresh off his shift. Yawning, he trudged down the path toward home, all energy spent. The company's work was never done. For the Montelli family, every day brought new opportunities, new challenges. Ray thought of his supervisor's daily mantra. For the future of Reguna, we must all play our part. He didn't buy it. Two unfamiliar figures suddenly and silently emerged from a dark alleyway ahead, blocking his path like two solid walls. Ray blinked, his steps faltering instinctively. Before he could fully process this sudden development, a heavy, urgent set of footsteps began closing in from behind him. He turned to look. Two more people had appeared, approaching him with clear intent. "Wow, guys working this late? Still on the clock?" Ray said, still stifling a bored yawn, treating the four hostile figures with complete indifference. As part of Everardo Bank, Ray was no stranger to situations like this. Those who came looking for trouble with him generally fell into three categories. First, the sisters and brothers of the order. However, bound by strict precepts, they had to be more careful. They wouldn't come at him so brazenly and openly. They preferred lurking in the shadows, using underhanded, petty tactics to make his life difficult. Second, people from the Fisalia family. The city of Reguna was controlled by three major powers. While the order held the dominant position on the surface, the influence of the Montelli and Fisalia families was steadily growing in the shadows. Of these, the Fisalia family had a longer, deeper history. In their eyes, the Montelli family were just nouveau riche upstarts reeking of profit, heretics who didn't belong in Reguna. In a way, the Fisalia family shared some common ground with certain factions within the order. And because of that, people from the Fisalia family would occasionally pop up, deliberately causing trouble, trying to put him in his place. Third, street thugs. Nothing surprising there. These good-for-nothings were a dime a dozen everywhere you went. "You're Ray?" someone suddenly asked. Hearing his name, Ray paused, then offered a somewhat relaxed smile. "Oh, you do your homework before mugging? Then you should know I'm just a salaryman. Not much cash on me." Faced with Ray's subtly challenging stance, the four exchanged a glance, a silent understanding passing between them. Then, one of them spat out two cold words. "Do it." The moment he spoke, all four swiftly drew collapsible batons from under their clothes in near unison. Weapons in hand, they advanced on Ray with steady, deliberate steps. "So I really got it. Why make things hard for each other?" Whoosh dash. A baton cut through the air, aiming straight for his head. Seeing this, not a trace of panic showed in Ray's eyes. He simply let out a soft, resigned sigh. Then he shifted his body to the side, easily evading the lethal strike. At the same time, his posture dropped slightly, his left leg bending like a coiled spring. In the moment he dodged the baton, he unleashed that stored energy. His knee shot forward like a cannonball, driving with immense force squarely into the attacker's chest. Thud! A heavy impact echoed. The man felt as if a sledgehammer had hit his chest. A wave of intense pain surged through him, and his entire body was thrown backward, slamming into the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust. He struggled to get up, but the agony in his chest kept him curled on the ground, emitting low groans of pain. Honestly, ever since crossing over, Ray felt like his physical strength and reaction speed had jumped several levels. He didn't know why. Maybe this was his resonance ability? He really didn't know. The remaining three stared at their fallen comrade, momentarily stunned. Then, a flash of fury and viciousness lit their eyes. After another shared look, they fanned out, surrounding Ray in a triangular formation. You know, Ray's voice was faint and weary, as if he was running on empty. "Since you looked into me, you must know what my actual position at Everardo Bank is, right?" The relentless overtime of the past days had drained him completely, leaving him with zero interest in engaging with any external provocation. "Just a security guard, and you act so cocky?" Another one roared, violently swinging his baton as he lunged at Ray from the left like a wild beast. "Security? Well, I suppose that's not entirely wrong. The Defense Division's job is, after all, to secure the bank and its vaults. Ray scratched his head, his footwork shifting slightly to avoid the incoming blow. Before his attacker could recover, Ray closed the distance. His right fist clenched, driving forward with powerful bravado like a hammer, connecting squarely with the man's face. A dull thud echoed. The man was stunned, reeling from the impact as he staggered backward uncontrollably, landing hard on his backside. His baton clattered to the ground. Ray dusted off his hands, his gaze coolly sweeping over the remaining two. So what about you guys? Street thugs? Or maybe Physalia family? The night was deep. A gunshot bloomed in the darkness. Carlotta slowly pushed open the heavy door, letting the night breeze brush against her face, sweeping away the stale silence within. The debt is paid in blood. She spoke softly, closing the door behind her. As the sharpest blade of the family, she saw nothing wrong in what she had just done. The family had given her everything, and she would give everything for the family in return. Carlotta didn't linger here. Today's work was done. What remained was personal time. Although, as the second daughter of the Montelli family, Carlotta didn't have much in the way of personal time to begin with. But for now, the sounds of a struggle and voices reached her from up ahead. Physalia? Crossing lines, that familiar name made Carlotta stop in her tracks instinctively. For the Montelli, the Order of the Deep and the Physalia family were their greatest enemies. Carlotta, as the esteemed second daughter of the family, was bound by the strictures of her status and upbringing. The nobility flowing in her veins, the refined elegance cultivated since childhood, they were like invisible shackles, constantly reminding her that she should keep her distance from members of the Physalia family and avoid conflict at all costs, lest she bring unnecessary trouble and strife upon her family. But going on my way to annoy those guys a little shouldn't be a big deal. Looking at the pizza shop just ahead, a slight upward curve touched the corner of Carlotta's mouth. Then she turned and left the block. The moment the word Physalia left Ray's lips, the movements of the remaining two men faltered almost imperceptibly. Ray narrowed his eyes, keenly catching that fleeting hesitation. Just as I thought. You really are connected to the Physalia family. But I don't get it. I'm just an ordinary employee. I'm not even a Montelli by birth. What use is grabbing me? How could their family feud extend to ordinary people? I'm just a worker. Ray truly couldn't understand it. Heretics, defiers of the Sentinel. Even if you've thrown your lot in with the Montelli, you cannot escape judgment. We have our reasons for taking you. Before the words had even finished, one of them lunged with ferocious intent, swinging his baton with a sharp whoosh as he charged at Ray like a rabid wolf. Here we go again. Straight to violence without a conversation. Do you all just have anger management issues? Ray let out a long sigh. He really couldn't understand people like this. They held their faith and doctrine as supreme truth, yet remained utterly indifferent to the warmth and realities of the mortal world, as if living in a separate, cold dimension. Trying to reach an understanding with such a group through peaceful conversation was nothing but a fool's errand. Perhaps, in their worldview, there was only one direct and straightforward method to get a point across and make them understand another's position. All right, if that's how it is, then let's use violence as the answer. His voice took on a sudden, sharp edge. Moving with lightning speed, he yanked off his jacket. He flung it at the charging man. The jacket billowed through the air, perfectly enveloping the man's head and obscuring his vision. Blinded, the man stumbled. His steps became chaotic, his arms flailing wildly as he grasped at nothing. Ray wasn't about to let this fleeting opportunity slip away. He darted forward, closing the distance in an instant and positioning himself at the man's side. Then he swung his right arm back, his fist cutting through the air with a whoosh before slamming with devastating bravado into the man's abdomen. The punch carried enough power to send the man reeling in agonizing pain, like a powerful sledgehammer blow, radiated from the man's stomach. His body instinctively folded forward with a pained grunt. Seeing his companion in distress, the other man let out a furious roar and lunged at Ray from the side, aiming a sneak attack. Ray reacted instantly. His left foot slid back, his center of gravity shifting as he pivoted his barato, neatly evading the sudden assault. As the attacker overextended and lost balance, Ray's left hand shot out and barato the man's arm. He yanked it backward sharply while simultaneously driving his right knee upward with powerful barato, smashing it into the man's face. The impact was savage and precise. The man crumpled, unable to make a sound. Meanwhile, the one who had finally managed to pull the jacket off his head barely had time to register his surroundings before Ray was on him. A swift kick to the knee sent a jolt of agony through his leg. Centurado, try this. The two who had been beaten down at the start finally managed to fight through the overwhelming pain. Lifting their heads, they saw their companions also defeated and groveling on the ground. Rage erupted within them like a volcano. Gritting their teeth, they pulled out their terminals without hesitation. Fingers flew across the screens, frantically inputting commands to summon their echoes. Instantly, the air rippled with a mysterious disturbance. Two towering figures slowly coalesced from formless frequencies. These entities mimicked the proud, imposing stance of noble retainers, standing before Ray and radiating a powerful sense of threat. Blade Nobles? Ray unconsciously spoke the names of the two echoes. If the Vitrium Dancer was the iconic echo associated with certain noble houses, then the Blade Noble was, without a doubt, the formidable signature mark of houses aligned with the Physaelia's prestige. This just got tricky. Ray clicked his tongue and took an involuntary step back. As a member of Averardo Bank's defense department, he was no stranger to fights. But his usual opponents were just petty thieves with sticky fingers. People who didn't require anywhere near his full strength to deal with. Because of that, he rarely had to battle echoes, let alone echoes linked to the Physalia family. What now? He instinctively glanced down at his hands. He had no decent weapon on him. Facing two combat-type echoes with just his bare fists was like an ant trying to shake a tree. The odds were miserably slim. He might even get seriously hurt. Heh. Starting to sweat, kid? Be smart. Come with us quietly. Once we're done with our business, we'll let you go. Seeing Ray's momentum stall under the pressure of the echoes, the Physalia men grew smug and arrogant. Their expressions turned haughty, their tone increasingly domineering. Hearing this, Ray merely smiled, a faint, amused curve lifting the corner of his mouth. He tilted his head slightly, his tone light, as if discussing a trivial matter. Oh, you know how much they dock your pay for a single day's absence from the bank? Besides, he continued, I'm only a few days away from getting my perfect attendance bonus this month. I really don't want to lose it because of whatever nonsense you've got going on. That just wouldn't be cost-effective. Looks like you prefer the hard way. Grab him, don't let him escape. The Physalia man's eyes bulged with fury, his voice a distorted roar as he viciously barked the attack order to the echoes beside him. At that, the teasing smile vanished from Ray's face, replaced by a grave expression. The two Blade Nobles shot forward like lightning, a sharp whistling sound accompanying their charge. The blades in their hands glinted with cold, menacing light, carving lethal arcs through the air as if tearing the atmosphere itself apart. The echoes moved with terrifying speed and precision, their strength far surpassing that of any human. Each attack carried overwhelming force, forcing Ray to give it his all, not daring to relax for even a second. After all, the power of an echo was not something an ordinary person could contend with. Their speed, strength, and skill were on another level entirely. Can't keep dodging forever. My stamina will run out. I have to go on the offensive. Finally, in the heat of the clash, Ray spotted a fleeting opening. One of the Blade Nobles, after delivering a heavy sword swing, leaned forward slightly, its balance momentarily compromised. The other Blade Noble was positioned to its side and rear, unable to cover the gap immediately. This is it. Ray pushed off the ground with his toes, his body shooting toward the off-balance echo like an arrow. But the Blade Noble was, after all, an echo, possessing combat instincts and reaction speeds far beyond human limits. Just as Ray was about to close in, The echo swiftly adjusted its posture. Its feet struck the ground, propelling it backward several steps and easily evading his assault. At the same time, the other blade, Noble, reacted instantly. It lunged forward, its sword slashing viciously toward Ray's flank. Whoosh! A wave of suffocating pressure crashed into him. His dark pupils reflected the world, the pitch-black night, the silent street, and the sharp edge of the blade. Time seemed to freeze. Even the wind fell still. Yet within that suspended instant, deep inside those pitch-black irises, faint golden light began to flow, slowly, almost imperceptibly, until a sharp, deafening gunshot broke the silence of the night. Happy New Year! Midnight Rescue. The bullet tore through the air with a sharp whistle. Like a searing meteor, it cut a brilliant, fleeting trail of light across the utterly silent, ink-black canvas of the night sky. Instantly, the blade Noble's form stiffened violently, its motion freezing as if time itself had solidified around it. Then a bizarre and dazzling spectacle unfolded. Crystalline structures, clear and glittering like ice, began blooming from its chest. These crystals spread at a speed visible to the naked eye, surging like a raging tide across its body, engulfing every part. This sudden, bizarre transformation made everyone on the scene stop dead in their tracks. The echo, it's frozen? No, that's crystallization. This ability is... One of the Physalia men was the first to recover his senses. My, the Physalia family really can't behave, can they? Pestering my employee this late at night. If I, as the employer, were to turn a blind eye, wouldn't it chill the hearts of those who serve the family? A young woman descended gracefully from the night sky, her bearing one of refined nobility. A sweet, clear smile graced her lips. Her flawless face, her movements, her tone, her demeanor, all harmonized into a presence that felt untainted by the world's grime, quietly blossoming amidst the clamor of the mortal realm. That was it. Peerless elegance, Carlotta Montelli. That was the young woman's name. Abandoned orphan, descendant of a fallen branch, the much-watched young lady, the efficient executor. In Reguna, there were many rumors about her. People called her by different titles and held varying opinions of her. But one thing was undeniable. This young lady of the Montelli family was far from the simple, harmless figure the world might perceive. Ray's eyes widened slightly, his lips parting as he stared at the slender figure before him. That unique crystallization ability, that noble and elegant bearing. Could it be? Boss. The word left Ray's lips almost without conscious thought. Hearing it, the young woman ahead merely tilted her head gently. Her clear, Censurado. Be sure to provide me with your employee ID number. I shall arrange for a salary increase as a reward for your merit. With that, Carlotta shifted her gaze toward the Physalia men. Her tone cooled considerably. Although my grandfather has repeatedly instructed me to avoid unnecessary conflict with the Physalia family, she began. This time, you are the ones who have overstepped and provoked me. If I were to ignore this, the dignity of Montelli would be compromised. Therefore, her expression turning stern, she slowly raised her slender arm, a finger pointing directly at the four unwelcome guests before her. Instantly, crystals coalesced at breathtaking speed in her palm. In the blink of an eye, they formed into a uniquely designed pistol, cold and gleaming, resting ready in her grasp. In the name of Montelli, I shall show you the meaning of radiance. Her words still hung in the air as, with a motion swift as thunder, Carlotta's slender finger pulled the trigger. A look of mingled gloom and panic instantly clouded the faces of the Physalia men. They had never dreamed that what was supposed to be a simple kidnapping of an insignificant clerk would unexpectedly draw Carlotta into the fray. But now the situation was like an arrow loose from a bow, unstoppable, with no room for retreat. Even if it meant staking the honor and dignity of the Physalia name, they had no choice but to stand their ground and fight. The remaining blade Noble charged, only for Carlotta's shot to strike it square between the eyes. The entire echo crystallized in an instant. Without hesitation, Carlotta fired another shot. The crystallized form of the blade noble shattered with a resonating crack, exploding into a shower of glimmering, translucent fragments that danced in the air before finally dissolving into faint tendrils of frequency, vanishing into the vast world as if they had never been. And now it's your turn. With the echo of the final gunshot, the last echo fell into nothingness. Carlotta turned the pistol's muzzle toward the 4 remaining men. Naturally, I won't be so crude as to simply take your lives. The game between families follows its own established rules and protocols. Until we ascertain your purpose, you shall be guests in the Montelli family's accommodations for a while. A meaningful, chilling smile curled on her lips. Before the Fisalia men could even process their shock, several sleek black luxury sedans glided to a stop at the end of the street. Their doors opened, and a group of people in matching uniforms, armed with various weapons, poured out. They moved with trained efficiency, swiftly encircling the Fisalia men, leaving no avenue of escape. Miss Carlotta, a man in a sharply pressed uniform, stepped forward steadily, stopping before Carlotta and offering a slight, polite bow. Your response was quick, Carlotta remarked, rubbing her slightly cool fingertips. These men are from the Fisalia family. Their intent is unclear, but they attempted to abduct one of our employees. Take them away. Find out what they were after. She paused, then added, no one is to release them without my express authorization. Oh, and one more thing. At this point, Carlotta suddenly turned her back, falling silent for a moment as if deep in thought. After a pause, a faint, subtle smile quietly appeared at the corner of her mouth. If the Fisalia family comes asking for them, tell them I won't release a single soul unless Canarella herself comes to see me. Understood, Miss Carlotta. The man gave a serious nod, then turned with a stern expression to issue orders to his subordinates. Take them into custody. Though the Fisalia men were filled with bitter resentment and unwillingness, faced with the crackle of stun batons, they had no choice but to swallow their anger and submit, being efficiently loaded into the waiting vehicles by the well-trained team. The engines started, and the cars soon disappeared around the corner of the street, leaving only a faint wisp of exhaust that dissipated almost instantly. The entire process had taken only a few minutes. The once clamorous street returned to its quiet state. Well, problem solved. Carlotta gave a light stretch, a lazy, satisfied motion, and her tone became relaxed and pleasant. She tilted her head slightly, her gaze settling on Ray. A gentle smile touched her lips. By the way, what's your name? Ray was momentarily taken aback. It took him a second to respond, and he quickly answered with honest deference. Ray, Ray, Carlotta repeated softly, tilting her head a little, a look of mild curiosity in her eyes. Judging by the name, you don't sound like a local. AN, MC name is actually Duanmu Yen. It sounds similar to names from Huanglong, a nation in the game. And yes, Wuhua is Chinese game. I changed the name of MC because it felt a bit awkward. But she quickly set aside this curiosity, her face blooming into a relaxed smile once more. Not that it matters. Many families obsess over so-called bloodline heritage, but we Montelli place greater value on a person's ability and character. Speaking of which, your performance tonight was quite commendable. Would you care to join me for a late-night snack? Consider it a reward for your courage. My treat. Dinner with Miss Carlotta. How should one respond to such a sincere invitation from the young lady? In all of Ragunna, there were probably few who could steel themselves to refuse an invitation from the second daughter of the Montelli family. After all, countless people dreamed, even at great expense, of the precious opportunity to share a meal with Carlotta. Whether drawn by her own unique charm or wary of the immense influence wielded by her prestigious family, to the people of Ragunna, accepting Carlotta's invitation was akin to stepping onto a high-stakes gaming table, and the chips wagered were one's own fate. Thus, Ray's choice here would shape the course of his own future. He had just demonstrated his capability right in front of his superior. Refusing her invitation now would seem downright ungrateful. No problem. Therefore, without a moment's hesitation, Ray gave a crisp reply, nodding decisively. Refuse? Are you kidding? This was a once-in-a-lifetime chance to connect with upper management, and this person before him might very well be the future head of the company itself. For the sake of his own career trajectory, Ray absolutely could not say no. MHM, let's go then. Censuredo, Ray fell in his step, following closely behind her. Inside Trattoria Margherita, an atmosphere of quiet, almost desolate stillness hung in the air. The tables and chairs were neatly arranged but empty. The lighting was soft but unshared. Everything felt exceptionally hushed, exactly as it had been when Ray left earlier. His steps light, he followed Carlotta into the slightly cool shop. His gaze instinctively swept toward the booth he had occupied before. It was empty now. The girl, Phoebe, who had been sitting there, was gone, leaving only a faint, lingering memory drifting in the cool air. Welcome, oh. It's Miss Carlotta. This is a surprise. Margarita looked up, seeing Carlotta. Her tone carried just the right amount of pleasant astonishment. A surprise? Don't I come here for afternoon tea often enough? Carlotta raised a hand slightly, covering the corner of her mouth with slender fingers as she gave a light laugh. But Miss Carlotta, the last time you came for afternoon tea was over a month ago, Margarita pointed out, tilting her head slightly. Was it? I've been rather busy lately. I'd almost forgotten. Carlotta's voice was soft. In that case, we'll have a traditional Regina pizza, the most authentic kind. All right, the kitchen fire's still going. ITLLB, right out for you too. Margarita replied with a smile. As she spoke, Margarita's eyes incidentally swept over Ray, standing beside Carlotta. She paused, a flicker of surprise crossing her face. Weren't you just here? Hungry again, already? Ray awkwardly turned his head. I have a big appetite. Is that so? Margarita was about to turn and head to the kitchen when she seemed to remember something important. She stopped, turning her gaze back to Ray. Oh, I nearly forgot. That girl from the order who left earlier asked me to pass on a message. She said she's very grateful for your invitation. She also said, if you have the chance, she hopes you'll visit her at the order. She would like to personally lead a prayer ceremony to the Year Lord for you. A girl? An invitation? Carlotta elegantly crossed her arms, a faint, amused smile playing on her lips as she looked at Ray beside her, teasingly. Oh, as a member of the Montelli family, you're making moves on someone from the order? You certainly have nerve. No, Miss Carlotta, it's not like that. Ray quickly waved his hands in explanation. I just noticed she looked pitifully hungry, so I felt Barato sorry for her and invited her to share some pizza. That's all there was to it. No need to explain so much to me. Carlotta gave a soft, understanding laugh, her eyes holding a trace of warmth. Employees are entitled to their private time. Since you joined Everardo Bank, you must have some understanding of our Montelli family's principles. Even I wouldn't casually interfere with an employee's personal freedom. After all, matters of the heart. I understand. I truly do. Ray. She had completely misunderstood. But dating Phoebe? Well, it wouldn't be impossible. After all, Phoebe was genuinely adorable. They settled into a quiet booth by the window. In the lull, while waiting for their late-night meal, conversation naturally began to flow. You handle yourself quite well. Did you study self-defense before? Carlotta lightly picked up her teacup. Her slender fingers gave it a slight swirl, sending the amber-colored liquid inside into a gentle, rippling dance. Oh, I almost forgot. You're not from Regina. Judging by your name, are you from Huanglong? If so, that would make sense. I've heard people from Huanglong are all quite formidable. Why is that? Saw it in movies from Huanglong. How does this stereotype exist, even in another world? There's an old saying in Huanglong. A hero's origins are not to be questioned, Carlotta said. Naturally, I won't pry in your past either. As I said, what the Montelli family values is never a person's bloodline or origins, but their tangible ability. By the way, I'm curious. What is your current role within the bank? The Defense Department. No wonder. Carlotta gave a slight nod, a flash of understanding in her eyes. Speaking of which, do you know Zani? She's also an employee in the Defense Department, and the recipient of the Best Employee Award for several years running. She's my partner. Hearing this, Carlotta's eyes widened slightly, but she quickly regained her composed, elegant demeanor. What a coincidence. That's actually quite good. There's a task I was planning to ask Zani for help with later, but she's always been swamped with work. I didn't want to burden her with excessive overtime. Now, since you're her partner, you must have earned her trust, and your skills are solid. She deliberately paused, letting the suspense build just right before taking a delicate sip of her black tea, allowing the aroma to linger. Amy Agayemi, yodo perfectly. Direct recruitment from a boss. There couldn't be a more concrete job offer than this. The future head of the Montelli family is assigning me a task. Should I feel fortunate or unfortunate? Fortunate that my career path would likely be smooth sailing from here on. Unfortunate that I was about to be taken advantage of in this arrangement. Of course, if the effort came with matching compensation, then putting in extra hours wasn't entirely off the table. A task? Yes, a task. Carlotta gave a slight nod. An opportunity for you to prove your worth to the Montelli family. Ray pressed his lips together, silent for a moment before asking, what exactly does it involve? Well, a faint smile curved Carlotta's lips as she set down her delicate teacup. Your role would be to assist me in my work. While it carries a certain degree of danger, I will match it with exceptionally generous compensation. Ray, the Montelli family. They were the nouveau riche who rose through maritime exploration and trade, rapidly accumulating unimaginable wealth as Ragunna opened up. On the surface, the Montelli family seemed solely focused on legitimate business, establishing themselves in the market through legal, compliant trade. But beneath that polished exterior lay secrets not meant for public view. One had to understand. Under the order's strict secular rule and the Fisalia family's strong suppression, a weak, incompetent person who only followed the rules could never have led a family to such a meteoric rise in such a hostile environment. Therefore, the path of the Montellis ascent was undoubtedly fraught with great struggle and conflict. Beneath the veneer of prosperity, who knew how many unseen schemes, covert struggles, and brutal conflicts fought for profit lay hidden. Even before crossing over, Ray had watched plenty of films about crime families. The internal power struggles, the betrayals and killings among members in those films had left a deep impression on him. He understood very well that a family like the Montellis was inevitably steeped in endless blood and treachery. Once you accidentally stepped into those murky waters, escaping unscathed would be harder than climbing to the heavens. You seem hesitant? Carlotta elegantly rested her elbows on the table, bringing her hands together with her fingertips forming a steeple. Are you afraid? This kind of reaction was something Carlotta had seen many times before. Not all people in Ragunna wished to be associated with the Montelli family. Some, upon seeing family members, practically scrambled to get out of their way, because getting involved with the family meant inviting trouble. Even the staff working in the vaults and the bank harbored such concerns, reluctant to tie themselves to the family. It's not exactly that, Ray said. I'm just a little curious. Why me, specifically? If you need assistance with your work, surely there are people within the family far more suitable than I am? Naturally, I have my reasons. Carlotta leaned back comfortably in her chair, crossing her legs with an air of ease. When the time is right, you will understand the reasoning behind it all. As she spoke, she gently closed her eyes, then slowly raised her delicate hand, bringing the teacup to her lips for a small sip, her movements graceful and unhurried. So, what is your answer? What now? Accept or refuse? Ray hesitated. He didn't answer immediately. Instead, he looked up, meeting Carlotta's gaze. The young woman remained sitting there with perfect elegance. She opened her eyes. They were as brilliant as opals. She was waiting for him, waiting for his reply. I accept. Finally, after a long silence, Ray gave her his answer. Very good. Carlotta gave a slight, approving nod and made a promise. The family has never failed to reward those who serve well. Upon completion, your compensation will extend far beyond mere gold and silver. She leaned forward slightly, her gaze holding his. I will also grant you one request, whatever that request may be, as long as it lies within my power to fulfill it. The dead of night. Ray finally pushed open the slightly worn door to his home, dragging legs that felt as heavy as lead. The exhaustion from the entire day's turmoil had completely engulfed him like a raging tide, draining every ounce of his strength with each step. The moment he entered the room, he collapsed straight onto the bed as if his spine had been removed. His eyelids felt like they weighed a ton, and wave after wave of drowsiness washed over him, nearly pulling him into unconsciousness. But the events of the evening, both the sudden assault by the Fisalia family and Carlotta's personal invitation, felt like shards of sharp glass embedded in his mind, tangling his thoughts into a chaotic, knotted mess. I suppose they'll just take it one step at a time, he murmured to the ceiling, until exhaustion finally won, and he was pulled into a deep sleep. 7 a.m. The alarm clock sounded as scheduled. Urged by the ringing, Ray slowly pried his eyes open, remnants of sleep still clinging to his gaze. With great effort, he sluggishly hauled himself from the warmth of the bed and reached over to silence the noisy alarm. He let out a yawn, stumbling his way to the bathroom. Staring at his weary reflection in the mirror, he couldn't help but release a long sigh. Ugh, I wish I could just be irresponsible and skip work today. Unfortunately, he couldn't. His perfect attendance bonus was only a few days away. He didn't want all his previous effort to go to waste right at the finish line. He turned on the tap, and a cool stream of water flowed out. Bending over, he submerged his face in the water, letting the chill chase away the last dregs of sleepiness. He meticulously brushed his teeth and washed his face. After completing his morning routine and putting on clean clothes, he was ready to plunge back into the grinding, machine-like routine of his workhorse life. Just as he was about to step out the door to begin a new day of toil, the terminal at his waist vibrated unexpectedly. The faint tremor felt particularly jarring in the quiet morning. Ray paused, then took out the terminal. His gaze fell on the screen, where a message from Carlotta greeted him. "Good morning, Mr. Ray. Did you rest well last night? My apologies, but as per our agreement, it's time for you to get to work." Oh, right. Had agreed to assist Carlotta with her work yesterday. But what about the company's perfect attendance bonus? After a short wait, the terminal screen lit up again with another message from Carlotta. This time, she sent a specific address, accompanied by instructions. "They'll be waiting for you here." Cemetery oath the sky hadn't fully brightened yet. Leaden clouds hung low. Ray stopped in his tracks, looking ahead at the cemetery. Rainwater slid down the wings of a stone angel, carving eternal tear tracks on its compassionate face. This was the place Carlotta had chosen to meet him. Why arrange to meet here? In the distance, a bell tolled, urging him forward into the cemetery grounds. Then he saw her. Carlotta, holding a black umbrella, stood quietly before a grave. She looked far too young, incongruous against this domain steeped in power and death. The rain grew heavier, drumming against everything around them, yet somehow making this place of final rest feel even more silent. Ray moved with light steps, walking silently to her side, careful not to disturb the solemnity. Carlotta sensed his arrival, but said nothing. She simply bent forward slightly, placing a bouquet of fresh flowers, still fragrant with rain, gently before the headstone. "Ettore Montelli," she spoke softly, her voice almost swallowed by the rain. "I swear in the name of the family that Giacomo Faciaspina will personally offer you his lamentations. May his repentance grant peace to your soul." Witnessing this, Ray couldn't help but slowly bow his head as well, paying his silent respects within the heavy atmosphere. Even though he didn't know the person resting here, as a decent human being, he felt empathy. The cemetery was utterly silent. Only the ceaseless rain tapped against the headstones, a sound like fate knocking on a door. This silence didn't last long before it was gently broken by the young woman's cool voice. "You must have heard about the incident that caused quite a stir on West Main Street recently. The one involving a private echo that suddenly went berserk and injured people." Hearing this, Ray turned his head slightly, his gaze resting on her. He gave a slight nod and answered in a steady voice, "Yes, I've heard." In Renasita region, the order of people's lives largely depended on the public echoes meticulously managed by the Order of the Deep, maintaining daily stability. Yet recently the Montelli family had begun openly and vigorously promoting the popularization of private terminals and private echoes. This move was undoubtedly a direct challenge to the Order's authority. And that was precisely the source of the irreconcilable, blazing conflict between the two. That was not some unforeseen malfunction. It was a carefully orchestrated attack, Carlotta said, and the victims were us. If the promotion of private terminals and echoes is hindered, the Montelli family will suffer an unprecedented blow. The family will not fail those who serve well. Correspondingly, it will not let a single traitor go unpunished. Based on the evidence we have gathered so far, all clues point clearly to one fact. The Faciaspina family played a pivotal and crucial role in this incident. Hearing this, Ray had a rough idea of what Carlotta would say next, and what she likely expected of him. Killing? While Ray wasn't some naive, bleeding-heart pacifist, he was also far from a cold-blooded person who could take another's life without a burden on his conscience. If he were sent to deal with a truly evil, universally detested individual, Ray would act without hesitation, stripping them of their right to continue living in this world to uphold justice. But if he were to raise his weapon merely to fulfill the tangled power struggles between families, to take a life simply because of someone's personal ambition or greed, it would feel profoundly wrong to him, a stark violation of his own principles. After all, no one wants to be a mere tool in someone else's hand, a sacrificial pawn in a battle for profit. Relax. I'm not asking you to hurt anyone. That's my job. Carlotta's words were crisp and direct, cutting off the tendrils of concern sprouting in Ray's mind before they could fully take root. This only made Ray even Barato curious about why Carlotta had sought him out. "So, Miss Carlotta, the work I'm meant to undertake is," Ray asked, a note of confusion in his voice. "Your task is simple." A slight smile appeared on Carlotta's face. "Help me gather all evidence linking the Faciaspina family to this operation." Simple? I'm just a low-level employee, not some elite spy. How am I supposed to do something like that? What's wrong? That look on your face. Are you scared? Carlotta turned to him with elegant grace, tilting her head slightly as she studied him. Ray instinctively scratched his head, his expression full of awkwardness and helplessness. "It's not fear. It's just, I have absolutely no idea where to even begin." "Oh, that's what you're worried about." Carlotta's expression was relaxed, her tone calm. "No need to fret. Giacomo is the current head of the Faciaspina family. He is obsessed with music and has built a lavish theater specifically to serve as his office. When the time comes, I will arrange a brilliant performance at his theater. You will use that opportunity to quietly infiltrate his office and search for any traces of evidence. In that case, Miss Carlotta, why not assign this task to someone within the family?" Ray couldn't help asking, his confusion growing. Surely there are more reliable, trustworthy individuals inside the family than an outsider like me? "Precisely because you are an outsider that am entrusting you with this important task," Carlotta explained, her gaze deep and meaningful. "What if I told you Ettari's death was not a simple accident? Doesn't it strike you as odd? A high-ranking member of the family dies in a sudden attack, yet the family security forces were completely unaware and took no action?" Having said this much, the implication was crystal clear. Ray was no fool. He understood perfectly what Carlotta was implying. A traitor had appeared within the family. She didn't want to startle the snake and disrupt the subsequent plans. "So, Miss Carlotta, aren't you afraid of my betrayal?" Hearing his question, Carlotta merely let the corners of her lips curve upward into a faint smile. "From the moment you asked that question, my worry on that front ceased to exist." "Why?" "Traitors don't ask that kind of question," the young woman said calmly. "Because they have a guilty conscience. Besides," she spoke softly, leaning forward slightly and tilting her face up to look directly into his eyes. "I like your eyes, especially when you're focused on something. They shine brightly, like precious gems. My intuition tells me you are a man of principle. Therefore, you are worthy of trust. So, you won't let me down, will you? In this world, the most agonizing pain is regret. And the most difficult regrets to settle almost invariably begin with trust. To be precise, all love and hatred, all complex emotions in this world, start with trust. Trust seems to be such an inexplicable thing. The reason trust feels so mysterious and lacking in solid foundation is that we all rely too heavily on our intuition. And intuition is, more often than not, the least reliable thing. His eyes reflected the young woman's smiling face. After a moment of contemplation, he gave his answer. He would not betray her trust. As you wish, Miss Carlotta. Masked reverie, the rain had stopped, but heavy clouds still hung low in the sky, refusing to let any light through. Ray stood before a storefront, a letter of introduction in his hand. Although this operation is an infiltration, for an occasion like that you at least need decent attire. Here, take this to a boutique called Masked Reverie and have a proper uniform tailored for you. That was what Carlotta Montelli had said as they parted ways at the cemetery. He had heard of the shop. It was said to be a top-tier, renowned fashion house in all of Vergana. But its proprietor was rather eccentric. If you wanted her to tailor a garment for you, money alone was far from enough. You also needed her to be in the mood to grant you the favor. Speaking of which, Ray paused outside the shop door, looking up at the signboard with a thoughtful gaze, murmuring to himself, what was the owner's name again? Nyarla. Suddenly the shop door creaked open slowly. Before Ray could fully react, a strange sight appeared before him. A suit of clothing stood upright on its own, without a hanger, suspended seemingly by invisible hands, emanating an air of mystery. Huh? Ray was taken aback, staring at the suit of clothes before him, unsure what to do. Did that suit just speak? MHM? A new face. A new customer, it seems. Now Ray was sure. It was the suit of clothes speaking. No, rather, it was the shop owner speaking through it. I know you have many questions, Nyarla said, taking the letter of introduction from Ray's hand and flipping through it casually. The mask of witty remarks, the echo in lavish attire, the vocalist of graceful form. The people of Vergana have more descriptions and titles for me than the names of roles I have personally performed. The imagination of my true form has, along with countless gazes, focused upon this invisible vessel one, could say people's curiosity and imagination have bestowed upon me 1,000 different faces. So, in your heart, what do I look like? Ray was slightly stunned. He felt these words were somehow familiar. Coupled with that strange name, Nyarla, could it be Nyarlathotep, the crawling chaos, an outer god? That was probably too far-fetched. This invisibility was most likely just her resonance ability. Oh, recommended by Miss Carlotta? Nyarla gently set down the letter of introduction, her tone carrying a hint of something inscrutable. This is a rarity. For Miss Carlotta to write such a letter, specifically requesting that I use the finest fabric in the shop to tailor a formal suit for you. She spoke softly while walking a light circle around Ray, examining him from head to toe with a meticulous eye. Excuse me. Don't mind me. I'm just roughly assessing your measurements. Nyarla interrupted him unhurriedly, then turned and walked toward a cabinet, deftly pulling out some professional measuring tools. Well, time is pressing. Let's begin. Sometime later, the preliminary work for tailoring the suit was already completed. Nyarla gave a light clap of her hands, looking at Ray. All right, then. Please wait patiently for my message. Ray gave a slight bow. I appreciate your trouble. With that, he walked out of the shop. He took out his terminal from his pocket, quickly tapped on the screen, and sent a report to Carlotta. The suit has been ordered. Soon, the terminal screen lit up with Carlotta's reply. Good, I understand. By the way, there's a concert performance at the theater tonight. Although it's just a small show and Giacomo Faciaspino won't be attending, you might as well go and take a look around the theater first, familiarize yourself with the layout. I've already had someone purchase a ticket for you. Someone will contact you proactively. Oh ho, even a free concert ticket? What about you, Miss Carlotta? Will you be coming along? Is that an invitation to watch the concert together? How regrettable. I still have work to attend to. However, after this current matter is concluded, I might seriously consider your invitation. Just then, the terminal screen lit up again, this time with a message from Zani. Sorry about yesterday. Something came up and I had to leave. By the way, why aren't you at work today? Ray stared at the message from Zani, his eyes flickering slightly as thoughts swirled in his mind. He hesitated for a moment, but ultimately decided not to tell her the truth. After all, Carlotta had specifically warned him about a potential traitor within the family. It wasn't that he suspected Zani, but this matter was too critical. The fewer people who knew, the safer the operation. It's nothing serious. Just feeling a bit under the weather, so I took a sick day. Not feeling well. A cold? Something like that. A bit of a fever, feeling lightheaded. MHM, all right. Take care and get some rest. I won't disturb you then. After that, Ray let out a soft sigh of relief, put the terminal away, and looked up at the overcast sky. This sudden day off had completely disrupted his normally tight schedule. For a moment, he felt a bit lost. Now that he had free time, he wasn't sure what to do with it. Well then, I guess he'll go back to sleep, he murmured to himself, a touch of listlessness and resignation in his voice. Late at night, quiet, bathed in cold moonlight. The sky was studded with stars, like fine, scattered sand forming the Milky Way, lying across the blue-black vault of heaven. At a corner of a street in Ragunna, there was a warm and quiet cafe. The soft, warm yellow light from inside spilled through the glass window, casting a gentle glow. And just outside the cafe, a young woman sat. Even with people coming and going on the surrounding streets, it seemed to have nothing to do with her, as if she were a ghostly frequency adrift outside the mortal world, wandering alone amidst the hustle and bustle. Past memories, like yellowed scrolls, would always rise like the tide in such quiet moments, often with pauses, like a sob caught in the throat. When life is extended indefinitely, what kind of path should one walk in this world? She didn't know. She felt an unprecedented sense of emptiness and distance that left her at a loss. She looked ahead at the theater, where a concert was quietly preparing to raise its curtain, its melodies already faintly flowing in the air. Well then, she murmured, I might as well go take a look. The concert, it felt as if he had slipped into a very brief, fleeting dream. But the moment he awakened, the content of that dream became hazy, large parts dissolving into meaningless images. Ray opened his eyes. The sun outside the window had already set. There were still 10 minutes before his alarm was due to ring. He sat up, his head feeling a bit heavy and muddled, probably from sleeping too long. Today's nap had, without a doubt, been the most restful sleep Ray had gotten in a long while. No need to worry about work troubles. All his actions now had Miss Carlotta's backing. Besides, he was even being paid to attend a free concert later. This was by far the easiest assignment he had received since joining the Everardo Bank. It was just a shame that once this special task was over, he would have to return to the sunless vaults of the bank. Oh, right. Hadn't Miss Carlotta said that after the task was complete, he could ask her for one request? So that meant, could he simply tell her, Second young miss, I don't want to work hard anymore? The steel wool pad represents the suffering one must endure to live a life of luxury. But judging by the second young miss looks, Ray wouldn't exactly be at a disadvantage. She was a little on the short side, but being short was simply part of her charming appearance. It's almost time. A message from Carlotta appeared on the terminal. The concert is about to start. I've already had someone purchase the ticket for you. Remember to be on time. Ray picked up the terminal and replied with 2 words. Received. He got out of bed, brewed himself a cup of coffee, and checked the time. There was still an hour and a half before the concert began, plenty of time. Even though this was his first time doing this kind of work, he resolved not to let the second young miss down. The streets around the theater were filled with pedestrians. Among them were quite a few sisters and brothers of the order. Although Ragunna was much more open now compared to the past, the order's influence remained deeply entrenched, firmly controlling the city's public discourse. Any form of artistic performance, regardless of scale, had to be reported to the order in advance and undergo strict review before it could be publicly staged. If the content of a performance contradicted the order's doctrines or dogma, it would be shut down at once. Those responsible would face severe punishment, possibly even being sentenced to the pilgrim sale as their ultimate penalty. The order always proclaimed that the pilgrim sale was a journey of punishment and redemption for those unfaithful to the Sentinel. After repentance and reform during the voyage, they could supposedly regain their freedom and return. Yet to this day, none who boarded such a ship had ever come back. "Excuse me, are you Mr. Ray?" As Ray stood near the theater, scanning the surrounding crowd, someone hurried toward him. From the person's refined, theatrically styled attire, it was not hard to guess they were a performer in tonight's concert. "Yes, that's me." Ray turned, offering a polite smile. "Excellent. Good thing I didn't mistake you." The person patted their chest lightly, letting out a relieved sigh. "This is the concert ticket Miss Carlotta specifically asked me to deliver to you." Ray paused for a moment, then reached out to take the ticket and thanked them sincerely. "Thank you. By the way, judging by your outfit, are you performing tonight?" "Of course." The person straightened, pride brightening their features. "It's all thanks to Miss Carlotta's generous backing that our group has this chance to perform on this stage. Although this is our first public performance, everyone has poured tremendous effort into rehearsing. It's a shame Miss Carlotta couldn't attend. She has prior commitments. But as friends of Miss Carlotta, we welcome you sincerely. We hope you'll immerse yourself and enjoy the performance we've prepared." Ray smiled. "I'm very much looking forward to it." He watched the performer leave, then studied the ticket in his hand. When it came to music, Ray had some knowledge, not an expert, but he could play a few simple tunes on piano or violin. Whenever the company had a holiday, he wouldn't just laze around at home. Occasionally, driven by a love for the arts, he would come to the theater and lose himself in a performance. As overseer of the Fraxidus, Frolova shouldn't have been letting her guard down so freely in public. But looking around, who would truly notice her? She was a person who had completely withdrawn, drifting like a ghost. In that bustling crowd, no one stopped for her. No one cast an inquiring glance. They wouldn't. He wouldn't either. She had once held hope, until that hope curdled into utter despair. The performance was about to begin. Listening to the laughter around her, Frolova followed silently. Her gaze drifted to a group photo of the evening's orchestra. In the photo, the musicians all beamed with bright smiles. Those smiles pricked the softest corner of her heart. It wasn't jealousy of others' happiness, rather. When those smiling faces filled her vision, memories from the past surged over her like a tidal wave, wrapping her tightly and leaving no escape. Only when a gentle breeze brushed past did she return to the present. She turned her expressionless face away and walked into the theater. The crowd still bustled. Frolova found her seat among the people. She sat quietly, speaking to no one, simply waiting for the performance to begin. "Excuse me." Suddenly, a voice appeared beside her. Frolova was about to react when her gaze swept toward the source of the sound. When that person's face entered her sight, her breath hitched for an instant, as if the whole world had frozen. Only this familiar face enlarged in her mind. Could it be? Is it him? The young man before her keenly noticed the girl's unusual stare. He furrowed his brows slightly, confusion crossing his features. He didn't understand why she stared so intensely. Sure, he knew he was good-looking, but the intensity of her gaze still unnerved him. Within a moment, Frolova reined in the turmoil in her eyes, returning to her usual composed and indifferent demeanor. She shifted slightly, making a narrow but passable space beside her. She remained silent, as if her previous lapse had been nothing but a fleeting dream. "Thank you." Ray gave a slight nod and a polite, faint smile as he took his seat beside her. Unexpected reunion, bonus. Any promise is important. If I make one, he'll definitely keep it. An unexpected reunion. A musical score filled with discordant noise. At this moment, what emotion should one use to respond to this encounter? Joy after a long separation? Or perhaps the despair of falling into an endless abyss after looking forward to it countless times only to be met with disappointment? Frolova pressed her lips tightly together, as if trying with all her might to suppress the complex emotions churning inside her. Slowly, she shifted her gaze away, no longer looking at him. Perhaps all of this was just a pure coincidence, a careless jest of fate. The person before her wasn't the him from her memories. They merely bore a startling resemblance, like a reflection in a mirror, illusory and fragile. I'm overthinking it. According to the prodigy's prophecy, he shouldn't be here. He should be in Jinzhou. The person before me and the him from my memories are probably just coincidentally similar in appearance, like two leaves growing on different branches but shaped alike. Frolova tried to comfort herself with this thought, to find a reasonable outlet for her chaotic heart, even as she kept persuading herself, striving to believe this was nothing but coincidence, a misjudgment of fate. When that silhouette, so similar to the one in her memory, truly appeared before her eyes, the heart that seemed sealed by time for years trembled uncontrollably, like a calm lake disturbed by a small stone. Ripples spread that were hard to quiet. It was a feeling impossible to explain with words, as if all negative and positive emotions had been kneaded together. As for Ray, of course he was unaware of the quiet, hidden thoughts of the girl beside him. In his eyes, he and the girl were merely fleeting passers-by in a vast sea of people, like two leaves blown together by chance by the wind intersecting briefly before drifting apart. Perhaps, after parting ways this time, they would become like two parallel lines with no further intersection, never to meet again in this lifetime. Besides, he had a task at hand. Moments later, the lights in the theater dimmed abruptly without warning, as if night had suddenly fallen, enveloping the entire world in a hazy gloom. Only the orchestra on the stage was bathed in a soft, bright spotlight, becoming the sole focus of the entire hall. The chattering crowd fell silent the moment the lights dimmed. In the vast theater, everyone held their breath. All eyes were involuntarily and intently fixed on the orchestra on stage, filled with anticipation for the music about to be played. Although this was their first public performance, thanks to Carlotta's investment, the announcement of their performance had drawn many people like a magnet. The theater was soon packed, everyone eager to witness the debut of this new ensemble. And it must be said, the orchestra's skill was impressive. The moment the performance began, almost everyone was immersed in the dreamlike world woven by the notes. Their emotions rose and fell with the melody. Some closed their eyes slightly, some nodded gently, some wore expressions of rapture, as if their souls had been transported to another dimension by the music. But Ray was different. Though he too was absorbed, he simply closed his eyes and listened quietly, without any extra movements or emotional display. Perhaps, to the ears of much of the audience, the piece sounded ethereal and buoyant, evoking myriad feelings. But if one listened calmly and carefully, one could detect that behind the seemingly light, floating melody lay a hidden, indescribable sense of release and sorrow, aching faintly within the music, telling a story unknown to others. When the piece finally ended, the once silent theater erupted with thunderous applause. Yet within this tide of applause, there were two dissonant figures. "Aren't you going to applaud?" Frolova tilted her head slightly, her clear eyes on the young man beside her. "Aren't you the same?" Ray still had his eyes closed. His voice was calm and indifferent. "Why?" she asked. Ray seemed thoughtful. Perhaps silent mourning is more fitting for this elegy. Those words, strangely familiar, brushed gently against the strings of the girl's heart, causing her fingertips to tremble for an instant. Her thoughts involuntarily drifted back to that day which had changed the course of her music, the day she first met him in the Crimson Theater. Back then, he had made a similar remark about her. Could it really be him? "You have your own, unique perspective on music." Frolova pressed her lips together slightly, her gaze fixed intently on Ray, trying to catch a trace of familiarity in his expression. Around them, the thunderous applause continued to roar, wave after wave, as if trying to drown the entire theater, yet they maintained a puzzling silence amid the fervent chorus of praise. Ray shook his head. "No, I just heard the deeper meaning within the music, that's all. Hearing this, Frolova was slightly stunned. A flicker of complex emotion passed through her eyes before she slowly turned her head away, saying nothing more. Her gaze seemed unfocused, as if evading something, or as if trying hard to sort through the tangled thoughts in her mind. At this moment, her heart was like a mass of silk threads wildly tangled by a gust of wind, impossible to unravel, with no clear end in sight. Was it really him, the one she had never forgotten, the one she had hoped to meet again? Or was this truly just a jest of fate, a farce meticulously orchestrated by the god of fate to toy with her? She would rather believe the latter. After all, the greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. She was afraid of falling once more into that endless cycle of waiting and anticipation, only to be left with nothing in the end. Or rather, she had never truly held hope in the first place. "What about you? Why didn't you applaud?" Ray asked. Her expression was calm, her eyes holding a faint sense of distance. "Same as you. I heard the sorrow hidden beneath the melody of the piece." "Is that so?" Ray gave a slight smile. "That's good. At least, in this world of roaring applause, am not a solitary oddity. Someone else resonates with me in the same way. I hope you truly aren't." Frolova frowned slightly, a hint of undetectable worry flashing in her eyes as she spoke softly. Then, without lingering further, she turned and walked straight toward the bustling world outside the theater. Her back, illuminated by the lights, appeared somewhat frail and lonely. "Oh, by the way, what's your name?" Hearing this voice, the girl's steps paused slightly. She hesitated in place for a moment, that hesitation spreading out like ripples on a lake. Finally, she uttered her name, almost carelessly. "Frolova." The theater's curtain a cool wind, a heavy night, and a heart locked in ice. "Cinchuredo. That guy should be in Jinzhou, Huanglong. Or perhaps the him before me isn't the him I knew." The girl unconsciously rubbed her cool fingertips, trying to find a sliver of comfort in the small action. But her thoughts only grew more tangled like hair wildly tousled by the wind, impossible to sort out. What should she do next? Report this to the Fraxidus? No. Based on the Fraxidus methods, even if he wasn't that person, he would likely become a sacrificial pawn in some scheme. "Better, too," she murmured. "Keep watching for now." She lowered her gaze and kept watch. When the final note dissipated beneath the dome of the concert hall, like a wisp of smoke fading into nothingness, the magnificent performance officially drew to a close. For Ray, the real work was only beginning. With the theater now noisy and crowded, a perfect cover in the swell of people, he began his preparations, methodically setting the stage for the forthcoming infiltration. This theater had been custom-built for the head of the Faciospina family. Although it hosted public performances on ordinary days, bringing audio-visual feasts to many art lovers, more often it functioned as a private performance hall, catering to the personal tastes and needs of the Faciospina patriarch. Therefore, within this theater, aside from the main hall and a few publicly accessible areas for guests, most of the theater's regions were strictly off-limits. "Sorry, this area is off-limits to guests. Please understand." At that moment, Ray was attempting to approach a cold, metallic door, but was swiftly blocked by two guards. "Ugh, isn't this the restroom?" He adopted an expression of utter distress, eyes showing a hint of anxious helplessness, pretending to be flustered. "This is the private domain of the Faciospina family head," one guard said. "Oh, my apologies, I made a mistake." Ray feigned an awkward, hurried manner, quickly turning and leaving the sensitive area. So it seems passing through that door is the way to Giacomo's office. But the security inside must be pretty tight, right? While this was an infiltration mission, Ray had no advanced equipment for support, no external assistance or coordination. Could he really succeed in slipping inside? What if he hid in a cardboard box and snuck through? That obviously wouldn't work. This wasn't a game. A moving cardboard box would be far too suspicious. In that case, there appeared to be only one choice left. I have to take them out. If I remove all the witnesses, then no one will discover the infiltration. The problem was attempting that would likely doom the mission. Ray wasn't at all confident he could neutralize all the guards without raising an alarm. Whatever, he'll ask Miss Carlotta. As the chief planner, she surely wouldn't send her employee on a mission with no viable plan, right? That doesn't make sense, logically or otherwise. Ray left the theater and found a quiet corner. He took out his terminal and dialed Carlotta's number. After a brief wait, Carlotta's clear, pleasant voice answered. Reconnaissance complete? Pretty much. I have a general idea of the layout, but going any deeper is impossible. Giacomo's security is airtight cameras everywhere, squads of vigilant guards patrolling. No openings, Ray reported. He paused, then added in a hopeful tone. So, Miss Carlotta, do you have any good ideas? Of course, Carlotta's voice remained light, as if everything were under control. I've naturally considered that already. Don't worry. I purchased a batch of infiltration gear from the new Federation. These devices are still experimental, but they should be more than sufficient for the difficulty and scale of this operation. The new Federation? Infiltration gear? Ray realized the second young miss had planned this thoroughly. What's my next task, then? He asked. Next. Carlotta tilted her head, tapping her chin before continuing. There's nothing specific for now. Just wait patiently for my instructions. Oh, and one more thing. You haven't had dinner yet, have you? I know a restaurant that recently hired a chef from Huanglong. You're from Huanglong, right? Want to try some hometown flavors together? Of course he would. Boss treats were rare. This was the second time she was treating him. Really? He blurted. Of course. The Montelli family never fails to reward those who serve well. Thank you, boss, he said. Just call me Second Young Miss, she replied. Understood. Second Young Mississippi. I'll send the location. Come on your own. Back inside the theater. Giacomo Faciaspina stood before a floor-to-ceiling window, a glass of red wine in hand, as he listened to his subordinate's report. Master, the theater's attendance today far exceeded our projections, the subordinate said with a slight bow. His tone held surprise and a trace of reverence. Considering this orchestra is making its public debut, there's no clear reason it should have drawn such a crowd. Giacomo gently swirled the crystal wine glass. The deep red liquid moved like flowing blood, shimmering with a strange, captivating glow in the light. A cold smile curved his lips. People aren't here for that unknown orchestra. What they truly want is the young lady of the Montelli family. If she hadn't invested heavily, poured in funds and influence, how could this orchestra have achieved such a sensational debut? Drawing crowds like flies to honey? It seems I truly underestimated the drawing power of that young lady. The subordinate raised his head, wary. Then, boss, regarding future cooperation. Cooperate, of course. Giacomo said, this is an excellent opportunity to make money. He paused, then inquired further. Oh, by the way, have the Montellis made any moves? Based on current intelligence, not for the time being, the subordinate replied, shaking his head. The Montelli family has internally categorized Ettari's death as an accident. Is that so? Good. Hearing the answer, Giacomo let out a small sigh of relief. That so-called young lady of the Montellis is nothing but a tool in someone else's hand. I doubt she can stir up any real waves. Proceed with the plan as arranged. An awkward dinner when Ray finally arrived. Carlotta Montelli simply raised her teacup and took a small sip of the richly colored black tea, her expression showing not the slightest trace of reproach. Stay elegant. That was the first lesson in conduct her grandfather had taught her. She had kept it close to her heart, weaving it into every subtle gesture of her daily life. Hungry? Carlotta set down the Barato teacup and lifted her gaze toward the slightly flustered Ray sitting across from her. The corners of her Barato curved into a gentle, warm smile. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. Just treat this meal like an ordinary dinner. Relax and enjoy. Soft music drifted lightly through the air, swaying with the dim, refined lighting. This was Ray's first time dining in such a high-end establishment. Even though he was doing his best to appear calm, subtle movements still betrayed the tension and unease in his body. It was as if he feared that even his unconscious habits might draw criticism from others. In his daily life and work, Ray didn't particularly care about other people's opinions. But in public, especially in such a setting, even if not for his own sake, he had to consider his superior's reputation. Sigh, that's what happens when you're used to being a workhorse. Even off the clock, you can't help thinking about the company and the boss. I wasn't sure what you'd like, so I haven't ordered yet, Carlotta said, giving a light clap of her hands. A nearby waiter immediately stepped forward and handed the menu to Ray. I'm not very familiar with Huanglong cuisine, so why don't you do the honors? Me? Ray hesitated slightly as he accepted the menu. Of course. Carlotta gave a small nod. Encouraged by her approval, Ray opened the menu out of curiosity. After examining it for a while, his brows slowly knit together. What is all this? Steamed lotus blossom? Isn't that just steamed egg custard? And they dare charge 1,500 shell coins for it? Who in the world charges 1,500 shell coins for eggs? In this gathering of heroes, it's literally just a plate of sliced radishes. Carlotta noticed his strange expression and asked calmly, "What's wrong? Is it not to your liking?" Ray was still staring at the menu. Hearing her question, he set it down, his fingers unconsciously rubbing the edge. His eyes showed a hint of hesitation. He wasn't quite sure how to explain this to her. In the end, he pursed his lips and tried to phrase it as tactfully as possible. It's nothing. The Huanglong cuisine here, while not as absurd as putting warm sea crown pear on pizza, is still. A flicker of curiosity appeared in Carlotta's eyes. She leaned forward slightly. Still what? Ray fell silent for a moment, gathering his courage. After a brief pause, he spoke slowly. It feels like they've priced tomato stewed noodles far beyond what they're actually worth. It's a bit hard to accept. Oh, I see. Carlotta nodded gently, understanding flashing in her eyes. You mean it's overpriced? That's normal. The location and style of this restaurant mean the operating costs are higher than usual, so naturally, there's a premium. Don't worry about it. Just order whatever you like. Since she put it that way, Ray had no reason to refuse any longer. By the way, second young miss, Ray asked, do you prefer sweet flavors or spicy ones? Carlotta thought for a moment, then rested her cheek against one hand and looked at him with a warm smile. I don't have strong preferences. Sharing the same meal with different people can make the experience feel special in its own way. She paused slightly before continuing. Within the Montelli family, there's a saying, only after sharing a bottle of honeydew wine and eating a slice of citrus pie together are we truly considered family. So how about it? Want to try that next time? Ray, why does that sound a bit strange? Am I overthinking this? Just then, a discordant set of footsteps cut through the restaurant's gentle music. A middle-aged man stopped beside their table. His posture was upright yet rigid, his steps steady and heavy, exuding an intangible pressure. Following closely behind him were two Vitrium dancers, the signature echoes affiliated with the Montelli family. Carlotta, what are you doing here? The man looked down slightly, his sharp gaze fixed on her. His voice was low and authoritative. Just having dinner with a friend, Carlotta replied calmly, lifting her teacup once more. She closed her eyes briefly, took a sip, and spoke leisurely. What? Would you like to join us, Uncle? The man turned his head and cast a sharp, appraising look at Ray. Less observation, more evaluation. Ray knew who he was. Coppola Montelli, the biological son of the current head of the Montelli family, and in the eyes of many, the designated heir. Even so, that scrutinizing gaze stirred a sense of discomfort in Ray's chest. The longer he stayed in Ragunna, the more he disliked the ways of noble families, whether major or minor. When they assessed others, there was always an innate arrogance, a sense of superiority. Carlotta was the rare exception. A friend? Coppola narrowed his eyes, confusion evident. I don't recall you ever dining with a member of the opposite sex before. Tell me, what exactly is the relationship between you two? Who knows? A faint, nearly imperceptible smile touched Carlotta's lips. Her tone was casual, as if the matter were trivial. Uncle may think whatever he likes. Her response clearly displeased Coppola, but he merely furrowed his brows, maintaining his composure. I understand. You're at an age where feelings develop. If spending time with him brings you comfort, I won't oppose it. His gaze moved between Carlotta and Ray before he continued. I know the family has placed excessive expectations on you. I don't intend to interfere too deeply in your private life. You deserve some space and happiness of your own. However, his tone hardened slightly. This matter concerns the family's interests and reputation. As the second daughter of the Montelli family, your lifelong commitments cannot be decided on a whim. He'll discuss this properly with father at an appropriate time. Then, as if delivering a final verdict, he added, when the time comes, bring him to meet father. With that, Coppola turned and left. Ray, what just happened? I came here for a meal, and suddenly I'm a prospective son-in-law? A necessary misunderstanding. Ray stared, stunned, watching Capallo Montelli's retreating figure until it vanished from sight. After a long moment, he slowly turned his head back, his gaze still slightly dazed as he looked at Carlotta. What was that all about? What on earth just happened? Did I misunderstand something, or did she misunderstand something? Carlotta didn't rush to answer the questions swirling in Ray's mind. She maintained her innate elegance, holding the delicate teacup in her slender hand and taking unhurried sips of the enticingly dark tea, as if nothing around her mattered. Just an unexpected interlude, Carlotta said after a moment, setting down her cup, her voice gentle and calm. Don't worry about it. Let's continue. As for grandfather, when the time is right, he'll take you to see him. Wait, what? Second young miss, are you serious? Meeting the family already? Isn't this moving a bit too fast? We haven't even defined our relationship yet. So, it turns out my boss isn't impressed with my skills. She's impressed with me? But on second thought, if Carlotta really had that kind of interest in him, wouldn't there have been some signs during their usual interactions? Like maybe occasional shyness or subtle hints in her words. Yet in their usual conversations and time together, this privileged young lattice behavior had been perfectly normal, with no indication otherwise. Could it be that all of this was deliberate? Ray's mind raced. Everything in the world happened for a reason. Nothing was without cause. He recalled Carlotta's earlier revelation about a traitor within the Montelli family. Given that, their seemingly close relationship might just be a carefully constructed facade. All of it could be part of her plan. Reaching this point in his thoughts, Ray felt a glimmer of understanding. Since Carlotta was tacitly allowing this relationship, he certainly had no reason to object. Centuredo, this is pretty much just daydreaming. The atmosphere during dinner was somewhat delicate. It probably stemmed from others misunderstanding their relationship, though both were fully aware of the unspoken understanding between them. This mix of bashfulness and restraint still made the surrounding air feel a bit awkward, as if veiled by a thin, gauzy layer. The cool moonlight gently illuminated Carlotta as she walked silently along the pier, watching the ocean's tides rise and fall, mirroring the countless days and nights flowing through the city. Sorry about what happened earlier. Holding a cup of coffee, she gradually stopped at the water's edge. A look of conflict and hesitation flickered in her eyes. The words seemed to catch in her throat, left unsaid, fully revealing her inner struggle. It's all right. I understand, Ray said with a light smile, walking up beside her and letting out a long sigh. You're doing this to make others misjudge you, right? Hearing this, Carlotta's eyes widened slightly. Her lips parted a little, and finally a relieved smile appeared on her face. It seems my judgment was right after all. Yes, to make others misjudge me. Centuredo, or it would immediately alert the traitor. But ordinary methods of disguise are too crude. They can't easily convince others. So, before she could finish, Ray cut in. So you thought of this method? Using a relationship to deceive them? When the word relationship left Ray's lips, a faint blush, rare for her usually elegant and composed face, appeared on Carlotta's cheeks, though it vanished in an instant. After all, Carlotta was still just a young woman. Perhaps, as the family's blade, she had already become completely bound to the Montelli name. But in the most hidden, softest corner of her heart, a private space of her own remained intact, a quiet corner untouched by outside concerns. So, When discussing this bravado and personal matter, she could not help but show her shyness. MHM, this approach might be very simple, but simplicity happens to be the best form of protection. It catches people off guard, making it easy to slip past them. Moreover, letting outsiders misinterpret our relationship will make the next steps of the operation go more smoothly. As for you, Carlotta pressed her lips together, looking at him beside her with a complicated expression. You probably don't have any objections, right? After a brief silence, Ray chuckled lightly, diffusing the awkwardness between them with a touch of humor. Objections? How could I possibly have objections? This is a request from the boss. As an employee, of course I have to carry it out properly. Hearing this, Carlotta couldn't help but let out a soft laugh as well, and the tension and shyness in her heart eased considerably. Is that so? Then how could I, as your boss, fail to appreciate an employee who knows how to read the room? After this is over, your bonus is doubled. There is no promise more motivating than that. Having money to spend is what truly matters. Really, boss? Ray's eyes lit up, but then he quickly thought of a problem. But the thing is, after this is over, how do we explain our relationship to others? And the family head, do I really have to meet him in this capacity? Carlotta fell silent for a long time. In the end, she could only quietly turn her head to the side, a slender finger unconsciously twirling a soft strand of hair. Of this, she pressed her bravado together slightly, a hint of panic and helplessness in her eyes. When the time comes, At this point, she turned back around, stood on her tiptoes, and gave Ray's shoulder a solemn pat. Grandfather, he'll leave that to you. After this matter is concluded, he'll explain everything to him personally. A new assignment early morning. 9:27 a.m. Ray opened his eyes. If this were a normal day, he would have already been late by 1 hour and 27 minutes, facing not only his supervisor's reprimand but also his own mental exhaustion. But right now, he didn't have to worry about such problems at all. Don't worry. Regarding your work at the bank, they'll send someone to inform them that you've been temporarily transferred to another position. Of course, your salary will continue, and your perfect attendance bonus won't be affected. That was the promise Carlotta had made last night before they parted ways. When the boss says that, what else is there to say? We'll just work for you then. Though, after everything that happened yesterday, he still lacked a solid sense of reality about his current life. Everything felt too abnormal, yet too natural. But since things had come to this, he could only go with the flow and let life continue. So what should I do today? He didn't know. Usually, his life was filled with busy work. Suddenly having free time, he genuinely wasn't sure what to do. He slowly got up, his steps a bit sluggish as he walked to the living room. He paused briefly at the cupboard, then deftly made himself a cup of coffee. Ray took the coffee to the window, took a small sip, letting the rich flavor spread across his tongue, then turned his gaze toward the massive structure across the water from the city district built to venerate the Sentinel. That was the Order of the Deep's cathedral, quiet and solemn. He had visited the order a few times before. In Ragunna, worship was a deeply ingrained tradition. Most residents would deliberately set aside time each month to visit the cathedral with a pious heart, pouring out their thoughts and seeking blessings from the Sentinel in the sacred atmosphere. But due to his hectic work schedule, Ray never had the time for worship. Moreover, deep down, Cinchuredo, she had her own unique insights and understanding. Ray definitely hadn't forgotten Phoebe's reaction that day. Should he go to the order and have Phoebe show him around? Since he had nothing to do today anyway, chatting with Phoebe and learning more about the faith in the Sentinel might even spark his interest in religion. Just as he was lost in these thoughts, ready to act, his terminal chimed. A message popped up on the screen from Carlotta. Are you up? Ray paused for a moment, then replied, yes. Immediately, another message followed. Then come to the theater. He'll be waiting at a coffee shop nearby. Well, the topic of Phoebe and order would have to wait. It was time to work. An hour later, Ray arrived at the theater as agreed, walking at a steady pace. Compared to last night's bustle, the area in front of the theater was somewhat quieter now. That was understandable, since most of the time this place served as Giacomo Facciaspina's private domain. "I'm over here." A clear, melodious young woman's voice rang out beside him, instantly breaking the quiet. Following the sound, he saw Carlotta sitting elegantly in the artsy cafe by the street, leisurely enjoying her morning tea. Sunlight filtered through the mottled leaves, casting dappled light on her and creating a picture of effortless beauty. "You're very punctual." "Good." A faint smile touched the corner of Carlotta's lips. The silver spoon in her hand stirred the coffee in her cup unhurriedly. Ray sat down across from her. His gaze inadvertently swept toward the slightly mysterious theater nearby. "So what's the job today? Don't need to infiltrate again?" Carlotta elegantly lifted her coffee cup and shook her head gently, a meaningful glint in her eyes. "No need to infiltrate today. We're going to walk right in, openly." "Walk in openly?" Ray looked puzzled. "After last night's performance ended, Giacomo reached out to me," Carlotta said slowly, savoring the rich aroma of her coffee as she spoke in a soft tone. "Why?" Ray instinctively pressed. What other reason could there possibly be? Carlotta set the coffee back on the pristine white saucer. "You should know that the orchestra that performed yesterday was making its public debut, right?" Ray nodded. "Think about it. Is it realistic for an orchestra's very first public performance to attract such a significant audience?" Carlotta slightly lifted her fair chin, her eyes filled with confidence and pride as she looked directly into Ray's eyes, speaking word by word. "Of course, that's all because of me. In Ragunna, people call me many things, but the title art investor is undoubtedly my most dazzling halo." "So those audience members weren't really there for the orchestra," she continued calmly. "More accurately, they came for the name Carlotta. Art is pure, but the business of art is not. Investments involving value, each one is a promise and a gamble on the future." Yet even so, she would still raise her paddle for works not favored by the mainstream public. Were they meaningless geometric lights and shadows, or expressions of self-deconstruction? Time quickly revealed the answer, with returns far exceeding expectations. When doubt turned into conviction, people began to chase after her favor, guided by her choices. From that point on, art was established. But the essence of a merchant is to pursue profit, always seeking maximum gain. From this concert, Giacomo saw Carlotta's drawing power and the immense profits hidden within. "So he wants to deepen his cooperation with you?" Ray spoke plainly. "Very clever. Seems you'd make a good merchant, too." A flicker of light passed through Carlotta's eyes, and a barely detectable smile touched the corner of her lips. Ray chuckled lightly, neither confirming nor denying. "But, Miss Carlotta, agreeing to meet him so readily, aren't you worried he might suspect your motives?" "Of course I've considered that," Carlotta said, extending her slender hand toward him. "That's precisely why I'm bringing you along. There's a saying, isn't there? Love can cloud one's judgment. I need you to play along, to make him think I'm caught up in a new relationship, so I'll let his guard down around me. You wouldn't want to refuse, would you?" Ray looked at the girl's outstretched hand. After a brief hesitation, a knowing smile appeared on his face as he gently took her fingertips. This was an offer he couldn't refuse. "Well then, Miss Carlotta, I look forward to working with you." The theater visit, how should he put it? Ray was a bit nervous. It wasn't about the upcoming mission. It was the role he was currently playing, Carlotta's boyfriend. Ray had lived 2 lives, and his experience was fairly rich, but when it came to romantic relationships, he was practically a blank slate, close to zero. Now, suddenly having to take on such a role, he genuinely felt considerable pressure. He held the girl's hand nonchalantly, doing his best to appear calm and composed. Occasionally, his gaze fell on the young woman beside him. Carlotta still maintained her elegance, her words and actions as dignified and proper as ever. Even so, that fleeting blush didn't escape Ray's keen eyes. It seemed that even as the lofty young lady of the Montelli family, when faced with such matters, she wasn't all that different from other girls. She, too, harbored that hidden shyness and reserve. Ray straightened slightly and addressed the guards at an unhurried pace. "Please inform Mr. Giacomo that Carlotta Montelli is here to discuss the cooperation proposal he made yesterday." The The guards, who had been diligently on duty, instantly changed their expressions upon hearing the name Montelli. They hastily nodded respectfully, then hurried off, practically jogging into the theater. Not long after, a middle-aged man came rushing anxiously to the theater entrance. The moment his eyes landed on Carlotta, his face lit up with compliance and deference. The originally somewhat authoritative lines of his brow softened into an obsequious expression. He hurried forward with quick steps, slightly bowing, a warm yet ingratiating smile plastered on his face, his voice full of eagerness. "Ah, Miss Carlotta, what an honor for your esteemed presence to grace this theater. It brings such radiance to our humble establishment. Why didn't you notify me in advance?" "Because this was also a spur-of-the-moment decision," Carlotta said, looking at Ray beside her, her tone as light and casual as if discussing the simplest of tasks. "He and I, well, we're on a date. While passing by, I remembered Mr. Giacomo's invitation." "A date?" Hearing this, disbelief flashed across Giacomo Faciaspina's features. The lofty, traditionally reserved young lady of the Montelli family was actually immersed in a passionate romance. In that instant, numerous thoughts raced through his mind. No wonder she hadn't shown concern for the recent events within the family. So she was in love. Is that so? Giacomo quickly snapped back to reality, his face immediately plastered with an enthusiastic, exaggerated smile. His eyes swept over Ray, full of flattery. This young man looks truly dashing and impressive. His bearing, his appearance, clearly no ordinary person. Fitting that he's the one chosen by Miss Carlotta. He must be an extraordinary talent among men, possessing remarkable abilities and strengths, right? As he spoke, Giacomo eagerly extended his hand toward Ray. "You flatter me too much," Ray said, neither subservient nor arrogant, shaking his hand with a friendly yet humble smile. "I merely happen to have a somewhat presentable appearance, fortunate enough to have caught Miss Carlotta's eye. Gaining Miss Carlotta's favor is the greatest honor." "I appreciate bravado than just your appearance," Carlotta said warmly. She spoke kindly, rising slightly on her toes with a mix of shyness and certainty, whispering low in his ear, "There are other, more important things." This display of unabashed affection, seemingly oblivious to onlookers, left Giacomo utterly dumbfounded. He stood frozen in place, disbelief filling his eyes. He hardly dared believe what he was seeing. As a pivotal figure in the Faciaspina circle, Giacomo had dealt with Carlotta on numerous occasions. In his impression, this young woman of the Montelli family was always elegant, composed, and poised, exuding an icy aura that kept others at a distance. Seeing her make such a bold, personal gesture in front of an outsider was a first for him. This was actually good. A young woman lost in love would likely have her mind mostly occupied with her sweetheart. She probably wouldn't have the spare attention to investigate that matter. "It seems the two of you have a wonderful relationship. It reminds me of my own youth," Giacomo remarked with a nostalgic, somewhat envious smile. Quickly, he shifted the topic, his gaze turning eager as he looked at Carlotta. "So, Miss Carlotta, regarding our cooperation?" Carlotta slightly lifted her head, her clear, bright eyes meeting Giacomo's. "Oh, cooperation. That's certainly possible. However, it depends on what kind of sincerity you can offer, Mr. Giacomo. As for my capabilities..." At this point, a confident, charming smile curved the corner of her bravado. "Mr. Giacomo, I believe you already have a good understanding of that, don't you?" "Of course," Giacomo said. "Shall we go upstairs to discuss?" Carlotta elegantly crossed her arms and gave a light nod. Just as she gracefully lifted her foot to proceed, she suddenly paused, as if a flash of inspiration struck her, remembering something important. "Oh, Mr. Giacomo, my boyfriend has always had a keen interest in artistic matters. I've heard your theater houses a collection of many priceless treasures. If it's convenient, could I trouble you to show him around and broaden his horizons?" Hearing this, Giacomo was slightly taken aback, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. But he quickly regained his hearty, generous demeanor. He laughed heartily, slapped his chest forcefully, and declared confidently, "No problem at all. Leave it to me. Although the items in my theater are just some humble little things. Compared to the Montelli family vaults, they're truly insignificant, not worth mentioning. I hope our young guest won't laugh." "Of course not," Ray said. "For a true collector, the value of art can't be measured in money, can it? As expected of the person chosen by Miss Carlotta. You indeed have your own perspective on art. In that case." Giacomo's eyes were full of admiration. As he spoke, he lightly clapped his hands, and immediately a butler appeared before them. "You heard? Take our esteemed guest for a tour. Remember, no negligence." The butler hastily nodded, a perfectly humble smile on his face. Then he turned slightly, his gaze respectfully falling on Ray as he gestured with a hand. "Sir, please follow me." The vault, due to work reasons, Ray had visited the underground vaults of the Averardo vault a few times. Security there was extremely tight. Each area had strict access controls. Employees of different clearance levels were prohibited from entering vault areas of other levels without superior authorization. If discovered, employees would face accountability and possibly exorbitant penalty fees. Although Giacomo's theater security was also quite stringent, compared to the Averardo vault, it ultimately fell short, less formidable in every visible way. Ray followed the butler into the elevator. The butler produced an access card, activated the controls, punched in a floor number, and the elevator slowly began to ascend. "By the way, how many floors does this place have?" Ray asked, tilting his head slightly to appear casual while his eyes scanned the elevator's interior and surroundings. The butler gave a slight bow, posture impeccable, voice steady and clear. "The theater has 8 floors in total. The lower 3 floors are open to the public during performances. Floors above the 3rd are the private domain of the Faciaspina family." "Oh," Ray considered that for a moment. "So which floor are we going to?" "The 7th floor. That's where Mr. Giacomo's private collection is stored. And Miss Carlotta and Mr. Giacomo? Where are they?" "In a reception room on the 6th floor. That's where Mr. Giacomo usually receives guests." "I see. So the 8th floor must be where Mr. Giacomo lives?" "Yes, sir. That's his office and living quarters. Apart from close associates, ordinary people cannot enter." The elevator doors opened. Ray followed the butler, passing through 3 layers of strict access control, finally arriving at Giacomo's private collection exhibition room. The view opened up. The displayed items varied widely in style and astonishing array. There were not only artistic masterpieces native to Renascita, but also a few precious paintings from Huanglong hanging on the walls, a blend of East and West that emanated an indescribable tension in their silence. Even though he had a mission, standing before these collections, Ray couldn't help but feel a slight tremor inside. "Would you like me to provide some introductions?" the butler asked respectfully. Ray hesitated, then shook his head politely. "No need. I prefer to appreciate art by myself." The butler inclined his head and said nothing more. Mr. Giacomo had personally instructed that this guest be treated with the highest standards, and besides, he was the young lady of the Montelli family's boyfriend, a status that carried weight. Naturally, he could not be neglected. "Oh, and since I'm a guest, am not familiar with the surroundings. Could you please tell me which areas are off-limits? I wouldn't want to accidentally wander somewhere I shouldn't and cause trouble for Mr. Giacomo," Ray asked. "Please rest assured, esteemed guest," the butler replied with a composed bow. "Currently, you are free to roam this exhibition hall. As you can see, entering and exiting the collection hall requires passing through access control. There are no so-called restricted zones within this space." He paused, then added considerately, "Additionally, if you feel tired later, you may proceed to the lounge ahead. I will prepare refreshments and beverages for you to enjoy during your rest." Ray showed a slight, surprised smile. "Really? I was worried I might accidentally intrude into Mr. Giacomo's private area." "No need to worry, sir. The 8th floor is only accessible via the elevator. There is no other way to reach it." "Oh, I see." Ray seemed reassured, then turned back to admire the artwork before him. This was merely a guise to avoid arousing suspicion. Another dead end in the intel. Who would have thought Giacomo would be this cautious? Even his painstakingly collected artworks warranted high-level treatment. That meant it would be up to Carlotta's side now. He hoped the new Federation equipment would prove useful. 2 hours later, in the lounge, Ray received a message from Carlotta. Deal finalized with Giacomo. Waiting for you downstairs. He rose and left. Downstairs, Carlotta was still conversing with Giacomo. His smile had grown even more pronounced, bordering on obsequious. Seeing Ray approach, Carlotta smiled and turned to Giacomo. Then it's settled. He'll send someone to formally sign the contract 2 days from now. Her tone was calm and assured as she inclined her head. Pleasure doing business, Mr. Giacomo. The honor is mine, Miss Carlotta. Giacomo replied hurriedly, eagerness plain in his voice. They left the theater together. Outside, a sleek black luxury sedan from the Montelli family had been waiting. How'd it go? Carlotta asked once they were seated. How should I put it? Ray frowned slightly, more cautious than anticipated. Without an access card, getting close to his core office area is nearly impossible. Is that so? Carlotta's response was composed. She adjusted her lace gloves with a practiced motion. That's within my expectations as well. However, it doesn't matter. The batch of equipment ordered from the new Federation will arrive soon. It contains a special intrusion package capable of penetrating his security system. Since Miss Carlotta is so confident, I can relax a bit. Ray exhaled a soft sigh, then asked, but about the specifics of the cooperation. How did you negotiate it? Carlotta shrugged, nonchalant. What else could it be? Giacomo is drawn to my influence and wants to profit from my reputation. As for me, she paused, fingers idly twining a strand of hair. I simply went along with his proposal. Of course, we'll need to prepare thoroughly now. Her tone slowed, a faint trace of complaint entering her voice. It's just, finding suitable new talent isn't easy. As you know, the orders control in this area has always been strict. In Ragunna, aside from those from the choir, very few musicians dare to pursue independent careers. Most would rather sign with one of the major families than deal with the order's troubles. I'm still relatively new to the music scene. My connections in this field aren't very extensive. Carlotta turned to Ray, a subtle smile playing on her lips. By the way, do you know anyone? Ray blinked, taken aback. What kind of person? Someone with a keen perception for music, she answered softly. If there really is such a person, you could introduce them to me. Ray paused. He instinctively began to shake his head, then stopped mid-motion. Suddenly, the image of that unfamiliar girl from the other day, the one had met only once, flashed before his mind's eye. An unexpected encounter Liberty Square, a massive plaza in the heart of Ragunna. Folk troupes and performers treated the square as an impromptu theater. Street artists would sometimes instinctively join in these sudden performances, skillfully providing musical accompaniment or even participating in the improvisation. Even so, trying to find suitable candidates in such a place was like searching for a needle in a haystack. But it was worth a try. What if luck was on his side and an SSR popped out of this crowd? Though Ray wasn't exactly holding his breath. He sat on a bench in the plaza, his gaze lightly sweeping over the passing crowd. Just then, a small echo gently tugged at his sleeve, excitedly showing him a large, colorful bunch of balloons it had blown up. Ray paused, his eyes settling on the echo before him. It was a combination of a workman doll and Miss Lonely. They were remnants dwelling within dolls, formless and insubstantial, harboring no hostility toward humans. On the contrary, for them, only by establishing sincere relationships with humans, earning their trust and gratitude, could they experience frequencies that felt as wonderful as the finest treat. He hesitated for a moment, then smiled, taking one of the balloons and saying softly, "Thank you. Lappy, Benny, wait for me." "Oh, is that Mr. Ray?" A familiar voice came from beside him. Ray instinctively looked up and saw a flustered priest stopping a few steps away, having just hurried over. His eyes widened slightly as he softly called her name. "Phoebe?" The girl placed a hand over her chest, her lips pressed together, her breathing still a little quick. The blush on her cheeks was like the horizon at sunrise, faintly shimmering, clear and bright. She really was adorable. You. Ray looked at the girl before him, then slowly shifted his gaze to the two echoes. In a flash of understanding, he seemed to grasp something. In Renacida, being friendly with echoes wasn't particularly strange. The problem was, according to the doctrines and precepts of the Order of the Deep, echoes were regarded as sacred messengers of the Sentinel, carrying its will and authority. Unless absolutely necessary. Sincerado, I haven't broken any precepts. Someone just asked me to look after them for a moment. So, perhaps out of guilt, Phoebe immediately began waving her hands in a flustered manner, hurriedly explaining herself. Seeing the girl's utterly panicked state, Ray couldn't help but chuckle softly and shake his head. Miss Phoebe, making excuses the moment you make a mistake instead of facing it honestly isn't a very good habit. Hearing this, the girl's shoulders trembled slightly. She then lowered her head, her voice so soft it was almost inaudible. I'm sorry. Why are you apologizing to me? Ray smiled knowingly. I was just teasing you earlier. Besides, this is your freedom. I have no right to interfere. Everyone in this world has the right to live their own way. Lappy and Benny hopped back to Phoebe's side, tugging at the hem of her skirt and pulling her toward the bench as if urging her to sit down. Ray shifted slightly to the side, making space for her. Phoebe's lips moved silently, but she finally sat down beside him. She kept her head bowed, hands neatly folded on her lap, and said softly, "Mr. Ray, you really are very gentle. This is the first time I've seen Lappy and Benny take the initiative to approach an adult. Usually, they only give balloons and little gifts to children. Is that so?" Ray glanced at the balloon in his hand. "Should I feel honored, then?" As he spoke, he looked toward Lappy and Benny. They waved goodbye before hopping away and disappearing into the crowd. "By the way, Miss Phoebe, would you like to have pizza again today?" he asked, his tone relaxed. The girl was slightly taken aback, then quickly shook her head. "And no, you already treated me last time. I couldn't possibly let you pay again." And her voice grew quieter, tinged with seriousness. "As a priest, I must abide by the precepts and not commit the sin of gluttony." In truth, it hadn't even been Ray who paid last time. It was Zanny. "Is that so?" Ray's lips curved into a teasing smile. "You can be friends with echoes, but you can't eat pizza?" I. Phoebe's cheeks instantly flushed pink, and she instinctively lowered her head again, at a complete loss for words. "You really blush so easily when teased," Ray chuckled lightly. "Mr. Ray," Phoebe mumbled, a hint of playful protest in her tone, both indignant and helpless. "All right, I'll stop teasing you." Ray let out a soft sigh. For some reason, talking with Phoebe always made him feel particularly relaxed. "I actually wanted to ask you about something." Phoebe looked up, tilting her head slightly. "Something?" "MHM." Ray nodded. "Do you know anyone who has particularly strong? Do you know someone with independent ideas about music, Mr. Ray? Someone a little unconventional?" "Huh." Phoebe furrowed her brow, considering the question for a moment before shaking her head. "I don't seem to know anyone like that. But if you're interested in music, I can tell you about the choir's upcoming performances. I could take you to see it." "Choir?" Ray had zero interest in that. "It's not that I'm interested," he explained. "It's for work. I need to get in touch with that kind of person." Hearing this, Phoebe's expression dimmed slightly. "I see." Ray noticed a subtle change immediately. "Come to think of it, I've never actually seen a choir performance," he said after a moment. "After my work is done, Phoebe, how about you take me to see one?" The girl's eyes, which had dulled moments ago, instantly sparkled. "Really? I thought Mr. Ray never went to the Order of the Deep." "Well, it's mainly because work has been too busy." That was a lie. The truth was, he just didn't want to go. Time was like water in a sponge. If you squeezed it, there would always be some. Phoebe looked serious. "Then it's a promise. Mr. Ray, you mustn't break it." Ray smiled gently. "Of course. Any promise I make, it'll definitely keep." A sudden breeze carried an indescribable hint of sorrow, gently brushing against his face. And in that very instant, A crimson figure silently flitted across his vision. The evening encounter was that. Frolova? Sorry, Phoebe, Ray said, abruptly standing up. His tone was full of apology as he addressed the girl beside him. Something just came up. I have to go. Huh? I see. Phoebe parted her bravado slightly, confusion written clearly in her eyes. Despite her surprise, she quickly mustered an understanding smile. If you have something urgent to attend to, Mr. Ray, I won't keep you any longer. Goodbye, Mr. Ray, she added, but please do remember to come see the choir's performance. Ray promised. MHM, they'll definitely be there. With that, he headed off in the direction Frolova had gone. Even though he had only met Frolova once, a nearly fateful intuition told him that this girl was far from simple. The streets of Ragunna were a tangled maze. Tracking someone here was no easy feat. Ray kept close behind Frolova, but every time he tried to close the distance, something would interrupt his progress, pedestrians rushing past, vehicles speeding by, or sudden greetings from strangers. His pursuit was repeatedly thwarted. Yet, for some reason, just when Ray thought he had lost her, he would catch another glimpse of that crimson figure the next corner. She was like a scarlet flower blooming on a distant shore, always just within reach, as if she were deliberately guiding his steps. The stars were overturned beneath the night sky, casting their meager light upon the world amidst the roar of the distant waves. Frolova gazed at the lighthouse in the distance, listening to the sound of the wind. Of course, she knew he was following behind her, even if she couldn't be entirely sure he was that person. For some reason, she couldn't muster even a trace of resentment or annoyance. It was as if, deep down, she didn't dislike being chased by him like this. There was even a certain sense of longing. Still following? Frolova's voice was soft, almost blending with the sound of the tide, yet it reached Ray's ears with perfect clarity. What a persistent guy. Ray's footsteps halted. He froze on the spot. You knew all along? Frolova turned around, tilting her head slightly as she looked at him. Well, what is it you wanted? Ray weighed his words carefully in his mind. He looked toward the open-air cafe by the shore and extended an invitation. Why don't we talk over a drink? Frolova pondered briefly, then gave a slight nod. All right. This seemed to be the first time he had ever actively invited her. The aroma of coffee drifted through the air, mingling with the salt of the sea breeze. Ray added a few sugar cubes and a generous splash of condensed milk to his cup, while Frolova's black coffee remained untouched, without any additions. She took a small sip without changing her expression, as if what was in the cup wasn't bitter coffee, but merely plain water. Don't you find it bitter? Ray asked curiously. Bitter? Frolova gently set down her coffee cup. I think it's fine. Only this kind of sour, astringent flavor can leave a trace in one's memory. Perhaps. I'm already used to this taste. You have quite a unique taste, then. Frolova looked up at him, her expression calm. So, why exactly did you come looking for me? Ray thought for a moment before speaking slowly. It's actually nothing major. It's just that our brief encounter at the concert left quite an impression on me. Due to work reasons, I need to get to know people with unique perspectives on music right now. Oh, a hint of interest appeared in Frolova's expression as her gaze carefully examined his eyes. So you think I have something special musically, and that's why you specifically sought me out? Ray nodded. MHM, you could say that. My boss has recently entered the music field and plans to recruit some independent musicians for investment. I see. Frolova elegantly crossed one leg, looking thoughtful. So you're currently a talent scout? Just part-time? Ray said seriously. Regarding this matter, Miss Frolova, may I ask if you have a particular specialty in music? Frolova asked unhurriedly, like what? For example, the piano? The girl's lips curved slightly upward as she gently shook her head. Then the violin? She still shook her head, a playful tone entering her voice. What if I told you I can't play any instrument at all? That would be a bit difficult then. Ray sighed softly, looking somewhat helpless. I'll have to look for someone else. Because I have no use, you plan to just discard me like that? Frolova said meaningfully. Ray quickly shook his head. I never thought that. If I made you uncomfortable, Miss Frolova, I apologize. Seeing his slightly flustered manner, a trace of satisfaction quietly stirred in Frolova's heart. She picked up her coffee cup again, her tone light. I was lying just now. I actually do play the violin, and I've written quite a few scores myself. Really? Ray's eyes brightened slightly. If possible, could you play a short piece for me to hear? Frolova took another small sip of her coffee, the bitter taste spreading like memories of the past. She was silent for a moment. Then a faint, almost imperceptible smile touched the corners of her lips as she shook her head. No, why not? Because you're not worthy. This pointed remark left Ray momentarily stunned. He didn't understand how he had offended her so suddenly. Not worthy? Frolova stared into his eyes, her voice low. You remind me of someone. Who? Someone. She paused, then shook her head gently. Never mind. I don't want to talk about him. Such heavy resentment, Ray thought. He felt like crying. This was a completely undeserved misfortune. He hadn't done anything wrong. Why should he take the blame for someone else's actions? But, Miss Frolova, am not the person who offended you, Ray said, a deep sense of helplessness in his tone. Even if I look like him, you shouldn't transfer your resentment for him onto me, should you? That may be true, Frolova replied softly, her gaze unwavering, but you have his shadow all over you. So whether you are him or not, it makes no difference to me. I protest. Protest denied. Frolova rested her cheek in one hand, observing him with interest. However, if you can perform to my satisfaction, I might reconsider. Perform? Ray's expression shifted slightly. He hadn't expected the woman before him to focus so intently on him. He sighed. This was really not ideal. But the adult world never offered the option of easy. Even if she seemed to have questionable motives for the sake of the job, he'd have to grit his teeth and endure it. This is all so I don't let second young miss down. That look on your face, what nonsense are you imagining? Frolova frowned slightly, then stood up. Anyway, meet me here again at this time tomorrow. The Montelli air occasionally. Carlotta too had moments that belonged entirely to herself. There was no need to contemplate the family's future and no need to get entangled in past conflicts. At such times, the world quieted down, belonging to her alone. On such an afternoon, she could finally be simply Carlotta, not someone's daughter, not someone's heir, and not the embodiment of someone's expectations. Sunlight flowed like liquid gold, and time itself seemed to soften. Holding a cup of warm black tea, she leaned by the window, her gaze lightly sweeping over the passing crowd outside. The tea's aroma wafted gently. The moment was tranquil, and even her heartbeat felt clear. At this time, there was no mission and no responsibility. There was only herself and this slowly flowing, golden afternoon. Of course, that was not the case right now. Right now, it was merely a brief respite amidst her work. The agreement with Giacomo had just been finalized. The focus now had to shift toward preparing for the concert. In truth, if she really wanted to deal with Giacomo, she would not need to go through all this trouble. In the city of Ragunna, aside from the Order of the Deep, which maintained its transcendent status, even the oldest families like the Fisalia could hardly truly contend with the Montelli family. One was stuck in its ways, stagnant. Another was in decline, its glory faded. Only the Montelli were rising steadily. As for the Faciaspina, such a small family was merely a dependent surviving on the Montellis leftovers, clinging to existence in their shadow. If Carlotta truly wanted them gone, it would take only a single night. But she could not do that, because the previous incident had not only caused the death of Ettore Montelli, but had also led to the loss of some of the Montelli family's precious echo and terminal data, core assets accumulated over many years. Eradicating the Faciaspina family was not difficult. The hard part was eliminating them legally. Otherwise, once the Faciaspina vanished overnight, what whispers would spread through Ragunna's streets the next day? The Montelli family, wielding their power arbitrarily, leaving no room at all. Such accusations, once rooted, would be impossible to wash clean. Passers-by would not seek the truth. They only believed in heart-pounding narratives. For a family's reputation, suspicion could sometimes be sharper than a blade. The Order of the Deep would never let such an opportunity slip, seizing it to launch an offensive against the family. Perhaps the Montelli could ultimately weather the storm, but what about trust? Trust took decades, inch by inch, to build, yet it could crumble completely in an instant. Therefore, until sufficient evidence was in hand, the Montelli still needed to endure. She sipped her black tea, thinking of Ray, that young man working at Averedo Bank. Initially, Carlotta had not held great expectations for him, but now, his actions had already exceeded her expectations. He was not a family member, yet he gave his all to assist her with every task. Perhaps, once all this was truly settled, she could consider formally introducing him into the family. The young lady set down her teacup, her fingertips lightly tracing the rim as she murmured to herself, "A code name? In the Montelli family, every member had their own code name when carrying out missions. For example, hers was Opal. Carlotta suddenly thought of his eyes. A name flashed through her mind. Cat's Eye? Opal introducing Cat's Eye. It sounded reasonable, didn't it? Young Mississippi. A voice sounded beside her. Carlotta instinctively looked up, her gaze meeting the handsome young man standing before the table. She gave a slight nod, her tone composed. "You're here. Seat." Ray nodded in acknowledgement, taking a seat across from her and getting straight to the point. "What's the plan for today? Do I need to continue reconnaissance?" Carlotta shook her head, picking up an exquisite tea pastry with her fingertips. Her tone was relaxed yet clear. "Not necessary. For now, all you need to do is wait quietly for the concert to begin." She paused briefly, as if suddenly remembering something, and looked up at him. "Oh, right. About suitable candidates. Any news on your end?" How should he answer? Did Frolova truly possess musical talent? Ray was not actually sure, but he chose to trust his intuition. "I suppose there's one," he replied somewhat hesitantly. "It's just that this person's temperament is a bit unusual." "Unusual?" Carlotta leaned forward slightly, showing curiosity. "In what way?" "Meet me here again at this time tomorrow." Ray recalled what Frolova had said the previous night. Although it was somewhat baffling, it seemed he had to accept this tricky task. "How should I put it?" She said, "I look a lot like someone who offended her in the past," and she initially refused the invitation outright. He explained with a wry smile, scratching his head. But then she said if my work could impress her, she might reconsider. Hearing this, Carlotta's expression became somewhat subtle. "There's such a thing, but it does sound like the temperament of some artists, unconventional, eccentric, and difficult to get along with." She paused briefly, her tone softening a bit. "If this matter makes you uncomfortable, you really don't have to force yourself. But I've already agreed to meet her tonight at a cafe." Ray sighed softly. "I don't want to break my promise. Besides, what could she possibly ask him to do? Even if she held resentment, surely she would not unleash it all on him. At most, she would just use him as an emotional dumping ground, venting a bit. When the time came, he would simply follow Frolova's emotional lead, put himself in the shoes of the person who had offended her, and offer a sincere apology, and the problem would likely be solved, right? It seems you place great importance on promises." A faint smile touched the corner of Carlotta's lips, a hint of something in her eyes. Ray nodded seriously. "Yes, very important." "Why? Does something like that need a reason?" His tone was straightforward, as if stating the most natural truth. "A promise represents someone's trust in me, and I don't want to betray that trust. So anything I agree to, no matter what, it'll definitely do it. Just like I promised Miss Carlotta I'd complete this task. No matter what, I won't break my promise to you." Carlotta's pupils contracted almost imperceptibly for an instant before her calm smile returned. Beneath that smile, a dazzling streak of light quietly flashed in the depths of her eyes. "As expected of the person I chose," she said softly, yet with clear appreciation in her voice. "Since you've made up your mind, I certainly won't stand in your way. So now, let's take a brief rest, enjoy the afternoon sunshine, and savor this fine afternoon tea. Old Melody's a lightless night, just like the sky at that time." Frolova sat in the cafe, ordering the same coffee as the previous night. She gazed out the window at the night-shrouded street, quietly waiting for the person who might appear or perhaps would never come again. Perhaps, just like countless times in the past, he wouldn't show. She thought she was already used to it, thought her heart had grown numb, that it wouldn't stir with even the faintest ripple from such waiting anymore. So why, in the depths of the silence, was there still a flicker of faint expectation? Her heart should have been closed, frozen. It shouldn't have retained any warmth for such appointments. Why couldn't she completely let go? She didn't know. Or perhaps she simply didn't want to know. The young woman's emotions were very complex. Soleil late. The cafe door opened, the wind chimes ringing crisply, as if softly announcing his arrival. Ray walked up to Frolova and took a seat opposite her. Frolova didn't look up, just gently stirred the deep brown bitterness in her cup, though she hadn't added any sugar or milk. She was simply using this motion to silently vent emotions hard to put into words. "You're late." The girl's voice was soft, almost blending into the low, ambient music in the shop. Ray rubbed his nose, his tone a bit awkward. "Sorry, something came up at work, so—" Frolova interrupted him. "I don't want to hear excuses." Ray was momentarily speechless, finally letting out only a soft sigh. "I'm sorry, that's my fault. How about this? To make it up to you, I'll treat you to a meal tomorrow, okay?" Frolova didn't speak, just looked at him quietly, her gaze unreadable. "I heard a new barbecue place just opened on Bank Street. Want to try it together?" he ventured. Frolova slightly furrowed her brows, still watching him in silence. For some reason, that gaze made Ray feel as if he'd suddenly plunged into an ice cellar, his breath catching. If you don't like barbecue, we could go for something else," he added hastily. "Like dessert? I know a bakery with amazing cakes and pastries." Frolova didn't respond, her gaze slowly shifting to the hazy coastline in the distance. "A long time ago, at a concert, I met someone. Her voice was so light, as if ready to scatter in the wind at any moment. I used to think no one in this world truly understood my music. My audiences were always exceptionally engaged, either frozen in place or trembling uncontrollably. But he was different. He understood. Beneath those wildly imaginative melodies, the destruction and rebirth I wanted to convey, he understood it all." Ray quietly watched the girl's profile, not speaking, just being a silent listener. At this point, Frolova paused slightly. Then, an extremely faint smile touched the corners of her bravado. Whether that smile held nostalgia or release, he couldn't tell. Or perhaps resentment? "After the performance ended, we talked and got along wonderfully. That night, he told me many things and taught me many things. No matter how tortuous my past was, he always encouraged me. I was almost ready to let go. Do you understand that feeling? When you fall into an icy abyss, and once genuinely believed, eagerly hoped, patiently stood in a despair-shrouded night, waiting for someone to pass by and pull you out of that world submerged in despair. And he did it. This should have been a memory worth treasuring. Yet, in the girl's eyes, there was an obscure, murky emotion. I saw him as my only soulmate, even fantasizing that he would be in the audience for every performance from then on. After that, I waited for him for a long time, personally composing many pieces for him. Before each time I took the stage, I would look toward the audience seats, hoping to see him again. But I waited and waited, and he never appeared again. He wouldn't come. Later, I understood. He had long forgotten everything about that night. The resonance I cherished, the encounter I had longed for, the response I anticipated for him. It was nothing but a fleeting illusion. Turns out I had never truly left that abyss. Everything was just my own wishful thinking. She murmured softly, shifting her gaze onto Ray. "I hate you." Ray fell silent. He felt a chill run down his spine. No wonder she held such deep-seated bitterness. Not only were her emotions, and possibly more, deceived, but she was also a seriously intense person. "Sai, what should I do now? Do I really have to take the blame for that guy? The problem is I didn't do anything." "Ahem, Miss Frolova," Ray swallowed with difficulty. "So, Do you hate me, or do you hate him? Is there a difference? Frolova tilted her head, speaking as if stating the obvious. You look so much alike, as if stamped from the same mold. There's a huge difference. Ray hurriedly explained. You can't just pour all your emotions onto me just because I resemble him. Where's the difference? I value promises highly, but didn't you just show up late? That was an accident. And besides, I didn't break my promise, Ray said seriously. That's the fundamental difference. I don't see much difference, Frolova replied flatly. Being late is often just the beginning of breaking a promise. You can't say that. Ray shook his head, finally letting out a soft sigh. Never mind. If blaming me makes you feel better, I'll accept it. Frolova looked at him with interest. You're taking in stride quite quickly. Ray spread his hands helplessly. I can understand. When something like this happens, you need an emotional dumping ground. Oh, so you think I'm being unreasonable? TCH, this woman is really difficult. No, I absolutely don't think that. You'd better mean it. Frolova gently stood up, walking toward the door. Though, talking with you for a bit did actually improve my mood quite a bit. She paused slightly, looked back at Ray, and a faint smile touched the corner of her mouth. Your performance was satisfactory. Remember to send me the location of that bakery. She turned and pushed the door open, the wind chimes tinkling lightly. Then, see you tomorrow. Ray sat there in stunned silence. He watched Frolova's receding figure, reflecting on the convoluted conversation they'd just had, and could only let out a soft, resigned sigh in the end. Well, at least that's some progress, right? The bakery meeting, Ray opened his eyes, staring blankly at the familiar ceiling. Another day of being a beast of burden. Although he no longer had to rush to the bank on a tight schedule, his current job wasn't necessarily any easier, especially when dealing with that eccentric, deeply resentful Cinceredo, all sent by Zani. I heard from the supervisor that you were transferred to another department to help out. Sai, when are you coming back? I'm working overtime all by myself with no one to talk to. It's so boring. Poor Zani. But Ray wasn't too worried. Even without him, Xana's abilities were more than sufficient to handle the work impeccably. Of course, there was a cost. She would be much more exhausted than before. After all, when he was around, he could share some of the pressure. Now, everything rested solely on her shoulders. What? Miss me already after just a few days? Don't worry, he'll be back soon. Aside from Xana's messages, there were also a few unread ones from the second young miss on his terminal. The content consisted only of routine greetings, her tone gentle, without even a hint of urging him about work. Sigh, such a boss, and a beautiful young lady to work for. Who wouldn't like that? The time I agreed on with Frolova is almost here. Can't be late today. Who knows what kind of trouble Shed stir up otherwise. Afternoon. Ragunna's streets were bathed in soft sea breezes and sunlight. The faint scent of sea salt and coffee occasionally drifted by, as if the entire city were immersed in a leisurely atmosphere. Ray arrived at the bakery, where he had agreed to meet Frolova. The shop not only served the most authentic traditional Ragunna pastries, but also offered specialty cakes gathered from various city-states. What surprised him even more was that he actually saw sugar-free white buns from Huanglong, commonly known as Mantu. Seeing such a simple item in a dessert shop like this made Ray feel slightly dazed, as if he had unexpectedly run into an old friend in a foreign land. He pushed open the shop door and stepped inside. Instantly, a sweet aroma filled his nostrils, easing his exhaustion just a little. Excuse me, could you make a little cheaper? I don't have enough money with me today. Sorry, I really can't go any lower. That's already the cost price. Any cheaper, and we'd be losing money. Miss, if it's not possible, maybe come back next time? Just as Ray was looking for a place to sit, his gaze was drawn to a familiar figure at the counter, Phoebe. She stood there with her head slightly bowed, softly negotiating with the shopkeeper. Phoebe? What's she doing here? Phoebe pressed her lips together, her face full of embarrassment. Looking at the exquisite pastries, she seemed to picture the eager faces of the children at the orphanage in her mind. Yet in the end, she could only let out a helpless sigh. Well then, forget it. I'll buy them some next time after I receive my stipend. Just as the kind-hearted acolyte was silently making this decision, a familiar voice suddenly sounded beside her. "They'll pay for these pastries. How much in total?" Phoebe looked up blankly at the young man standing beside her, unconsciously clenching her fingers as she softly exclaimed, "Mr. Ray?" Ray gave her a slight smile, quickly paid with his terminal, then picked up the bag of pastries and gently handed it to her. "What's this? Is today Miss Phoebe's cheat day, buying so many pastries?" Phoebe instinctively pinched the edge of her skirt, the tips of her ears turning slightly red as she hurriedly shook her head in explanation. No, no, these are for the children. Every Wednesday, sisters from the order go to the orphanage to look after them, so I wanted to bring them some treats." "Is that so?" Ray was a little surprised. It seemed the order wasn't quite as useless as he had thought. "In that case, consider these pastries a small gesture from me. Could you pass them along to the children for me, Miss Phoebe?" Phoebe looked at the pastries Ray handed over, her voice softening. But I already accepted your help last time. Accepting your kindness again for no reason this time. I really wouldn't feel right about it." "Why worry about that?" Ray replied casually, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. "Like I said, it's just a small gesture for me. Take them to the children, that's all." Phoebe's face flushed slightly. She hesitated where she stood for a moment before finally extending both hands and carefully taking the bag of pastries. "Thank you very much, Mr. Ray." She cradled the pastries against her chest and looked up at him with an exceptionally pure smile, like a breeze brushing over a newly blossomed flower bud, utterly clean and untainted. To think that spending such a negligible amount of money could earn such a sincere, flawless smile from a young girl. That money was truly well spent. "Well then, goodbye, Mr. Ray." Phoebe hugged the pastries, waved at him, and ran out of the shop with light, hurried steps. Be careful not to spill the pastries." Ray watched her departing figure and couldn't help but call out a reminder. Just then, the shop door was pushed open again. A crimson figure brushed past Phoebe. Frolova walked straight toward Ray. Her usually indifferent face now wore a faint, meaningful smile. "Oh, it seems you're quite popular with the ladies. So that's your type?" "I'm just a kind-hearted person, that's all." Ray met her gaze calmly. "Besides, I wasn't late today." "Oh, how wonderful." Frolova tilted her head slightly, her eyes glinting with amusement. "Do you need me to praise you for that?" "You already did." The two of them sat down at a table by the window. Frolova picked up the menu and examined it carefully, her fingertip gliding over the various desserts before finally selecting a few pastries that leaned toward the sour side. "You really like intense flavors that much?" Ray raised an eyebrow. Frolova chuckled lightly and retorted, "If sourness counts as an intense flavor, what would you call salty or spicy?" Ray was left speechless. "All right, let's get straight to the point." Frolova looked directly into his eyes, her tone sharp and straightforward. "What do you need me to do?" This nearly blunt question caught Ray slightly off guard. He had expected Frolova to throw out some sort of challenge like before. A stage performance. Frolova lifted her coffee cup, her gaze cool and piercing as she studied him, as if interrogating. "For whom? For a promise for whom?" This baffling question left Ray momentarily unsure how to respond. Why was she asking him something like this? What did it have to do with the performance itself? With a confused expression, Ray looked at her, vaguely feeling like he wasn't negotiating a business deal, but being interrogated by a girlfriend. "Do you care that much?" "Of course." Frolova's expression was placid, but her tone left no room for doubt. "I don't want my musical talent to become a tool for others to profit. I need a reason, a sufficiently legitimate reason." She leaned forward slightly, her gaze boring straight into Ray's eyes. Though her voice was soft, each word was clear. "Isn't that also why you approach me? In this world where the order tightly controls secular norms, finding an independent musician who insists on their own style is like searching for a needle in a haystack. And I happen to fit your needs. As far as I know, you currently work at Everardo Bank, but recently, due to other reasons, you were transferred to a different position. This new job is far removed from your past duties. I want to know why." Ray's pupils constricted slightly. You've been investigating me? Don't be nervous. Isn't it normal to understand who you're dealing with before cooperating? Frolova gently intertwined her fingers, her posture composed. Besides, didn't you also secretly look into my background? Although you found nothing, right? Ray fell silent. Indeed, as she said, he had tried to investigate Frolova's origins, but came up empty-handed. Only in some scattered rumors was there mention of a once-renowned musician whose characteristics vaguely matched hers. So your answer? If your reason can convince me, I'll agree to your request and present a highly anticipated barato for Reguna. Frolova spoke softly to him in a calm tone. Ray's heart tightened. Should he tell her? Reveal the whole reason to her? But how would he explain this to the second young miss? Would she be angry that he acted without consulting her first? I'll give you 10 minutes to think it over. Frolova picked up a pastry, took an elegant small bite, and said nothing more. Ray hesitated, watching Frolova before him. Crimson, dangerous, and unpredictable. In the end, he chose to trust his intuition. Because, in carrying out a mission, I need your help to attract everyone's attention at the concert. Frolova tilted her head slightly, examining him with interest. Decided so quickly? Aren't you afraid I'm not trustworthy? Ray shook his head. Trust is the necessary foundation of any relationship. This answer caused a flicker of surprise in Frolova's eyes. Her tone turned cool, yet a complex curve touched the corner of her lips. So, you know that principle too. It's just a pity that my past trust has already been thoroughly trampled by someone. Her words carried an underlying meaning, her gaze deepening. That wasn't me. Ray's tone was sincere, tinged with a bit of helplessness. I understand, perhaps because my face resembles his, it's hard for you to lower your guard. But I'm really not the person you knew. Please believe me, I won't let you down. Frolova gave him a faint glance. Hard to say. Just trust me this once. Ray leaned forward, his eyes blazing. He'll prove him more worthy of trust than he is. The young woman stared at his slightly flustered appearance, a trace of satisfaction quietly flickering in her heart. She had been waiting for this moment, his anticipation, his plea. Even his unease gave her a subtle sense of fulfillment. So then, Frolova unhurriedly lifted her teacup, a faint curve appearing at the corner of her centuredo. What exactly is this mission you mentioned? I need to infiltrate Giacomo Faciaspina's office to find evidence of his involvement in a plot against the Montelli family. Feuds between families. Frolova tapped the table thoughtfully. So, you've already joined the Montelli family? Ray shook his head. No, Iaven. Frolova's eyes showed confusion. That's strange. If you haven't joined the family, why take such a risk? While you work at Averardo Bank, this clearly falls outside your job responsibilities. Her tone paused slightly, as if she suddenly understood something. Unless it's for someone, what other reason could there possibly be? Ray didn't hesitate, nodding. That's right. It's for Miss Carlotta. Miss Carlotta? Oh, I remember now. The second daughter of the Montelli family. Frolova snorted lightly, her tone cooling. Not just the acolyte from the order, but you're also aiming for the second daughter of the Montelli family? You've already got 2 of Reguna's 3 major powers involved. What's next? Should you go for the head of the Fisalia family, Canarella? I've heard. She's also quite notable. For some reason, the young woman's tone was filled with an indescribable, sour resentment. Listening to this, Ray felt a slight sweat break out on his forehead. What was all this about? Setting aside the question of when he ever aimed at the Order or the Montelli family, where did the Fisalia family suddenly come from? He hadn't even met Canarella, and this tone of hers, no matter how you listened, it carried a faint, unmistakable sourness. This wasn't right, was it? Could it be? She really had mistaken me for that familiar person from her past? Actually, am I a substitute? That's a misunderstanding. Ray corrected. My relationships with Miss Phoebe and Miss Carlotta are purely innocent. As for the head of the Fisalia family, Cantarella, I haven't even met her. Is that so? Frolova raised an eyebrow, countering. If there's nothing between you, then why did you agree to Carlotta's request to carry out this kind of mission? What does that have to do with us discussing cooperation? Ray was a bit confused. Frolova gave a slight nod, her words carrying a subtle sharpness. It does. Because I want to know, is that reason enough? More than enough. Since you put it that way, what else is there to say? I might as well tell you everything. Because Miss Carlotta trusts me without reservation, and I gave her my promise in return, Ray said seriously. Any promise I make, no matter what, I will fulfill. Frolova's brow furrowed slightly. Just because of a promise? You scoundrel. She unconsciously clenched her fist, her knuckles turning white, but ultimately didn't lash out. She just glared at him fiercely, with eyes brimming with complex emotions. Just then, a figure pushed open the shop door and walked straight toward them. Oh my, isn't this Ray? And this must be the musician you mentioned, miss? Ah, second young miss. An unexpected interlude. Bonus. Why was the second young miss here? Ray watched Carlotta walk up, momentarily at a loss for words. Carlotta, however, remained composed, her posture elegant. A smile on her lips as her gaze lightly fell on Frolova, examining her carefully. Then, she turned to Ray, tilting her head slightly. The look in her eyes seemed to silently ask, "Aren't you going to invite me to sit?" Ray paused briefly, then shifted aside, making enough space for Carlotta. "Second young miss, why are you here?" Ray whispered to her. "Oh, not happy to see me?" Carlotta gave a light laugh, her fingertips tapping the table. "As your girlfriend, I think I should at least help share your workload a little, right?" Though her words were soft, they drifted unmistakably into Frolova's ears. The moment Frolova heard those words, the teacup in her hand trembled almost imperceptibly. Hearing this, Ray's expression changed. He lowered his voice urgently. "Second young miss, you can't just say that. What if someone else hears? Didn't we agree this act was only for the traitor within the family and Giacomo?" Carlotta nodded unhurriedly, her tone matter of fact. "Exactly. The more people believe it, the more convincing the act. They'll think I'm lost in love, too preoccupied to bother with family affairs. And naturally, they'll lower their guard around me. Or perhaps," she spoke quietly so only he could hear, "playing the role of my barato makes you uncomfortable?" Bam dash! Frolova's teacup landed heavily on the table. She looked up at the two. Cinceredo Carlotta crossed her legs, folded her arms, and looked at Frolova with a faint smile in her eyes, completely at ease. "Miss, business is about mutual willingness. Why don't we all sit down and have a proper talk?" Carlotta Montelli, the well-known art investor of Renacida. "As long as you agree to cooperate with me, I can offer you a condition you cannot refuse." "A condition I cannot refuse?" Frolova gave a cold laugh, a light snort escaping her. "A canary locked in a cage. What gives you the right to speak so boldly here?" The atmosphere between the two was a bit delicate. A tense, explosive feeling hung between them, like two barrels of gunpowder about to ignite, just one spark away from blowing the whole place up. "Everyone, calm down, calm down. There's an old saying in Huanglong. Even if the deal doesn't go through, goodwill remains." Ray was genuinely afraid they'd start fighting in the shop the next second and quickly stepped in to mediate. "Miss Frolova, about this matter, we could discuss it further." Then, he leaned in slightly, closer to Carlotta's ear, and whispered in a low voice. "Second young miss, why are you so fired up today? How about this? Let me talk to her alone for a bit. Could you wait outside for a while?" Carlotta thought for a moment, her gaze lingering on Frolova briefly before she finally shrugged helplessly with a soft sigh. "All right, since you put it that way." She stood up and walked out of the shop. Seeing her leave, the anger in Frolova's chest eased slightly, and she sat back down. "Ahem, Miss Frolova?" Ray ventured cautiously. Frolova glanced at him, her tone still icy. "Didn't you say you agreed because of promise? So that's the kind of promise you meant. I bet you probably made the same promise to that acolyte before, didn't you? First Carlotta, and now, why does she keep bringing up Phoebe? That's actually a long story. Sigh, we're getting off track." Ray straightened his expression, trying hard to steer the conversation back on course. "Weren't we just making good progress? I've already explained the whole story clearly. As for your side, have you considered it?" Frolova turned her head, looking out the window at the street scene. An extremely unnatural smile suddenly touched her lips, not heartfelt, more like a mechanical curve. Interesting. Even now, you can still so calmly ask me what if I have considered. She paused slightly, her voice dropping lower. However, I can't agree to your request. But in return, once this matter is over, I'll also need you to agree to a condition of mine. Oh, wait, no. She stared into his eyes and said, it's a promise. A promise? What kind of promise? You'll know once this is over. Carlotta leaned against the railing by the sea, letting the sea breeze brush past her ears, the sound of the waves rising and falling beneath her. Hearing approaching footsteps behind her, the corner of her lips lifted slightly as she turned to look back. You got quite some nerve. I've never seen an employee who dares to send the boss out during a negotiation and make decisions on their own. Tell me, should I dock your pay or cancel your year-end bonus? Ray smiled helplessly and shook his head. Isn't there a third option? Like rewarding me or something? Carlotta tilted her head teasingly. That depends on whether you successfully negotiated that cooperation. With me handling it, is there any possibility of failure? Ray looked confident. You actually succeeded? Carlotta showed a hint of surprise. I thought Shed give you a hard time. No need to worry about that, second young Mississippi. But speaking of which, why did you seem so prickly when talking to her today? And Ray looked at her thoughtfully. Earlier, it seemed like you deliberately acted extra close to me in front of her. Carlotta casually swept back her wind-tousled hair, turning to look at the sea. I just happened to pass by and saw you being given a hard time. As your boss, of course I wouldn't be happy. Cinchuredo, didn't you say you look a lot like that person who has a special relationship with her? So I deliberately wanted to provoke her a little. I didn't expect her to actually get worked up. Ray fell silent again. Let's go. The equipment from the new Federation has also arrived. It'll take you to get familiar with it. A pilgrimage journey. As for the new Federation, Ray also knew very little. Just like his understanding of Huanglong, relying solely on fragmented information online, it was hard to piece together a complete picture. He only knew it was an extremely technologically advanced nation, yet it also had a shocking wealth gap. That feeling was a bit like cyberpunk. Of course, this was all hearsay from the internet. As for what the new Federation was really like, he didn't know. This is the place. On the dock, Carlotta stopped and spoke to Ray. Ray was slightly taken aback, his gaze sweeping over the empty dock. Nothing but a lone, small boat gently rocking with the waves. There was nothing else around. He frowned, a note of confusion in his tone. Where's the stuff? Is this it? Carlotta crossed her arms and shook her head gently. Of course not. The Order's control over foreign goods has always been strict. Even travelers from other city-states must surrender their private terminals upon entering Ragunna. Otherwise, entry is prohibited. Her tone softened slightly as she continued. The Montelli family does have formal channels to bring foreign goods into Ragunna, but as I said, this operation must not be detected. So, I've entrusted a third party to temporarily store that item. Carlotta looked at Ray, the corner of her lips lifting. Therefore, retrieving it is up to you. Ray shrugged helplessly, then teased Carlotta in a light tone. So, is there a bonus for this business trip? No, Cinchuredo. Suddenly, she raised her arm. In an instant, the surrounding air churned, formless frequencies beginning to resonate with her. Invisible energy gathered and intertwined at her fingertips, rapidly taking shape, finally materializing into a crystal-clear, sharp swift-blade in her hand. Carlotta offered the crystalline swift-blade to Ray. Here, this is for you. I made this weapon specifically for you, infused with part of my resonance power. It's one of a kind in the whole world. Take good care of it. Her tone suddenly shifted as she half-jokingly lowered her voice. If you lose it, Cinchuredo, I have a weapon. As the saying goes, supplies always arrive before a major battle. Based on Ray's rich gaming experience, the place he was about to go likely held some danger. Of course he'll treasure Miss Carlotta's gift, Ray said, hesitating briefly before finally asking. So, the place I'm going to next, will there be danger? Very alert, aren't you? Carlotta said with a smile. But you needn't worry. I've already arranged for someone to meet and assist you. I knew it, but the arrow was already knocked. It had to be fired. Who made me promise her? Since it was a promise I made, I had to fulfill it no matter what. So where am I going next? Carlotta looked toward the north, a hint of something distant in her voice. A pilgrimage journey, all for you. All right, time to board the boat. If all goes well, you'll reach your destination by sunrise tomorrow. A pilgrimage journey? Wasn't that what the order called it when purging heretics? He didn't suspect Carlotta of having ulterior motives against him, but the wording made him feel uneasy and confused. I know you might wonder. Carlotta saw through his thoughts, her tone turning cool. But you'll soon understand what truly demonic deeds lie beneath the order's glamorous facade. She snorted coldly before continuing. Also, the person meeting you is named Brandt. Duran. Ray instinctively responded. The basketball player from the new federation? Not Durant, Brandt, Carlotta corrected helplessly. He's the director of a theater troupe I invest in. Oh, Brandt. Ray scratched his head awkwardly. He turned and looked toward the gondola, quietly moored by the dock. Then I'll be off, Miss Carlotta. Carlotta gave a light wave, a trace of a smile appearing. Go on, don't worry. They'll stay in touch. Don't worry about the concert. Leave everything to me. Renacida, known as the land of 1,000 islands. Dotted across this boundless sea were far broader than just the single city-state of Ragunna. Though Ray had never visited any of them, given a chance, he truly wanted to step outside Ragunna and see the wider world. He vaguely remembered that the closest city-state to Ragunna was one called Septimont. Legend said that Ragunna and Septimont were once connected by a magnificent bridge. However, due to a fundamental divergence in their understanding of the Sentinel, Ragunna viewed the Sentinel as an unopposable god of humanity, while Septimont firmly believed in human triumph over heaven. Respecting but not worshipping, the rift deepened over time, leading to a complete break. And that once great bridge connecting the two shores was utterly destroyed. In recent years, driven by the Montelli family, the once isolated Ragunna gradually opened its doors to the outside world, re-establishing connections with Septimont. Even though the relationship between Septimont and the Order remained as incompatible as fire and water. Ray had heard that in Septimont, gladiatorial combat was popular. Whether noble or commoner, all regarded the arena as the highest glory. Especially the quadrennial grand gladiatorial games, whose grandeur rivaled Ragunna's revelry, becoming the most famous celebration between the two city-states. Given the chance, I'd really like to see the gladiatorial games in Septimont for myself. Ray lay in a gondola, looking up at the starry sky. The boat had been sailing for some time, gently rising and falling with the ocean currents, leaving him sleepless. On this boundless stretch of sea, he could only let his thoughts wander, relying on imagination to pass the somewhat lengthy time. Oh, right, he murmured to himself, as if remembering something. Once this mission is over, the second young miss will probably give me some time off, right? Maybe I really can visit Septimont then. Before he finished speaking, the previously calm sea surface suddenly swirled with a strange white mist. At first, Ray paid it no mind, until the fog grew thicker, completely engulfing him. What's going on? He frowned, tightening his grip on the crystalline swift blade Carlotta had given him, alertly scanning his surroundings. Instinct told him there was danger here. His gaze swept carefully over the sea surface, but found nothing unusual. It was just the gondola beneath his feet seemed to be trembling slightly. He instinctively looked down and was horrified to discover, beneath the water, a shadow so enormous it was suffocating lay hidden. Ray's pupils contracted sharply. What is this? Encounter with the tidebreaker in the deep, unfathomable seas of Renacida, countless indescribably massive creatures dwell. And what Ray was now staring at was one of the most legendary among them, Cetus the Tidebreaker. Legend has it that it is the ferryman of departed souls, guiding the spirits of the deceased across the waves toward the unreachable heavens. It never shows the slightest hostility toward humans or fishing boats. So why did it appear in the coastal waters? Ripples of unease spread through Ray's heart as his gaze followed the slowly gliding immense shadow beneath the sea. An inexplicable sense of foreboding quietly crept over him. Some intuition was silently tapping at his consciousness, telling him these waters weren't safe. And his intuition had never been wrong before. In an instant, everything around him seemed to be choked by an invisible giant hand. The entire world plunged into a deathly silence, even the whispers of the waves and the sighs of the wind vanishing completely. Ray gripped the swift blade, his gaze sharp as a torch, alertly scanning his surroundings, not missing any subtle movement. He had always been extremely confident in his physical abilities. Even empty-handed, he could contend with echoes. Now, with Carlotta's resonant weapon in hand, it was like adding wings to a tiger. As long as he didn't encounter an exceptionally formidable opponent, he was fully confident he could handle it. Unfortunately, the whale was precisely that kind of exceptionally formidable opponent. One had to remember, this was the vast, boundless ocean, the whale's home turf. Even if he possessed the power to fight it, under the cover of this endless deep blue, his strength was destined to be greatly diminished. Boom! In an instant, a storm broke loose, raging waves surged. The once quiet sea finally tore off its calm facade, revealing its most savage nature. Surging waves galloped like 10,000 horses, rolling in layer upon layer, carrying an earth-shattering force as they rampaged wildly in every direction. Ray clung desperately to the gondola, shouting hoarsely, "Faster! Go faster!" The gondola let out a muffled, low roar, suddenly accelerating, struggling to navigate through the furious waves. But where could they possibly escape to amidst these towering waves? A wave like a towering wall crashed down as if to utterly swallow them into the deep sea. TCH curses. The image of the avalanche-like giant wave reflected in Ray's eyes until a flash of golden light suddenly burst forth from within them. Driven by courage from who knows where, he leaped from the gondola, slashing head-on toward the roaring wave. The next moment, the giant wave was split in two, collapsing and disintegrating. No, it wasn't just split. The frequencies constituting the wave seemed to be disintegrating, or perhaps being completely consumed. Could this be my resonance ability? Ray's heart jolted, his face full of disbelief. But reality left him no time to ponder. In the moment he cleaved the giant wave, he was already face to face with that deep shadow. The whale floated quietly on the sea surface, watching him silently. It thrashed violently in the deep water, its enormous tail carrying the force of 10,000 tons as it swept toward Ray. Gritting his teeth, Ray could only raise the swift blade horizontally in front of him. The next second, a terrifying force slammed heavily against the blade. He was sent flying like a cannonball, completely out of control as he was hurled backward. Just then, the gondola suddenly leaped from the sea, catching Ray in midair with perfect timing. "Well done, partner." Ray shook his numb, vibrating right hand and gave a thumbs up to the gondola beneath him. The gondola let out a cheerful, low hum before suddenly accelerating again, trying to leave the whale far behind. But clearly, its speed was no match for the whale's. Watching the massive whale close in, Ray couldn't help but growl, "What's wrong with this thing? Has it gone mad?" He still hadn't figured out how to use his resonance ability properly. Fighting such a behemoth on the vast open sea meant the odds were incredibly slim. Just then, a massive ship's silhouette appeared in his vision. Before he could react, the world shrouded in darkness abruptly transformed, as if had fallen into a dazzling, disorienting dream. The starry sky, the ocean, and the world seemed to blend into chaos. He reached out a hand, as if he could touch the stars, yet they slipped through his fingers like phantoms. He was stunned. Why? Were there jellyfish flying in the sky? For some reason, the previously frenzied, aggressive whale gradually calmed down, as if drawn by some dreamlike power, slowly sinking into the abyss and ceasing its pursuit. By the time Ray snapped back to reality, the giant ship was already quietly anchored before him. Someone on board lowered a gangway, shouting toward him, "Hey, you there, kid? Stop daydreaming. Get up here." Ray paused briefly, hesitated for a moment, but still stepped onto the gangway. No matter what, he had to personally thank this stranger who had intervened to save him. That was basic courtesy. Once on deck, he recalled the gondola to his terminal and was about to express his thanks when his gaze suddenly fixed on the badges on everyone's chests. Each one bore the emblem of the Fisalia family. They are from the Fisalia family? Ray suddenly remembered the time a while back when he was surrounded by people from the Fisalia family. Could it be that saving him now was a continuation of that incident? That shouldn't be. After all, his sea voyage was a last-minute decision by Carlotta. Aside from the two of them, no one else could have known. So, this encounter was purely coincidental. Moreover, judging by the other party's demeanor and actions, they didn't seem to harbor any malice. Oh my, it seems our little guest is wary of his savior. A clear female voice sounded from among the crowd. A tall woman stepped forward gracefully, her purple hair swaying slightly in the wind. Her makeup was refined and elegant, her speech carrying a natural composure. Her indigo blue eyes reflected the shimmering light on the sea's surface. If Carlotta were likened to a dazzling gem, then the woman before him was like a pearl hidden in the dark depths of the ocean, subtle, mysterious, yet possessing its own radiance. The moment she appeared, a name instantly flashed through Ray's mind. Cantarella, the rarely seen head of the Fisalia family. Almost no one had seen her true face. Despite the previous conflicts with the Fisalia family, Ray maintained courtesy, giving Cantarella a slight bow. "Thank you for your help, Miss Cantarella." Hearing him speak her name, Cantarella showed a trace of surprise. "Oh, you recognize me?" Her gaze lightly swept over Ray, finally settling on the crystalline swift blade in his hand. "That form, that frequency, I see. You're Carlotta's person?" A chance encounter Carlotta Montelli. In Ragunna, no one was unfamiliar with that name, especially the Fisalia family. Though Cantarella had never met Carlotta, she often heard of her deeds from others' mouths. Her origins, her mission, everything she carried. This inevitably made Cantarella somewhat curious about how Carlotta might appear before her in the future. The moment Cantarella uttered that name, everyone's brows furrowed in unison. As longtime adversaries of the Montelli family, it was only natural they held little goodwill toward its members, and likely, the Montelli family felt the same about them. Ray faintly heard hushed murmurs around him, yet he maintained basic courtesy. Regardless, Cantarella had intervened to save him. Even if there had been past conflicts with the Fisalia family, he was unwilling to let that old grudge affect her or any unrelated person. "Don't mind them." Cantarella raised a hand, signaling everyone to remain calm. Feuds between families have existed for a long time. Even as the family head, I can't completely control everyone's feelings. That weapon in your hand, Carlotta crafted it for you using her resonance ability, didn't she? I'm truly curious. She examined Ray with interest, softly asking, "What exactly is your relationship?" "Apologies, Miss Cantarella," Ray politely declined. "Although you've helped me, this is my private matter. I cannot disclose it." "I understand." Cantarella's lips curved slightly, that inscrutable faint smile still on her face. "I was presumptuous. As the head of the Fisalia family, I naturally wouldn't make things difficult for a Montelli associate. Why you're here, what you're doing, I don't particularly care, just as you likely aren't concerned about why I'm here." Ray caught the deeper meaning in her words. She was telling him to treat everything today as if it never happened. "I won't speak of today's events to anyone," he stated solemnly. "A clever guest." Cantarella gave a slight smile. "These waters are near the Isle of Lamenting Tombs, Penitent's End. Remnants often wander here. If you wish, you may stay until we reach safer waters before departing on your own." "That won't be necessary. Thank you for your kindness." Ray shook his head. "I boarded only to thank you in person." Before Cantarella could respond, someone nearby said, "Head, the guests have arrived." Everyone's gaze turned toward the distance as one. On the misty sea surface, The outline of a ship gradually emerged. It flew no family flag. Just a small boat, rising and falling on the turbulent currents. What made Ray's expression shift even more was the boat's style. His pupils contracted slightly as he stared at the approaching vessel, murmuring to himself, "That's a Huanglong vessel? Huanglong? Why would a Huanglong ship appear in Renacida?" The two nations were separated by vast oceans. There should have been no contact at all. In that case, please do as you wish, our guest. Cantarella turned, her gaze shifting to the approaching boat. I, too, must discuss some important matters with our guests who have come from afar. Before her words faded, Ray saw a figure leap gracefully from the small boat, landing lightly on the deck like a falling leaf. The guest from afar walked through the mist, a plain white dress fluttering in the sea breeze, with vibrant crimson accents bright as fresh roses at the collar and sleeves. Her dark pink hair was tied into a long ponytail, golden ornaments in her hair shimmering faintly in the dawn light. The touch of crimson at the corner of her eyes made her gaze seem even deeper as it swept past everyone with a faint, elusive smile, finally settling on Ray's stunned face. Under everyone's gaze, she slowly walked up to him. Her eyes flickered slightly, her tone carrying a trace of faint inquiry. "You look somewhat familiar. Have we met before?" Ray paused briefly, then shook his head. If they had truly met before, how could he have forgotten someone like her? Unlike Cantarella's classical elegance, the beauty of the woman before him was like an orchid hidden in a deep valley, understated yet unforgettable. Is that so? Perhaps I misremembered. Oh, I didn't expect Jianzhou's renowned counselor to have untold past anecdotes as well. Cantarella walked closer, her tone light with a hint of laughter. "It truly has been a long time, Chongli." Chongli turned to face her, giving a slight nod. "Indeed, it has been a while. If not for matters in Jianzhou taking me to the Black Shores, I likely wouldn't have been able to come as promised. The situation in Jianzhou isn't optimistic either. Who can say for sure?" A faint smile touched Chongli's lips, but her gaze turned toward the distant islands. "It's Renacida." Her voice softened as if listening to echoes in the wind. "Ever since I entered these waters, I've been hearing a low, incessant murmuring in my ears. It seems that entity does not welcome outsiders." Cantarella gave a non-committal chuckle. "Or perhaps it simply wishes to invite you to sink into the deep sea together." The corner of Chongli's eye lifted slightly as she replied with a smile. "What unfortunate timing. Barado and water are incompatible. I'm afraid I cannot accompany you. Having sailed from afar, you must be quite tired. Why not rest in my quarters for a while? We could speak in detail there," Cantarella suggested. "I prepared some invigorating spices, though. Of course, they can also help you sink into a deep, pleasant sleep if you wish." Chongli nodded with a smile. "I am indeed a bit weary. Let's talk inside, then." The two then walked side by side toward the inner chambers. However, just before stepping through the cabin door, Chongli suddenly looked back, her gaze once again sweeping over Ray's face. Her expression seemed thoughtful. Ray stood where he was. Though he didn't fully understand the deeper meaning of their conversation, he faintly felt he had glimpsed an unusual meeting. Didn't Cantarella just say that woman named Chongli was Jianzhou's renowned counselor? Come to think of it, what official rank was counselor? Well, being associated with Jianzhou and Huanglong, the rank was likely not low. But for such a figure to visit Renacida, didn't the order send anyone to intervene? Or perhaps this was simply a private invitation from the Fisalia family? Ray didn't know, but it was clear such matters weren't something a small fry like him was meant to know. Of course, he also had no intention of telling anyone about today's events. Since he had promised Cantarella to keep it confidential, he absolutely would not break his word. Not even the second young miss could be told. Ray left the Fisalia family ship. He summoned the gondola again from his terminal, looked back, and saw the large ship fading into the distance, becoming a hazy silhouette in the mist. He didn't linger further, turning to let the gondola carry him toward the Isle of Lamenting Tombs, Penitent's End. Lost Moon Zero ambush in the fog this island carried an unsettling atmosphere. From the moment Ray set foot on the island, the gradually dissipating mist surged back, enveloping him heavily. He glanced down at his terminal. It should have been sunrise, yet the sky remained gloomy. Dark clouds hung low, lightning flickering between their layers. The rumble of thunder seemed to roll down from the heavens, making the place feel like land forsaken by the gods. This should be the island the second young miss mentioned. But, he murmured to himself, scanning his surroundings. A pilgrimage journey? Shipwrecks and fragments were scattered along the shore, some half buried in black sand, others floating with the waves. Whether they had been attacked by some terrifying creature or torn apart by violent storms was unknown. Oh, right, wasn't someone supposed to meet me? Why don't I see anyone? Ray muttered to himself in confusion, then dialed Carlotta's communication line. Fortunately, this wretched place had some faint signal. After a few beeps, the connection went through. Ray, you've arrived? Carlotta's voice came through the terminal, sounding a bit hoarse, the weariness like a thin veil she couldn't quite hide. I'm here, but this place doesn't feel right. Ray responded while cautiously surveying his surroundings. It's eerie cold, doesn't seem like a good place. That island is indeed a bit eerie, but with your skills, you should be able to handle it. Carlotta spoke, unable to suppress a yawn, her voice growing increasingly weary. You should have reached the Fool's Troop by now, right? Troop? What troop? Ray looked puzzled, frowning slightly. I took the gondola straight to shore and onto the island. Didn't see a single person the whole way. What did you say? Carlotta's voice instantly tightened, all sleepiness gone. You went straight onto the island. Ray was taken aback by her sudden tension. Yeah, is there something wrong? TCH, this is troublesome now. Carlotta's rapid breathing came through the line. Stay right where you are. Send me your coordinates immediately. I'll arrange for someone to meet you right away. All right. After the call ended, Ray found a relatively dry spot to sit down. He took some bread from his bag and chewed mechanically a few times to replenish his energy. He looked down, staring at his right hand. The Tayset mark had calmed down, as if nothing had happened. That moment earlier, how exactly had he split the giant wave? Even he found it hard to explain clearly. He only vaguely remembered devouring some kind of frequency that constituted the wave. In Solaris 3, everything was built from frequencies. Once a frequency was lost, it would completely disintegrate. So, I can devour the frequency of all things? But if that were truly the case, what happened after devouring it? Could I use it for myself? Also, how could I actively trigger my resonance ability? He reached out, experimentally waving a few times, but everything around him remained quiet. Nothing happened. Whatever, I'll figure it out slowly once I'm back. At any rate, he finally had a resonance ability. Just as Ray was focused on his own abilities, he completely failed to notice the fog along the coastline was quietly thickening, almost swallowing all visible light and outlines. Crunch. The crisp sound of rotting wood being crushed suddenly pierced the silence. Ray's head jerked up, his heart instantly tightening. Only at this moment did he realize with a shock he had been silently surrounded by countless remnants. Would they get close? No, that's not right. These remnants seemed to have materialized out of this white fog itself. No wonder I didn't notice at all. This place really is bizarre. Ray tightened his grip on the crystalline swift blade and slowly stood up. Before this, he had never truly fought a remnant. Though echoes and remnants were hard to distinguish by appearance, their aggressiveness and danger levels were on entirely different scales. If he were an ordinary person, fear might have already consumed him by now. But for some reason, instead of fear, Ray felt a sliver of hard-to-suppress excitement at this moment. Even an eagerness to act. Perfect. Let me test just how sharp the sword the second young miss gave me really is. And perhaps, during the fight, I might even trigger my resonance ability again. The moment his words fell, the surrounding remnants, as if pulled by an invisible force, suddenly lunged at Ray. He took a step back, the crystalline swift blade in his hand cutting a cold arc, precisely piercing the closest remnant. The moment the blade touched it, The remnant's arm rapidly crystallized into translucent crystal, refracting a bizarre light in the gloom, before shattering and scattering. This sudden change made Ray pause briefly before understanding dawned on him. It was Carlotta's resonance ability. Although this crystalline swift blade was just a projection created by her ability, containing less than a tenth of her original power, it still inherited some of the ability's characteristics. Ray gently shook off the lingering crystal fragments from the blade, murmuring to himself, "It seems this should be enough to deal with these things." The remnants howled, charging at him once more. Ray spun, swinging the blade. Wherever the edge passed, Cinturado, Ray's actual combat experience was extremely lacking, practically a blank slate. Yet, bizarrely, his body seemed already familiar with battle. Each swing of the sword, each dodge, was driven by a deep-seated instinct, smooth, fluid, clean, with no hesitation or wasted movement. Even Ray himself was puzzled by this. Am I really this skilled at fighting? Roar! Just then, a heaven-shaking roar exploded, a vast pressure instantly freezing all the remnants in place, unable to move. Ray's heart also tightened. He abruptly looked up at the gloomy sky, torn by lightning. Within the churning dark clouds, a massive shadow was weaving back and forth at an astonishing speed, its form unfathomable, its presence terrifying. He stared at the sky, whispering softly, "That's a dragon?" Without a doubt, it was a dragon. It unfurled its grotesque, sky-obscuring wings, emerging starkly from the cold wind and thunderclouds. Its cold, vertical pupils looked down upon the earth like a god disdainful of ants. "This is bad." The second young miss didn't mention such a creature existed on this island. Lost Moon Zero Guy's remnant here are Tayset discords. Don't get confused, the dragon's assault and Renacida. Dragons, these fantastical creatures did indeed exist. But Ray had never seen one with his own eyes. Most people believed dragons were just a fading vestige of past glory, destined to vanish. Until this moment, not only did he see one, but he was also staring into a pair of vertical pupils belonging to the WYRM, burning with the fires of the abyss. This one means no good. Ray stared at the shadow in the sky while constantly scanning his surroundings, looking for a place to hide. But this desolate coast offered nothing besides shipwrecks torn by waves and dark, jagged rocks. This meant he had nowhere to hide. Completely exposed under the dragon's gaze, as clear as ink on white paper. Apart from defeating it head-on, there seemed to be only one other option: run. The thought flashed, and without the slightest hesitation, Ray spun around and charged out of the temporarily stunned group of remnants, sprinting with all his might into the distance. High in the sky, the dragon let out a roar that tore the heavens. Scorching dragon fire erupted from its ferocious maw, sweeping across the entire coast like apocalyptic rain. The remnants turned to ash the instant the dragon fire touched them, vanishing without a trace. Ray didn't look back, but he clearly felt the surging high temperature pressing against his back like a wall of heat. The dragon roared as it closed in, carrying a suffocating pressure, as if the entire sky was collapsing toward the ground. He saw the light around him being rapidly swallowed. The massive dragon's shadow spread like a tide, completely drowning the last glimmer of daylight. Can't escape. It's too fast. Ray abruptly stopped, turned, and faced the sky-obscuring shadow. Just as the dragon was about to pounce, he leaped into the air, landing precisely on its scaly head. Without the slightest hesitation, he gripped the sword with both hands, raising it high overhead, and drove it down with all his strength toward the Barado-esque skull beneath him. The sword tip and scales collided with a sharp, grating screech, but the blade could not break through any further. The dragon's hide was far tougher than imagined. Brute force alone couldn't pierce it. TCH, where's my resonance ability? This is the time it should activate. Hurry up and devour this dragon's frequency. But no matter how he tried to mobilize it, the power within remained as still as dead water. Under the sword's edge, the Barado remained unscathed, and the resonance he had hoped for never appeared. The Barado violently raised its head, letting out a furious roar. With a sudden violent shake, it tried to fling Ray off its head. Ray clung desperately to the sword hilt wedged between scales with both hands, but he couldn't withstand the terrifying force. He was thrown into the air and slammed heavily onto the beach below. The soft sand absorbed most of the impact. He staggered to his feet, fortunately unharmed except for his numb, vibrating arms. TCH troublesome. He quickly tightened his grip on the crystalline swift blade, resuming a battle stance as he looked up at the roaring, circling dragon in the sky, his brow deeply furrowed. What now? His attacks couldn't inflict any damage on it at all. As his thoughts raced, the dragon opened its maw again. A scorching light gathered in its throat, condensing into a dragon fire capable of incinerating all things, then shot forth. Where the flames passed, the air twisted and steamed. All matter vanished, as if space itself was collapsing under the burn. Ray's pupils contracted sharply. Instinct told him to turn and flee. But at the moment of movement, he froze stiff. His right arm rose on its own, uncontrollably, directly facing the destructive dragon fire. What's happening? He desperately tried to pull his arm back, but couldn't move it at all. On the back of his hand, the Tayset mark was flickering with an unprecedented golden light. Could it be? Ray had no time to think. The annihilating dragon fire was already roaring toward him. He instinctively closed his eyes, but the expected agony of being burned alive never came. Instead, a turbulent, violent gust of wind, carrying sand and stones, swept over him. He slowly opened his eyes, stunned to see. The dragon fire that should have consumed everything was disintegrating inch by inch right in front of his right hand, turning into countless firefly-like frequencies, all absorbed into his palm. Only after the last flicker of flame vanished into his palm did the golden Tayset mark on his hand gradually calm, returning to silence. This is what happened. Ray looked at his right hand, his face a mix of shock and disbelief. Though he had guessed his resonance ability, he never imagined the activation condition would be so demanding. It only activates when survival hangs by a thread. What if it does not activate in time, and I am lost? Wouldn't that make it pretty useless? But right now, Ray had no time to ponder further. After seeing its breath inexplicably devoured, the dragon seemed stunned for a moment, but quickly reacted. It let out an even more enraged roar and plunged down toward him. Boom! Just then, several deafening explosions erupted from deep within the island. Several artillery shells, like scorching meteors, streaked across the sky and crashed precisely onto the dragon's tough scales, exploding into balls of flame. Though such attacks seemed unlikely to deal fatal damage, they thoroughly ignited its fury. The dragon let out a heaven-shaking roar, violently beat its wings, and ignoring Ray on the beach, turned and sped toward the direction the shells had come from. My, sorry we're late. A clear, cheerful voice came from the thick fog as several figures gradually approached. Leading them was a young man dressed in captain's attire, with a bright smile on his face. And beside him was actually a little girl riding on some sort of box-shaped device with arms. Their attire was bizarre, almost absurd, completely clashing with the desolate coastal atmosphere. Ray turned to look, wariness and confusion in his eyes. Who are you? Allow me to introduce myself. The young man stepped forward and gave a composed bow. I'm Brant, the director of the Fool's Troop. This is my first mate. Though she's young, she's a very reliable partner. Hello, the little girl greeted shyly. Imhokya. We were originally entrusted by Miss Carlotta to meet you at sea. Brant's tone grew slightly more serious, showing a hint of apology. But the sea suddenly got foggy, and all terminals malfunctioned. We just received Miss Carlotta's emergency coordinates, so we rushed over immediately. We're truly sorry. It's fine. Hearing Carlotta's name, Ray relaxed his tense nerves a little. But that dragon. Don't worry, that was actually a decoy we set up. No one was there. Brant waved a hand with a laugh. Before it comes back, why don't we head back to our base? To make up for it, I'd like to offer you some wine I've treasured for years, as our esteemed guest. What wine treasured for years? Rosia, riding on the box, suddenly looked up and deadpanned, exposing him. Didn't you just buy it secretly with the troops' funds? Haha, you knew about that all along. A flicker of embarrassment crossed Brant's face as he hurriedly straightened his captain's hat. Let's go, esteemed guest. It's time to head to the Fool's Elysium. Ray nodded, but as he lifted his foot to follow, he suddenly heard a voice. What's wrong? Seeing Ray suddenly frozen in place, the two walking ahead turned to look at him in unison. Ray shook his head, asking in confusion, Did one of you just say you were very hungry? The Fool's troop, dark clouds churned. Ray followed behind Brant and Rosia, his gaze cautiously scanning the surroundings. Scattered along the coast weren't just ships shattered by storms or reefs. Many bore the Order's flag nearly intact, yet beached in batches on the sand like abandoned leviathans, silent and sorrowful. At this moment, Carlotta's meaningful words before his departure suddenly became clear in his mind. He paused, stopping before a sailboat angled into the sand, murmuring to himself, These ships, could they be the Order's pilgrimage ships? The two ahead turned simultaneously at his voice. Brant crossed his arms, a faint, wry smile tugging at the corner of his lips, his tone a mix of mockery and a kind of almost carefree chill. In Ragunna, those who break the law are sent to the absolution court for trial. But those who violate doctrine are labeled fools by the Order and sent onto these so-called pilgrimage ships, under the pretense of retracing the holy path and reflecting on their foolish acts. Though the Order always proclaims to the outside that if one remains devout and patient, sinners will eventually return to Ragunna. The truth is, he paused, lowering his voice, yet each word was clear. This is just an excuse the Order uses to cover up its own crimes. Once the shackles of thought loosen, it means there's no possibility of faith again, at least not so purely. And the Order naturally cannot tolerate such thinking. Those devout fools believe repentance will earn forgiveness, unaware that from the moment they step onto the deck, they've already been marked for a grim end. A harsh, unforgiving truth. But Ray's reaction wasn't as intense. This was because everything unfolding was within his expectations. As a transmigrator, he naturally knew that behind the glamorous facade of so-called religion lay a symphony of blood and tears. So, that's why you're called a fool's troop? Ray's gaze swept over Brant, then settled on Rosia. But how exactly were you exiled? Me? Brant suddenly laughed, the sound hearty yet tinged with self-mockery. Actually, it's quite simple. When I was a child, I stood before the Cathedral of Mercury, pointed at the statue of the Sentinel, and shouted, No one has truly seen the Sentinel, so why decide this is him? And besides, why does the Sentinel have a horse's head and a fish's body? Doesn't anyone find that strange? He shrugged, his tone light. And then, that was it. As for Rosia, Brant reached over and ruffled the little girl's hair beside him. When she was little, she performed in a stage play that the Order banned. After that, well, you see, he didn't continue, just gave a faint smile. Everything was left unspoken. Ray fell silent. He could somewhat understand Brant's reason for exile. Openly questioning faith in a religion-dominated city-state was practically asking for trouble. If Ray were the authority, he'd have made Brant divide himself 3 ways and go attack the Sonora style long ago. But Rosia, he truly couldn't understand. How old did this little girl look? Just for performing in a band play, she was branded a criminal and exiled to this desolate coast? Rosia seemed to see through Ray's thoughts. She looked up, trying to speak calmly. It's really nothing. Here, Rosia has a new family. Everyone in the Fool's Troop is my family. She paused slightly, then added softly, Also, don't pat my head. I want to grow tall. Brant laughed heartily beside her. Oh, so how tall do you want to grow? Like me? Rosia turned her head away, muttering, At least as tall as Carlotta. Ray fell silent again. This child sets the bar so low. I wonder what she's been through to think that's already enough. He sighed softly, but couldn't help patting her head, encouraging gently. Rosia, you should have confidence. One day, you'll definitely grow taller than Sister Carlotta. B, but I think Sister Carlotta is already very tall. She blinked, suddenly asking, do you guys think Sister Carlotta is short? Ray and Brant fell silent simultaneously. Brant forced a dry laugh, quickly changing the subject. Ahaha, kids say silly things. Speaking of which, if not for Miss Carlotta's continued support of our troop, we wouldn't be where we are today. Let's go, esteemed guest. Let's head back to the troop for some rest first. No need to call me esteemed guest. Ray smiled at them. My name is Ray, the Fool's Troop's base. It was inside a natural cave underground on the island. Completely unlike the lifeless scene above, deep within the cave was a warm, vibrant world. Soft lighting, friendly voices, an atmosphere of peace and harmony everywhere, like a forgotten paradise. Welcome to the Fool's Troop, Brant spread his arms. A hint of pride in his tone. This sanctuary far from worldly prejudice. Ray looked around, surprise evident in his eyes. It's truly unbelievable you built your base on this island. Though the sea fog is dangerous, it's also our best cover, Brant explained. Besides Miss Carlotta's support, we occasionally tour the city-states of Renacida or escort passing ships to earn some extra income for survival. Although this guy, Rosia chimed in softly beside him, always spends the money he earns on drinking and gambling. Hey, you can't say that. Brant's face flushed slightly as he hurriedly defended himself. I only use extra money I made myself. Never touched a single coin of the troop's funds. Oh, speaking of which, I almost forgot. The device Miss Carlotta entrusted us with. Let me show it to you now. It's a high-tech product all the way from the New Federation. I was so afraid of damaging it, I've kept it untouched in the warehouse. But before that, would you like to grab something to eat first? Brant asked him. You were so hungry you started hallucinating earlier. Hallucinating from hunger? Oh, Brant was referring to Ray's auditory hallucination earlier. He looked at his right hand, utterly puzzled. Could that voice earlier really have been an illusion? Perfect timing. Rosia is hungry too. The little girl beside him gently tugged his sleeve, her voice soft. I heard lunch today has strawberry cake and seafood stewed noodles. Brother Ray, let's go eat together? Faced with Rosia's hopeful gaze, Ray found it hard to refuse. Plus, after the battles, he genuinely felt empty inside. So he nodded with a smile. All right, let's go get something to eat first. The exiled sanctuary, every member of the Fool's Troop has been exiled by the Order. Brant and Rosia walked ahead of Ray, explaining the story behind the troop. Some were dissatisfied with the Order's rule, seen as thorns in their side, and ultimately exiled, Rosia added softly. And others, even the Order itself, probably couldn't clearly state the exact reason for exiling them. Brant shook his head, a wry smile touching his lips as if remembering something. For example, Badier was just fishing out a fish that had been ritually released by the Order. He ended up on trial and was eventually expelled from his homeland. Hearing this, Ray couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. With such an absurd reason, they could exile someone? Brant shrugged, a note of helplessness in his voice. Well, not entirely. Let's just say his luck was terrible. The first time he caught that fish, he released it immediately. But not long after, he caught it again, then a third time, a fourth time. The news quickly reached the Order's ears. No matter how he explained, it was useless. Rosia continued, a complex look in her eyes. In the end, he was still exiled. Ray was momentarily speechless. This was probably the unluckiest fisherman had ever heard of. Though, from another perspective, as a fisherman, he was at least competent, never returned empty-handed. Isn't it a reason that leaves you speechless? Ray nodded. Honestly, yes. But the Order exiles so many people every year. Does the troop accept all of them? Rosia shook her head, explaining softly. Not everyone chooses to stay with the troop. Some still hold on a hope for the Order, trying every means to return to Ragunna. A few do succeed, but the price is losing their freedom forever, living day and night under the Order's surveillance. Others choose to start new lives in other city-states of Renacida. Some go into seclusion on the Riccioli Islands, away from worldly affairs. Others go to Septimont, becoming gladiators, fighting in the arena, hoping glory will buy their way back home someday. And some even, roam the seas as pirates. So, the number of people the troop actually takes in each year is very limited. I see. Ray seemed thoughtful, suddenly noticing what looked like green branch and laurel salad in the troop's dining area. Isn't that the Order's sacred meal? Why is it here? Shouldn't the exiled harbor resentment toward everything associated with the Order? The Order is the Order. The Sentinel is the Sentinel. Brant picked up a tray, calmly accepting a steaming bowl of seafood stewed noodles from a troop member serving food. It was the Order that exiled us, not the Sentinel. Most people in the troop still hold devout faith in the Sentinel. Besides, there's a revelry laureate in the troop who personally heard the Sentinel's voice. The Sentinel told him, "The body is the temple of the spirit. One should consume less of what harms it," and recommended green branch and laurel salad. So that tradition continued within the troop. Brant glanced at the salad plate. "But honestly, that stuff really doesn't taste good. Want to try some?" Ray quickly shook his head. That stuff, a long time ago, when visiting the cathedral, had tried it once at his sister's recommendation. Let's just say, it was hard to swallow. He had no idea how Phoebe managed to eat it. But Frolova would probably like that kind of sour, astringent food, right? After lunch, it was time to get down to business. Ray hadn't come to the Fool's Troop for a vacation. He needed to get the equipment quickly and return to Ragunna. Brant led him to a storage room and pointed to a corner. There, that's the one. It was a black briefcase, plain-looking, even somewhat inconspicuous, showing no sign of being special at all. Ray walked over, lightly touching the surface of the case. "This is it?" "Yep," Brant confirmed. "According to Miss Carlotta, the case's password is your employee ID." Ray nodded, picked up the briefcase, and entered his employee ID. With a soft click, the lid popped open. The interior was very simple. Just one device that could be fixed to the forearm and another device resembling a USB drive. Ray picked up the arm-worn device, carefully securing it to his left arm, curiosity in his eyes. What exactly does this thing do? Brant frowned slightly, trying hard to recall. "I'm not entirely clear on the specifics. But Miss Carlotta mentioned it seems to be equipment that can mask one's own frequency, able to conceal the user's presence to some extent from echoes and phantoms." "I see." Ray nodded thoughtfully. He then picked up the USB drive-like device, examining it carefully. This must be the so-called virus. His mission was clear: infiltrate Giacomo's office and use it to copy all the data from his computer. Good. Now that he had the tools, all that remained was to wait for the concert to begin. He wondered how things were going between the second young miss and Frolova. It probably wouldn't get too tense, right? Thinking back to the atmosphere when the two met earlier gave Ray a headache. One was his boss and girlfriend, albeit fake. The other was a melancholic landmine woman who saw him as a substitute. Two women in the same scene. What kind of good drama could possibly come of that? They couldn't have already had a falling out, could they? Also, I still don't know what exactly it is that Frolova mentioned, that promise I'm supposed to make. "HM, what are you spacing out for?" Brant's hand suddenly waved in front of his eyes. Ray snapped back to reality, offering a slightly awkward smile. "Sorry, I was just lost in thought for a moment." "Really?" Brant's gaze fell on the device attached to Ray's arm, his tone eager. "This is a rare opportunity. Want to test its effects first? I've never heard of a device that can mask one's own frequency, making someone invisible to phantoms and echoes." Nearby, Rosia nodded repeatedly, eyes brimming with curiosity. "I'd really like to see it with my own eyes, too, whether it's truly that amazing." Hearing their suggestion, Ray's own interest was piqued. "All right, to make sure the mission goes off without a hitch, we might as well run a test." As he spoke, he followed the manual's instructions and activated the device's power supply. "Next, I just need to pull this down, and it should start up." Ray murmured the steps to himself, then set the manual aside. His eyes fixed on the device on his left arm. He took a deep breath and flipped the switch. Instantly, the device expanded slightly, emitting a peculiar, faint frequency. Yet the moment the device activated, both Brant and Rocio winced in pain at the same time, their hands flying up to cover their ears in unison. "What's wrong?" Ray quickly asked, noticing their distress. "I don't know what happened," Brant explained, fighting through the discomfort. As soon as the device started, I heard an incredibly grating static noise drilling into my ears. It's really unpleasant. Rosia kept her hands pressed over her ears. Me too. That sound is making me dizzy. Hearing this, Ray was puzzled. Is that so? Did I maybe operate it wrong? He picked up the manual again to skim through it carefully. Suddenly, his eyes caught a line of small print in the notes on the last page. Note: as the device is still in the development phase, activation may cause significant noise interference for nearby resonators. This is a normal phenomenon. Ordinary humans and phantoms cannot perceive this frequency. This device is intended solely for evading echoes and phantoms. Please avoid using it near resonators to prevent alerting them. Ray fell silent. So what you're saying is this thing's real function is to announce to the enemy that I'm infiltrating and they should get ready? A flawed tool. So basically, this device isn't just useless against resonators. It actually backfires? After hearing Ray's explanation, Rosia and Brant couldn't help but doubt the gadget's reliability and practicality. That's what the manual says, Ray replied calmly, placing the instructions aside. But it's fine. As long as it can keep me hidden from echoes and phantoms, that's enough. After all, his mission was to infiltrate Giacomo's core office. Based on the current intel, Giacomo almost never allowed anyone but his most trusted into the core area. Security, there most likely relied on echoes, not resonators. If that was truly the case, then this device might just be the perfect tool for the job. Want to test its effects outside? Brant suggested, looking at Ray. Ray nodded. I was thinking the same. Let's go. We'll find some phantoms on the island and see for ourselves if this thing actually works. They left the troops' base together, heading toward the mist-shrouded coastline. The fog spread like a veil from the sea of clouds, a haze known as the echo mist. Countless phantoms, drawn by its frequency, haunted the island, their mournful, piercing whispers echoing day and night. What was once a sacred land had now become island of lamentation. The three stood on higher ground, looking out at the ceaseless, restless tide of phantoms surging along the shore. This place is perfect, Ray said to the other two. I'm going to test it now. Don't worry, we've got your back, Bran assured him, patting his bravado confidently. If anything happens, the first mate and I will step in immediately. Ray gave them a slight smile, took a deep breath, and leaped into the dense sea mist. Inside the fog, it was eerily quiet, almost soundless. Only vague silhouettes occasionally drifted silently through the haze, wandering phantoms. All right then, he murmured to himself and activated the device. Instantly, a peculiar frequency emitted from the device, enveloping him. Ray cautiously took a few steps forward. The phantoms lingering among the mist continued their aimless pacing, showing no reaction to his presence. Normally, these phantoms would have sensed his frequency and swarmed toward him long ago. It actually works. Ray ventured deeper into the mist. The surrounding phantoms ignored his existence completely, as if he were nothing more than an insignificant gust of wind. Of course, this didn't mean he was completely invisible to them. If he got too close, they would still detect him. That's enough testing. Time to head back. After a short while, Ray calmly emerged from the thick fog. Brant and Rosia, who had been waiting in place, visibly relaxed. So, the results were good? Brant stepped forward to ask. Yes, even better than expected, Ray replied. But I still can't get too close to the phantoms, or they'll notice me. That's already impressive. If everyone in the troop could be equipped with this device, we wouldn't have to worry about the threat of phantoms anymore, Brant said, a note of regret in his voice. It's a shame this thing is still in the trial phase. According to Miss Carlotta, even she had to pay a hefty price to get this test version. Brother Ray, do you want to head back now, or rest here for a bit? Rosia looked up at him. You've been drifting at sea for so long and just went through a battle. You must be exhausted, right? The troop has already prepared a room for you to rest. Brant chimed in from the side. I also recommend you take a breather at the troop. Even a captain who has weathered storms needs moments of calm. Hearing this, Ray thought they made a good point. He had been drifting at sea for a long time and had been fighting nonstop. He truly felt weary. Besides, rushing back to Ragunna now would serve no purpose at all. The concert was still in the planning stages. In that case, they'll rest here for a while before heading out, Ray replied with a nod and a smile. Thank you for the trouble. Ragunna. Carlotta sat gracefully by the floor-to-ceiling window. Soft melodies flowed through the restaurant as she lifted her teacup, taking a light sip of the steaming black tea. This tea had come all the way from Huanglong, carrying a subtle, elegant fragrance that was hard to describe, distinctly different from the local blends of Ragunna. 10 minutes ago, she had received a message from Ray. He had obtained the device, completed the test, and was preparing to return. Everything was proceeding smoothly. The preliminary phase was halfway done, and now came the most critical part, to bring Ragunna a performance that everyone was eagerly awaiting. Top, top, top. A set of measured, heavy footsteps echoed through the empty restaurant. Carlotta gently set down her teacup and looked at the young woman before her, a polite, measured smile gracing her features. Please have a seat, Miss Frolova. Frolova's expression remained cool. Instead of sitting, she glanced around first, her tone laced with clear skepticism. If I recall correctly, the person I was supposed to meet was Ray. Where is he? Perhaps you are misremembering, Carlotta replied, unfazed by the discourtesy, her posture still the picture of composed elegance. He asked you to come, to meet with me. Frolova's brow furrowed slightly at that, but she took a seat nonetheless. So, what do you wish to discuss? Cooperation? As a gesture of my sincerity, Carlotta offered her a smile, though before that, allow me to apologize for my behavior at the patisserie. An apology? That piqued Frolova's interest. To me? Of course, Carlotta's tone was even. I've heard from Ray about what transpired between you two. I sympathize deeply with your ordeal, but Ray is not the person you believe him to be. As his girlfriend, it is my responsibility to stand by him. She enunciated the words girlfriend with particular clarity, as if emphasizing her position. Therefore, business is business, and personal matters are personal, she continued. I hope Miss Frolova will not transfer your personal sentiments onto Ray. Frolova picked up her tea and took a small sip. Did you come here to pick a fight with me? Certainly not. Carlotta's expression remained serene. I merely wish that once our cooperation concludes, he will no longer be subjected to baseless mistreatment. Frolova crossed her legs, a non-committal smile playing on her bravado. And what if I said, I insist on bothering him? Are you threatening me? Carlotta gave a slight shake of her head, her voice still gentle. The Montelli family is not a syndicate, and I would never do such a thing. I only hope Miss Frolova can distinguish the boundaries and refrain from projecting personal feelings onto others. Is that so? Frolova stood up, clearly unwilling to stay a moment longer. It seems our conversation ends here, but rest assured, the cooperation will continue. She walked toward the door, but paused, turning back to cast a meaningful glance over her shoulder. Also, a word of advice, Ms. Carlotta, do not jump to conclusions before you fully understand another person's entire story. What if I told you that Ray is that very person? Return to Ragunna drifted all night, finally getting close. On the sea's surface, tinged with dawnlight, Ray rode a gondola alone toward the gradually clearer silhouette of Ragunna. He let out a soft sigh, his tense nerves finally relaxing a little. Yesterday had spent a leisurely, peaceful day at the Fool's Troop. After saying goodbye to Rosia and Brant, he set off back to Ragunna. The sea breeze was cool, the night long, but now he was finally about to dock. As agreed, Carlotta should already be waiting for him at the dock. Not long after, the gondola slowly approached shore. In the morning light, Ray vaguely saw a slender figure leaning against the dock, holding a bottle of milk, waving lightly at him. You've worked hard. The moment he stepped ashore, Carlotta approached and handed him another bottle of milk. Here, having some milk in the morning is good for you. Milk? Ray took the glass bottle, still slightly cool and damp. His gaze inadvertently swept over Carlotta. A thought suddenly popped into his head. Wasn't it a bit late to start drinking milk now? After all, the growth period was long over. Carlotta keenly caught his shifting gaze, narrowing her eyes slightly. I feel like you're thinking something silly? Ray paused briefly, then immediately shook his head, his expression firm. Absolutely not. Really? Carlotta leaned in closer, standing on her toes to scrutinize his eyes carefully. After finding nothing, she turned away, idly twirling a strand of hair, speaking in a deliberately casual tone. I just genuinely like drinking milk, that's all. No other reason. Understand? Just like some people love coffee in the morning, others prefer energy drinks, and I just like milk. Got it. Ray saw through it, but didn't expose her, simply smiling. I understand, second young Mississippi. I understand. That's good. Carlotta nodded with satisfaction before changing the subject. Oh, right. You've tested the device by now, right? Tested it. Ray replied. It does provide good concealment in front of echoes and remnants. But the noise it releases can still be detected by resonators, which might alert them. Carlotta seemed thoughtful. Is that so? But considering Giacomo's cautious nature, the security in his core areas besides his close associates probably mostly relies on echoes. Just be extra careful with your movements then. Even if occasional noise leaks, those resonators will likely just suspect they misheard. So speed is key, quiet, clean, leave no traces. Ray nodded. I understand. By the way, second young miss, how did things go with Frolova? Carlotta leaned lightly against the dock railing, her tone sounding relatively even. Mostly settled. The cooperation arrangements are made. It's just, I feel something is off. Off. MHM. Carlotta pondered for a moment. I offered many generous terms, but she didn't want any of them. Money, status, fame, all the things ordinary people pursue, she seemed utterly indifferent to. Frolova isn't like anyone I've dealt with before. Oh, that certainly piqued Ray's curiosity. Though he was the one who asked Frolova for help, the specific terms of cooperation were all negotiated personally by Carlotta. He wasn't aware of the details. Then what does she actually want? Yeah, what does she actually want? Carlotta turned around, a meaningful smile on her face. Want to take a guess? A faint chill suddenly ran down Ray's back. A sense of foreboding quietly surfaced. Could it be Frolova really has feelings for me? This whole substitute thing. All right, just teasing you. Carlotta chuckled lightly, her tone softening. Frolova didn't actually specify any conditions. But I get the feeling she has some special interest in you. After the cooperation ends, she might still come looking for you. Of course, how you handle that is up to you. But if she really bothers you, you can come to me anytime. I'll help you deal with this trouble. Deal with it physically? Invite her to the Rickley Islands for fishing? The Montelli family isn't a mafia. We wouldn't do things involving violence and harm. Carlotta blinked innocently. Just invite her for a meal. Have a good chat. Maybe during the chat, she'll realize it's difficult and back off on her own. It doesn't sound like just a simple meal. Ray said, but Frolova doesn't seem to have bad intentions. Perhaps she was just hurt too deeply in the past, lost hope in this world, and that's why she seems so detached. Besides, this time, I reached out to her, not the other way around. If possible, becoming friends with her, helping her slowly move past the shadows of her past, might also be a good option. Hearing this, a playful glint flashed in Carlotta's eyes as she teased lightly. Seems you have a good impression of that woman. Already planning for the future? Well, it's true. She's beautiful, has a unique aesthetic. It's not strange if you like her. Oh, right. I just remembered. Your relationship with a certain sister at the order is also quite good, isn't it? Why do I feel? Your tone is a bit strange, second young miss. Ray said seriously. As for Phoebe, our relationship is even simpler. Simple now doesn't mean it won't change in the future. Carlotta snorted lightly, her gaze turning toward the distant cathedral of Mercury. You've been to penitence, and so you must have seen the other side beneath the order's glamorous exterior. What kind of bloody, terrifying rule lies hidden under those magnificent robes? Her tone grew colder, claiming to be messengers of God, yet committing despicable deeds in secret. In the order's eyes, any questioning or criticism is absolutely forbidden. Only endlessly praising the Sentinel's virtues is Ragunna's eternal truth. How hypocritical. Carlotta was right. After witnessing the Order's atrocities firsthand, he held no further illusions about them. But she's different, Ray said, his expression softening. I'm not denying her kindness. In fact, I've interacted with her a few times on some occasions in the past. A pure, budding lily, her kindness is as unquestionable as her piety. But without sufficient strength, kindness and piety can only lead one down the path of blind faith. No offense, but this is a dilemma every believer faces, what they truly believe in. Is it some purposefully crafted illusion, or is it principles and creeds with tangible meaning? Crafted illusion? Ray paused, not understanding Carlotta's meaning. In short, the Order has concealed part of the truth about the past. The Sentinel might not actually look like the horse-headed, fish-bodied figure we see today. Carlotta continued. The reason the Montelli family pursues freedom and openness is to uncover the long-lost truth of the past. Of course, that's a topic for later. Carlotta turned to face Ray, asking softly in a subtle tone, and I'm just saying if, one day in the future, if the Order and the family come to blows, would you stand by my side or hers? This was practically a trick question. The best response might be silence. Or perhaps she suddenly posed this question with another purpose in mind. Second young miss. Before you asked this question, did you already have an answer in mind? Carlotta nodded. MHM. Then you're not asking me a question. You're looking for trouble. It's probably because I doubted your motive for drinking milk earlier, and you're angry. Carlotta nodded again, her smile gradually growing stiffer. A little. Ray swallowed, speaking sincerely. I've deeply realized my mistake. Can you give me another chance? An unexpected reunion, bonus. In the following days, Ray had nothing to worry about. All he needed to do was wait peacefully for the concert to begin. Leave all the concert preparations to me. Just take this time to relax and rest properly. That's how Carlotta instructed him. With these unexpected few days of leisure, Ray decided to truly unwind, using the best possible state to face the upcoming mission. The previous experiences still weighed on his mind. Whether the anomalies at sea or the shock from the dragon on the island hadn't fully subsided. Of course, Ray didn't tell Carlotta about his encounter with the head of the Fisalia family. At this critical juncture, he didn't want any unnecessary complications. Moreover, among the various rumors circulating in Ragunna, the Fisalia family was synonymous with ruthlessness and unscrupulous methods. People always spoke of them with fear. But Ray faintly felt that head of the family, Canarella, didn't seem as cruel as the rumors suggested. In fact, she appeared even more composed and elegant than the second young Mississippi. Perhaps all of this was just his misconception. After all, the Fisalia family today had long been in collusion with the Order of the Deep. Ray quietly gazed at the sapphire blue sky, his thoughts drifting. After a moment, he felt hunger pangs and decided to fill his stomach first, replenish his energy, and then make plans. Maybe he'd visit the Cathedral of Mercury, not for pilgrimage, of course, but just to see Phoebe and strengthen their friendship. The positive kind of friendship. Despite the Order of the Deep's countless, heinous crimes, the saying still held. She's different. However, Ray was a bit worried. If a devout priest like Phoebe one day discovered the light she believed in was actually a path of suffering paved with violence and hardship, would the collapse of her faith take away her will to live? And not just Phoebe. Within the Order of the Deep, there were many sisters and brothers just as innocent and kind as her. Unaware of the darkness the Order concealed, they simply acted on pure faith, diligently fulfilling their duties, spreading ideals of love and peace to the world. Once their faith collapsed, Ragunna's order would be completely changed. Such a headache. Ray sighed softly, his gaze shifting toward the direction of Trattoria Margherita. The restaurant was still bustling, business booming, with a long line stretching even outside the door. Looks like I'll have to find somewhere else for lunch. He scratched his head helplessly and was about to turn away when his gaze suddenly fixed on a figure sitting at one of the restaurant's outdoor tables. The person was sitting alone, elegantly enjoying a slice of Ragunna-style pizza. The profile looked somewhat familiar. Ray narrowed his eyes slightly, examining her for a moment before suddenly remembering who she was. Wasn't that the distinguished guest had met on the Physalia family's ship? If you remembered correctly, her name was Changli? Just then, Changli also noticed him in the crowd. Her hand paused slightly. Then, a gentle smile spread across her lips as she looked at him with interest and lightly waved, signaling him to come over. Should he go? Ray certainly wouldn't refuse, mainly because she was genuinely beautiful. No, that's not the point. The key was that Changli was from Huanglong and held a prestigious status. If he could befriend her now, it might be helpful if he ever had the chance to visit Huanglong in the future. Changli smiled softly. We meet again. Yeah, what a coincidence. Ray tried to keep his tone from sounding too tense. No need to be so formal. Changli's gaze was as gentle as water. Just think of me as an ordinary traveler in Ragunna, and forget about everything before. By the way, we were in a hurry last time. I haven't properly introduced myself. She spoke softly, extending a hand toward Ray. Changli. Ray shook her hand. Ray, Huanglongese? Changli asked. Ray somewhat guiltily averted his gaze. You could say that. Is that so? Changli picked up her black tea and took a small sip. It's rare to meet someone from home on foreign soil. I'm new here and not very familiar with Ragunna yet. If you don't mind, could you show me around and introduce me to the local culture? She paused briefly before adding with a smile, of course, I won't let you do it for free. I'll offer appropriate compensation for your guidance. She's actually inviting me to be her guide? Ray felt a stir in his heart. It wasn't impossible. After all, he had been wondering what to do these past few days. Didn't the Physalia family arrange anything for you? He asked with a hint of confusion. Hearing this, Changli turned her gaze toward Ragunna's bustling streets, her tone indifferent. They have more important matters to handle. Besides, traveling with family members inevitably comes with many restrictions. She smiled slightly, so I politely declined Canarella's kind offer. Then, she looked at him again, a faint smile in her eyes. So, are you willing? Refuse? Are you kidding? He was eager to make progress. Of course. If Miss Changli doesn't mind, I can start planning an itinerary for you right now. I guarantee you'll have an unforgettable, memorable experience. There's no need to be so deliberate. Changli gently interrupted him. I'd prefer to experience the city in a more relaxed way. I see. Miss Changli prefers a more spontaneous approach. Ray smiled knowingly. In that case, why don't we visit the Cathedral of Mercury later? Changli pondered briefly, a slight curve touching her lips. That works too. Back in Huanglong, I often heard about the grandeur of that cathedral. Hearing about it 1,000 times is not as good as seeing it once. Speaking of which, I'm a bit curious. Ray ventured carefully. I heard on the ship earlier that Miss Changli is Jianzhou's renowned counselor. What brings you to Ragunna so suddenly? He paused, then politely added, if this isn't something you can discuss, just treat it as if I never asked. Changli looked at him, shaking her head gently with a smile. It's nothing unspeakable. I do serve as counselor in Jianzhou, assisting with administrative affairs. Now that things are stable, I finally have some leisure time. That's why I accepted Canarella's invitation to visit Ragunna. Although there's been quite some discussion about my work, she smiled, her gaze clear. I don't mind. Whether holding a high position or living among the common folk. Centuredo for the faithful of Renacida. However, this place is an inviolable sanctuary in their hearts, not to be defiled or trespassed upon in the slightest. Precisely for this reason, the rituals observed here are especially intricate and solemn. Is at the legendary Cathedral of Mercury? On Liberty Plaza, Changli stopped to gaze into the distance. Across a winding, flowing river, the grand cathedral stood tall within the city of Ragunna on the opposite shore, its solemn silhouette reflected in the shimmering water. A flicker of awe passed through her eyes. Unlike Huanglong's reserved and elegant atmosphere, Renacida, especially Ragunna, displayed a kind of imposing grandeur and dignity that commanded respect. Even a visitor from afar like herself, upon seeing this structure with her own eyes, could deeply feel the weight and splendor of a different culture. It is also a holy land in the hearts of all who revere the Sentinel, Ray explained beside her. Every year, countless pilgrims from different city-states journey to this land solely to offer their devout prayers here. Changli listened quietly, nodding slightly as if understanding. She wasn't entirely unaware of the state of faith in Renacida. In Huanglong, the Sentinel was revered as a guide, but it had never given rise to such a concrete and devout system of belief. Yet here, especially in Reguna, the people's worship of the Sentinel was so pure, even approaching a kind of zealous fervor. She turned, her gaze falling once more on the center of the plaza, where the colossal statue of the Equus Piscis, the Imperator, silently and majestically overlooked the city. A moment later, Changli gave a faint shake of her head and let out a soft sigh, tinged with something like regret, or perhaps incomprehension. Ray noticed the subtle change in her mood, but said nothing. He simply hailed a gondola and invited Changli to go and see the cathedral for themselves. The cathedral was sacred and solemn. Lining the path on both sides stood statue-like vigil sentinels, resonant husks, used by the order to maintain order, guardians of Raguna's peace. Among the crowd were a few scattered tourists, but more were devout believers of the Sentinel, hailing from various city-states. As they reached the cathedral entrance, an acolyte holding a scripture gently stopped them. "Welcome to the Cathedral of Mercury. The hall is open all day to receive all people. We ask that you both observe the etiquette and taboos set by the order. Please refrain from causing disturbances, fighting, or any behavior contrary to the precepts within the hall." Just as Ray was about to speak, a clear, surprised voice sounded beside them. "Huh, is that Mr. Ray?" That sweet, guileless voice could only belong to Phoebe. She trotted lightly up to them and explained to the acolyte at the door, "Brother Giordano, these two are my friends." "Ah, friends of Sister Phoebe." Acolyte Giordano's expression softened, and he nodded. "In that case, please explain the hall's rules and precepts to them." "All right, leave it to me." With a gentle smile, Phoebe led Ray and Changli into the Cathedral of Mercury. The atmosphere inside the cathedral was even more imposing, sacred and inviolable. Changli slowly surveyed her surroundings, her eyes inadvertently revealing admiration and approval. At this moment, she truly seemed like a visitor from afar, deeply captivated by the distant culture. Phoebe walked quietly beside Ray, stealing glances at Changli's profile, her heart stirring with faint ripples. "She's so beautiful. She doesn't seem like she's from Reguna. Wait, why do I care about Mr. Ray's acquaintances? No, Phoebe, don't let your mind wander. Mr. Ray is just Mr. Ray. I mustn't overstep." Seeming to sense the girl's gaze, Changli turned and offered her a gentle smile. "Hello, I'm Changli, a traveler from Huanglong." Huanglong." Hearing the name, Phoebe showed a hint of surprise, but quickly composed herself, replying softly, "I am Phoebe, an acolyte of the Order of the Deep." "Are you surprised?" Changli asked quietly. Phoebe shifted slightly, a touch of fluster in her explanation. "Because in Reguna, we rarely see travelers from so far away, especially inside the cathedral. Most visitors come from other city-states within Renacida, but I've read a little about Huanglong in books. I hear it's vast and rich in resources, with many wonderful things. Even though it's separated from Reguna by vast oceans, if I ever get the chance, I'd love to see it for myself someday." Hearing this, Changli offered a gentle smile. "I understand that feeling perfectly. Before coming to Reguna, I held the same anticipation. If you ever do get the chance to visit Huanglong in the future, Sister Phoebe, you're always welcome to look me up in Jinzhou." "Really?" Phoebe's eyes sparkled with excitement, and she nodded earnestly. I absolutely will." As she spoke, she turned her gaze to Ray beside her, a sweet smile blooming on her face. "Oh, right, Mr. Ray. About what happened to the dessert shop earlier, I really must thank you. If you hadn't helped in time, the children would have been so disappointed." "It was nothing," Ray replied with a calm smile. "If you need anything else, don't hesitate to ask." "How could I keep imposing?" Phoebe quickly shook her head. "I can't trouble you all the time. Since that's the case, Why don't I give you both a tour of the cathedral instead? While speaking, she pulled out her terminal and glanced at the time. Ah, and today happens to be the day for the choir performance. Phoebe's eyes lit up as she enthusiastically suggested. It's a rare opportunity. Would you and Mr. Ray like to go listen, Miss Chongley? The young girl clasped her hands together, her face full of eager anticipation as she awaited their response. Chongley gave a slight, graceful nod. I'd be delighted. As for Ray, he had already promised Phoebe he would come to see the choir perform. Since today happened to be the day, there was naturally no reason to miss it. Sure, Ray said. Seeing both agree, a bright smile instantly spread across Phoebe's face. She enthusiastically added, but there's still some time before the performance starts. How about taking this chance to try the special sacrament meal prepared by our order? At the mention of sacrament meal, the smile on Ray's face froze instantly. Chongley, however, showed a flicker of interest. A sacrament meal? What is it like? It's a complimentary dish distributed by the order, Phoebe explained. It's called green branch laurel salad. Salad? That sounds worth trying, Chongley nodded. Ray couldn't help but voice a warning. I'd suggest it's better not to. Why? Chongley looked at him puzzled. There's an old saying in Huang Long, since we're already here. It's just a salad. How remarkable could it be? Some time later, Chongley took a careful taste of the sacrament meal Shed received, thoughtfully evaluating it. The flavor profile is indeed quite tart and astringent, making it rather difficult to enjoy. However, if some chili peppers were added as a complementary ingredient to mask part of the sourness, I believe its overall appeal could be significantly improved. Why are you both looking at me like that? Meanwhile, the second daughter of the Montelli family was busy with her work. The choir's hymn in Ray's impression, the order's choir was typically made up of children. Most of them came from orphanages, their voices clear and pure. Once they grew older and their voices changed, they would leave the choir and transition to being acolytes. I was also a member of the choir when I was little, Phoebe said softly as she led Chongley and Ray toward the choir's performance area. Later, when my voice was no longer suitable, I became an acolyte instead. The surrounding seats were already filled with people, including members of the order and travelers who had come from various places. Within the sanctuary, candlelight flickered, creating an atmosphere of solemnity and tranquility. Looking at Phoebe's earnest profile, Ray suddenly flashed a mischievous smile. But I actually think Phoebe's voice is still very cute now. How about you sing a couple of lines for us? See cute? Phoebe's steps faltered, her fair cheeks instantly flushing as she turned her face away in a fluster. Mr. Ray, don't joke around. I'm an acolyte now. How could I go back to singing in the choir? She was as easily flustered as ever. A little teasing was all it took to make her blush completely. If it were the second young miss, a bit of teasing would probably cost him a year's salary. And for Lova, she was a minefield, best not touched at all. So, if he wanted to find a bit of amusement, besides Phoebe, there really didn't seem to be a more suitable candidate. Chongley stood quietly to the side, watching their banter with a faint trace of amusement in her eyes, remaining silent throughout. It wasn't until they had all taken their seats that the choir children slowly took the stage. They bowed to the audience, and then the performance began. The melody of the hymn flowed gracefully. Rendered by the clear voices of the children, it sounded especially ethereal and pure. As for the lyrics, they were still the same old platitudes praising the Sentinel. Ray wasn't actually interested, especially after witnessing the shadows beneath the order's polished surface. But for Phoebe's sake, he absolutely could not, and would not, let the slightest hint of his disdain for the order show in front of this girl. It's just, never mind. He could only hope she would never learn those secrets. Listening to the choir's melodious singing, Ray gradually felt a wave of drowsiness wash over him and unconsciously close his eyes. In a daze, the sounds around him grew blurred and distorted, eventually morphing into strange, low whispers, as if some presence was murmuring softly right beside his ear. He jolted his eyes open, only to find himself standing upon an endless expanse of sea. "Where's this?" Ray murmured to himself, gazing around in bewilderment. He turned, facing a sky so vast it was suffocating. High above, a steed riding the wind was staring down at him. What was that? The Imperator? The Sentinel? Before he could think further, the calm sea suddenly churned, and the sky darkened in an instant. A gigantic, dark fish surged from the abyss, seized the heavenly steed in its jaws, and violently dragged it down into the unfathomable deep. Ray stood frozen, instinctively reaching out a hand, and right then, the whole world ground to a halt. He was back in reality. The choir's song continued, candlelight flickering gently. Changli softly grasped his outstretched hand, her voice low. "Just now, did you see something?" As the hymn ended, everyone clasped their hands and bowed their heads in silent prayer, offering respect and blessings to the Sentinel. Only Ray and Changli remained quietly seated, seemingly out of place in this scene of devotion. Ray pressed his barato into a firm line. The vivid vision was rapidly fading, as if being silently erased by some invisible force. "I think I saw a horse. It seemed to be the Imperator." "Oh, is that so?" Changli's eyelashes trembled imperceptibly for just an instant. Only an instant, her tone completely calm. "And then?" "I can't remember." Ray shook his head, somewhat dazed. "What happened to me just now?" "You were likely drawn into a sonoro vision." Changli's gaze shifted to the choir, her voice soft. "All melodies in this world are composed of frequencies, and their hymn became the medium that pulled you in." "A sonoro vision? What is that?" Ray pressed, frowning. "Why didn't anyone else enter?" Changli tilted her head slightly, her tone elusive. "Who knows? Perhaps the Sentinel intended to convey something to you." "The Sentinel? Wanting to convey something to me?" Ray lowered his head in thought for a moment, then suddenly looked up. "Could it be that I am a holy envoy? Who knows?" Changli gave a slight shrug, her eyes sweeping over the devout faithful around them. "But it's best not to mention this to anyone else." "Why?" Ray asked, puzzled. Changli lowered her voice so only he could hear. "You'd be exiled." After watching the choir barato, Phoebe continued her role as guide, explaining various details of the cathedral to Changli and Ray. Though nominally providing commentary for both, it was essentially to satisfy Phoebe's own curiosity. "I've heard that Huanglong seems to have more than one sentinel." Along the way, Phoebe couldn't resist asking Changli. "That's right." Changli nodded slightly, patiently explaining to her. "Huanglong consists of one court and 6 states, each with its own sentinel. Their forms may have similarities, but there are also differences. It is the place in the world today where the most sentinels coexist. It is said that Huanglong's sentinels originated from a single source. They can merge into one, and when separate, each governs a region." She paused briefly, then offered an example. "For instance, the sentinel of Jianzhou manifests in the form of a dragon." Phoebe listened with rapt attention, almost forgetting she was supposed to be the tour guide. Meanwhile, Ray followed silently behind them, pondering Changli's earlier words. Why would mentioning this to others lead to exile? Although the Order's reasons for exiling people were all sorts of strange, surely they wouldn't exile someone just for a dream, right? All right. Considering the Order's level of fanaticism, it was possible. He stopped walking and looked up at the statue of the Imperator beside him, horse-headed, fish-bodied, its form eerie, as if a whisper from the deep sea had taken shape. The scene from the vision surfaced again, the dark Leviathan surging from the abyss, seizing the heavenly steed, dragging it into endless darkness. He gazed at the statue, the fragmented images cycling relentlessly through his mind. So what exactly did the Sentinel want to convey to him through this? "Mr. Ray?" Phoebe's voice came from ahead, gently pulling him from his thoughts. Ray snapped back to the present and quickly caught up with the two. "Sorry, I was a bit lost in thought just now." "I see. Miss Changli says she's a bit tired today and would like to go back to rest," Phoebe said, looking at him with a hint of expectation in her eyes. "What about you, Mr. Ray? Would you like to keep exploring?" Ray had originally intended to decline, but meeting Phoebe's hopeful gaze, The refusal died on his lips. Well, all right then, let's walk around a bit more. Meanwhile, the second daughter of the Montelli family was still at work. Lost Moon Zero, Sonoro Vision. They're talking about is related to Sonoro Sphere from Canon A Day. With Phoebe, would anyone truly be able to refuse Phoebe? Perhaps some could, but at the very least, Ray couldn't. Whatever the underlying reason might be, Changli had already left. Before her departure, she exchanged contact information with Ray and even proactively invited him to visit the Fisalia family if he had the chance. She said she would be willing to introduce him to the head of the Fisalia family, Canarella. Who would dare go? If the second young miss found out he was meeting Canarella privately, she'd probably transform into a round-headed creature, hissing at him furiously. Therefore, Ray politely declined Changli's kind offer, suggesting that if she needed anything, she could contact him again, and he could show her around Reguna. The Cathedral of Mercury was vast. This wasn't Ray's first time here, but previously he had only done a cursory walkthrough before leaving. Today, however, Phoebe led him through every corner. From the ancient library to the prayer room deep within the cloisters, she opened each space for him, gently laying the entire story of the cathedral before his eyes. This is where the clergy rest. Phoebe sat on a bench, tilting her face upward. The blue sky reflected in her eyes, and a gentle sea breeze brushed through her hair. When I have free time, I love sitting here the most, feeling the breeze, enjoying a moment of peace. Her smile was pure, pristine, like the first rays of sunlight falling on snow-white stone steps, utterly unblemished. Looking at this pure, untainted lily before him, Ray suddenly understood why people always yearn for beautiful things. Her very existence was free from any impurity, untouched by the worries of life. It seemed that simply being quietly by her side, that pure smile alone was enough to soothe all wounds and heal any desolation. He settled onto the bench beside Phoebe. The young girl gently swung her legs and pointed into the distance toward the Whisper Wind Haven, a vast highland area outside Reguna City, dotted with uniquely shaped windmills and murmuring streams. The Order's doctrine says, echoes are the divine envoys of the Sentinel, and acolytes should not interact with them excessively. As a member of the Order, of course, I understand this principle. As she spoke, she carefully glanced around. Only after confirming no one was nearby did she lean close to Ray's ear, her voice as soft as a gentle breeze. Mr. Ray, let me tell you a secret. You absolutely cannot tell anyone else, okay? Actually, when I have free time, I often go to the Whisper Wind Haven to play with my friends. Friends? You mean the echoes we saw earlier in the plaza? Rabby, Benny, and Bunny. They're all such incredibly kind-hearted children. Hearing this so-called secret, Ray couldn't help but feel a bit amused. Here she was, an acolyte, doing something that violated the doctrine, especially someone as devout as Phoebe. And she was actually telling him this? While spending time with her, he had vaguely sensed her fondness for those cute echoes. Not being acolyte himself, he naturally didn't have strong feelings about it. But now, she was confiding such a secret to him. Didn't that mean he could use this secret to coerce Phoebe into doing something? All right, just joking. Having lived 2 lives, Ray had always prided himself on being a man of principle. He wouldn't stoop to such low methods. Besides, the fact that Phoebe was willing to share this secret with him was itself a weighty gesture of trust. He would never betray that trust, just as he had never broken any promise he held dear. Back at the orphanage, they became my most cherished friends. At this point, Phoebe's voice paused briefly. Then, she gently shook her head, earnestly correcting herself. But ever since becoming an acolyte, the time I can spend with them has grown less and less. Although the life of an acolyte is fulfilling, and I can help many people, both the children at the orphanage and those experiencing hardship, I don't dislike this life. It's just, I always feel a bit sorry towards them. Her tone gradually softened, carrying a hint of unmasked melancholy and guilt. Ray looked at her slightly bowed profile, offering a gentle, reassuring smile. It's all right, Phoebe. You just need to keep being yourself. Rabby and Benny, They're kind-hearted children. They'll definitely understand. Whether as an acolyte of Organa, or just as Phoebe the ordinary person, the you right now is just as lovely. Hearing this, the tips of Phoebe's ears flushed slightly red, and she flusteredly buried her face a little deeper. "You don't say such embarrassing things, Mr. Ray." "I'm not lying," he chuckled softly. "It's not just me. Many people in the Order probably feel the same way, right?" Phoebe fell silent for a moment, her fingers unconsciously tightening on her lap before slowly releasing them. Finally, she looked up, let out a long, soft sigh, and a gentle smile bloomed back on her face. "Even though Mr. Ray always says such troubling things, you're right. I just need to focus on being myself. Everyone will surely understand." As if suddenly remembering something, a trace of nervousness entered her voice as she asked quietly, "Ah, right? The monthly pizza day is coming up soon. Usually, we all share pizza together. Mr. Ray has helped me so much, and I still haven't found a proper chance to thank you. So this time, would you be willing to come?" A flash of hopeful anticipation gleamed in the young girl's violet eyes. And Ray? Of course. He wouldn't shatter the girl's kind and beautiful wish. "He'll definitely be there. It's just my appetite is quite sizable," he smiled, deliberately teasing her. "If Phoebe doesn't prepare enough pizza, you all might just go hungry." Phoebe nodded happily. He'll definitely prepare lots and lots of pizza, all different flavors." "Oh, Mr. Ray, what flavor do you like best?" "My favorite flavor?" Ray thought for a moment, then said, "Hot sea crown pear pizza. I've always been quite fond of that one." Phoebe's face still wore a sweet smile. "Hot sea crown pear pizza? In Reguna, there's no such pizza," using the gentlest tone to say the most unsettling words. Since Mr. Ray isn't yet sure what he likes, she tilted her head slightly, her smile still pure. "Then he'll decide for you." Meanwhile, the second daughter of the Montelli family had finished her work and was now enjoying her afternoon tea. Speaking of which, Carlotta set down her teacup, turning to look out the window into the distance. What's Ray up to right now? Dinner on the streets of Reguna, Frolova walked alone. The slightly salty sea breeze brushed against her face, sweeping through the dim, yellow glow of the streetlights, only to vanish in an instant. Just like that long-vanished world. It existed, only to become mist. It burned with passion, only to fade without a trace. The wind clung stickily to her face, damp, salty, like a lingering whisper. The Fraxidus had a base in Reguna, but unless there was important business, Frolova rarely went there. She preferred solitude, especially when her colleagues consisted of one unhinged madman who followed no rules, whose improvisations lacked all grace and easily destroyed meticulously laid plans, and another who was a novelist lost in her own self-indulgent narratives. She had no interest in them. She didn't even feel much sense of belonging toward the Fraxidus itself. She had long since had nowhere to call home. The Fraxidus and she merely used each other. She didn't care what purpose the organization had in using her. She only knew that its existence could help her achieve her own goals. That was enough. Until Frolova, a familiar voice came from behind. It made Frolova's movements halt almost imperceptibly. The dead stillness within her heart suddenly churned with indescribable emotions, hatred and attachment, disgust and admiration, all tangled together, finally blending into an inexpressible chaos. She slowly turned around. That familiar face came into view. Her heartbeat involuntarily quickened. Even so, her tone remained cold. "What are you doing here?" It seemed as if his presence, his appearance, held no importance to her. Ray was long accustomed to Frolova's aloofness. If anything, if she suddenly became warm and friendly, it would catch him completely off guard. "I was just going to get some dinner," he said in his usual tone. Frolova merely glanced at him coolly. "Oh, really? Then goodbye." She turned to leave, but was stopped by his voice from behind. "So, want to go together?" I should refuse. Getting too entangled with him might shake my convictions. That's what she thought to herself. Yet the moment she turned around, the words had already slipped out unbidden. Where to? The instant she said it, she hadn't even processed it herself. but the words were spoken, irretrievable. Ray had originally planned to go for grilled meat, but catching sight of Frolova's aloof demeanor and recalling past events, he felt she probably wouldn't enjoy such a noisy, greasy setting. He hesitated for a moment before changing his suggestion. I know a place with lighter flavors. Want to give it a try? Frolova gave a slight nod. The two walked side by side along Ragunna's streets, largely in silence. Ray occasionally tried asking about how she'd been, but the responses were always just a few clipped words. I'm fine, oh. Of course. Between them, apart from that concert, there really weren't any other topics to discuss. For some reason, Ray felt Frolova seemed to be deliberately keeping her distance from him. But if that were truly the case, why did she agree to his invitation? He couldn't quite figure it out. By the way, about the concert, you'll be all right with it, right? He finally ventured, circling back to that topic. Of course, it'll be fine, Frolova replied flatly. I'm long accustomed to such occasions. It's just about delivering a much-anticipated show for Ragunna, isn't it? She gave a light, somewhat self-deprecating smile. I just didn't expect that a stage appearance after such a long absence would turn out to be such a disappointment. Suddenly, I feel a bit ridiculous. Hearing this, Ray knew she was projecting that substitute role onto him again. Then why did you agree? He couldn't help asking. You could have refused. Don't overthink it, Frolova said softly. That music, it was composed for you in the first place. In the past, I fantasized countless times about the occasion for its performance. But truthfully, it long ago lost its reason to exist. As for why I agreed to you, it was simply because I didn't want it to vanish completely. At the very least, there should be some trace left that it existed. Otherwise, disappearing from this world without a trace. What difference is there from death? Frolova's voice was ethereal, her gaze drifting past Ray's profile, as if looking at some distant shadow. Ray was at a loss for words. Fine. If doing it this way made her feel a little better, then so be it. So, what kind of person was he? He finally asked. Him? At first, Frolova didn't catch on, but soon, a faint, elusive smile touched her lips. Oh, you mean him? How to put it? Someone with a very deep fixation, willing to pay any price to achieve his goals. Sounds cold and ruthless, doesn't it? Ray gave a slight nod. Although had never truly met that person, if Frolova wasn't lying, the description sounded more like a typical antagonist from novel. Of course, it might also describe another kind of hero. The kind whose righteousness is so extreme it borders on villainy. The type who would burn everything to save the world. Although, Frolova clasped her hands behind her back, looking up at the night sky. I'm not really in any position to judge him either. And if that person appeared before you again, would you forgive him? Ray asked cautiously. Forgive? Frolova gently pressed her lips together, then shook her head, her smile fading into something bitter. I stopped hoping for that long ago. He was the one who saved me, who gave me hope. But the one who personally pushed me into the abyss was also him. He wouldn't forgive me, and I wouldn't forgive him. Frolova's past was that heavy. Is this something a substitute like me should even be hearing? Ray decided to steer away from the topic. He didn't want to delve any deeper. The more they discussed it, the deeper the fixation on the past would sink. After all, his original intention was to help Frolova move on from those regretful memories. Why so quiet? A slight curve lifted the corner of Frolova's mouth as she tilted her head to look at him. Weren't you curious about my past? Ray averted his gaze. I just don't want to see you sink deeper. Besides, I'm ultimately not him. Who knows? Frolova said softly, her gaze already drifting back into the distance. Maybe it's just that you've forgotten. Ray sighed softly and changed the subject. What about that thing you mentioned earlier, the one you wanted me to promise you? What exactly is it? Haven't decided yet, Frolova replied lightly. I'll tell you when I've figured it out. You owe me this, no rush. Maybe one day, ITLL just come to me? Until then, just wait patiently. Isn't the process of waiting also a kind of memorable experience and enjoyment? The concert begins after that. The concert commenced as scheduled. Discussions about the event gradually spread throughout the entire city of Ragunna. The previous performance had led many to speculate that the second daughter of the Montelli family intended to venture into the music field, attempting to break the long-standing monopoly held by the order over artistic music. After all, it wasn't the first time the Montelli family had acted this way. Cinceretto, while not visibly weakened, no longer held their former absolute authority. Thus, this concert became more than just an artistic event. It transformed into a subtle, yet crucial moment for taking sides. Many were quietly preparing, hoping to use this stage to signal their willingness to cooperate with the Montelli family, expressing their sincerity through applause and their presence. This didn't come as a surprise to Carlotta, although her initial intention hadn't been exactly this. As long as it made the order uneasy, it was all worthwhile. Carlotta leaned casually against the sleek black luxury car parked in front of the masked reverie, her silhouette almost blending into the night. Only the occasional sweep of a street lamp reflected a cold gleam in her eyes. She waited quietly, as if pondering something, or perhaps simply savoring the momentary peace. Everything was ready. When a boutique door opened, spilling warm yellow light briefly into the street, she finally looked up. Ray emerged from the shop. The well-tailored formal wear accentuated his frame, making him appear more upright and striking, a stark contrast to his usual laid-back demeanor. Not bad. Her voice cut clearly through the quiet night, carrying a hint of faint amusement. Compared to your usual half-asleep look, this outfit does lend you a decent amount of handsomeness. Ray's lips curved into a smile, his tone brimming with unshakable confidence. What does that have to do with the clothes? I was already handsome. I like that utterly baseless confidence of yours. Carlotta chuckled softly, tossing the car keys toward him. They traced a silver arc through the air. Can you drive? Of course, he caught them firmly. Why? Then what are you standing around for? She had already opened the passenger door and slid inside. Shadow outlined her profile, only her eyes strikingly bright. Surely you don't expect your girlfriend to be the chauffeur? Let's go. Time for the theater. The mission is about to begin. The streets outside the theater were noticeably more crowded than usual. Though not yet to the point of jostling shoulders, the air was already thick with a silent buzz. All the notable factions within Ragunna had, by unspoken agreement, converged here, each harboring their own purposes, all in attendance. As the core initiator of this concert, Carlotta undoubtedly became the focal point where all gazes converged. Representatives from smaller families continually approached, offering respectful greetings. Regardless of the calculations hidden behind those smiles, Carlotta accepted them all. She didn't care. Their presence was an indispensable part of the plan, one that would only propel this grand event forward more smoothly along its predetermined course. Ray lightly offered his arm for Carlotta to take, effortlessly playing his assigned role. He responded to each person who approached with impeccable grace, his demeanor natural and composed. Carlotta cooperated seamlessly, often turning her head with a light laugh to introduce him to others, her words laced with a subtle, barely detectable warmth. Deep in a corner, a solitary red spider lily silently bloomed, like a silent observer taking in everything unfolding within the hall. People gathered here not for the music in their ears. No one understood this better than Frolova. Each seemingly enthusiastic attendance was drawn here by Carlotta's name, each entwined with its own ambition and calculation. In the past, she would never have agreed to such a thing, never allowed herself to become a pawn to be used. But now, after traversing so many storms and tasting all flavors of fortune, being used or not no longer mattered. She agreed to him simply for the sake of the obsession in her heart. That was all. Miss Frolova, the performance is about to begin. Would you like your makeup touched up? A theater staff member's gentle inquiry came from behind. Frolova turned around, leaving the past completely behind, and simply shook her head lightly. That won't be necessary. Then, as agreed, bring a much-anticipated performance to Ragunna. The theater was packed, with almost no empty seats to be found. Such a spectacle was akin to a world-renowned maestro about to perform here. Yet the hearts of most present were not truly set on the melody itself. Carlotta and Ray were escorted to a VIP box on the second floor. From this vantage point, Cinceredo Carlotta gave a slight nod, her gaze sharp. Good. Remember, be quick. The theater lights plunged into darkness, immersing the entire hall in silent blackness. Then, a beam of cool spotlight fell, and Frolova walked slowly onto the stage. In that moment, all eyes, regardless of their underlying thoughts, were involuntarily drawn to her alone. Although everyone present had their own agendas, no one dare question Carlotta Montella's taste. Precisely because of this, they harbored, to varying degrees, a flicker of anticipation. This might truly be a concert unlike any other. Frolova, as always, radiated an ethereal, detached aura, utterly out of place with the surrounding world. She held the violin, gently closed her eyes, and took a deep breath. When she opened them again, her gaze slowly swept over the audience, finally settling on Ray in the second-floor box. The next second, the bow descended, and the first note pierced the air. At first, people didn't pay much attention, until that lingering melody quietly seeped into the atmosphere, encircling every ear. In the darkness, countless eyes involuntarily fixed upon that slender, yet powerful figure on stage. Gazettes grew lost, following the undulating waves of sound as if swept into an impromptu, impassioned elegy, rising and falling with the swirling notes. Even Carlotta momentarily lost herself in this ocean of melody, forgetting her original purpose. The entire theater was utterly silent. Everyone held their breath, enthralled by this unexpectedly perfect performance, fearing to miss even a sliver of its brilliance. While Ray had initially held confidence in Frolova, her performance now far exceeded anything he had imagined. Only the word stunning could describe it. If he could, he would truly wish to remain seated here, listening to this song she played for him to its end. But not now. He still had a task to complete. The lingering notes still coiled around the rafters. The audience remained deeply caught in the music's vortex. When Carlotta slowly extracted herself from that world constructed of notes and returned to reality, she found a seat beside her already empty. Only the door behind it was swaying slightly. The infiltration, everything was ready. The audience was immersed in the world built for melody, and now was the perfect time to act. Through prior reconnaissance, he had largely familiarized himself with the theater's layout. Giacomo's office area was located on the 8th floor. This level had no other connecting passages. It could only be accessed directly by an elevator, and the elevator, in turn, required specific authorization to operate. However, Ray had already planned everything out thoroughly. He simply needed to infiltrate the data center, implant a virus into the system, and he could alter certain permissions. According to Carlotta, this was a specially customized virus. Unless the target possessed a high-priced, bespoke security system, ordinary firewalls wouldn't detect it at all. Of course, he didn't need to specifically locate the data center. In the relatively insular city-state of Ragunna, many people held a resistant attitude toward emerging external technologies. Because of this, apart from the Montelli family's modest investment in information security, neither the Order, the Fisalia family, nor other smaller factions placed much importance on this aspect of infrastructure. Therefore, Ray only needed to find any terminal connected to the theater's internal network and implant the virus. The program would silently navigate the system pathways on its own, locate the core security database, and complete the permission modifications. In that case, Ray took out the USB drive, examining it closely. He'll check the surveillance room. The surveillance room was on the basement level. Security here wasn't tight, perhaps because it was adjacent to the underground parking lot, where foot traffic was already complex, leading to lowered vigilance. Along the way, he passed a few security personnel, but no one stopped to question him. They were either looking down at their screens or leaning against walls chatting. Their glances slid over him without pausing. To them, this was just a job. A few thousand a month, why risk your life? Besides, What was unusual about an unfamiliar figure appearing in the underground parking? Ray encountered almost no obstacles before finding the surveillance room. He pushed the door open. Inside, only one surveillance operator was leaning back in his chair, breathing evenly in sleep. Other than that, the room was empty. Carefully, Ray approached the monitor screens and inserted the USB drive into the terminal. A moment later, the surveillance screens flickered rapidly a few times before returning to normal, as if nothing had happened. The virus had been silently implanted successfully. The security system was now virtually non-existent. He gently removed the USB drive, quietly exited the surveillance room, and his figure melted back into the corridor shadows. Next, he headed straight for the elevator lobby on the first floor. The elevators here only went as high as the second floor VIP level. To reach the 8th floor, he needed to transfer to a dedicated elevator on the second floor. Although security was tighter on the second floor, when the security personnel recognized him, they all bowed in deference. After all, in everyone's eyes, he was the Montelli family's young lattice boyfriend, a distinguished guest personally noted by the family head to be treated with courtesy. Therefore, no matter where he went, no one approached to question him, and no one followed. Ray steadily arrived before the dedicated elevator. He swiftly scanned the surroundings, confirmed no one was paying attention, then took out his work card and lightly swiped it over the terminal sensor area. Since the virus had already infiltrated the system, the security verification here was essentially paralyzed. At this moment, any card that could be recognized was enough for the system to judge access granted. He stepped into the elevator and pressed the button for the 8th floor. After a brief wait, the elevator began its smooth ascent. Ray's heartbeat gradually quickened along with it. What came next was the real main event. Although the 8th floor's defense was likely handled by echoes, the possibility of resonators being stationed there couldn't be ruled out. Unless absolutely necessary, he absolutely did not want a direct confrontation. A moment later, the elevator doors slid open. What greeted him was a broad, dimly lit hall. Sparse light barely outlined the figures patrolling within. Several blade-wielding nobilis, the blades of the Fisalia family. Ray's gaze sharpened. Weren't these all echoes from the Fisalia family? Why were they appearing in Giacomo's territory? Could it be the Fisalia family had already secretly allied with Giacomo? The truth was still unknown. But regardless of what they were secretly plotting, the answer was about to be revealed. I hope he can be of some use. Ray took a deep breath and activated the device on his left arm. A low hum instantly enveloped him. He moved cautiously through the dim hall, gradually approaching Giacomo's office. As long as he could access the terminal smoothly, plug the USB drive into the private terminal, download the target information, had be done and could retreat. Suddenly, he halted his steps, swiftly sidestepping into a nearby shadow. A blade-wielding nobilis was approaching head-on, almost brushing past him. Ray held his breath, remaining completely still. Although the device could temporarily interfere with the echo's perception of frequencies, if the distance became too close, the risk of exposure was still unavoidable. Only when the blade-wielding nobilis had moved further away did he slowly exhale and continue his stealthy advance deeper toward the office. This is it. Ray stared at the tightly shut door before him and deactivated the device on his left arm. This thing would overheat if used too long. If it really exploded, the situation would become unmanageable. He cautiously pushed the door open, but at that very moment, he heard hurried footsteps approaching from behind. TSK. That noise suddenly disappeared. My head feels dizzy. Wait, you're... Before the voice could finish, the other party had already drawn a pistol and fired at Ray without hesitation. Ray lunged into the room. The bullet nearly grazed his back, disappearing into the darkness. What's going on? The sudden gunshot immediately alerted the other resonators nearby. They were originally searching for that anomalous frequency noise, but had unexpectedly stumbled upon the intruder. Unclear, someone broke in. How is that possible? The security system didn't react? You're asking me? Let's catch him first. The group swiftly rushed toward the room. But inside was pitch black and utterly silent. making it impossible to pinpoint Ray's location. Find him. He's hiding nearby. Who are you? You got guts. Come on, let's spar a bit. At this moment, Ray was hiding in a dark corner. Based on the footsteps, there were 5 of them, and they were all likely resonators. While he didn't know their specific abilities yet, he needed to end this quickly. Once more guards were drawn in, the situation would spiral completely out of control. All resonators, huh? In that case, he took a deep breath and reactivated the frequency interference device. Let's create a little panic. Mission accomplished in an instant. A piercing, grating noise, like a demonic screech, violently pierced the ears of the 5 men. Their expressions immediately twisted in pain, hands flying up to cover their ears. While this sudden sonic assault couldn't cause real physical harm, it was bravado to shatter a resonator's concentration in a flash, revealing subtle yet fatal openings. And the fleeting moment Ray waited for was precisely this one. Darn it! That noise again! Everyone be careful. He must be hiding, thud. Before the words could finish, Ray shot out from the shadows. His fist, carrying a sharp gust of wind, solidly connected with the speaker's face. The man grunted, staggering backward. The sudden commotion instantly put the remaining 4 on high alert, but the room was pitch black. No one dared fire recklessly, fearing they might hit their companions. This played right into Ray's hands. In the blink of an eye, he closed in on the second person. The man only felt a strong gust of wind before his face. Just as he raised his wrist, Ray caught it firmly and forced the weapon from his hand. Ray moved with brutal efficiency, and the weapon clattered to the floor. Almost simultaneously, he pivoted at the bravado, executing a swift, powerful bravado throw that bravado the opponent heavily onto the ground, a dull thud starkly clear in the darkness. Where is he? Open fire. One of them instinctively sprayed bullets wildly toward the source of the sound. But Ray had already dropped low to the ground. The shots went wide. He slid forward along the floor, closing in on the man's lower body. A vicious leg sweep took him down. Before the man even hit the floor, Ray struck him in the abdomen and then the face, completely incapacitating him. Seeing this, the final 2 immediately pressed their backs together, adopting a defensive posture. What's going on with that guy? Where is he? I don't know. This sound is really... Suddenly, something clattered to the floor on the right. Both instinctively turned in that direction, and in that split-second moment, Ray had already slipped between them from the other side. His left hand chopped toward one man's neck, while his right elbow simultaneously slammed into the other's ribs. 2 cries of pain sounded almost as one. He then seized both their heads, and bravado knocked them together. With one final, heavy thud, the world fell silent again. Ba-da! A blurred curse spat out from the darkness. The first man who had been knocked down, clutching his face, staggered back to his feet. His eyes burned with humiliation and fury. With almost no hesitation, he raised his gun, aiming at Ray's retreating back, and viciously pulled the trigger. Bang! A sharp gunshot tore through the silence. However, the expected impact never came. An instant before the bullet could reach Ray, it was intercepted mid-air by a suddenly blooming crimson light. It was a bloom of crimson spider lily petals, manifesting from rippling void space, petals a deep crimson, flowing with iridescent light. It appeared without a sound and vanished just as swiftly, leaving behind only a fading ripple of energy where the fatal bullet had been, then quietly disappeared. Ray stood frozen in place. The life-and-death close call of that moment and the sudden appearance of the bloom had, for once, caused a brief lapse in his focus. But cold reason dragged him back to reality instantly. Without a moment's pause, he shot forward, charging at the desperate assailant. A clean, sharp chop of his hand landed squarely on the man's neck. The man crumpled soundlessly, completely unconscious. Only then did Ray slowly exhale a breath he hadn't realized he was holding. In the darkness, only his slightly rapid breathing echoed softly. He whirled around, staring at the empty space where the crimson light had flashed. It was already empty, as if the heart-stopping scene moments ago had been nothing but an illusion. What was that thing? Some kind of resonance manifestation? Or a remnant image? More importantly, why did it appear? And why did it protect him of all people? Ray didn't understand. Instinctively, he looked down at the back of his right hand. The Tay-set mark on the back of his hand was as quiet and stable as ever, showing no sign of having been actively triggered. This was all beyond his comprehension. He took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the churning thoughts. Whatever that was, now wasn't the time to dwell on it. The immediate priority was to locate Giacomo's terminal and complete the mission. Giacomo's office was extremely spacious. It took Ray considerable effort to search meticulously, but he eventually found the private terminal hidden in a concealed compartment. He swiftly powered on the device, connected the USB drive to the interface. The screen lit up, and a progress bar began to slowly fill. He stood quietly beside it, his gaze vigilantly scanning the surroundings. Only the blinking light on the screen flickered silently in the darkness. Soon, the transfer completion prompt finally appeared. Ray neatly removed the USB drive and tucked it away inside his clothes. He looked around. Documents were scattered everywhere. Furniture was overturned. It was clearly a far cry from the concept of a stealth operation. A shame. Had been just one step away from perfection. But no matter, as long as the mission was complete. By the time Ray returned to Carlotta's side, the performance was nearing its end, the final notes soaring toward their climax. Carlotta remained completely immersed in the world of the melody, her eyes slightly closed. Only when she sensed Ray's approach did she seem to jolt awake from a dream. Did the mission go smoothly? She asked softly, though her gaze hadn't fully shifted from the stage. There were a few unexpected incidents along the way. Ray replied flatly, lightly flicking the USB drive between his fingers before her eyes. But the objective was achieved. All the data from Giacomo's private terminal is in here. I imagine it contains what the second young miss is looking for. The corner of Carlotta's barato finally curved into a faint smile. She reached out, her slender fingers deftly plucking the storage device from his palm. Well done. The moment her words fell, the lights on the stage also gathered to their brightest, drawing a perfect conclusion to the grand concert. After a brief silence, the audience, still lingering in the afterglow, suddenly awoke, erupting into a wave of thunderous, prolonged applause. Even the usually reserved Carlotta couldn't help but join in with light clapping. She watched Frolova on the stage, a trace of lingering appreciation in her eyes, and sighed softly to Ray beside her. What a pity. You missed the most spectacular part of the second half. Ray shrugged helplessly, a touch of wry acceptance in his tone. What can I do? I'm a second young Miss employee, after all. Hearing this humorous reply, Carlotta couldn't help but cover her bravado with a light laugh. You certainly know how to talk. But don't worry, the Montelli never mistreat their friends. I will deliver on what I promised you. She rose slightly onto her toes and leaned in close to Ray, speaking quietly so only he could hear. Think carefully. Any request is possible. And on the stage, the red spider Lily stood alone under the crimson curtain, taking in everything. She stood there, motionless as a statue, yet her breathing grew unsteady as she wandered alone in her own emotions. He was so close, yet utterly unreachable. After the performance ended, Frolova left the theater alone. Just as she had arrived, she remained alone. She never cared what colors or music painted in others' hearts, nor did she heed any praise or critique. Her reason for standing on the stage was solely to fulfill an old obsession. Yet, for some reason, that obsession had only grown deeper. This isn't like you. Attending a concert for no reason and forgetting your primary duties? Frolova faltered, then turned with an expressionless face. Behind her stood a man holding a script, as if he had appeared out of nowhere. Cristoforo, the overseer of the Fraxitus, her colleague. His tone was flippant, and he wore a faint, casual smile. None of your concern. It's a private matter. A private matter? Cristoforo closed his script and stepped a little closer. Is it connected to him? Although we can't be certain. if he's the one we think he is. After all, according to Jewish prophecy, he awoke in Jianzhou this time, not Ragunna. He lowered his voice slightly, speaking with a knowing smile. But keeping an extra eye on him might yield some unexpected rewards. Or perhaps have you forgotten what you're truly supposed to be doing? Frolova's brow furrowed. Hecate manifested abruptly behind her, swirling with faint light. I said, it's none of your concern. Don't get so worked up. Cristoforo raised a hand, his tone softening. I merely heard about him from others and came to confirm. No need for such hostility, is there? At least for now, we're still on the same side. Allies, aren't we? Humph. Frolova gave a cold snort, turned, and walked away without looking back. Cristoforo watched her receding figure, unable to help but shake his head with a light chuckle. You're truly an interesting one. The society arranged accommodations for you, yet you insist on holing up alone in that cave, lonely enough to talk to the gondolas. After the concert ended, Giacomo had invited numerous socialites to the evening's banquet. Carlotta and Ray were, naturally, on the guest list. Carlotta had already handed the data retrieved from Giacomo's private terminal to a completely trusted person for deeper investigation. Once anything was found, she would be notified immediately. Until then, she didn't mind attending this. What would be the final banquet for the Faciaspina family? Miss Carlotta, your eye for talent is truly remarkable. At the banquet, Giacomo greeted her with a beaming smile. Today's concert had earned him substantial gains, not just money, but also connections and prestige. To discover such an exceptional musician in Ragunna is truly rare. It's just a shame that Miss Frolova left without a word immediately after the performance. Many guests still wish to express their admiration in person. Carlotta offered a light smile. Musicians tend to have somewhat reclusive temperaments. I hope Mr. Giacomo won't take offense. How could I possibly take offense? If not for Miss Carlotta, how would my theater have shown so brilliantly today? Just then, an attendant hurried over to Giacomo, leaning in to whisper a few words in his ear. Instantly, the smile vanished from Giacomo's face, replaced by a shadow of gloom. Apologies, Miss Carlotta. I'm afraid I must excuse myself momentarily. Is something the matter? Carlotta feigned ignorance. The collection has been burglarized. Giacomo nearly spat the words through clenched teeth. Some despicable thief managed to bypass the security system. Several of my treasured pieces have been stolen. The collection? Carlotta started slightly, instinctively looking toward Ray beside her. The other party still wore an expression of utter calm, completely composed. I see. Then you must go and handle it promptly. Giacomo immediately departed in a hurry with his entourage. Carlotta watched his frantic, retreating figure, then gently nudged Ray's side with her elbow, whispering, "The collection theft, what's that about?" Someone's little hands aren't very clean, it seems. A soft, melodic piece of music began to play. The dance was about to start. Carlotta took Ray's hand and led him toward the center of the dance floor. I don't dance. Second young Mississippi Ray was slightly taken aback, but before he could even refuse, she had already gently taken his hand, guiding it to rest on her waist. Carlotta leaned close to his ear, her voice soft as down. Social dance is very simple. Here, just like this, hold my waist and steady my shoulder. Her steps began to move lightly with the rhythm. Just follow the beat of the music, take it slowly. Despite her words, Ray's steps remained somewhat stiff and restrained. This was his bravado dancing with Carlotta. No, it should be his bravado being this close to any woman in a dance like this. I should focus on the conversation, he thought, trying to steady himself. So, what really happened with the collection theft? Carlotta asked softly, her gaze never leaving his eyes. Ray, while trying hard to keep up with her rhythm, explained in a low voice. As I reported earlier, there were some unexpected incidents along the way. If Giacomo realized the data was stolen, he might become desperate and do something extreme. So, to divert his attention, I borrowed a few things from his collection. Their palms pressed together as they swirled gracefully within the flowing music. Quite considerate planning. Approval tinged Carlotta's tone. You continue to impress me more and more. Oh, then, second young miss, should you consider giving me a raise? Does your ambition stop at a salary increase? She chuckled. Don't you have grander dreams? Then could the second young miss tell me, besides evidence of the Faciaspina family's betrayal of the Montelli, is there something even more important hidden within that data? Ray asked curiously. I don't mind telling you, Carlotta said. Due to Ettari's sudden passing, some of the core data and critical information from his private terminal were lost. But more importantly, before his accident, he had discovered a painting from 100 years ago. It said that painting holds the greatest secret of Renacida. Legend says Renacida actually had two deities, and only one was the true sentinel. The Order has always concealed this truth. But with his death, the whereabouts of that painting became unknown. There are reports that just before the accident, he consigned a batch of artworks to an auction house in Ragunna for sale. That painting is very likely among them. Hearing this, Ray grew even more puzzled. Then why didn't Ettari give the painting to the family? I mean to you, second young miss? There's a mole within the family. Carlotta's reply was direct. Moreover, not long after I learned of this news, Ettari met with misfortune. I think, to protect the painting, he deliberately mixed it among numerous artworks, using the auction house as a means to eventually deliver it into my hands. Would the Order allow such a thing to exist? Wouldn't they interfere covertly? Carlotta shook her head. Of course they wouldn't allow it. That's precisely why I suspect the entire affair was manipulated by the Fisalia family and the Order from behind the scenes. As for destroying the painting, they'd undoubtedly welcome the chance. But the auction is jointly hosted by various factions within Ragunna. Even with the immense power of the Order and the Fisalia family, they wouldn't break their own established rules by storming the auction to destroy a painting. They must have learned of the painting's existence by now. What's needed next is simply to rightfully win it at the auction, then proceed with its destruction. The music piece came to an end. Carlotta's terminal also received a message. She glanced down at the screen, a slight curve lifting the corner of her mouth. It seems our luck isn't bad. Giacomo didn't completely delete the data. The codename for the painting is the Supper. Ray looked at her. So what do we do next? We attend the auction. Carlotta turned and walked toward the exit of the banquet hall, with Ray following closely behind. But before that, the Faciaspina family must pay the price for their betrayal. A rainy reckoning morning. Rain pattered steadily against the window frame, stirring up a damp scent. The air felt like fermented, bitter wine. Carlotta didn't much care for rainy days, but she had to admit, in this kind of gloomy weather, no matter what actions were taken, all traces would be swept away by the rain. She sat in an armchair deep within Giacomo's bedroom, a silver teaspoon held lightly between her fingers, slowly stirring the coffee in her cup. The aroma wafted up, yet she seemed inattentive, merely waiting for an outcome long since decided. This was the private domain of the Faciaspina family head. In principle, it should be heavily guarded, difficult to approach. But for Carlotta, for the Montelli family, whether or not to uproot the Faciaspina family entirely was a matter of a single thought. Outside the bedroom door, several Montelli personnel held firearms, their cold gazes fixed on the Faciaspina family members kneeling on the floor. They huddled in the shadows, bodies trembling uncontrollably with fear. The sound of the rain seemed to whisper from the sky itself, mourning this moment. Ray stood silently beside Carlotta. Today, he witnessed firsthand what the Montelli family's thunderous methods truly were. Armed with sufficiently damning evidence, Carlotta had clearly lost all patience for further dealings with them. When they first entered this territory, the still unaware guards almost drew weapons against them. However, Carlotta offered them an offer they couldn't refuse: either open the door or face serious consequences. And so, they advanced unimpeded, as if meeting no resistance. In truth, they didn't need to alert anyone, because everyone was already under her control. This was pure gangster style. Though Ray knew the Montelli family operated legitimate businesses on the surface, he still sensed a hint of mafia-like sharpness and cold ruthlessness in this way of doing things. "Good morning, Mr. Giacomo Faciaspina," It seems you've had a pleasant night's sleep. Our visit today is rather abrupt. I hope Mr. Faciaspina doesn't mind. Carlotta's voice was soft. She set the coffee cup back on the tray, elegantly folding her hands on her lap, smiling as she regarded Giacomo, who had just been startled awake. He froze at first, then abruptly sat up in bed, a look of sheer terror on his face as he stared at her. Why was Carlotta here? Could it be? Had everything been exposed? He forcibly suppressed the surging panic and shock, trying to force a strained smile onto his trembling face. Miss Carlotta, there must be some misunderstanding between us. Haven't we always collaborated very pleasantly before? Misunderstanding? Carlotta remained composed and graceful, her tone so steady it betrayed not a ripple of emotion. Let's hope so. You didn't attend Ettore Montella's funeral. Was it out of guilt, or did you simply forget? That name was like a bullet, instantly shattering Giacomo's hard-won composure. His face paled drastically, his words becoming incoherent. Miss Carlotta, please let me explain. Carlotta rested her cheek on one hand, watching him with a detached expression. Is that so? Then I'll give you a chance. Explain slowly. This sudden leniency, however, left Giacomo speechless, his throat as if blocked, unable to utter a single word. Ray stood quietly at her side, his gaze silently resting on the profile of the second young Mississippi. He suddenly felt the Carlotta of this moment seemed quite different in style compared to her usual self. Upon reflection, it made sense. After all, she was the blade of the Montelli family. The blood on her hands naturally wouldn't be little. Can't say it. Carlotta watched Giacomo frozen in place, her voice still calm, yet carrying a cold, sharp intensity. I don't understand. The Faciaspina family's rise itself relied on the backing and favor of the Montelli. What benefit is there for you if the Montelli fall? Did you truly believe the order and the Fisalia family would spare you? Miss Carlotta, Giacomo clenched his fists, but his throat seemed seized by an iron clamp, unable to squeeze out a complete sentence. As the head of a minor family, he understood better than anyone the vast chasm between the Faciaspina and the Montelli. Yet precisely because of that, he craved even more to seize every opportunity to elevate his family into the upper echelons, even if it meant gambling everything. It's just that this time, he clearly bet on the wrong side. It seems you understand now. The Montelli never show mercy to betrayers. Carlotta slowly rose, her posture elegant as she moved toward the door. However, if you are willing to surrender the entirety of the Faciaspina family's assets, plus 20 chests of gold coins, as funding for our auction purchases, then perhaps there might still be room to salvage this betrayal in the morning. The morning hours are precious. We want to disturb you further. Have a pleasant day, Mr. Faciaspina. Then, we'll see you at the auction. With these words, she had already led her people straight out, leaving only Giacomo sitting rigidly in the ensuing silence, as if she had never been there at all. The rain continued to fall. Ray held an umbrella, standing beside Carlotta. The cool morning dew dampened his black formal attire. Second young miss, there's something I don't quite understand. Ray spoke softly. Carlotta stretched lazily, unconcerned. Go on. You said earlier that the Montelli never forgive betrayers, yet you gave Giacomo a chance to make amends? Oh, that. Carlotta let out a light laugh, her steps unhurried as she walked forward, Ray keeping pace beside her. That was just to pressure him. Pressure him? Because what I truly want has always been the entire Faciaspina family. Did you think he'd willingly hand it over? She shrugged, though her tone grew colder. He'll only be driven into a corner, and then a corner dog will jump over the wall. For instance, arranging an assassination attempt, or declaring all-out war on the Montelli. After all, from his perspective, if he offers my life as a token of loyalty, the Fisalia family might just shield him in his final moments. Then why not nip the problem in the bud? I mean, Ray made a dismissive gesture with his hand. The meaning was self-evident. Of course not. Carlotta chuckled, covering her bravado. I've said before we're not a gang. Everything the Montelli must follow established rules. If we cross that line, the Order and the Physalia family will have an excuse to act against us. Besides, the family could indeed make the Phasiospinas vanish overnight, but at what cost? The price would be widespread rumors and gossip, a fatal blow to the family's businesses. Outsiders wouldn't care about our vendetta with Giacomo. They'd only believe the Montelli were bullying the weak and silencing opposition. Everyone would feel insecure, and Ragunna would only become more isolated. This is not the outcome we desire. Therefore, I must force Giacomo to make the first move. Only then can the family legitimately, completely erase the Phasiospina name. After listening, Ray nodded thoughtfully. I see. All right, let's not dwell on this any longer, Carlotta suggested. I'm suddenly a bit hungry. Let's go get something to eat. Unexpected guests on the outskirts by the whisper wind. The area gradually stirred to life under the drizzling rain. Chongli and Cantarella sat across from each other in an old-fashioned breakfast diner. Steaming traditional dishes were laid out on the wooden tabletop. This shop has been here since I can remember. Cantarella took a light sip of black tea, her gaze drifting past the window to the slowly flowing river outside. For decades, the flavor has stayed the same, the most traditional Ragunna breakfast. She paused, a barely perceptible hint of melancholy seeping into her tone. It's a shame it's so far from the city center. Business grows quieter every day. Who knows how much longer it can last? A faint smile touched Chongli's lips. Is that so? Then it seems our tastes are quite similar. In Jinzhou, I also frequent such old establishments. The flavor is excellent, but sadly, their fate is no different from here. No wonder we could become friends. Cantarella turned her head, looking at her, a trace of undisguised emotion in her voice. So, when do you plan to return to Jinzhou? In a few Barato days, Chongli replied. She had originally come to Renacida at Cantarella's invitation to deal with the dark tide devastating the land. But reality proved far more complex than she anticipated. If the dreamless of Jinzhou was still within controllable bounds, then Leviathan's corruption of Renacida was already complete. Even she was powerless against it. I've heard that the current Jinzhou magistrate is your disciple, and also a resonator of Sentinel Jue. Cantarella asked softly. Is there really no way to ask that child to intervene, to have Jue lend its aid? Chongli shook her head. Jinshi may be a resonator of Jue, but she's still inexperienced, lacking in real combat training. Moreover, the current Jue is far from its peak strength. The North Wilds are still occupied by the Tay-Set Discord forces. They're always waiting for an opportunity against Huanglong. If Jue were to leave Jinzhou, the consequences would be unthinkable. Hearing this, a shadow of disappointment flickered, unconcealed, in Cantarella's eyes. Could it be that Renacida was truly beyond saving? However, Chongli's tone shifted slightly. In Ragunna, I encountered a familiar face from the past. A familiar face from the past? Cantarella narrowed her eyes slightly. Who? The young man we met on the ship earlier, Chongli said calmly. A few days ago, I happened to run into him again on the streets of Ragunna. We visited the Cathedral of Mercury together and attended a performance. Oh, so that's your type? Cantarella raised an eyebrow with a light, teasing laugh. Chongli paid no mind to her joke, merely offering a faint smile. But during the performance, that young man was drawn into a sonorosphere by a melody and glimpsed a truth that the Order and the Physalia family have been desperately trying to conceal. Hearing this, the frivolous expression vanished instantly from Cantarella's face, replaced by solemnity. He saw something? Chongli paused briefly, lowering her voice. He told me he saw the heavenly steed being dragged into the bottomless abyss of the deep sea by a giant fish. Cantarella's eyelashes fluttered lightly, and she spoke softly. Truly unbelievable. I've never heard of someone being pulled into a sonorosphere by the Sentinel's echo because of a performance. Could that person have some connection to the Sentinel? Chongli turned her head, looking out the door at the steady drizzle. Who knows? Perhaps he is the knight who can save Renacida? She paused briefly, a faint, elusive smile touching her lips. Besides, if you're truly that curious, why not go and meet him yourself? What do you mean? Cantarella was slightly taken aback. She followed Chongli's gaze toward the shop entrance, where there should have been no one. Now stood two figures quietly. One was the second daughter of the Montelli family, and the other was precisely the young man they had met at sea earlier, Ray. Second young miss, what brings you to such a remote place? Ray asked with a touch of confusion. Of course, because the flavor here is the most traditional, Carlotta replied lightly. Haven't you tried it? As they conversed, they stepped through the doorway. Just as Carlotta was about to find a seat, her eyes caught sight of Cantarella and Chongli sitting nearby. Her movements stilled almost imperceptibly, and a frost-like chill immediately settled over her face as she stared straight at Cantarella. Although she had never met the head of the Fisalia family in person, Carlotta had long been familiar with her appearance from numerous portraits. With just one glance, she recognized her. It seems today's luck isn't the best. Carlotta's voice was cool, though she maintained her composure. The head of the Fisalia family, Miss Cantarella. If I'm not mistaken, this should be our first formal meeting? Cantarella showed no reaction to Carlotta's obvious hostility, still responding with elegant grace and a smile. Indeed it is, Miss Carlotta. But please rest assured, today I am merely meeting a friend for a casual gathering. I have no intention of crossing blades with the Montelli family. As she spoke, she slowly rose and walked toward Carlotta, or Barato precisely, toward Ray behind her. Carlotta stiffened, almost instinctively activating her resonance ability. A gun instantly appeared in her hand. Please don't be tense. Cantarella's tone was gentle, as if soothing a startled bird. There might be some misunderstanding between us. I actually don't have much interest in you. Miss Carlotta. She looked at Ray as she spoke, tilting her head slightly with a meaningful smile. Could it be that our little guest has already forgotten our encounter at sea? Hearing this, Carlotta's eyes widened in disbelief as she turned to look at Ray. What encounter? Do you two know each other? Ray awkwardly averted his face, raising a hand to rub the back of his head. Well, second young miss, let me explain. It's not what you think. He was just about to explain about the encounter at sea, but before he could utter a single word, Cantarella had somehow slipped past Carlotta and appeared before him. She gently took his hand, lifting it between them, and spoke in a calm, measured tone. Although it was a brief yet pleasant encounter, if our young guest were to forget it so soon, I would be most disappointed. She tilted her head slightly, a glimmer of amusement in her eyes. How about we go over there and have a proper chat? Her utterly captivating smile caused Ray's breath and heartbeat to skip a few beats. He nodded dazedly, then suddenly snapped back to reality and quickly shook his head. Oh, don't refuse so quickly. Cantarella's voice was melodious, as if laced with invisible hooks. An old acquaintance of yours is waiting over there. By the way, have you considered joining the Fisalia family? Carlotta watched this unfold before her eyes, fury threatening to shatter the boundaries of reason. Only her ingrained upbringing and sense of identity kept her barely restrained. She rose onto her toes, a strained, not quite smile on her face as she grabbed Cantarella's shoulder, her voice icy. Poaching my people right in front of me, even for the head of the Fisalia family, that's probably not quite appropriate, is it? Lost Moon Zero, we have almost caught up with Raw. The updates will decrease a tense encounter. The atmosphere grew taut with tension. Carlotta couldn't tell if Cantarella was deliberately provoking her or if she genuinely had an interest in Ray. But whichever it was, she absolutely could not stand idly by. Otherwise, where would the dignity of the Montelli family stand? She maintained a smile on her face, but a shadow clouded her eyes, and the corner of her mouth twitched uncontrollably. It was the struggle to suppress a surging rage, an attempt to still express her displeasure toward Cantarella with an air of elegance. Cantarella's face still wore that utterly captivating smile, utterly indifferent to Carlotta's challenge. She continued to gaze at Ray before her, looking into his eyes. Faced with this sudden wave of affection, Ray was momentarily at a loss. His barato opened slightly, but no words came out. He could only flusteredly glance around, his eyes shifting from Cantarella to the second young miss, whose face was growing increasingly flushed, finally landing on Chongli. And Chongli was leisurely lifting her coffee cup, watching the scene before her with keen interest, clearly treating this standoff as entertainment to accompany her meal, showing not the slightest intention of stepping in to mediate. What is the meaning of this sudden war zone? Am I some kind of romantic comedy protagonist? But that doesn't make sense either. I don't have any youth or school life. And also, why is the second young miss face so red? It looks like she's about to explode any second. Miss Cantarella? Could we maybe sit down and talk properly? Ray said while carefully observing Carlotta's increasingly stormy expression. Carlotta kept her grip on Cantarella's shoulder, trying to pull her away from Ray. But perhaps the height difference made it ineffective. To Cantarella, that hand merely felt like a light touch on her shoulder, causing no discomfort. Thus, the nature of this standoff shifted from this moment onward. No matter how awkward it became, Carlotta absolutely could not let go. Releasing her grip would mean she had lost, and more importantly, that the Montelli family had lost. So she could only stand there, flushed and on her tiptoes, futilely trying to keep the two who were drawing closer apart. At that moment, she seemed like an incapable wife, standing there with an increasingly flushed face, watching helplessly as her husband fell into another's grasp, powerless to do anything. Do I sense the second young miss is about to cry? Is it my imagination? Didn't I suggest that from the start? Cantarella turned her head slightly, looking at the increasingly intense Carlotta, a faint, elusive smile touching her expression. So, second young miss of the Montelli family, would you like to join us? Carlotta suppressed the unwillingness and anger in her heart. Though her face was shadowed with gloom, she still chose to bravado her pride, or perhaps to avoid making a scene. Regardless, Cantarella was, after all, the head of the Fisalia family, and she herself represented the Montelli family's reputation. It wouldn't do to let things escalate too far, even though, in her first confrontation with Cantarella, she had lost so utterly. But since the other party had offered a way out, Carlotta naturally took it. After all, what was the point of staying on her tiptoes with a hand on the other's shoulder? Of course, Carlotta snorted lightly, releasing her grip and standing firmly. I was also curious to see what exactly the Fisalia family is up to. After receiving Carlotta's agreement, Cantarella gave a light laugh. This smile, for some reason, stirred something in Ray's heart. He felt the Cantarella before him was completely different from the one in the rumors. See, even your second young miss agrees. Then, all right. The three of them walked together to Chongli's table. Chongli set down her coffee cup, a gentle smile on her face as she looked at them. It seems everyone has reached a consensus. A bit smoother than anticipated, Cantarella elegantly took a seat, then proceeded with introductions. This is Chongli, a traveler from Huanglong. This is Carlotta, the second young miss of the Montelli family. As for this one, her gaze shifted to Ray, a meaningful curve lifting the corner of her mouth. Well, I believe you must be more familiar with him than I am. Censuredo, yet she clearly understood she had no grounds to interfere too much in Ray's private affairs. In the end, she could only shoot him a complex, reproachful look before turning away in a huff. Though even she herself wasn't clear where this sudden resentment came from. She only felt a tightness in her chest, as if something she cherished was about to be taken by someone else. Ray wisely remained silent. He could clearly sense that the second young miss at this moment was like a powder keg ready to ignite. It was best not to provoke her further. Caught in the storm, have you nothing to say? How heartless. Finally, it was Cantarella who broke the delicate silence. With a somewhat mischievous smile, her gaze settled on Ray. It wasn't that she didn't care about Carlotta's feelings. On the contrary, she was acutely aware of the other's emotions. She simply felt that pushing things this way might make the situation more interesting. Besides, she had to do this. A person who could be drawn by the Sentinel's echo into a Threnodian vision, who glimpsed that centuries-buried secret, he might just be the key to saving Renacida. And Chongli? Her gaze lingered playfully on Ray for a brief moment before shifting to Carlotta's cool, yet somewhat adorable face. She studied it with a peaceful, profound look and offered her a friendly smile. Ray scratched his head, unsure how to respond. Why was the atmosphere becoming so ambiguous? And why was the second young Miss resentment growing heavier? Don't know how to start? Carlotta, with her shifting expression, took up Cantarella's lead. I happen to have quite a few questions myself regarding those underhanded dealings the Fisalia family has been conducting behind the scenes. Faced with Carlotta's sudden attack, Cantarella still regarded the outwardly composed girl with a smile. Why bring up such a serious topic all of a sudden? You're the head of the Fisalia family. If I don't discuss this with you, what else will we talk about? Carlotta snorted coldly. Although I currently have no authority to intervene in family affairs, I remember every single account of the Fisalia family's misdeeds. Cantarella shook her head slightly, looking at Carlotta with a touch of helplessness. The second young miss is still too young after all. Matters in this world are never simply black and white. Perhaps it would be more appropriate to discuss family grudges with me on the day you truly take the seat as family head. Besides, her gaze shifted fluidly back to Ray, completely ignoring Carlotta's almost fiery stare. She directed a sly smile toward the dazed young man. Today, the person I've been most interested in has always been you. This sudden closeness left Ray momentarily speechless, and Carlotta, beside them, finally could bear it no longer. She abruptly stood up, took hold of Ray's hand, and started pulling him toward the door. It seems there's nothing left to discuss between us, she said coldly. Let's go, second young miss. Before Ray could react, he was unceremoniously dragged out the shop door. Chong-Li and Cantarella exchanged a smile, watching the slightly flustered figures disappear outside. What do you think? Chong-Li turned her head, asking softly. Though we have met before, Cantarella's gaze was profound. My intuition tells me he might truly be the key to saving Renacida. A thorny heart. For no reason, a wave of tightness gripped her heart. Why did Ray and Cantarella know each other? Imbarado. Why was their interaction so unclear? Could it be that Ray had betrayed me? All right, using the word betray might be too heavy. After all, he never truly belonged to the family. Between us, when it came down to it, it was merely a collaboration. Carlotta gently pursed her lips, standing atop the high ground of the Whisperwind shores, gazing out at the distant city of Reguna. Her expression still appeared calm. Her lovely face showed no signs of emotional turbulence. But why did it still hurt so much inside? Like a tiny thorn had lodged there, not deep, yet impossible to ignore. The more she tried not to mind it, the more she was aware of its presence. Second young miss? His voice came from behind, pulling Carlotta temporarily back from the churning thoughts. Ray's voice was very soft, carrying a note of caution. He wasn't sure if Carlotta was still angry at this moment, suffering a setback in the first confrontation with the family's long-standing adversary. Even someone with her upbringing might have difficulty keeping her emotions in check. Aren't you going to explain to me? Carlotta asked him in a tone that was even and devoid of particular emotion, very matter-of-factly. About you and Cantarella? It seemed it couldn't be hidden any longer. Second young Mississippi, honestly, things really aren't as complicated as you imagine. Ray let out a long sigh and decided to just tell Carlotta everything that had happened earlier at sea. After hearing it, Carlotta first frowned, looking at Ray with suspicion. You're saying that while you were heading to Penitent's End, you were attacked by Cetus, and then Cantarella saved you? Ray nodded honestly. She fell silent for a moment, then turned around, her fingertips unconsciously resting lightly on her chin, as if sorting through this sudden influx of information. Just one encounter? Her voice lowered. Then she suddenly turned back, taking a step forward to look up intently into his eyes. Then why did she seem so familiar with you? I really don't know. Ray was almost at a loss for words, a touch of helplessness in his tone. I swear, the head of the Fisalia family, Miss Cantarella, I've only met her that one time. Why she acted like that, I truly have no idea. Second young miss. Please believe me. Is that so? Carlotta narrowed her eyes slightly, her gaze moving meticulously over his face as if searching for any flaw. Could it be she took a liking to you? Then I wouldn't know. Ray rubbed his nose. Ah, being handsome brings so many troubles. Carlotta gave a light hum, looking at him with a subtle expression. Then let me ask you, between me and that woman, whose side are you really on? This was practically a life-or-death question. Ray immediately straightened his posture, a look of absolute solemnity on his face. There cannot be two suns in the sky. There is only the second young miss, my one and only son. That's more like it. Hearing this answer, the gloom between Carlotta's brows eased slightly. She tossed her hair back with satisfaction, but then, out of the blue, pressed on. And what about Phoebe? Ray was instantly rendered speechless. He stood there stammering for a long while, unable to give a clear answer. Carlotta's expression darkened a bit more. And Frolova? Which side will you stand on then? This time, Ray simply turned his face away, remaining silent. Ray, you dash. Second young miss, he hurriedly cut her off, awkwardly steering away from this dangerous topic. I think right now, it would be Barato appropriate to discuss important matters like the auction and the Faciaspina family situation. You're right. He'll note this down for now. We'll discuss it properly later, so don't forget. You're this lattice boyfriend right now. A bit of well-timed pettiness could actually bring people closer. Precisely because she understood this, Carlotta never used her status to bully Ray relentlessly like others might. Doing that would be meaningless, except to make him resent her. Besides, she had no right to meddle in Ray's private life. Unless that false identity became real. So, second young Mississippi, what's our next move? Norus. We'll wait for Giacomo to get desperate. Ever since his scheme was exposed, Giacomo lived every day under the shadow of fear. He understood better than anyone how the Montelli family would exact revenge. The Montelli never truly let a blood debt go unpaid. Now, the first stage of retaliation had begun. The Montelli family was withdrawing its investments on a massive scale and acquiring the Faciaspina family's assets at rock-bottom prices. Giacomo's wealth was shrinking almost by the second, like sand in an hourglass, silent yet swift. And this was only the beginning. Next would come the second step, the third, until finally he and his family would be completely devoured, sinking into an abyss where no one could see. Giacomo clearly realized that if he didn't act now, all that awaited him was a death without a proper burial. Though he also understood, even if he fought back, the outcome might remain unchanged. But at least, in the struggle, there was still a sliver of hope for survival. Although the Faciaspina family secretly served the Order and the Fisalia family, they were also deeply entangled with the Montelli. Precisely because of this, neither the Fisalia family nor the Order truly cared about the Faciaspina family's survival. They were even happy to use them as bait. The moment the Montelli family overstepped, they could use it as a pretext to move against them. The destruction of the Faciaspinas, in their eyes, wasn't a loss, but a valuable pawn. They eagerly awaited this family's downfall, because its end would give them the excuse they needed to act. But perhaps Giacomo could still choose to turn the tables, to completely destabilize the situation, forcing the Montelli to break Raguna's current peace at any cost. By then, even if the Faciaspina family met its end, the Montelli would be doomed to fall with him. That woman, Giacomo, clenched his fist and Barato it hard on the table. If I take her on, the Montelli family will never let it go. Even if I perish, they will ultimately be dragged down with me. His eyes were Barato, his face gaunt with exhaustion, yet a near-tangible madness enveloped him like a shadow. Yes, it has to be done. I must stop her. What began as a suppressed whisper gradually transformed into uncontrollable, frenzied laughter. He had made up his mind. He would act on the day of the auction. He would turn everything completely upside down. Auction ambushed the night. A downpour of rain cascaded, washing over the street-side buildings, shrouding the entire city of Raguna beneath dark clouds. Carlotta sat quietly in the car, looking up. The lights diffused through the rain, diluted into a hazy, dim glow by the water, their damp reflections flickering uncertainly outside the window. Since the Montelli family severed ties with the Faciaspina family, the latter had never ceased trying to mend the broken alliance. But the Montelli never forgive betrayal. One act of disloyalty means 100 times of disuse. Giacomo would, of course, become desperate, and this was precisely the scenario Carlotta was happy to see. Only then could her family, under the watchful eyes of the Order and the Fisalia family, find a legitimate reason to exact revenge. Or perhaps, describing it as settling a debt would be more accurate. Second young miss, are you sure about tonight's operation, with just the two of us? Ray slowly parked the car in front of the auction venue, glancing sideways at Carlotta beside him. Carlotta's face showed little emotional fluctuation. She merely gave a slight nod. The fewer people, the better. If we alert him, all our efforts could be wasted. I want to give Giacomo the illusion that this operation is sure to succeed. But on the way here, I kept feeling, before Ray could finish, his gaze was already fixed outside the window. Rain continuously washed the streets. Although vehicles were parked all around, filled with lavishly dressed guests, he still felt a vague unease. Something isn't right. If everything seemed normal, I'd actually find it boring. Giacomo is very likely to launch an attack at the auction. Leave the assailants to me when the time comes. As for you, Carlotta gently tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, turning to him with a slight smile. You just need to protect that painting and ensure a safe withdrawal. Withdraw by smuggling a big red item with me? I'm good at that. What about you, second young miss? Don't you need my help? Although Ray was aware of her capabilities, he couldn't help but ask. Where she got hurt? Carlotta tilted her head, her fingertip lightly stroking her fair chin, her tone relaxed. Oh, worried about me? Don't worry, I've seen bigger scenes than this. These small fry can't handle me. Seeing her so composed, Ray didn't press further. He looked out the window again, lowering his voice. But there seemed to be people from the Order among the attendees. Is that really okay? It's fine. I don't care who bids. Ultimately, the winning bidder will be me. Carlotta shook her head lightly, casually picking up a mask and putting it on, then handed him an identical pure black one. Let's go. The auction is starting. This was Ray's first time attending an auction. Art itself is pure, but the trade of art never is. Every transaction involving value is a promise and a wager on the future. Time flowed on. On the stage, artworks took their turns under soft lighting, then quietly gave way to the next. People below whispered and conversed, calmly analyzing the market potential of each piece as if they were merely another weight on the scale of profit. Carlotta sat quietly among them, indifferent to the surrounding discussions. The corners of her mouth still held that faint, nonchalant smile. She lightly closed her eyes, quietly awaiting the arrival of her quarry. Ray stood beside her, continuously scanning their surroundings, trying to spot the hidden assailants among the bidders. But he found nothing. Perhaps the timing wasn't right yet. When would the timing be right? Perhaps it was this very moment. The next item, the supper. Starting bid, 50,000 monnaies. When the auctioneer called out the name, Carlotta, who had been keeping her eyes closed and biding her time, gently opened them, her gaze smilingly fixed on the painting on the stage. Before she could even raise her paddle, other bidders had already started calling out prices. Bidder number 4, 55,000 monnaies. Bidder number 6, 60,000 monnaies. Carlotta was in no hurry to reveal herself. She was happy to first give others the illusion of hope, then personally crush it. She enjoyed this feeling of silently controlling the entire situation. At the very last moment before the auctioneer's gavel was about to fall, she calmly raised her bidding paddle. Bidder number 3, 100,000 monnaies. The previously confident bidder, seeing this, couldn't help but glare fiercely at Carlotta, almost without hesitation, choosing to follow. Bidder number 6, 110,000 monnaies. Of course, This time, Carlotta again didn't rush to counter. Just before the gavel was about to fall, she raised her paddle once more. Bidder number 3, 150,000 monnaies. The auctioneer's voice trembled slightly with excitement. This was an exceptionally high price rarely seen at recent auctions. Hearing this sudden bid, the number 6 bidder, though he tried to disguise himself, traces of the order's distinct mannerisms were still evident in his bearing. Once again sharply turned his head, glaring viciously at Carlotta, then raised his paddle again. Bidder number 6, 160,000 monnaies. This time, Carlotta intended to offer no more false hope. Bidder number 3, 200,000 monnaies. The auctioneer's voice trembled even more noticeably. She could hardly believe her own eyes. Even the other guests present couldn't help but hold their breath. They all turned their gazes toward her. Only after clearly seeing who she was did they finally understand. Carlotta Montelli, Raguna's renowned art investor, the second young miss of the Montelli family. Whether in wealth or power, she was at the pinnacle in Raguna. Any artwork she set her sights on was never missed. The order's bidder's face darkened instantly upon hearing the offer. He gritted his teeth, his gaze like daggers fixed on Carlotta. Clearly, his funds could not stretch any further. 200,000 monnaies going twice. The entire hall fell silent. No one raised their paddle again. 200,000 monnaies going 3 times. Sold. The auction gavel fell with a decisive sound. Carlotta rose gracefully and stepped slowly onto the stage, her fingertips lightly brushing the painting's frame. On the surface, the supper appeared as tranquil and harmonious as its name suggested, showing no apparent connection to the centuries' hidden secret of Renacida. Bang! A gunshot abruptly shattered the auction's tranquility. However, the bullet did not hit Carlotta. Instead, it veered off course and embedded itself into an empty section of the wall. Carlotta slowly turned around. She first glanced in the direction of the shot, then looked at Ray, tilting her head with a slight smile. "Thanks." Ray gave a slight nod, responding in a perfectly natural manner. From the moment Carlotta first raised her paddle, Ray had already detected the presence of a sniper in the corner. Just before the other party pulled the trigger, he snatched a nearby chair and hurled it, precisely disrupting the sniper's aim. And that gunshot was merely the beginning. In an instant, countless masked assailants poured out from every corner of the auction hall, their hostile intent unmistakable. My, it seemed someone couldn't hold back any longer. Carlotta looked at the assailants with interest, using crystal-like gemstone material to generate both gun and bullets. She then lightly tossed the painting in her hand to Ray. "All right, as per the plan, take this painting and get out of here." But, second young miss, Ray was still somewhat hesitant. "Don't worry about me. Don't forget, I'm an executor of the Montelli family. I've seen many scenes like this. And besides, I don't really like men who are too indecisive." The young lady spoke in a tone that was not overly sweet, yet gentle. "All right, I haven't had dinner today. Remember to bring me a pizza." Finally, she tilted her head slightly. The smile on her face never faded. Ray looked at her, his lips parting slightly, ultimately only able to let out a soft, helpless chuckle. Understood, second young Mississippi auction aftermath in an instant. The auction hall descended into chaos. People panicked and scattered, rushing frantically toward the exits, pushing and shouting. Amidst the confusion, not only did Giacomo's men fix their sights firmly on Carlotta, but members of the order had also already set their eyes on Ray and the painting in his hand. Spare no cost to destroy that painting. That was the absolute order they had received. The order members, who had been distressed over their failed mission, now finally saw a turning point. Chaos was the perfect opportunity to fish in troubled waters. They exchanged glances, silently communicating, then nodded in unison. Since they weren't wearing order attire, even if they acted, no one could pin the blame on the order. Behind him, gunfire erupted abruptly. Ray hesitated no longer, wanting to leave this dangerous place along with the crowd. But the moment he took a step, a group of figures blocked his path. Ray stiffened slightly, then quickly regained his composure, unobtrusively tucking the painting under his clothes. "Gentlemen, could you make way?" The other party barked coldly, hand over the painting. Ray opened his mouth, ultimately letting out only a soft sigh. It seemed the order wouldn't relent until they obtained this painting today. He slowly raised his hands in a gesture of surrender. All right. If you want it, you'll have to come and get it yourselves." The order members frowned, unable to grasp what trick he was playing, yet still cautiously closed in step by step. Of course, Ray's tone suddenly shifted, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. "Provided that you have the qualifications to take it." The moment they drew near, he erupted into action, grabbing a nearby chair and smashing it against the nearest order member. Crack dash. The wooden chair shattered on impact, splinters flying. The struck order member screamed in pain, curling up and writhing on the ground. Seeing this, the others were instantly enraged, but Ray's movements were far quicker than theirs. His body shot forward. A sharp side kick landed heavily in another's abdomen. The man grunted, instantly losing strength, clutching his stomach as he knelt on the floor. "You dash." Another person, furious beyond measure, was just about to speak when Ray's heavy fist connected squarely with his face. He collapsed on the spot, unconscious. "If you want to fight, just fight. Why all the talk?" Ray glanced at the three incapacitated men on the ground, muttering under his breath. It seemed these were just ordinary clergy of the order, not skilled in actual combat. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been dealt with so easily. Meanwhile, on the stage, the gunfire remained intense. Carlotta was clearly handling things with ease, even maneuvering with a hint of playful grace. She was right. These small fry truly couldn't touch her. After shaking off the order's entanglements, Ray swiftly rushed out of the auction venue. He had expected the streets to be in equal chaos, but unknown to him, the order had already surrounded the entire venue. Numerous inquisitors were methodically taking control of the situation. Even more surprising, a considerable number of Montelli family members were among the crowd. What was going on? Why had the order arrived so quickly? And why were Montelli people here? Before Ray could sort out his thoughts, a middle-aged man, flanked by two Vitrium dancer, slowly approached him. It was Capallo, Carlotta's uncle. "I remember you," Capallo said, hands clasped behind his back, his gaze appraising Ray. "You're Carlotta's boyfriend, correct?" Ray's brow furrowed almost imperceptibly before quickly smoothing back to normal. Although he had no fondness for this uncle who always looked down his nose, considering he was Carlotta's elder, no matter how much discontent he felt, surface-level courtesy was still necessary. "Lord Capallo, how did you?" Capallo cut him off without ceremony, his tone carrying an air of lofty indifference. "I am aware of the auction situation. To prevent things from escalating, I notified the order in advance to come and maintain order." He shifted his focus, extending a hand toward Ray, his tone brooking no refusal. "As for that painting, hand it over." This attitude and behavior naturally provoked Ray's aversion. He frowned. Although his tone still maintained basic politeness, it had grown chilly. "My apologies." The second young miss specifically instructed that this painting must not be handed to anyone but her personally. "You think you could just ask for it and get it? What about my face? Don't I need it?" If not for Carlotta's sake, Ray would have already turned hostile. Capallo's brows tightened abruptly, clearly not expecting the other party to dare defy him. "You dare refuse me? Are you unaware that I am about to become the family's next leader? Hand over the painting immediately, or else the consequences are not something you can bear." "Apologies, Mr. Capallo," Ray responded firmly. "I am not a member of the Montelli family. I serve only Miss Carlotta. Without her permission, I will not hand this painting to anyone. So my apologies." "You dash." Capallo's face darkened, ready to erupt, but his gaze suddenly caught the familiar figure behind Ray, forcing him to suppress his anger. "Carlotta, look at your fine boyfriend. Dares to defy your uncle's orders." Hearing Capallo utter that name, Ray abruptly turned around to see Carlotta walking over slowly. She held a handkerchief, lightly wiping away a trace of blood from her hand, her movements still composed. So it's you, Uncle. She casually tossed aside the blood-stained handkerchief, her tone offhand. What a coincidence. This painting was personally requested by Grandfather. Therefore, I cannot hand it over to anyone. I hope you'll understand. If you have any objections, perhaps you could speak directly with Grandfather? Don't use Father to pressure me. Carlotta, Capallo snorted coldly, clearly displeased. A gun is certainly useful, but the one holding the gun, they are the one who decides everything. The order of seniority and juniority is a principle you should understand better than I do. Faced with Capallo's pointed words, Carlotta showed no anger or disappointment, just as she normally would, nodding obediently. I understand, Uncle. I have never forgotten why I possess what I have today, and I would never covet what does not belong to me. Even at this moment, everything I do in the name of Montelli. Her response and demeanor eased the tension in Capallo's expression somewhat. He turned away, leaving a final remark. That's for the best. Remember the words you spoke today, Carlotta. The two watched Capallo leave. Only when his figure had completely disappeared did Carlotta let out a soft sigh. She then turned to Ray, that familiar faint smile reappearing on her face. Did Uncle give you too much trouble just now? Ray shook his head, then looked around at the order members present. They seemed to have the situation completely under control. It's just, why did the order act so quickly? Carlotta followed his gaze. I find it strange, too. Why would the order act so swiftly? Perhaps Uncle had a hand in it. He knew about the auction beforehand. Probably didn't want things to escalate too much, so he notified the order in advance. Still the same as always, overly cautious. By the way, are you hurt? I'm fine. It's those few order clergy. Before he could finish, several order clergy were seen being assisted out of the auction house by inquisitors. They held their injured parts, shooting resentful glances at Ray as they passed. But with the situation now settled, they couldn't very well act. In response, Ray openly spread his hands, offering them a smile. Oh, right, before Carlotta could finish, her terminal chimed with an incoming call, interrupting her. She glanced down at the caller's name, slightly startled, then silently stepped aside to answer. Ray remained quietly where he was, watching the young woman's back without a word. Huh, want to meet him? Tom, tomorrow? All right, I understand. We'll make arrangements. A moment later, Carlotta ended the call and slowly returned to Ray's side. She gently nudged his waist with her elbow, her tone deliberately light. Are you free tomorrow? Ray stood there in a daze for a while before finally curving his lips into a slightly amused smile. Doesn't that depend on whether the second young miss assigns me a task? That's true. Carlotta also smiled faintly, mirroring his expression. In that case, she raised her head, stood on tiptoe, and gently raised a finger to get his attention, speaking softly to him. Then come to the family home tomorrow. Grandfather, he wants to meet you. The patriarch's blessing, it was raining again. Ray stood quietly in front of the Montelli family's gates, holding a black umbrella. Rather than gates, it was more like a boundary, the entrance separating two worlds. He lifted his head, his gaze piercing through the fine curtain of rain, looking ahead. The street was silent, solemn, permeated with an almost congealed atmosphere, starkly different from the bustle and vibrancy of other districts in Ragunna. This was the territory of the Montelli family. Only those connected by blood could step inside. Good day. Please follow me. Moments later, a formally dressed butler appeared at the entrance, bowing slightly as he spoke to Ray, his tone respectful yet measured. Ray nodded and silently followed the other's footsteps, stepping into the Montelli family's domain. One behind the other, they walked along a small cobblestone path washed bright by the rain, heading slowly toward the main building. As they passed through the front hall corridor, several family members brushed past them. Those people cast fleeting glances, their eyes appraising, but did not linger, moving on quickly as if he were merely a shadow passing under the corridor. Please wait a moment. The butler let him stop before a heavy, ornately carved wooden door and knocked 3 times. After a brief moment, a steady voice came from inside. Enter. Upon receiving permission, the butler stepped aside, slowly pushing open the heavy door and gesturing a please to Ray. Ray hesitated slightly, unable to suppress a flutter of apprehension in his heart. It wasn't so much due to the other's status after all. He had already met the head of the Fisalia family. What made him nervous was that relationship between him and Carlotta. Even though it was only a pretense, reaching the stage of meeting the family still gave him an unwarranted sense of almost real awkwardness. Come to think of it, coming empty-handed for the first time, meeting the father-in-law. Doesn't that seem a bit inappropriate? I should have really brought a fruit basket or something from the gondola water market before coming. On second thought, a family like this probably wouldn't care for his meager offerings anyway. Ray swallowed, took a deep breath, regained his composure, and walked into the room with a calm and collected demeanor. The room wasn't spacious, but its arrangement exuded the classical charm of traditional Reguna everywhere. His gaze quickly swept the surroundings, and he was surprised to find that the room wasn't occupied solely by Carlotta's grandfather. Francesco Montelli, an unfamiliar visitor, stood before Francesco's desk, softly weeping. Besides that, there was also a cat. It lay quietly against Francesco's leg, enjoying his strokes, purring with contentment. Though unclear about what was happening, Ray's expression remained unchanged. He walked composedly to Francesco's front, took off his hat, and bowed slightly. "Family head, you've arrived?" Francesco lifted his head, his gaze lingering briefly on Ray, scrutinizing him for a moment before looking away. "Have a seat first." He then turned his attention back to the person before the desk, letting out a soft sigh and shaking his head. "I'm sorry. This matter is beyond my ability to help. I understand you made your fortune at Septimont. Your business is thriving. Your life is good. You have gladiators and governors to protect you. You don't need a friend like me. But now you come to me and say, 'Lord Francesco, please grant me justice.' Yet you show me no respect at all. You don't treat me as a friend. You won't even address me as family head." Hearing Francesco's words, the man persisted stubbornly. "I only beseech you to grant justice. I only want those scoundrels to face consequences. For that, I am willing to pay any price." Francesco let out a long sigh. He slowly rose from his chair, gently placed the cat in Ray's hands, then slowly walked toward the man. "My old friend, what did I ever do to deserve such disrespect from you?" He lightly patted the man's shoulder, his tone filled with helplessness and regret. "If you had come to me as a friend, then the person who harmed your daughter would be made to face justice. Friend, do you understand? Friend? Not by insulting me with money, as if paying a street thug to do your bidding. I can hardly remember the last time you invited me to your home for coffee. 5 years ago, or 10. The man seemed to finally grasp the deeper meaning in Francesco's words. He wiped the tears from the corner of his eyes, respectfully lifted Francesco's hand, and bowed his head to press his barato gently against the back of it. Francesco nodded and patted his barato again, his tone conveying approval. Just then, another knock sounded at the door. After receiving permission, someone opened it. It was Coppola Montelli. The moment he stepped into the room, his eyes met Ray's. A flicker of barely perceptible surprise passed through them, but it quickly vanished. "Father." Francesco turned to look at him, his tone calm, yet carrying an undeniable weight. "Did you spend time with your family today?" Coppola responded with ease. "Of course." "Good. Because a man who doesn't make time for his family is not a real man." Francesco said slowly. "I'll leave this matter to you to handle. Don't let our old friend suffer any injustice." Coppola nodded, offering no excuses or objections, and led the man out of the room. The door closed softly, leaving only Ray and Francesco inside. Francesco slowly sat back in his chair, his gaze falling upon Ray. "I've heard about you and Carlotta." A note of approval entered his tone. "You both did well. Not only did you thwart the Order's scheme, but you also saved the family from incalculable losses." Ray humbly lowered his head in response. "It was my duty. Moreover, I merely assisted Miss Carlotta from the sidelines. It seems Carlotta's choice in you wasn't without reason." Francesco broke into a hearty smile. As for matters between young people, this old man doesn't wish to interfere too much. "Carlotta, truly needs space of her own. A true Montelli shouldn't have the family as their entire world. At this point, his brow furrowed slightly before quickly smoothing out. As a Montelli, Carlotta carries too much on her shoulders. She has never truly lived her own life. Even her convictions and ideals were shaped by my hand. The family is her everything now. Therefore, I hope even more that she can live in this world as Carlotta, defining her own rules. So, I entrust Carlotta to you. May your presence add a splash of vibrant color to her unchanging world. I look forward to the day you truly join the family. At this point, the fact that his relationship with Carlotta was a pretense was impossible to voice. With things having reached this stage, he couldn't very well ruin the mood. In the end, he could only brace himself and assure Francesco, "I promise I will never let Miss Carlotta suffer any injustice." "Good lad." Francesco nodded with satisfaction. "Go on. Carlotta is probably waiting for you." The stone slab secret bonus. How did he get along with grandfather? In the corridor of the front hall, Carlotta stood quietly, her gaze drifting aimlessly over the rain outside the window, yet her mood was as unsettled and unclear as the gloomy weather. She wasn't worried about Ray's inability to handle the meeting with grandfather. Quite the opposite. After spending time together these past days, she had already developed almost complete trust in him. A simple meeting like this should be well within his capabilities. Besides, it wasn't his first time meeting a family head. Didn't he handle things pretty smoothly with Canarella before? Why is he so good at it? At this thought, she unconsciously bit her fingertip lightly. The scene from that day resurfaced in her mind, and a hint of indescribable resentment and unwillingness quietly spread. What if Ray really gets lured away by that woman? Should I do something strike first? But what exactly should I do? Second young Mississippi. His voice came from behind, further unsettling the already tumultuous thoughts of the young lady. But as the second daughter of the Montelli family, Carlotta was long accustomed to swiftly concealing her emotions. Therefore, when she turned around to face him, her face bore only a faint, composed smile, calm and unruffled, with no other trace. She was very skilled at wearing different masks to present herself. This was a necessary means of interaction in high society. Never let the other party know what you're thinking. This was one of the most important principles grandfather had taught her long ago. You've already met grandfather? Carlotta's voice was soft, almost brushing against Ray's ear. Ray nodded. Yes, I just met him. What was your impression? How should I put it? He raised a hand to scratch his head, carefully choosing his words. He's a rather elusive person. Is that so? Carlotta's gaze lingered on his face for a moment before she turned away. Let's go. Go. Where to? She looked back, a trace of confusion in her eyes. To see that painting, of course. Aren't you curious about the secret the Order has been hiding for centuries? Only after she mentioned it did Ray suddenly remember. The painting indeed concealed a story of no small significance. To say he wasn't curious would naturally be a lie. He followed Carlotta through the corridor until they reached a door. She pushed it open, and the painting acquired at the auction rested quietly on an easel ahead. Ray walked up to the painting, slightly narrowing his eyes to examine it closely. Although he had observed this painting repeatedly during the auction, he still hadn't managed to grasp its underlying mystery. As its name suggested, it depicted nothing more than a group of people sharing a supper, the composition vaguely reminiscent of a famous painting from his previous life, The Last Supper. Regarding this painting, I've already had it thoroughly examined by professionals, Carlotta said while walking to the front of the painting, carefully removing it from its frame. Its secret isn't in the image itself. It's hidden on the back. Only when Carlotta completely removed the painting did Ray, focusing intently, discover to his astonishment that a stone slab was concealed on the reverse side. A steed, soaring high in the sky, was meticulously carved onto the slab. Ray froze on the spot. The steed on that slab. It was exactly the same as the heavenly horse he had seen in the Sonoro vision. Carlotta gently rubbed her fair chin, studying the slab, her tone full of bewilderment. As you can see, This is the secret the Order has hidden for centuries, a steed carved on a stone slab. But the question is, what does this have to do with the Order? Ray pondered for a moment before tentatively speaking. Second young miss. You mentioned earlier that in Renacida's history, there were two deities and only one was the true sentinel. Do you think this heavenly horse might be the true sentinel? Very likely. Otherwise, the Order wouldn't go to such lengths. Carlotta said thoughtfully. Long ago, Ragunna was once divided into two factions over the faith in the sentinel, even leading to war. It was only later that the two sides reconciled and jointly founded the Order of the Deep. If this heavenly horse is the true sentinel, the Order naturally has every reason to destroy all evidence. For millennia, the image of the sentinel has been deeply ingrained in the faith of Ragunna's people. If they were told now that the deity they worship isn't the true one, I'm afraid the entire Order of Ragunna, no, of all Renacida, would collapse as a result. The Montelli family had always pursued freedom and truth, but now, with the thousand-year truth literally before her eyes, Carlotta felt hesitation for the first time. She wasn't sure she truly had the courage to unveil this long-hidden secret. Once revealed, it would mean Renacida would undergo a complete reshuffling, and Ragunna would likely be unable to avoid plunging back into the abyss of civil war from a century ago. In addition, she possessed no absolute evidence whatsoever to prove that the heavenly horse was the true sentinel, even if she had the courage to make it public. Who would believe her? It seems the situation is more complicated than we imagined, Ray said seriously. So what do we do now? Carlotta shook her head, letting out a soft sigh. I don't know either. Grandfather told me to hide this painting. Perhaps one day, this thousand-year hidden truth will finally be revealed to the world. Ray had just nodded when he suddenly saw a flash of light from the slab. Immediately, a violent headache assaulted him. He instinctively pressed his fingers to his temples, waiting for the dizziness to gradually recede before opening his eyes again. Second young miss, his words cut off abruptly. He stared ahead in disbelief. A colossal tower hung inverted in the sky above. He frantically looked around. The once familiar room had completely vanished, replaced by a scene of ruin and desolation, as if he were in some once majestic castle. And beneath the castle wasn't solid ground, but a heart-stopping, bottomless height. Where am I? Could it be? Did I enter a sonoro vision again? You, who are you? Suddenly, a soft, slightly timid girl's voice came from behind. Ray abruptly turned around to look at the unfamiliar girl who had somehow appeared behind him. She seemed completely unprepared for his presence, her eyes filled with shock and confusion. Her barato opened slightly, but she was momentarily at a loss for words. She can see me? Despite the confusion filling his mind, Ray steadied himself and gave her a friendly wave, gently probing. Hello. Cartithia, where is this place? And who is this girl? Why is she here? And more importantly, she can actually see me? Ashido. The girl gave a slight start, then lowered her head as if afraid to meet his gaze. She only occasionally lifted her eyes, casting him glances that were incredibly light and fleeting. Those glances skimmed over him like a dragonfly touching water before hastily darting away, as if merely passing by accidentally. And then she didn't dare look again. Her cheeks were faintly flushed, her fingers unconsciously twisting the hem of her dress, looking as if she had something to say but couldn't bring herself to say it. Who is he? How did he get here? These questions quietly circled in her mind, yet ultimately remained unspoken. In truth, even Ray himself had no answers to give. He pressed his lips together, quietly watching her. His gaze held no pressure, yet it still made her somewhat uncomfortable. Her fingertips tightened slightly, her breath even softening a little. Sensing this, he tactfully withdrew his gaze and broke the silence between them with a very calm tone. May I ask, what is this place? Huh? You don't know? The girl's eyes widened slightly. She instinctively raised a hand to lightly cover her lips, revealing a trace of surprise. She scrutinized Ray carefully, as if searching for some answer on his person. Then how did you get here? She asked softly, her tone carrying confusion. He doesn't know where this is, yet he could bypass the Sonoro sphere's barriers through a frequency and arrive at this place. Could it be? Does he have some connection with the Sentinel? Ray shook his head, trying to recall fragmented images from his memory, and explained to her in a low voice. I can't really explain it either. I only remember that stone slab suddenly emitted a bright flash of light. When the light faded, I was already standing here. And then I met you. Stone slab? What kind of stone slab? It's a slab carved with a pattern of a heavenly horse. Ray looked at her, his tone serious. Have you heard of it? Or do you know its origin? A slab of a heavenly horse? The girl gently furrowed her brow, as if searching for clues within fragmented thoughts. A moment later, she looked up, a faint yet bitter smile touching her lips, and shook her head. I'm sorry, I can't remember. I've lost many memories. I don't even know exactly who I am. As for this place, it's called Sonoro. The girl's voice trailed off, tinged with apology. But its specific name? I'm sorry, I don't remember. She's lost her memory? A faint ripple of disappointment stirred in Ray's heart. He had originally hoped to get some clues here. Ray let out a soft sigh and continued asking, Do you at least remember your own name? Name? The girl's eyes grew distant for a moment, as if grasping at some distant fragment. Subconsciously, she answered in a soft voice, Flew. But before the word could fully form, she suddenly shook her head and corrected herself. Cartethia. Cartethia. Ray repeated the name softly, then offered her a friendly smile and extended his hand. My name is Ray. The girl looked at his outstretched hand, hesitated for a moment, then finally gathered her courage, smiling as she gently grasped it. Her hand was ice cold, her skin as fine and smooth as freshly fallen snow. But the moment their fingertips touched, Ray suddenly felt his breath catch. The surrounding air seemed to grow thick and heavy, pressing down silently. It was as if had been suddenly pushed into the deep sea. All sound receded, leaving only a sense of silent pressure surging from all sides, wrapping around him with a gentle yet suffocating embrace. What's wrong with you? Cartethia's voice abruptly pulled him back from that silent suffocation. Ray took a deep breath, like a drowning person finally surfacing, greedily inhaling the air around him, barely managing to calm down. It's nothing. Really? She tilted her head slightly, her eyes swirling with doubt and concern. It's been a very long time since anyone else came here. A long time? How long? I can't quite remember. At least over a decade. Over a decade? Ray's pupils contracted, his voice unconsciously rising. You've been living here, alone for over a decade? She nodded gently, then turned around, her tone as ephemeral as a wisp of mist. The me now is less like a person and more like a fragment of frequency. So, I don't feel hunger nor thirst. Then, don't you feel lonely? If it were him, spending over 10 years alone in this desolate place, Ray thought he probably would have gone mad long ago. Moreover, to not even have the desire to eat. After all, appetite is one of humanity's most primitive, most fundamental desires. Not eating for over a decade. Who's going to compensate for the void of my missing big appetite? The girl fell silent for a moment, then turned to face him again, offering a heart-wrenching smile. I've grown used to it. In Ray's eyes, he saw the reflection of her desperately raised bravado, a smile built upon countless silent breakdowns. A protective shell grown after enduring the passage of time alone. It was a disguise, but also a gentle compromise with fate, born from the sedimentation of despair. Oh, right. She took a light step closer, a hint of cautious expectation in her voice. Can you tell me what Regina is like now? Ray nodded. He was, of course, willing, no matter who she was or what she was. But the moment he was about to speak, he suddenly felt his body rapidly growing thin and transparent. Ah, that's right. Right now, I, too, am just a fragment of frequency. He remembered abruptly. Cartethia watched his gradually blurring figure, unconsciously raising her hand as if to touch the fading outline. But in the end, she slowly lowered her hand again, her eyes silently welling with a dim ripple. Yet she still lifted her head and offered him a very faint, yet very gentle smile. "It seems you're about to go back. Although it was brief, I was truly happy to meet you. If there's a next time." She lowered her head, her voice as light as a falling feather. A cool wind blew through the ruined tower, carrying glimmering starlight that adorned the girl's fingertips, shaking loose a void of solitude. "I'm sure there will be." That was the sound he left for her before his frequency dissipated completely. "Ragunna." Ray's eyes snapped open. What met his gaze was an unfamiliar ceiling. "Tiaska, my head feels so dizzy." He pressed a hand to his temple, struggling to sit up, looking around in bewilderment. "Where am I?" Just then, from the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse. A silver-haired young lady was quietly curled up beside the bed, seemingly deep in sleep. "Huh, second young miss?" A quiet morning raindrops tapped against the window glass outside, occasionally bringing soft, intermittent pattering sounds. The rain had been falling all day. Ray didn't know exactly how long he had been unconscious, only aware that the sky outside had long since darkened, sinking into a gentle indigo blue. The room was quiet, besides the soft breathing of the young lady beside him. There was only the rhythm of the wall clock interwoven with the sound of rain, one beat after another. "How long did I sleep?" "It's already pitch dark outside." He slowly sat up, supported by his arms, his gaze falling on the still sleeping Carlotta. Her long lashes fluttered lightly, filtering the lamplight. Lively, star-like eyes remained tightly closed. Actually, the second young miss is really cute, even if she is indeed a bit short. Perhaps his movements disturbed her dream. Carlotta let out a vague, soft murmur, her eyelashes trembling a few times before slowly opening her eyes. Sitting up in a daze, she rubbed her not yet fully awake eyes with her small hands, blinking as she sat there, looking like she hadn't quite come back to her senses. After a moment, she seemed to suddenly jolt awake, her eyes widening in disbelief as she looked at him. "Ray? You're awake? Are you all right?" "Sorry for worrying you." Second young Mississippi Ray offered a slight smile. "I'm fine now. You really scared me." Seeing he was all right, the tension that had been tightly wound in Carlotta's heart finally eased considerably. She patted her chest lightly, letting out a long sigh. "You suddenly fainted, and no matter how I called, you didn't respond. After the doctor examined you, he only said it might be due to overwork and suggested letting you rest properly." "Overwork?" "That doctor's excuse. They found a pretty considerate one for me." "Huh? Could following this lead perhaps result in a stroke of luck? Like paid leave?" If Zani found out, she'd probably be jumping with envy. Though thinking this, Ray had no intention of hiding the bizarre experience head just had. "Second young miss," he began softly, his tone growing a bit more serious. "Actually, during the time I was unconscious, I seem to have gone to a very strange place. Barado precisely, I seem to have turned into a fragment of frequency and entered a sonoro." "A sonoro sphere?" Carlotta tilted her head in confusion. Ray nodded, continuing there. "I met a girl. She said she had been living there alone for over 10 years. Her name is Cartithia." "Cartithia?" Carlotta repeated the name softly, her brow slightly furrowing. "I don't think I've ever heard of this person in Ragunna. Do you know where that sonoro actually is?" Ray shook his head. "I asked her, but she said she couldn't remember. Due to certain reasons, she has lost many memories, even the name of that land." "I see." Carlotta pondered briefly before saying, "All right, they'll remember this name. They'll ask the family to keep an eye out for any clues related to her." With that, she stood up, seemingly ready to leave, but then paused and turned back. "Your current assignment has concluded, but that doesn't mean our collaboration is over. Before a new task arrives, you should rest properly." She spoke softly, gently placing a gemstone with an unusual shimmering luster into his palm. Ray looked down at the gem in his hand, a puzzled expression on his face. "This is, as I mentioned before, every member of the family has their own code name." Carlotta explained quietly, then leaned in slightly closer, lowering her voice near his ear. "This is your code name, Cat's eye. This isn't an illusion simulated by my ability. It's a genuine gemstone, as real as they come. She stepped back half a step, a faint smile in her eyes. Be sure to take good care of it. The relationship between us isn't over yet. Cat's eye. Morning. Ray slept exceptionally soundly that night, undisturbed by dreams. Perhaps because everything he had personally experienced was already more disorienting and elusive than any dream. A colossal tower inverted in the sky, the silent struggle between the true and false deities, and the girl who had wandered in loneliness and despair for over a decade. He slowly sat up in bed, his gaze falling on the cat's eye gem in his palm. Morning light filtered through the window pane onto the gem's surface, refracting into shimmering, brilliant halos. Cartethia. He softly uttered the name again, as if by doing so, delicate threads still connected him to that encounter beyond frequencies. Afterward, he carefully put away the cat's eye gem, keeping it close to his person. This was the second gift Carlotta had given him. As the saying goes, courtesy demands reciprocity. So then, what should he give his second young miss in return? Thinking this, Ray couldn't help but feel a bit ashamed. Although he had known Carlotta for some time, he knew nothing about her likes or even her birthday. Tap, tap, tap. Just as he was lost in thought, a soft, rhythmic knocking came from the door. Ray quickly gathered his thoughts and looked toward the door. Who is it? Good morning, Mr. Ray. An unfamiliar, respectful voice came from outside the door. As per Ms. Carlotta's instructions, we have prepared breakfast for you. Ray immediately got up and dressed, opening the door to greet the guest. A neatly dressed butler stood outside, accompanied by several attendants. He elegantly pushed a dining cart into the room. This is a traditional Ragunna breakfast. I hope it suits your taste. Ray glanced at the sumptuous meal and then asked, where is the second young miss? The second young miss went out before dawn. She specifically instructed that you take this time to rest well and not worry about work-related matters. After finishing breakfast, Ray didn't remain at the Montelli estate. Of course, if he wished, he could have continued enjoying the hospitality here. But it was a rare break from work. Wouldn't it be a shame not to go out for a stroll? He wandered to Ragunna's docks, leaning against the railing to watch the churning waves, thinking to himself, should I take this chance to visit Septimont? I hear the gladiatorial matches, they're quite spectacular. But what if he went too far and the second young miss couldn't reach him if something came up? No, better not. He turned around, looking up at the sky. Perhaps because it had rained all day yesterday, the sky now appeared exceptionally clear and azure. Ray glanced at the people fishing intently by the dock, and a sudden idea struck him. Why not go fishing at the Riccioli Islands? Just then, a somewhat familiar, slightly timid voice sounded softly nearby. Excuse me, would you be willing to give me a ride to the Riccioli Islands? This voice is Phoebe? A journey to the islands on the dock. The ferry merchant eyed the young girl before him with slight suspicion. She wore standard order attire, and her demeanor seemed out of place with her surroundings. Everyone knew the Riccioli Islands had never been under the order's jurisdiction. The islanders held deep prejudices against the order, and proselytizing was strictly forbidden. Hardly anyone from the order would voluntarily go to that place. Precisely because of this, when a merchant realized the speaker was a cleric, his tone couldn't help but carry a note of puzzlement and wariness. You part of the order, going there? Aren't you aware that people there aren't too fond of you? Phoebe gently pressed her cool fingertips together, her bravado drawn in a thoughtful line, then looked up after a moment, replying earnestly, I know, but I have to go. Phoebe? A familiar voice sounded by her ear. Phoebe looked up, slightly surprised to see the newcomer. Mr. Ray? Ray smiled at her. I just heard you're going to the Riccioli Islands? Phoebe nodded gently. The order received reports that Cetus Whale has shown some unusual movements recently, so they sent me to investigate. Cetus Whale? Upon hearing the name, Ray's brows immediately furrowed. Phoebe noticed his reaction and quickly asked, What's wrong, Mr. Ray? Do you have some clue? Clue? Not exactly. Ray let out a long sigh, spreading his hands helplessly. More accurately, I nearly got killed by that thing. What? Phoebe's small mouth opened slightly, her face filled with shock and disbelief. In her understanding, Cetus whale was always regarded as a symbol of gentleness and peace in the ocean. She had hardly ever heard of it actively harming people. But now, it attacked Mr. Ray? That's impossible? Phoebe lightly covered her lips, her voice tinged with obvious disbelief. I've never heard of Cetus whale hurting anyone. But that's exactly what happened, Ray said to her helplessly. Does Phoebe think I'm lying to you? And no, that's not it. She quickly shook her head, her cheeks flushing slightly. I was just too surprised, because something like this has never happened before. Through their previous interactions, Phoebe had already developed absolute trust in Ray, someone who would actively share pizza with me and thoughtfully prepare gifts for the orphanage children. How could he be a bad person? That was likely the simple line of thought in Phoebe's mind. She then lowered her head, murmuring softly as if lost in thought. If that's really the case, then it's even more imperative that I go. Though her voice was soft, every word clearly reached Ray's ears. Before she could ask herself, he smiled and extended an invitation. In that case, Phoebe, why don't we go together? It so happens Miss Carlotta gave me a long break, and I was planning to go to the Riccioli Islands to relax. Huh? Mr. Ray's going too? Phoebe looked at him with slight surprise. Of course. Ray crossed his arms, a confident curve lifting the corner of his mouth. I still have an unsettled score with that big guy. Hearing this, Phoebe immediately showed a worried expression, unconsciously tightening her grip on her staff. And Mr. Ray, there might be some misunderstanding. Perhaps Cetus was forced? So, before we uncover the truth, could you please not harm it? Seeing Phoebe's nearly pleading expression, Ray finally couldn't help but laugh. What are you talking about? What did I say? I'd kill it. I've heard the legends about Cetus whale too, that it suddenly became abnormal. Even thinking with your knees tells you there must be someone behind it. My target is to find out who's causing trouble. Hearing this, Phoebe relaxed slightly, but then felt uneasy about her own misunderstanding. So that's how it is. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have misunderstood you, Mr. Ray. This is truly heartbreaking. Ray deliberately clutched his chest, putting on an expression of deep sorrow. The kind, lovely Phoebe actually thinks I'm so brutal. Do I really seem that unreasonable in your heart? No, absolutely not. Phoebe immediately panicked, waving her hands repeatedly, a trace of guilt flashing in her eyes. I just, perhaps due to the unspoken suspicion in her heart, she stammered for a good while, unable to form a complete explanation, and could only stand there awkwardly, her cheeks gradually coloring with a blush. I'm sorry. Ray secretly observed her, thinking that if he teased her any further, she might really cry. Though he did kind of want to see what Phoebe looked like when she cried. It might be quite cute too, but best to know when to stop. All right, since Phoebe has apologized so sincerely, his tone softened as he smiled. Then I forgive you. Really? Phoebe abruptly lifted her head, the gloom in her eyes completely gone, replaced by a bright, sparkling light. Of course it's true. But, I have a condition. Ray deliberately put on a stern face. Next pizza day, I want hot sea crown pear pizza. No way. Without any hesitation, Phoebe firmly refused his suggestion. There's no such pizza in Ragunga. Ray was startled by her sudden resoluteness. He hadn't expected Phoebe to be so unyielding when it came to pizza. No matter what Mr. Ray says, I absolutely cannot agree to this heretical food that goes against Ragunga's traditions. Phoebe puffed out her cheeks, her violet eyes unflinchingly meeting his, leaving no room for compromise. Anything but that. Any other condition I can't agree to. It has to be said, people in Ragunga are surprisingly persistent when it comes to protecting their traditions. Ray rubbed his hair, tilting his head as he looked at her. Really, any condition? Phoebe nodded earnestly again, her gaze sincere. Well then, Ray stroked his chin, carefully examining the girl before him, taking his time to assess her. It'll take my time to think it over. Near the docks, Carlotta held a cup of steaming coffee, quietly listening to her subordinate report on the Faciaspina family's assets. Suddenly, her gaze swept across the sea and settled on a ship preparing to depart in the distance. On its deck stood a figure she knew all too well. Is that Ray? Where's he going? Wait, that girl next to him. Is that the Order's Phoebe? Why are they together? Arrival at the Riccioli Islands, the Riccioli Islands. An island group located in the northwestern sea of Vergana. Rich in fishery resources, its aquatic products supply the tables of nearly all city-states in Renacida. Due to historical reasons, the archipelago has long remained outside the Order's jurisdiction, preserving the traditional customs from the era of the Thousand Islands, with lifestyles and practices quite different from Vergana. Someone from the Order? What's the Order doing here? Surely not to collect taxes? Impossible. We've never had any reason to pay taxes to the Order here. If they really dare to come, it'll give them a proper welcome. The moment they disembarked, Phoebe instantly became the center of attention. The gazes from all around were a mix of curiosity, wariness, and undisguised rejection. Low whispers spread like a tide, interspersed with unfriendly speculations. Phoebe hung her head, lips pressed lightly together. Innately gentle, she didn't know how to handle such a situation. Clutching her staff, she dejectedly tried to hide a little behind Ray, attempting to avoid those piercing stares. Phoebe didn't understand. Why did the people on this island harbor such deep prejudices against the Order, even openly showing hostility? Could it be that the Order had truly done something unforgivable? Otherwise, why would it provoke such obvious aversion? No, that can't be. She quickly dismissed her own conjecture. This must be a misunderstanding. The Order always followed the guidance of the Sentinel, advocating kindness and mutual aid. How could it possibly commit harmful acts? The young girl refused to entertain the thought. Ray could understand the islanders' feelings. He had seen the shadows deep within the Order firsthand and held not the slightest fondness for that seemingly radiant religion. But he always believed that the matter was one thing, and the person another. Phoebe was different. He had witnessed her kindness throughout their journey. The Order might be irredeemably sinful, but what did that have to do with her? She had always devoutly practiced the teachings of the Sentinel, holding a pure and gentle heart towards both people and echoes. So, he gently took her hand. The moment their fingertips touched, the girl's shoulder trembled slightly, like a wing startled by a sea breeze. She looked up at him in some confusion. "And Mr. Ray, don't be afraid. Stay close to me." He didn't turn around. His voice kept low, yet it fell steadily into her ears. Phoebe's small mouth opened slightly. Stars seemed to swirl in her violet eyes, light shifting like waves, as if the night sea were stirred by a gentle breeze, rippling with fine, fragmented waves. Finally, she nodded gently, obediently responding with a soft sound. Riccioli Harbor, the port with the highest seafood throughput among the islands. Trade ships came and went like shuttles. The shouts on the dock, the sound of waves, and boat whistles blended into a cacophonous backdrop. They finally managed to squeeze out of the crowd, coming to a stop in a somewhat quieter corner. The people here are really numerous. Phoebe looked back at the still bustling dock, gently placing a hand on her chest, a note of awe in her tone. "It's the richest fishing ground in Renacida, after all," Ray explained. "Not just Vergana. The seafood supply for most city-states relies on this port." As he spoke, he unconsciously rubbed his stomach. "Come to think of it, it's getting dark. Should we grab something to eat first?" Phoebe turned back to look at him, concern in her voice. "Are you hungry, Mr. Ray? I have some green branch laurel salad with me. Would you like to try them?" She looked down, retrieving a few greenish fruits from her small shoulder bag and offering them to Ray. "Why do you have these with you?" "These are fruits the church distributes for free," Phoebe explained softly. "I was afraid I might get hungry on the ship, so I brought some along. Do you like eating these?" Phoebe shook her head, her voice very light. "It's a rule of the Order. As a cleric, even if you don't like it, you have to accept it." Ray silently accepted the green branch laurel salad Phoebe offered. Under her expectant gaze, he braced himself and carefully took a bite. An intense tartness instantly spread through his mouth. He nearly stood up on the spot, barely suppressing the urge to frown, trying to keep his tone steady. I suddenly feel like having some seafood. Phoebe, how about we go buy something else to eat? Huh? Mr. Ray doesn't like this taste? Rather than saying he didn't like it, it was more that it was downright unpalatable. The texture was practically like chewing on raw lemon. Could this really be considered food? Who decided to make this the sacrament meal? Could it be Frolova? No, I just suddenly craved seafood. He forced an explanation. Is that so? Phoebe murmured in response, her fingers unconsciously rummaging in her bag. But I don't think I brought much money. Seafood here probably isn't cheap, right? Don't worry about the money. Ray patted his chest. Leave it to me. No. Phoebe quickly shook her head. I've already received too much kindness. How can I keep making Mr. Ray spend money? Such one-sided giving, it's too unfair. Ray looked at her with some surprise, not expecting the girl to be so insistent. At least I should pay half, she said, stuffing a small bag of shell coins into his hand all at once, offering an apologetic smile. This is my clerical stipend for this month. It's not much, but I'm giving it all to Mr. Ray. Ray stared blankly at the slightly heavy bag of shell coins in his hand, then looked up at Phoebe before him, her cheeks flushed, unconsciously twirling a strand of her hair. Momentarily stunned. She really was so pure it was heart-wrenching. How could there still be a girl like this in the world? Unaccountably, a heavy sense of guilt rose from the depths of his heart, probably remembering the times had occasionally teased her. He silently recited in his mind, Sentinel above, I have sinned. I really shouldn't have bullied an angel like Phoebe. He roughly weighed the bag of shell coins. Phoebe's clerical stipend really wasn't much. It would cover a few meals, but if they wanted to stay here for a while, it was clearly far from enough. But it's okay. Ray himself wasn't short on money. Moreover, the second young miss had personally promised him a substantial bonus before. Perhaps this was the perfect time to, while investigating the tiebreaker whale's frenzy, also give her a chance to relax properly. Phoebe, always staying within the order, probably never got to rest properly, right? Phoebe, wait here for me a moment. All right. After giving a soft instruction, Ray walked to a corner, took out his terminal, and dialed Carlotta's number. After a brief ringtone, the call connected. Hello. For some reason, the second young miss voice came through, but it carried a note of unmistakable resentment, sounding as though her mood wasn't the best. Lost Moon Zero, a new series has been added. A distant resentment her chest felt stiflingly tight. The more she tried not to care, the heavier that weight pressed down on her, growing more intense. Carlotta rested her cheek in her hand, her gaze drifting faintly out the window. 5 in the afternoon. The setting sun was slowly sinking on the horizon. The streets of Reguna were still bustling, laughter spilling over like a tide. If she could share this moment of sunset with him at the cafe around the corner, perhaps today could be called perfect. Unfortunately, she didn't have the time. Or rather, he didn't have the time. Sunlight, sea breeze, the clamorous crowd, and her by his side. That position should have been hers. How utterly infuriating. Carlotta let out a soft breath, a fleeting shadow of dimness and disappointment swirling in her eyes, as if pricked by something minute. Has he forgotten exactly who he's focused on right now? Cantarella is one thing, but why even Phoebe? Does he really prefer that well-behaved, sweet type instead? Or is it just that I'm overthinking it? Perhaps they just happened to meet by chance? Maybe. Carlotta slumped weakly onto the desktop, her mind a complete blank. She had been busy all day, ever since that foolish attack by the Faciaspina family. The Montelli family had justifiably launched a full-scale acquisition of them, and she, as a thoroughbred Montelli, naturally had to oversee everything from start to finish, not letting up for a moment. Now, finally having a moment of leisure, the young lattice heart felt not the slightest bit brighter. When busy, at least she could temporarily push that morning scene into a corner. But now that guy, he couldn't even spare a moment to send a message. She buried her face in the crook of her arms, her voice muffled, wrapped in resentment. Just then, the terminal on the desk buzzed softly. Without looking up, she instinctively reached for it. Only after seeing the caller's name did a flicker of surprise and delight cross her eyes. But in the very next second, that surprise and delight were replaced by even deeper resentment. Contacting me only now? Finally remembered I exist? Something tells me it's not that simple. Am I overthinking it again? She straightened up a little, took a deep breath, and accepted the call. Hello. Meanwhile, at Riccioli Harbor, hearing the clear note of resentment in Carlotta's tone from the other end of the terminal, Ray couldn't help but stiffen slightly. Second young miss, you sound not in high spirits. Tired from today? His tone was gentle, carrying his usual concern. Carlotta cast a covert glance out the window, not wanting her inner turmoil to be noticed. A bit, but it's not all because of work. There are other things. Other things? Ray followed her lead. Carlotta pressed her lips together imperceptibly, still expressing it in a roundabout way. Been busy all day. Haven't even eaten dinner yet. Just heard some employees excitedly talking about a restaurant on Bank Street offering half price for couples. Upon hearing this, Ray immediately laughed. Don't tease me, second young Mississippi. At this hour, banks are usually still working overtime. I know, Zani just posted about being in the office. No one's left. Looks like she's pulling another late night. Besides, does the second young miss seem like someone who needs a half-price discount? Wouldn't that be insulting your status? If the Fisalia family saw, they'd think we couldn't afford it. Carlotta lightly gritted her teeth, the corner of her mouth trembling uncontrollably. Blissfully unaware, Ray naturally shifted the topic to business. Oh, right, second young miss. About my bonus. Any idea when ITL'll be paid? I'm at the Riccioli Islands right now, planning to rest here for a while. Expenses might be a bit high, so could be transferred soon. That cat's eye jerk. So he contacted me, from start to finish, just for the money? So he plans to use my money to accompany some other girl for fun and relaxation, step by step winning her over. Is that it? Carlotta's fingers tightened silently, her knuckles turning pale, her expression gradually darkening. Hello, second young miss? No sound. Is the signal bad? With no response from the other end for a while, Ray thought the call had dropped. He was just about to check his terminal when the call was abruptly and cleanly disconnected. What happened? The call got cut off? Ray was still a bit unresponsive, staring blankly at his terminal. Phoebe, who had been quietly waiting nearby, gently walked over, tilting her head with concern. Mr. Ray, what's wrong? Turning around, Ray shrugged helplessly. To be honest, I'm not really sure myself. The second young miss, just now. Before he could finish speaking, the terminal suddenly vibrated again. It was a notification that the money had been credited. And what shocked him even more was that it had been transferred directly from Carlotta's personal account. Ray's eyes widened as he stared at the astonishing number on the screen. Carlotta had mentioned that the bonus would be generous, but he hadn't expected it to be generous to this extent. Forget a short vacation here. Even living comfortably on the Riccioli Islands for half a year wouldn't be a problem. But in the transfer note, a word was written clearly. Jerk. Ray stared at those two words, momentarily at a loss. Was she angry? Mr. Ray, why does your expression look so strange? Phoebe asked innocently, completely unaware of what had happened. It's nothing. My reward just came through, Ray said as he put the terminal away. Let's go, Phoebe. We'll get something to eat, then find a place to stay. As for the tiebreaker whale, we'll start investigating tomorrow. It'll follow whatever Mr. Ray says. Phoebe nodded with a gentle smile. Reguna. Carlotta slumped weakly by the desk, tilting her face to watch the sunset gradually sinking below the sea's horizon. In the end, she still transferred the money to him, using her personal account, not through the official company process. According to procedure, Ray's bonus should have followed the regulations, taking at least a week to complete approvals before being uniformly issued from the company account. But, considering you performed fairly well on this mission, she murmured to herself, her voice so light it almost melted into the evening breeze. That money, let's consider it a token of appreciation from me. The last rays of twilight flooded through the window, illuminating half her profile and glinting in her somewhat distracted eyes. A long time later, she added very softly, "I hope Cat's Eye has a good time. Take my share along, too." An unexpected reunion, the taste of seafood was a bit too light. Frolova didn't particularly care for such flavors. This body now had long lost the tangible sensation of being human. If even taste couldn't bring some vivid fluctuation, what difference was there from slumbering in nothingness? The restaurant was noisy, filled with constant chatter and laughter. Only she sat quietly in the corner, like a forgotten shadow. Frolova didn't dislike lively places. One could even say there wasn't anything she particularly despised. Because she had lived too long, she had gradually lost both anticipation and dissatisfaction with this world. Whether it was clamor or dead silence made no difference to her. Frolova? All right. Truthfully, she wasn't entirely indifferent to this world either. Beneath those deeply buried memories and secrets, there was still someone special to her. And that specialness had silently fermented over the long passage of time, to the point where its original form was now indistinguishable. Was it love? Or hatred? Perhaps even she herself couldn't provide an answer. Hearing that familiar voice, Frolova slowly raised her eyes to look at the young man who had somehow appeared beside her. A moment later, she frowned. Why is he here? Could it be for the dark tide too? What a coincidence. You're at the Riccioli Islands too. Ray looked at the girl before him with some surprise. Amidst the noisy environment of the restaurant, he had spotted this red spider lily wandering outside the world almost at a glance. Phoebe, holding her staff, leaned against him somewhat nervously. It wasn't because of Frolova, but because of the gazes from those around. A priest from the order always seemed particularly out of place in this gathering of sea folk. Fortunately, apart from some whispers and stares, no one actually came forward to cause trouble. After all, Phoebe was the only priest here. No matter what the local residents thought of the order, they wouldn't go out of their way to target a girl like her. Frolova continued to look at him indifferently, not offering any response. She was waiting. This aloof attitude was something Ray was nearly accustomed to, perhaps wounded too deeply in the past. The current Frolova wasn't easily trusting of others. Or perhaps, aside from herself, she simply couldn't bring herself to trust anyone else. Then, how about sharing a table? Ray suggested. This meal's on me. Frolova picked up her water glass and took a light sip. No agreement, no refusal, just quietly watching him as before. He'll take that as a yes. Ray sat down accordingly. Phoebe, slightly taken aback, followed suit and sat beside him, offering a somewhat shy, soft greeting to Frolova. Hello, my name is Phoebe, am an acolyte of the Order of the Deep. Hearing her, Frolova turned toward her and gave a slight nod. Then her gaze returned to Ray's face, never having left it the entire time. Even Ray felt a bit uncomfortable under her stare. Miss Frolova, you keep staring at me. Is there something you want to say? This time, Frolova didn't remain silent. A light curve touched the corner of her lips. She folded her arms across her chest, her tone distant and meaningful. I was merely curious. Why it is that you, who chose to start anew even at the cost of everything, still step into similar whirlpools time and again, willingly or otherwise? Has this kind of obsession already been etched into your very soul? I really don't understand what the heck you're talking about. Ray let out a helpless, long sigh. He was just about getting used to Frolova's roundabout, riddle-like way of speaking, though he never really understood it anyway. I originally came to the Riccioli Islands for a proper vacation. But unexpectedly, Ray said, his gaze shifting to the golden-haired girl beside him. I ran into Phoebe. She's here to investigate the reason behind the tidebreaker whale's abnormal frenzy. Since I happened upon it, I couldn't just stand by, right? So I decided to help her. Oh, such admirable heroic behavior. Frolova lightly covered the corner of her mouth with her hand, her eyes swirling with an ambiguous, half-smiling light. It truly fits your consistent style, always forming bonds with one new acquaintance after another, giving them promises and hope, and then, at the most critical moment, quietly vanishing. Quite the heartless fellow, aren't you? Ray opened his mouth, but the words died on his lips. Great. Frolova's symptoms have worsened again. She's really thoroughly convinced him that person. All right, have it your way. If you say so, then so be it. Helplessly, he picked up the menu, trying to change the subject. Ray knew in his heart that Frolova was too deeply immersed in the past. So much so that every time they met, she was gazing at another person through him. It wasn't that he hadn't thought about pulling her out of those painful memories. It's just that he still didn't know exactly how to do it. Perhaps the only thing he could do now was to continue staying by her side, gradually deepening the connection between them. All right, I've had enough to eat. Then you too. Until next time. With that, Frolova stood up, didn't linger, and walked straight out of the restaurant. Phoebe watched her figure disappear through the doorway before softly asking Ray, Mr. Ray, between you and Miss Frolova, did something happen? The atmosphere between you two always feels a bit delicate. It's a long story. Ray sighed, pushing the menu toward her. She just hasn't been able to move on from certain things in the past. Let's not dwell on that for now, Phoebe. See if there's anything you'd like to eat. Hasn't been able to move on from the past. Phoebe took the menu, softly repeating the phrase, then suddenly widened her eyes as if struck by a thought. Could it be she's your ex-girlfriend? What nonsense are you thinking? Ray couldn't help but laugh. Of course not. It's just that I resemble someone she knows, so she sometimes projects her emotions onto me. Huh? Really? Phoebe blinked in disbelief. Of course. Do I look like the kind of person who abandons others after playing with their feelings? Ray spread his hands and shrugged, maintaining a relaxed demeanor. Hurry up and order something. We still need to find a place to stay. Okay. After dinner, Ray took Phoebe around the island looking for accommodation. Whether it was because Riccioli Harbor had too many tourists lately, or because the islanders held prejudices against those from the order after asking several inns in a row, they were all politely turned away with excuses like fully booked. Cinchuredo, you'll be staying with Mr. Ray? Phoebe stood frozen in place, her cheeks suddenly flushing a soft pink. The blush crept up to the tips of her ears, then spread toward her neck, as if she were suddenly overcome with embarrassment. Even as a priest of the order, Phoebe's heart was still that of a perfectly ordinary girl. So, upon realizing she'd be sharing a room with a member of the opposite sex, it was only natural for the girl to blush and feel at a loss. Only one room left? Ray frowned slightly, clearly not entirely satisfied with this outcome. Or rather, he was more concerned about whether Phoebe would feel awkward because of it. He certainly didn't mind staying under the same roof as Phoebe. But what about Phoebe? Would she be willing? Hey, Ray's an idea, Phoebe. After a moment's thought, Ray turned to her. You take this room. I'll go look elsewhere. What do you think? The suddenly questioned girl gave a slight start. She looked up at him, her eyes flustered, momentarily unsure how to respond. She turned to look out the window. Night had already deepened. Before coming to this inn, they had actually asked at several others. Almost all were fully booked. At this hour, could they really find another place to stay? Moreover, Mr. Ray has already done so much for me. How could I let him give up the only room for me now? Thinking this, the girl quietly clenched her fingers as if making some resolve. But when the words reached her lips, her voice unconsciously softened. She lowered her head, murmuring vaguely, It's already so late. Going out to find another place now probably isn't feasible, right? If it's Mr. Ray, I could go along with it. Phoebe's voice grew softer and softer as she spoke, until it was almost inaudible at the end. But Ray still heard it. He looked at the curious girl before him with some amusement. Aren't you afraid it'll make trouble for you? Make trouble for me? Phoebe didn't understand, tilting her head with a puzzled expression. What does that mean? I don't quite get it. I just think Mr. Ray is a good person. Staying together should be fine. A good person card received. Somehow feels like it ended before it even began. Never mind. Pretend I didn't say anything. Ray covered his face, truly too embarrassed to tease this overly naive girl any further. He turned to the innkeeper. One room is fine. Oh, by the way, sir, can I ask you something? The innkeeper looked at him. What is it? About the tiebreaker whale? Recently, have people on the island seen it at all? The tiebreaker whale? The innkeeper was taken aback for a moment, stroking his chin in thought. Now that you mention it, it does seem like no one's seen it lately. Could it be something happened? Phoebe asked worriedly. The innkeeper shook his head, spreading his hands helplessly. Who can say? Maybe it just swam somewhere else. Are you here looking for it? Phoebe nodded gently. I see, the innkeeper said. If you really want to find it, you could try your luck at Serene Bay. It's a place it often rests. If you're lucky, you might come across it there. Thank you. Phoebe offered a gentle smile in farewell, then quietly followed Ray toward the room. Their room was on the inn's third floor. The corridor was unusually quiet, almost no other sounds to be heard, so quiet that Phoebe couldn't help but wonder, is this place really fully booked? The wooden floorboards beneath their feet emitted soft creaks with each step, seemingly echoing her gradually quickening heartbeat. She pressed her barato, firmly closed, carefully watching Ray walking ahead of her. Although she had mentally prepared herself, when the moment actually arrived, nervousness still welled up uncontrollably. Phoebe. Ray, walking ahead, suddenly called her name. I'm here. Later, you'll take the bed, he said without looking back, his tone as ordinary as if discussing the weather. We'll just sleep on the floor. Huh? Phoebe was slightly taken aback, looking somewhat surprised. That's really okay? Mr. Ray won't sleep in the bed? Hearing this, Ray found it barato amusing. What? You'd rather I took the bed instead? And no, that's not it. A drunken-like crimson immediately flooded Phoebe's cheeks. She stumbled over her words in explanation. I. She stammered for a long time, but couldn't form a complete sentence, eventually just lowering her head, letting shyness and fluster spread across her face. What am I even saying? Just digging myself deeper. But if it's Mr. Ray, maybe it's not entirely out of the question. They reached the door. Ray inserted the key and turned the handle. Inside was an utterly ordinary single guest room. Ray wasn't picky about accommodations. Cleanliness and tidiness were enough. As for Phoebe, as a devout priest, she never paid much attention to these external conditions anyway. Barato, at a time like this, having a place to stay was already something to be grateful for. Phoebe gently removed her boots and her white barato, which she had worn all day, and set them neatly aside. Ray took a deep breath. It actually didn't have much of a smell. Oh, what a disappointment. Mr. Ray, just now. His breathing caught the girl's attention. Nothing, just relaxing. He shifted his gaze toward the window and looked outside. Centurato, he himself took a spare blanket and efficiently made a bed on the floor by the bed. Phew, traveling all day has really tired me out a bit. He took off his outer clothes and lay down on the floor bedding. Faint sounds of water came from the bathroom. His gaze inadvertently fell on the doorway again, Centurato. He turned over, facing away from the boots, and didn't look anymore, though he was still curious about where they had come from. Morning mysteries, the night passed without incident. When Ray opened his eyes again, a faint fish-belly white had appeared at the horizon, but the streets were still immersed in a hazy, bluish gray. It seemed sunrise was still some time away. He wiped his sleepy eyes, unable to remember when exactly he had fallen asleep. He only vaguely recalled drifting off while absorbed in a daydream. He unknowingly fell asleep, probably because he had traveled all day yesterday. He was just too tired. He sat up from the floor bedding, stretching his somewhat stiff shoulders. The room was very quiet. Besides the soft breathing of the girl beside him, there was only the rhythm of the wall clock interwoven with the sound of rain from earlier, one beat after another. How long did I sleep? It's already getting light outside. He slowly sat up, supported by his arms, his gaze falling on the still sleeping Phoebe. Her long lashes fluttered lightly, filtering the dim morning light. Lively, star-like eyes remained tightly closed. Actually, Phoebe is really cute, even if she does talk in her sleep about pizza toppings. Perhaps his movements disturb her dream. Phoebe let out a vague, soft murmur, her eyelashes trembling a few times before she shifted slightly, still deep in sleep. Benny, stop that. Pizza. How can you put crown pear on it? Mr. Ray is really... But what on earth is she dreaming about? Why is she still hung up on crown pear pizza? Never mind, let her sleep. Looking at the girl's simple, pure sleeping face. Ray couldn't help but shake his head gently. He turned and walked into the bathroom to freshen up. It was still early. What should he do during this time? Go fishing for a bit? And, while he was at it, see if there were any boats heading to Stillwater Bay? Yeah, decided. He walked out of the bathroom, put on his jacket, left a short note for Phoebe, then gently pushed the door open. But the moment he closed the door behind him and turned around, he ran into an unexpected person in the hallway, Frolova. She seemed to be heading out too. Seeing him, a flicker of unmistakable surprise passed over her face. This really is quite unexpected. Frolova pressed her lips together softly, speaking as she walked toward Ray. The latter was also slightly stunned, not expecting to run into Frolova here. She was right next door to me? Fate truly works in mysterious ways. Good morning. Ray took the initiative to greet her. Frolova gave a light nod, but her gaze fell on the tightly closed door behind him, a note of amusement in her tone. Heading out so early? Not staying any longer with that little priest? How do you know Phoebe is in the room? Well, she pretended to think. Intuition, perhaps. So, how was last night? Catching the teasing in her words, Ray immediately adopted a serious tone. Don't get the wrong idea. We shared a room, but nothing happened. I haven't asked anything yet. Why the eager explanation? The smile in Frolova's eyes deepened as she looked at him with interest. Never mind. Let's not talk about it. Ray changed the topic somewhat helplessly. Speaking of which, why are you at the Riccioli Islands? Inspiration gathering? Or a vacation? Want to know? Frolova brushed past him, taking a few steps before turning back, a meaningful smile on her face. What if I said, my purpose for coming to the Riccioli Islands is the same as yours? Hearing this, Ray was taken aback. You came for the tiebreaker whale too? Yes and no. Her answer remained veiled in mist. We live in the same world, naturally drawn by the same melodies. In the end, we're the same kind of people, just walking different paths. Starting with the riddles again, Ray directly ignored the second half of her hint-laden sentence. What does a performer like you want with the tiebreaker whale? Want to know that much? The corner of her eye lifted slightly as she turned and began walking away. Don't worry, you'll understand soon enough. With that, she said no more and walked straight toward the other end of the corridor. Ray hesitated slightly, then stepped forward, following her retreating figure. The street was thick with fog. Besides the faint sounds from the distant docks, the surroundings were so quiet it felt as if they still hadn't woken. Frolova and Ray walked side by side through the empty streets and alleys. She didn't show any displeasure or discomfort at his following. Instead, she felt a rare sense of peace in this quiet world of interwoven black and white. That was the tranquility she had once hoped for, even longed for. It's just a shame it had all eventually turned into fleeting smoke. He was no longer him, and I am no longer me either. A bit hungry. Why aren't there any breakfast stalls on the street? Ray muttered softly while looking around. He wasn't even sure himself why he had followed Frolova out. It was just that the moment he saw her turn and leave, his feet seemed to move on their own accord, and by the time he realized it, he was already walking beside her in the fog. Frolova glanced sideways at him, her tone indifferent. Is the meaning of your existence reduced solely to eating? Can't say it like that. If you're hungry, you eat. It's the natural order of things. As Ray spoke, his gaze was suddenly drawn to a crowd gathering by the shore, a group of people making a commotion, seemingly engaged in heated discussion. He couldn't help but stop and listen closely. Frolova also stopped, wanting to know what was happening. I'm not lying. A bunch of remnants suddenly appeared at Serene Bay. Right, I saw it too. It was like they just spawned out of nowhere. If our gondola hadn't been fast, we'd probably have been dragged underwater. Stay away from Serene Bay for a while. That place is seriously weird now. Serene Bay? Remnants? Ray's heart stirred. The innkeeper had clearly said that was where the tiebreaker whale rested. Logically, remnants shouldn't appear there. Could this be related to the tiebreaker whale's recent abnormalities? Full of questions, he approached the crowd. Two fishermen were panting heavily, faces pale, describing tonight's ordeal to the people around them. Remnants appeared at Serene Bay? Ray asked. Yeah, One fisherman looked at him, still shaken. My buddy and I wanted to try our luck early at Serene Bay, hoping to catch some big ones under the tiebreaker whale's protection. Who'd have thought we'd catch no fish and nearly become fish food ourselves? Could you describe what happened in more detail? What, young man, are you planning to go there? Ray shook his head, just curious how the remnants formed. Logically, the appearance of remnants always had a cause. They didn't just materialize out of thin air. The fisherman scratched his head, trying to recall. I can't really explain it either. I just remember the seawater suddenly turning pitch black, and then those things appeared. We were so scared we fled without looking back. I'd advise you not to go there. If something happens, there won't even be anyone to collect the bodies. No, I need to go rest. The seawater suddenly turned pitch black. Signs of the dark tide. Why do I feel? I've heard this description somewhere before. Seawater suddenly turning black, with remnants, tayset discords, appearing. Ray touched his chin, murmuring softly. Dark tide. At that moment, Frolova, who had been standing silently beside him, suddenly broke the silence. Her arms were crossed, her expression indifferent, yet her gaze naturally met Ray's. As soon as those two words were spoken, everyone present couldn't help but stiffen. An unconcealable fear and unease immediately surfaced on their faces. Dark tide? That can't be. It must just be an accident? Right, something like that. Better not jump to conclusions too quickly. People spoke up one after another, as if doing so could dispel the gloom in their hearts. But everyone knew these words were merely pale, powerless comforts against the harsh reality. Even Ray couldn't help but meet Frolova's gaze, confusion in his eyes. He didn't understand why she could be so certain that this was the dark tide. The so-called dark tide was a disaster phenomenon triggered by Leviathan's corruption. In Renaceda's history, 2 dark tides had occurred. The first happened centuries ago. In the end, the Order's first primus, Napoli II, used the power of the Sentinel to powerfully suppress the dark tide, and from this, the Order of the Deep was founded. The second occurred 20 years ago. Though time had passed, the dark tide's impact on this land, Ragunna, had still not completely faded. Why are you so certain? Ray asked, watching her. Frolova shrugged, looking nonchalant. A guess. She looked toward the distant sea, fell silent for a moment, then added softly, why not go and confirm it with your own eyes? Ray was silent for a while, weighing the pros and cons in his mind. In the end, he nodded solemnly. All right, if there truly are traces of the dark tide left there, I cannot ignore it. Otherwise, the whole of Ragunna know, all of Renacida could face the crisis of being devoured. Why go? How perilous the dark tide was. Once truly encountered, the hope of survival was minuscule. These truths Ray understood all too well, but for some reason, he couldn't bring himself to ignore it. But for some reason, he ultimately couldn't turn and walk away. Frolova tilted her head slightly, a faint smile tugging at the corner of her mouth, as if she had already anticipated his answer. Still the same as ever. Even if you start over 1,000 times, you still can't let go of that obsession, the obsession that you must save. Ray walked over to the fisherman who had witnessed the anomalies at Serene Bay and said, Sir, may I borrow your gondola temporarily? The man looked panicked. Young man, have you lost your mind? You really want to go to a place like that? Ray nodded solemnly. This matter is of great importance. Someone has to go and confirm it. If it's just a normal Tayset field eruption, that's one thing, but if it really is the dark tide? At this point, his expression had already grown much more serious. The man opened his mouth, but ultimately just let out a long sigh. Fine. If you're determined to go, I'll lend you this gondola for now. But be extremely careful. It's been with me for decades, like an old companion. Make sure you bring it back in one piece. Mem, don't worry. I will. With unease difficult to dispel, the crowd gradually dispersed. In the end, only Frolova and Ray remained on the docks. Ray walked toward the borrowed gondola, his gaze fixed on the distant Serene Bay shrouded in dark clouds. Before setting off, we need to make some preparations. Just then his terminal chimed, a call from Phoebe. MS sorry, Mr. Ray. I I overslept. It's fine. If you're still sleepy, you can rest a bit longer. No need. Im avaka. The Sentinel says dawn is the most precious time of day. As a priest, I must strictly adhere to the precepts. All right, they'll send you a coordinate. Come meet me here. After ending the call, Ray turned to look at Frolova. She still stood quietly on the shore, arms crossed, gazing at the ominous black sea in the distance. Him coming too. She suddenly turned around, as if already sensing his gaze, and walked straight up to him. Why are you coming? None of your business. This isn't a picnic. So reluctant to have me tag along? Frolova leaned in a little closer, examining his face. Or, are you afraid it'll disturb your conversation with the priest? Don't forget, you still owe me a favor. Understanding the concern, Ray raised an eyebrow, his expression turning somewhat awkward. He wasn't worried about that at all, only because the dark tide was far too perilous. If it truly was the dark tide resurfacing, encountering it would mean almost certain death. He didn't even want Phoebe to come along, let alone Frolova. Some paths, in the end, could only be walked alone. Of course not. One refusal isn't enough. You want a second one? Frolova's brow furrowed slightly, clear displeasure in her tone. Ray stopped short, looking at the faint resentment surfacing in her eyes, and ultimately let out a soft sigh. Fine, as you wish. This gondola was slightly larger than usual ones, easily accommodating 4 people, let alone just a few of them. Hearing his concession, Frolova's expression eased somewhat. She stepped directly onto the gondola, humming a tuneless melody, and found herself a seat. Before long, Phoebe arrived too. She had jogged the whole way and was still slightly out of breath. And Mr. Ray, I am here. Phoebe was breathing slightly heavily, her cheeks flushed. Cinceredo, how can that be? The most recent dark tide was 20 years ago. Ray spread his hands, letting out a long sigh. Who knows? Phoebe gently bit her lip, speaking softly. Perhaps that's the reason behind the tidebreaker whale's abnormal frenzy. Whether it's the dark tide or not, we really do need to go and check. As she spoke, her gaze shifted to the gondola by the shore, but she stiffened slightly the moment she clearly saw the crimson figure on the boat. That is Miss Frolova? Why is she here? Is Miss Frolova coming too? She asked quietly. Ray also replied in a low voice. Why? It's very dangerous. Cinceredo. Maybe I should just quit. Unfortunately, it was just a thought. Forget how crucial money was for survival. Just a matter of the second young miss. Would she really let him go? Having just gained her trust, mentioning resignation now, he'd probably be torn apart on the spot. The sea breeze was gentle, carrying a salty, moist scent as it brushed against their faces. Phoebe sat beside him, one hand lightly holding down her hat, the other excitedly pointing into the distance. The sea breeze is mild, the wind is favorable. Mr. Ray, look, a school of fish is ahead. A school of fish? Ray followed her pointing direction and indeed saw a dark shadow moving beneath the water surface. He immediately became excited. On the Riccioli Islands, you could skip doing anything else, but you could not fish. Besides, his initial reason for coming to these islands was for a vacation. Though danger lurked everywhere now, taking a moment to relax on the way to their destination didn't seem entirely out of the question. Fortunately, the gondola was equipped with simple fishing gear. Ray casually picked up a fishing rod, attached bait, swung his arm, and the fishing line traced a smooth arc, landing precisely where the school of fish was swimming. He didn't fish often, but had often seen many anglers near the docks in Ragunga. Over time, had picked up some techniques. Watch me catch a few big ones. Dinner tonight is settled. Go for it, Mr. Ray. Phoebe cheered him on from the side. Frolova remained quietly seated to one side, legs crossed, chin resting in one hand, her expression indifferent as she watched them, utterly unconcerned with the world around her. She had long since completely closed off her heart. The clamor of the outside world could no longer stir even the slightest ripple within her. What once surrounded her, whether kind closeness or indifferent rejection, had long since receded like the tide. Repeating history, similar words playing out again and again, she had repeatedly slipped from brief warmth back into loneliness. It wasn't until later that she finally understood that the reliance she craved was ultimately futile. When fleeting beauty vanished like bubbles, what remained were only those unable to extricate themselves, left to endure prolonged pain. Gradually, she regained her reason, locking the doors of her heart layer by layer, until finally, she turned into a state of silent numbness. The sound of his and her conversation and laughter reached her ears, but Frolova paid no attention, her thoughts still immersed in her own world. If this truly is the dark tide, perhaps remnant from the last eruption, if we could control this power, it might lead to a major breakthrough in the research on the Black Shore. Frolova looked up at the sky. It was truly blue, but the world on the other shore was different. There, the sun rose as usual, the town's cooking smoke and laughter repeated day after day, day after day. The utter ordinariness of each day was intoxicating. She had once promised them she would create a perfect, real other shore, no, not perfect and real, but to rebuild this shore no different from this one, to make that place the new reality. Since both were flowers that could not bear fruit, perhaps staying in the dream would be happier than a reality full of cracks. Because wrapped in this peaceful illusion, the fading ember could persist amidst the turbulence, even if such a world was false. But what about him? Frolova gently raised her eyes, her gaze falling on Ray. What would he do after learning the full truth? If he hadn't abandoned the past, would he have kept the promise? Perhaps, but reality had no what-ifs. She had long since stopped holding any expectation for his choices and responses. Only occasionally, some untimely thoughts would still surface in her heart. If back then, she could have walked a little closer to him, could have taken his hand, then what would our relationship be now? She sat there, quietly watching him, until the wind ceased to flow, and time, at this moment, lost its meaning. The world now was like a sinking island, and she was the girl wandering in the twilight, eventually embraced tenderly and coldly by the eternal night. A fish is hooked. Of course, Ray didn't notice the girl's emotional shift at this moment. Or rather, Frolova never revealed her emotions outwardly. Even though her heart was currently stormy, her expression appeared no different from usual. Ray heaved the fishing rod upward, trying to reel in the hooked big fish, but clearly underestimated its strength. A sudden tug pulled from underwater, causing him to stagger and nearly be dragged into the sea. Luckily, he steadied himself in time, barely avoiding falling in. Yo, still got some fight. Seems like a big one. Ray's competitive spirit was instantly ignited. He stood up, gripping the rod with both hands, beginning a serious contest with this fish. Phoebe watched him worriedly. "Mr. Ray, be careful. Don't let it drag you into the sea. It's fine." Ray's tone was light, a bright, handsome smile on his face. "I just underestimated it before. Didn't expect it to be this strong. But at the end of the day, it's just a fish. I don't believe I can't handle it. The real battle is just starting." After saying this, he took a deep breath and employed techniques he'd seen from the anglers at the dock, sometimes loosening the line, sometimes tightening it, patiently wearing down the fish's stamina. "Joke's on you. I, a fearsome bipedal ape. And you, a mere fish, want to compete with me in endurance?" Time slowly passed. Ray could clearly feel the fish's struggles gradually weakening. It wouldn't be long before it was completely exhausted. Unfortunately, he seemed to have underestimated this fish's cunning. The moment he relaxed slightly, Cinchuredo, he seemed to catch a faint, subtle fragrance and a hint of something warm. This feeling, could it be? Wait, who's sitting opposite me? Phoebe? No, it's Frolova. Ray slowly lifted his head, pushing himself up from the table, right into Frolova's lowered gaze. Their eyes met, silence hanging between them for a moment. An awkward moment for a moment, the atmosphere plunged into an extremely awkward state. Ray stared blankly at Frolova's expressionless face. The latter seemed to feel no tangible sense of reality or displeasure about what had happened. She remained as aloof and indifferent as usual. Even Phoebe beside them was slightly taken aback by this sudden, unexpected scene, momentarily unsure how to react. "Are you finished yet?" Until Frolova spoke in her usual indifferent tone. Her gaze shifted slightly, Cinceredo. "Now that it's happened, it's too late to say anything. If you feel upset about it, do you want to try responding?" This sudden apology left Frolova momentarily at a loss. She widened her eyes slightly, looking at him with great confusion. Actually, she hadn't really taken that incident to heart. After all, Cinceredo, genuine confusion was evident in her tone. "Was this strange?" "All right, maybe a little. I was just thinking we had a mutual understanding," Ray explained. "That was an accident." Frolova's response remained calm, as if the earlier misunderstanding were utterly inconsequential to her. "I understand. Like random noise occurring during a performance, unstructured, but not worth minding. You don't need to explain or dwell on it." "Really? Why would I lie to you?" Frolova, as if suddenly struck by a thought, lightly covered her mouth, showing a trace of surprise. "Could it be Cinceredo? That still doesn't seem right." "Wait, what I meant was," finally, her words cut off abruptly. She was like a stalled engine. Though trying hard to run, she just couldn't produce a smooth explanation. Ray looked at Phoebe, trapped in a logical vortex, and sighed helplessly. "All right, Phoebe, I understand your good intentions." Phoebe's face was bright red as she silently lowered her head, her voice almost inaudible. Sorry, Mr. Ray." This sudden interlude made the atmosphere on the boat somewhat delicate. To avoid the awkwardness from spreading further, Ray had to pretend nothing was wrong. Cinceredo, freshly baked bread, soft, and with a special delicate fragrance, or a milky scent, judging by size, probably a bit bigger than the second young miss. If Frolova is a small bread roll, then the second young miss would be a small steamed bun. As for Phoebe, probably about the same. Wait, what am I randomly thinking about? Focus, Ray. Focus on fishing. Reguna. Carlotta had just woken from a nap in her room. She casually opened a bottle of milk, but unexpectedly sneezed. Why did I suddenly sneeze? The young lady rubbed her nose, muttering softly. I feel like I've been insulted somewhere. Is it my imagination? In the afternoon, Ray and his group finally reached their destination, Serene Bay. This was the habitat of the tidebreaker whale, revered as a holy land by the archipelago residents. They say that those who barge in without the tidebreaker whale's acknowledgement end up becoming its food, Ray said, looking ahead at Serene Bay. It was a massive circular bay, and besides a solitary lighthouse, the island showed no signs of human presence. That's just a legend. The tidebreaker whale has no record of harming people, Phoebe refuted seriously. Ray shrugged, clearly not entirely convinced by such claims. But has already harmed me. So that's why we're here, to investigate the truth, right? Phoebe tightened her grip on her staff, looking around at the calm sea surface, a bit puzzled. But this place looks no different from other sea areas. Wasn't it said that remnants appeared? Not sure. Ray shook his head. Anyway, let's go ashore and check it out first. The gondola gradually approached the shore. They disembarked onto the island together. The ecological environment here was clearly superior to other places, likely due to its long-term uninhabited status. This place has a great environment. After sitting on the boat for so long, Ray's body felt somewhat stiff. He stretched, letting out a long sigh. Vacationing here would be delightful. TSK, suddenly feel like casting a line again. Phoebe softly reminded him, Mr. Ray, we're not here to play. Of course, I know. Ray scanned the surroundings. But there's no sign of anything unusual right now, and the tidebreaker whale is nowhere to be seen. Without a single clue, are we supposed to wander around aimlessly like headless flies? Hearing him say this, Phoebe also felt it made sense. Without clues, investigating truly was difficult. Then what should we do now? She asked worriedly. Simple. Ray picked up his fishing rod and small stool, found a spot on a reef, and sat down. Enjoy life. Wait for an anomaly to appear, then follow the trail to the source. Phoebe, to be a competent hunter, you need patience. Phoebe blinked, looking at him somewhat dazedly, then turned her gaze to Frolova beside her. Miss Frolova, what do you think? Frolova crossed her arms, her expression still indifferent. Though that guy's behavior seems frivolous right now, there really is no other way. Only by waiting for the dark tide to appear can we follow its traces. She paused for a moment, then slowly turned around. Until then, let's wait and keep hope in our hearts. The oncoming dark tide the sky gradually darkened. Ray sat boredly on the reef, yawning, then looked down to tally the day's catch. Besides a few scattered small fish, he hadn't caught anything substantial. But at least it was better than returning empty-handed. These fish were enough to take care of tonight's hunger. He turned his head, looking toward the coast behind him. Frolova and Phoebe had already set up a simple shelter, and a campfire was quietly burning, illuminating the deepening twilight. The two sat around the campfire, but remained silent. Frolova was indifferent by nature, never wasting energy on things unrelated to herself, so naturally, she wouldn't initiate conversation with Phoebe. Phoebe, being simple and not familiar with Frolova, though wanting to chat, didn't know where to start. She could only silently look around, trying to ease the awkwardness. This silence continued until Ray returned, breaking it. In a sense, both were like two parallel lines that never intersect. Only his presence could briefly connect them. "You two look bored?" Ray walked over to the campfire carrying a few cleaned fish. Phoebe looked up, her eyes immediately lighting up with joy upon seeing him return. "Mr. Ray, this is today's catch. Not much, but enough to fill our stomachs." As he spoke, he skewered the fish over the campfire, then looked toward the dark coastline in the distance, letting out a slightly regretful sigh. "Ah, too bad I forgot to bring drinks. If we had a few cold ones, sitting here eating grilled fish and feeling the sea breeze would be such a treat." Frolova sat quietly nearby, silently watching him. After a moment, she turned her gaze toward the distance as if nothing were amiss. No one knew what the girl was thinking at this moment. Only, it seemed as if some color had gone missing from her eyes, forever losing their original luster. After that, the atmosphere fell into silence once more. Ray handed the grilled fish to Frolova and Phoebe, but the former frowned slightly, declining his offer. "I don't like grilled things." That was her reply. So Phoebe took out the green branch laurel fruits she carried with her and offered them to Frolova. This time, she didn't refuse. In fact, she seemed to quite enjoy the tart flavor. "Not bad," she commented softly. "Phoebe, Ray," as he suspected, Frolova really likes this taste. Time passed quietly. Ray sat alone by the campfire. Phoebe and Frolova had long gone to rest. To be safe, he had to keep watch. Though Phoebe insisted on staying with him, he ultimately persuaded her to go back. He yawned, occasionally adding some firewood to the flames. Later, he simply laid down on the sand, gazing up at the boundless starry sky. These stars, whether in the past or now, had never changed. Yet, under the clamor of the waves and the shroud of night, the stars in the sky seemed somewhat dimmer too. So boring. There was no signal here, nor any entertainment. He could only sit there like that. Maybe go night fishing? Forget it. Better not go too far from them. What if something happens? The sea breeze brushed gently, making the campfire flicker along with it. She appeared silently and sat down beside him. "Aren't you sleeping?" Ray didn't look. He already knew who the person sitting beside him was. "Can't sleep," Frolova replied softly. "What about Phoebe? She's already asleep. Truly an innocent child. Even in such an environment, she can fall into deep sleep." Frolova's voice was ethereal, echoing across the open coast, like a lingering echo from the past crossing over to the present world. "Perhaps she trusts you too much. And you? Don't you have any feelings about that?" As she spoke, her wine-red eyes suddenly shifted to meet his gaze, and beneath those seemingly calm eyes lay indescribably complex emotions. "Feelings?" Ray continued gazing at the boundless starry sky, his eyes catching a fleeting meteor across the heavens. "What feelings could I have? Trust is a strange thing to begin with. To put it bluntly, it's just a one-sided investment and expectation, given without reservation. This emotion isn't mutual, it's just a wishful attachment. Perhaps the person you trust ultimately won't turn out as you wish. That might be an unacceptable outcome for you. But for that person, it might just be an insignificant matter or even never truly taken to heart. Under these stars, the girl lowered her head. The breeze lifted her long hair, swaying with a lonely sentiment, gradually permeating the world. Her slightly parted lips seemed to have words stuck in her throat, things she wanted to say but didn't know where to start. What a cold and heartless guy. Frolova looked up at the starry sky, listening to the sound of the wind being torn apart. I'm curious, if you were about to die, what would appear in your mind at that moment? A person? Words left unspoken? Or some regret that slipped away before it could be mended? Ray fell silent for a long time. Honestly, I don't know, he said. Such questions are still too profound for me. Or rather, there isn't a definite answer. When people truly make decisions, they aren't really that indecisive. They make instinctual choices in an instant. Frolova, flowing death paved the long night, and her heartbeat was already lost. Did you come here to talk heart to heart with me? Ray asked her. Do you feel a bit better now? Frolova chose to answer his question with silence. She let out a soft sigh and stood up. Is that how you see it? Though I'd like to continue debating with you. Unfortunately, it seems something doesn't intend to let us have peace. Only then did Ray notice the faint black mist beginning to permeate the surroundings, surging from the deep sea like muddy tides. He immediately stood up, scanning the area with alertness, then rushed toward the shelter to wake the sleeping Phoebe. Mr. Ray, what's wrong? Phoebe rubbed her eyes, still groggy. Only when she clearly saw the sudden appearance of Tayset discords, remnants, around her did she become much more awake. Tayset discords? Why are there so many? Don't know, but Ray drew the swift blade Carlotta had given him. Now, the fight begins. He looked toward Frolova beside him and asked, what are those black things? The Dark Tide. She replied flatly. The Dark Tide's Fury Dark Tide? They aren't ordinary Tayset discords. They are creations of the Dark Tide. The vast, boundless ocean solidified in the night, deathly stillness rising like mist. Countless voices not belonging to this world were breaking free from the cracks of the fractured night. Ray stared intently at the surroundings. That dark tide was distinctly separate from the ordinary seawater. It had its own form, yet breathed like a living thing, constantly disintegrating and regenerating with the ebb and flow of the tide, forming an eternal vortex. Chaotic frequencies congealed out of thin air, as if peering upward from the abyss depths. They were here. Big trouble. Ray's brow furrowed as he stared at the dark tide spreading beneath their feet, instinctively taking a step back. He absolutely could not attract the attention of those things. Once entangled, the consequences would be unimaginable. Mr. Ray, the coastline is disappearing. Is it high tide? Phoebe pointed at the beach being rapidly devoured by darkness ahead, her voice filled with barely suppressed panic. Ray followed her pointing direction and saw the dark tide rapidly swallowing the beach, almost reaching the spot where they had just been standing. Can't stay here. Let's go quick. Ray hissed urgently. To the gondola, hurry. But the dark tide creations were already surging toward them. An arm that could never have grown naturally reached out from the dark tide, dragging out a twisted figure with rough, shell-like plates covering its entire form, with jagged bony spikes protruding from its deathly, grayish-blue skin. It had just been born from the frequencies and seemed not fully adapted to this world yet. But within the pitch-black eyes that opened atop its shell, endless malice already swirled. And behind it, more Tayset discords were continuously crawling out of the dark tide. Their forms varied, no two alike, as if all the world's malice had congealed here in a shape. A single glance was enough to make one's sanity tremble. Whoosh dash! The air was torn at high speed. A slash attack came head-on. Ray sidestepped, then counterattacked with his sword, piercing straight through the Tayset discord's head. Mr. Ray, are you all right? Phoebe asked anxiously behind him. I'm fine. Ray shook his head, his gaze fixed on the continuously surging Tayset discords ahead. The gondola wasn't far, but to reach it, they had to pass through this distorted tide surge. If they fought their way through, time simply wouldn't allow it. Moreover, the dark tide followed them like a shadow. No, this approach would take too much time. Phoebe, I'm here. Is there a way to temporarily disrupt them, open a path? They'll try. Phoebe gripped her staff tightly, closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and chanted softly. O slumbering radiance in the tides, please gather into a key before me. Answer the prayer of the sentinel. O crystalline brilliance, please bestow grace. The tayset mark on her legs began to glow. At first, it was just a wisp of faint light like a candle lit in the dark night, weak and flickering. But gradually, the light grew stronger, finally condensing into tangible prismatic crystals. The pitch-black sea surface abruptly churned. Amidst the sky-blocking tidal waves, the light she released was like a lighthouse, boldly dispelling the surrounding darkness. The brilliance that bloomed in that instant was so intense that even Ray and Frolova had to raise their hands to shield their eyes. Even the creations of the dark tide had to retreat momentarily before that dazzling radiance. Now, Ray gave a low shout, seizing the opportunity. He took Frolova and Phoebe and dashed through the gap where the tayset discords had flinched away, finally stepping onto the gondola. Without any pause, the gondola immediately shot away from the shore like an arrow released from its bow, temporarily leaving that surging darkness behind. Are we safe now? Phoebe breathed slightly heavily, her cheeks flushed from running. It seemed she wasn't very adept at physical exertion. Ray looked back at the ink-black tidal water that followed them like a shadow, his brow still tightly furrowed. I'm afraid not. It's chasing us. That thing, is it really the dark tide? Why would it appear here? Probably remnants left from the last eruption. Frolova's voice remained placid, as if the world-shattering events outside couldn't stir the slightest ripple in her heart. She paused briefly, continuing her speculation. As for why it's only appearing now, who knows? Perhaps it's related to the tiebreaker whale. The tiebreaker whale. Phoebe looked at the churning dark tide behind them, worry appearing on her face. Could it be already corrupted by the dark tide? I read in the Order's ancient text that the tiebreaker whale's existence is deeply connected to the Sentinel. Legend says guiding shipwrecks and sailors' souls to the other shore was originally its duty. But its temperament is unpredictable. Once plunged into grief and anger, its whale song could stir storms and blot out the sky. It wasn't until the Sentinel appeared, taming it with wisdom and compassion, that it became the Cetus tidebreaker whale who now guards the seas. The situation was critical now, and Ray had no time to listen carefully to Phoebe's story. He stared fixedly at the mountainous wave ahead, his Adam's apple involuntarily bobbing. Phoebe, I don't want to shatter your beautiful image of the tiebreaker whale, but right now, we might have bigger trouble. Before his words faded, Phoebe abruptly turned around. Within the sky-blocking tidal waves, a massive dark shadow lurked beneath the surge. Is that the tiebreaker whale? Phoebe exclaimed. But its voice, why is it filled with sorrow? Now isn't the time to investigate that, Ray said, gripping the edge of the gondola tightly. The key point is, we're about to hit that wave. Everyone hold on tight. Storm, raging waves, abyssal darkness. At this moment, the sea had finally torn off all disguises, revealing its most primitive and ferocious visage. The gondola tossed violently in the fierce wind and waves, like a fallen leaf that could be completely swallowed at any moment. The hull was thrown up and down between the surges, making it almost impossible to stand steady. Hold tight. If we can break through this wave, we still have a chance. Ray's hands clenched the gunwale so tightly his knuckles turned white. Even the usually cool and detached Frolova couldn't remain calm amidst this earth-shaking turbulence. She bit her lower lip hard, struggling to steady herself amid the rocking. Wave crests rose higher than the last. The gondola beneath their feet continuously emitted low groans of strain. Don't be afraid. Believe in yourself. You can do it. Phoebe clung to the gunwale, softly encouraging the struggling little boat. But before her words finished, a giant wave slammed toward them. The next second, Both the wave and her voice disappeared into the churning seawater. Phoebe. Ray's pupils contracted sharply. The familiar figure vanished from his sight, leaving only a white hat floating helplessly on the ink-black sea surface. It's useless. Frolova's voice was as cold as ice. In a storm like this, even the most skilled sailor would. Her words cut off abruptly. Ray had already plunged into the raging, furious sea. Frolova stared blankly at the sea surface where he disappeared, her mouth slightly agape, ultimately just shaking her head gently. She lifted her face toward the towering wave about to crash down and let out a sigh almost too faint to hear. In an instant, you made your choice, huh? As expected. No matter how many times you start over, you're still same. Trapped in the abyss cold, suffocating, boundless darkness. The despair that once dragged the girl into the abyss was replaying in her fate once more. Just like yesterday once more. The girl was falling toward the abyss at the sea's bottom. And this wasn't the first time. Back then, she was still young. In such a desperate situation, she could only submit to fate's will. But now, the duet of storm and wave still made her struggles seem pale and feeble. Gurgle. A stream of bubbles escaped her lips, rising futilely toward the unreachable sea surface. So tired. No, I must return. There are unfinished matters, unfulfilled promises. I must. Seawater, carrying a biting cold, flooded her senses. Her vision gradually blurred, the last shred of light vanishing completely. The only thing clear was the thick, ink-like darkness, almost tangible. Yet in her daze, Phoebe felt something grab her hand. The warmth transmitted from that palm carried an indescribable gentleness, like the wind that had saved her in the past, lighting a final glimmer in this deep despair. Summoning the last of her strength, she opened her eyes. Amidst the endless seawater, just before losing consciousness completely, she finally saw his face clearly. Mr. Ray. The girl softly uttered this name in her heart. Ray tightly grasped the girl's wrist, struggling fiercely to swim upward. But the underwater currents pulled at them from every direction like countless invisible hands, not only hindering his ascent, but dragging both of them deeper into the darkness. This damned dark tide. Sooner or later, they'll settle the score with you. Of course, the prerequisite for settling scores was they could leave this sea area alive. Ray gritted his teeth, pulling Phoebe with all his might as he fought upward. Just then, from the corner of his eye, he suddenly caught sight of a vivid crimson figure in the dim seawater, especially eye-catching. Wait, that figure. Is it Frolova? Did she fall into the water too? Without a moment's hesitation, before he could even think, his body had instinctively turned, swimming toward that crimson figure. Just as his fingertips were about to touch her, a terrifying suction force suddenly came from the abyss below, making him brush past her by a hair's breadth. No, something's at the bottom dash. The thought had barely crossed his mind when the violent underwater currents completely swallowed him, dragging him toward the endless abyss. Huff! It was like suddenly lighting a bright lamp in the thick darkness. Ray abruptly opened his eyes, sitting up from the cold, damp cave floor, greedily inhaling a breath of air, though it carried a heavy, damp, decaying odor. Am I leaving? He quickly checked himself over. Apart from soaked clothes, he seemed mostly unharmed. Right, what about Phoebe and Frolova? He immediately stood and looked around, soon spotting the two girls' figures not far away. Frolova, wake up. Ray hurried to Frolova's side, gently shaking her shoulders, but she showed no reaction. Could be drowning? The thought made his heart tighten. Emergency aid was needed immediately. Time was critical. Ray hesitated no longer, kneeling beside her and placing his hands, one over the other, on the girl's chest. However, the moment he prepared to apply pressure, he clearly felt a cold gaze locking onto him. His movements froze. Looking down, he met Frolova's eyes, which had opened at some unknown time, and then glanced at his hand still gripping her barato, feeling somewhat awkward. If I say, I was saving you, would you believe me? Before explaining the circumstances, could you first step back? Frolova said coldly. Just how many times are you going to grab me like this? Sorry, forgot. Ray immediately raised both hands, adopting an innocent posture, then remembered something more important. Oh, right, Phoebe. Phoebe lay not far away, but her condition was clearly much worse than theirs. Phoebe? Phoebe, wake up. Ray lightly patted her cheeks, shook her shoulders, but got no response. When he placed his fingers under her nose, his heart sank abruptly. No breath. A chill instantly shot up his spine. Frolova stood up and came to Phoebe's side, lightly pressing her fingers against Phoebe's neck. After a moment, she withdrew her hand, her voice still calm, but carrying undeniable gravity. The pulse is very weak. She might not last much longer. Hearing this, Ray didn't hesitate for a second. He immediately placed his hands, one over the other, on Phoebe's chest and began rhythmically performing CPR. After completing a set of chest compressions, he didn't hesitate to lean down. Ray breathed air into the girl's lungs with careful, steady breaths. What mattered now? Only one thought occupied Ray's mind. He had to bring her back. Frolova stood quietly to the side, watching Ray exerting all his efforts in the rescue. Her fingertips briefly brushed her cheek as she felt her mind drift toward a strange, illogical thought. She blinked, coming back to her senses, and gently shook her head as if to scatter the absurd idea away. Right now, the most crucial thing is the Black Shore fulfilling the promise I made to them. As for him, one day, he'll give me the explanation I deserve. A few minutes later, Phoebe coughed a few times abruptly, slowly opening her eyes. Her voice was faint as gossamer. Mr. Ray. Miss Frolova, have we reached the underworld? Phoebe? Thank goodness, you're finally awake. Ray looked at the girls gradually regaining color, letting out a long sigh of relief. The effort wasn't in vain, thanks to the company's regular first aid training sessions. Mainly because overtime was so brutal, the company was afraid someone might really collapse and die on the spot. This was at least an emergency measure. Otherwise, by the time the ambulance arrived, the person would already be cold. We're still alive? Phoebe rubbed her throbbing temples, sitting up unsteadily. Where's this? Ray shook his head. He had already been in this cave when he woke up. Not sure. Frolova stared into the darkness deep within the cave. But I can sense dark tide power surging ahead. This place is likely the core remnant of the dark tide. Then how we get out? Who knows? Frolova said, turning her head slightly to look at Ray, a faint, elusive smile touching the corner of her mouth. Perhaps, if we completely eliminate this remnant, the path will naturally appear? Or perhaps we could ignore such a disaster and find another way out. What do you think? Frolova understood him too well. Even with lost memories, that obsession engraved into his soul had never changed. It seems this is the only way left. Ray took a deep breath, his figure disappearing into the dark cave ahead. Into the core so. Are we in an abyss at the bottom of the sea, or in a cave on a deserted island? The cave stretched deep, light was scarce. Thankfully, luminescent fungi grew on the walls, and together with the halo of light Phoebe conjured using her resonance ability, they barely managed to push back the thick darkness. Ray walked to the front. The damp, rotting air made it a bit hard to breathe, but aside from some discomfort, it hadn't caused any greater issues for now. Maybe both, maybe neither. Frolova followed behind him, her gaze casually sweeping their surroundings. Who knows, maybe we're actually inside the belly of the tidebreaker whale. That joke is positively freezing. And Phoebe? That petite, golden-haired girl was quietly using her resonance power to hold open a faint but warm halo of light in the darkness, illuminating the path for the team. She kept her head down, saying nothing. Only occasionally would she unconsciously brush her fingertips against her cheek, her eyes losing focus as she stared at Ray's back. Was that earlier, my bravado? But if it was Mr. Ray, it doesn't really seem hateful. Wait. What am I thinking? Mr. Ray did that to save me. There was no other meaning to it. I shouldn't think such things. I should be properly grateful to him instead. Sentinel above, please forgive my momentary improper thoughts. Even though the girl kept admonishing herself in her heart, Whenever her gaze fell upon his broad back, a vague, chaotic emotion would always quietly spread, as if she had quietly melted into a storm where all emotions were intertwined. Phoebe? Noticing the unusual silence from the girl behind him, Ray turned his head, concern in his voice. You don't look well. Haven't recovered yet? Do you need to rest? Huh. And no, I'm fine. Suddenly addressed, Phoebe's movements froze instantly, her cheeks rapidly coloring a wine-drunk crimson. She avoided eye contact, her explanation disjointed. I was just worried about the tiebreaker whale. Yes, that's it. Elle l'éturie. We need to find the exit quickly and investigate this. Before the words had fully left her mouth, she quickened her pace, almost breaking into a jog as she brushed past Ray, taking the lead at the front of the group. Ray watched the girls retreating back with puzzlement, then instinctively turned to look at Frolova. The latter merely gave him a cold glance. Without uttering a word, she seemed to have conveyed volumes, before silently following as well. If this is truly a remnant of the last dark tide eruption, with just the three of us, will we really be able to withstand it? On the way, Ray muttered quietly to himself. Truthfully, he had never seriously considered how to fight against the dark tide, let alone had any certainty about it. It was just that when Frolova posed that question, he had answered almost without thinking. Now, having calmed down a bit, he couldn't help but start to ponder how he should confront the dark tide. As for regret? Not really. Even if he had to do it over, he would still choose this path. Phoebe, do you remember how the last dark tide eruption was stopped? Phoebe paused slightly, lowered her head in thought for a moment, and then answered softly, Let me think. The last eruption was 20 years ago. At that time, the Saintess Fleur-de-Lis was receiving the Order's coronation, but the dark tide descended without any warning. In the end, the Saintess chose martyrdom. She used herself as the price to seal the dark tide, ending that catastrophe. Saintess Fleur-de-Lis. Ray softly repeated the name, his heart sinking. Does that mean, without a saintess, we stand no chance at all? Who knows? Since they had already set foot on this path, it was too late to turn back now. If they didn't even dare to try, how could they know it was impossible? It's just that the price of failure might be everything. They continued forward for a stretch. The space ahead suddenly opened up. No, rather than an open space, it was more like they had abruptly been placed at the very bottom of a deep-sea abyss. This area had been separated from the ocean by some indescribable force. Above their heads was a suspended, surging dome of massive waves, while all around stretched a decaying world built from shipwrecks and pitch-black reefs. This space has been separated? Ray stared blankly at the surrounding world, feeling as if his very understanding of reality was crumbling. The scene before them defied logic, resembling more an alien realm constructed from fantasy. Look over there quickly. Phoebe suddenly pointed into the distance. The other two followed her gaze. Ahead, on a raised platform, space seemed to have been torn open by an invisible force. Deep within the rift, and I was quietly gazing at this world, a gaze originating from the abyss. Just feeling that gaze was enough to seize them with an unprecedented chill. There was no anger, no hatred, not even any discernible emotion in that eye. Only pure indifference, mystery, and a patience that seemed endless. It was precisely because of this that it was all the bravado terrifying. It's a Threnodian, Frolova said, her voice betraying no fluctuation whatsoever. That's a Threnodian. Ray's pupils contracted sharply. No, not its true form, just a wisp of its lingering power. Boomstrapje. A mournful cry tore through the heavens. Before anyone could react, a colossal shadow came crashing down from the wave-covered dome above. As the dust settled, they could see the massive entity was none other than the tidebreaker whale now, covered in wounds, its vitality flickering weakly, as if it had just undergone a desperate struggle. That's the tidebreaker whale. How did it get so badly injured? Immediately after, a figure descended from above, landing and blocking the path of the three. Lorelei? No, this form. Phoebe rubbed her eyes, staring at the suddenly appearing echo. Although its shape resembled the lorelei that inhabited the misty waters, perhaps due to contamination by the Threnodian, it had been utterly corrupted, twisted into a creation of the dark tide. What kind of monster is that? Unclear, but it's obvious it doesn't welcome us. Frolova frowned slightly. An invisible frequency gathered at her fingertips, ultimately coalescing into the phantom image of a red spider lily. The situation was more troublesome than she had anticipated. The lingering power of the Threnodian had actually found a new vessel. Her original plan had been to control this power at minimal cost. Now, it seemed, it would be difficult to obtain without a fierce battle. So, this fight is unavoidable? Ray stepped forward, his swift blade sliding from its sheath with a shing. Then let's go. Before his words had fully faded, Ray shot forward like an arrow from a bow, his long blade aimed directly at the twisted creation. Violence might not be the universal answer, but at this moment, it was the most direct language. The vessel of the dark tide the battle erupted the moment it began. There were no extra words, no hesitation. The instant Ray drew his sword, the outcome was already set. Rather than waste breath, it was better to see the truth beneath the blade. His form was like the wind, closing the distance to the dark tide creation in an instant. However, this was no ordinary echo. With a mere gesture, it summoned surging waves that solidified into a thick water curtain, forcibly blocking Ray's assault. But this was never a one-man fight. Several crimson thorns suddenly stabbed out from the shadows, sharply tearing through the water curtain, creating a breach for Ray. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, he broke through the obstacle, leapt forward, and swung his sword down with all his might towards the twisted body. The blade ripped through the shell. The creation let out a pained shriek. What welled from the wound wasn't blood, but thick, writhing dark tide water. It dripped to the ground, crawling slowly like a living thing. Almost simultaneously, the grievously wounded tidebreaker whale behind them let out an even more heart-wrenching cry of pain. Phoebe, who had been about to cast a spell to assist the attack, froze mid-action. She stared incredulously at the giant whale, her lips trembling as she called out to Ray, "Mr. Ray." Hearing the panic in Phoebe's voice, Ray immediately pulled back and turned. "What is it?" The tiebreaker whale says, "That child has become a vessel for the dark tide." Phoebe's voice trembled with urgency. "If we kill it, the dark tide sealed within its body will engulf the entire Riccioli Islands." "What?" Ray's pupils contracted sharply. He whipped his head around to re-examine the twisted dark tide creation now. It wasn't a creation of the dark tide. It was a vessel for it. The tidebreaker whale tells me it was originally an echo creature of the deep sea. But the dark tide eruption 20 years ago caused irreversible erosion around Reguna. To stop the residual dark tide from continuing to spread, it chose to use itself as a vessel, sealing it within its own body. But over time, the dark tide constantly corroded its mind, gradually driving it to madness. "That's Wyatt. What do we do now?" Ray stood, rooted to the spot, momentarily caught in a dilemma. I don't know either." Just then, Frolova silently stepped forward, walking towards the dark tide vessel. "Let me try." Her voice was very soft. All things are composed of frequencies. It is a disordered melody that has twisted their original rhythm. External force alone cannot truly correct it, only by retuning their very essence. "What do you mean?" Ray looked at Frolova, who had come to stand beside him, his gaze full of confusion. He had never been able to see through this woman. Human actions always had a motive, but her motives remained a mystery. Whether it was her agreement to lend him a hand at the concert back then, or her volunteering to investigate the dark tide this time, there always seemed to be an unspoken intent hidden behind it. "Exactly what I said." Frolova gently swayed the red spider lily in her hand, her wine-red eyes sweeping calmly over Ray. "I will attempt to separate its frequency from the dark tide." With these words, she took a deep breath and slowly closed her eyes. The surrounding world instantly plunged into absolute silence. The only thing that remained clear was the rhythm of her own heartbeat. If I can successfully separate the dark tide from its frequency and then gain control of this Leviathan power, the plan for Lost Paradise will take a crucial step forward. That perfect, painless new world might truly be within reach. I promise them. I will definitely realize a world like that. Huh. Her fingertips lightly pinched, causing the red spider lily to sway slightly. Chaotic, disorderly frequencies instantly flooded into her consciousness. Among them were icy, indescribable whispers. The temptations of Leviathan. To this, Frolova turned a deaf ear. With complete concentration, she meticulously separated the pure frequencies of the echo creature from the pollution of the dark tide, as if unraveling silk from a cocoon. Then, in the next instant, the weight of silence pressed down, making it hard to breathe. Everything seemed to become blurry, as if thick fog had suddenly risen around her, blocking all her senses. She could no longer perceive any frequencies. Frolova opened her eyes and found herself standing in a deep-sea abyss. Looking up a giant, I was staring back at her, unblinking. A mere instant of eye contact, and her soul trembled under that gaze. It was not lifeless. That stare contained life, and a kind of vast, incomprehensible wisdom. It spanned dimensions and time, had sensed her tuning, and was now staring fixedly at her, as if observing or perhaps manipulating her. Frolova didn't know how to describe the feeling. It was like some indescribable whisper was slowly eroding her own frequency. Is this Leviathan? What is it doing? Trying to communicate with me? No, it's trying to tune my frequency in reverse. Leviathan, it wants to corrupt me. I must. Until a warmth enveloped the girl, like the last embers burning on their own in an eternal night, blooming for her with a final and most genuine warmth. Frolova? Frolova! The shouts came from far and near, pulling her back from the void. She felt as if she had been drowning for a long time, every inch of her senses swollen and sore from being soaked in cold. Dizziness and a sense of weightlessness intertwined, making her wake as if from a dream, unable to distinguish the boundary between reality and illusion. All perception was blurry and sticky, her consciousness light and ready to scatter. Only the thread of sound by her ear grew clearer. This voice, it's so familiar. As if long ago, someone also called my name with such concern. She struggled to open her eyes. Past and present overlapped at this moment. So, he can also make such an expression for me? My body is so tired. I can't muster any strength. Then let me rely on you, just for a little while. What's wrong with you? Wake up, Frolova. Ray anxiously called out to the girl in his arms. She had suddenly lost consciousness while focused on tuning. If he hadn't reached out in time, she would have crashed heavily to the ground. What was worse, the dark tide ahead was beginning to churn and surge uncontrollably. Ray held the unconscious Frolova tightly, teeth gritted, staring at the onrushing wave of darkness. This was bad, really bad. Phoebe, run. Before his words even finished, the dark tide surged towards them like a roaring beast. The wind screamed past their ears. Time seemed to lose all measure, everything swallowed by despairing darkness, until a strand of golden light abruptly pierced the dark tide. No, not pierced, devoured. Ray opened his eyes again to see a figure that had appeared from nowhere, silently consuming the churning darkness. Wait, what is that creature now? The mysterious little creature, a raccoon? No, that's not right. A rabbit? Doesn't seem right either. Ray stood frozen in place, staring blankly at the little creature that had popped out of thin air, his mind completely blank. When exactly did it appear? How did it appear? He had no clue. The only thing clear was that the moment this little thing showed itself, the previously raging, rampant dark tide actually turned into a gluttonous feast before it, devoured bite by bite, until nothing remained. In no time, the rampaging dark tide was completely eaten up by this little creature in the blink of an eye, not even leaving a single trace. The dark tide was eaten up? Ray, holding Frolova in his arms, looked bewildered at the little creature. Burp. The little creature let out a satisfied burp and patted its round belly with its tiny paw. It turned around, flew in front of Ray, looked down at the girl in his arms, then gently landed on his shoulder, blinking its big eyes and staring at him with a cluelessly cute expression. "You." Ray turned his face, about to speak, but that small figure had already turned into a stream of light and instantly burrowed into the Tay-set mark on the back of his hand. This unexpected development startled Ray. This little thing actually came from my resonance mark? So, it's been living inside my body all along? Could it be it's my resonance ability? The times I could absorb frequencies before, was it because of it? He had no idea. Besides, right now, Ray didn't have much time to ponder this. As the dark tide was completely devoured, the frequencies supporting this space also collapsed. The sea and sky were about to collapse. Faintly, the roar of seawater could be heard, like a terrifying wail, ringing in his ears. "Mr. Ray." Phoebe's call came from behind. "The Cetus will take us away. Hurry." Hearing this, Ray moved. He picked up Frolova and rushed toward the girl and the massive whale. Behind them, towering waves were already howling in pursuit. At the critical moment, the tidebreaker whale exhaled a crystal-clear bubble, gently enveloping the three of them. The waves crashed down with a roar, but ultimately were a step too late. By the time the three of them surfaced with the tidebreaker whale, the sky was already fully bright. The massive whale returned them to Serene Bay's island. Even the previously missing gondola was quietly moored in its original spot. Likely, it too had been drawn by the tidebreaker whale's call and had been waiting here for some time. Finally, is it over? Ray lifted his head, looking at the azure, cloudless sky, letting out a long sigh of relief. Though the time was brief, the oppressive feeling brought by facing the dark tide was far heavier than at any previous moment. Of course, except for those times the second young miss caught him, teasing her about her height. Phoebe stood on the shore, softly thanking the tidebreaker whale. Frolova, in Ray's arms, still hadn't woken up, her breathing steady and long. It was less like unconsciousness and more like falling into a long-awaited, peaceful sleep. He didn't know if it was his imagination, but Ray always felt she looked especially sweet sleeping curled up in his arms, though his arms were getting a bit sore. But who told him he owed her a favor? Let her sleep a bit longer. "Phoebe." Ray walked to the girl's side, his gaze still fixed on the massive whale ahead. "How is the situation underwater now?" Phoebe turned around, her voice gentle. "The tidebreaker whale says it went berserk before because it wanted to help that echo entity share the pain of the dark tide, but was nearly backlashed and lost its mind. Thanks to you, Mr. Ray, the residual dark tide has completely disappeared. It also wants to formally apologize for the unpleasantness it caused at sea earlier." "Oh, so it remembers." Ray gave an ambiguous smile, looking toward the tidebreaker whale. "Forget it. You helped me out this time, too. Between us, let's call it even. By the way, Miss Frolova, is she all right?" Phoebe's gaze slowly lowered, falling on the still sleeping girl in his arms, concern in her tone. Could she have been affected by the dark tide? Ray gently shook his head. "I'm not too sure either." But he lowered his head, looking at Frolova's hand unconsciously gripping his clothes. He occasionally heard her soft murmurs. "Don't go." Does Frolova make such cute sounds too? This isn't like her usual behavior at all. She should be fine, right? He lifted his head, his tone softening slightly. "Seeing her like this, she seems more like she's just asleep. If it's really like that, then that's great." Phoebe's expression eased slightly, though she still carried a trace of caution. "But I think we should still properly check her body to be sure." "Oh, Mr. Ray." As if suddenly remembering something, her tone turned curious. "Earlier, at the bottom of the sea, how exactly did the dark tide disappear?" "I think I saw. It was eaten by a little creature." "Where did that little thing go?" Ray stiffened slightly, looking down at the back of his hand, confusion surfacing between his brows. "I'm not sure either, but it seems to be living inside my body." "Living inside your body? What does that mean?" Phoebe showed a puzzled expression. After all, the vast majority of echoes were digitized and stored within terminals. Although records did mention a few rare cases of symbiotic existence with humans, such situations were exceedingly uncommon. It means exactly what it says, Ray shrugged helplessly. That little thing finished eating the dark tide, then whoosh, right back into my taste set mark. As for what's going on now, I really don't understand. Oh, right, Phoebe. He paused briefly, his tone turning serious. About this matter, could you keep a secret for me? Huh? Why? Think about it. Ray sighed. If the Order or anyone else found out I can handle the dark tide, what if someone got the wrong idea? Phoebe wouldn't want to see me dragged into that kind of trouble, would she? A flicker of confusion passed over Phoebe's face. She didn't quite understand why Ray held such reservations about the Order, but the girl still nodded gently. Emma, I understand. I promise, when I return to the Order, my report won't contain any records about you, Mr. Ray. That's good. Ray secretly breathed a sigh of relief. If the Order noticed something odd and slapped a heretic label on him, wouldn't he be in serious trouble? He really didn't want to go work for the Fool's Troop. Staying by the second young Miss side and enjoying the easy life was just fine. Less trouble was better than bravado. Secrets like this, the fewer people who knew. The girl in his arms let out a soft, sleepy sound. The hand gripping his clothes unconsciously tightened, as if confirming his presence even in her dreams. Feeling that slight pull, Ray looked down at her defenseless sleeping face and ultimately just let out a helpless, soft sigh. Let's go. He adjusted his hold on her and said to Phoebe, let's head back to the island first. A new partner back at Riccioli Harbor, Ray first carried Frolova back to his room and carefully placed her on the bed. Then, he found the man who had lent him the gondola and returned the boat. The man's eyes widened the moment he saw him. Young man, why you're all right? Didn't Serene Bay have some huge commotion? What kind of question is that? Sounds like you were expecting me to get into trouble. Ray wiped his face with a wry smile. Don't worry, it was just a Tay-Set field, and it's been resolved. Everyone could go fishing there, as usual from now on. Really? The man's face immediately lit up with joy, and he slapped his thigh hard. That's wonderful. He'll go tell everyone right away. We must celebrate properly tonight. After that, Ray and Phoebe found a restaurant and ordered a table full of good food. Having fought all day and drifted at sea for so long, both were already starving, their stomachs practically touching their backs. So when the steaming hot dishes were brought to the table, even a usually devout Phoebe couldn't help but swallow her saliva, her eyes fixed directly on the food. No, moderation is a virtue bestowed by the Sentinel. Phoebe, you can't forget your status because of momentary desires. Phoebe quickly clasped her hands together, murmuring softly as if bargaining with her own stomach. As for Ray, he didn't have so many rules. When you're hungry, you eat. Say no more. Say no less. Let's dig in. Just as Ray picked up his utensils, the Tay-Set mark on the back of his hand suddenly shot out a golden stream of light without warning. The next second, the little creature that had devoured the dark tide in the sea's abyss actually emerged with the light, leisurely floating above the dining table. Ray and Phoebe instantly froze, both stunned on the spot. Whoa! The little creature, however, remained completely oblivious, lazily letting out a yawn and rubbing its sleepy eyes. So sleepy. What smells so good? Its little nose twitched a few times, and its gaze instantly lit up at the sight of the table full of dishes. Wow, so much delicious food. Is it all for me? Then I won't hold back. Before the words had fully faded, the little creature had already transformed into a cheerful streak of light, pouncing toward the dining table. Before Ray and Phoebe could recover from their shock, they watched as the food on the plates vanished like a whirlwind, leaving behind only a pile of spotlessly clean empty plates. So flavorful. The little creature patted its round, full belly, looking quite satisfied as it flew back and settled into Ray's hand, speaking very affectionately to him. Hello there, Ray? Quite familiar for a first meeting. He looked at the little creature in his hand, words dying on his lips. On the other side, Phoebe's gaze had already gone straight, her eyes misty and hazy as if covered by a layer of fog. Round, soft, squishy. Too cute. The girl had absolutely no resistance to such cute echoes. With just one look, she was almost completely smitten. But she immediately shook her head hard, driving away all those improper thoughts. No, no, Phoebe, what are you thinking? As a clergy member serving the Sentinel, you must strictly adhere to the precepts. She quietly took a breath, trying to make her voice sound calm. Mr. Ray, is this the little creature living inside you? Ray held the warm little thing in his hand and nodded. It's definitely the one. Little creature. It flew indignantly between them, small paws planted firmly, its round shape puffed up tall. I have a name, too. You know. A name? You have a name? Ray raised an eyebrow, interested. Let's hear it. Let me think. Seems like it was Umbu Ambi, Xisala, or Abraxas. The little creature tilted its head, looking like it was trying hard to recall, but getting more confused the more it thought. Ray only caught the first few sounds, Umbu, Ambi. He stroked his chin, squinting as he examined the little thing for a while, then suddenly spoke very seriously. Could it be? You are the legendary ultimate life form, the warrior of the Absolution Zapsolution Tartarus? Huh, what kind of name is that? Sound weird. That's not my name. The little creature shook its head like a rattledrum. I forgot my name too. Anyway, Ambi. I feel like that's what I'm called. Yeah, just call me Ambi. Ambi? Phoebe tilted her head slightly, looking at it curiously. Have you always been living inside Mr. A's body? Probably. Ambi scratched its round head with a tiny paw, sounding a bit muddled. I don't remember things before that. My earliest memory starts from the bottom of the sea. As for how I got into his body, I don't understand either. As it spoke, it deftly turned around, floating back in front of Ray, its tone candid. Anyway, I was just sleeping inside your body all along. No idea what chaos was happening outside. I only wake up to look for food when I'm starving. Sleeping inside my body? Ray raised an eyebrow. Couldn't hear anything happening outside? Abby shook its head vigorously. Couldn't hear, couldn't see. Don't worry, I understand the rules. Personal privacy is most important. As soon as I whoosh back inside, I fall asleep instantly. Unless you specifically call me, I won't wake up. That's quite understanding of the rules. Speaking of which, you swallowed that entire huge dark tide. Are you really feeling okay in your body? Ray asked, examining it. How could I be okay? Ambi immediately put on an aggrieved expression, rubbing its non-existent belly with its tiny paws. I don't know what happened back then. I just felt this really strange frequency rushing at me. I completely lost control. Whoosh, I shot out, and then I just ate it all up. Its little face scrunched up as if recalling that awful taste. When I first ate it, because I was so hungry, I didn't notice much. But as soon as I came back inside, that effect hit me. Ugh, don't even mention it. Felt like I barato something awful. No. Can't think about any barato. If I say barato, I really will throw up. Oh, Ray nodded thoughtfully, a mischievous smile curling at the corner of his barato. So you ate the dark tide because you were starving. If that's the case, if I starve you for a while longer, you could treat the dark tide as a feast? Hearing this, Ambi shrank back in fright, hiding directly behind Phoebe, peeking out with its little head. Listen to what you're saying. Is that even human language? Just joking. Ray couldn't help but laugh at Ambi's expression. He straightened his playful expression, took a deep breath, and solemnly extended his fist in front of Ambi. Though the specifics aren't clear, to put it simply, from now on, we're partners. Ambi, still looking a bit huffy, was taken aback for a moment, then its eyes lit up. It flew forward gracefully, extended its own tiny paw, and carefully touched Ray's fist. It nodded emphatically, a note of delight in its voice. Partners. A lingering dream, the twilight lingered. The girl sat alone before the long-since-emptied theater. A cold wind swept through the desolate street. She clutched the ticket that had never been delivered, her knuckles slightly white. How many times was this? She couldn't remember. She only knew that after every performance ended, she would always decline her companion's invitations to celebrate, returning here with a faint, stubborn hope, as if performing a ritual of obstinacy. But that person never came. Days passed one after another. That initial burning infatuation was gradually worn away by time, finally cooling completely, like a burnt-out ember, leaving only cold ashes on the ground. What am I waiting for? What am I hoping for? What am I expecting? She didn't know. The girl lifted her head, looking at the sky. The sky was a somber dark red, like a heavy stain. The surrounding world was rapidly twisting, Centurado walking alone across the scorching earth. Ash fell like black snow, drifting incessantly. Her heart was also like this lifeless ruin. Then she saw that person. The person she had waited for over and over was passing through the withering thorns, walking toward her. Was he the hero coming to save her, like in the stories? Trembling, the girl reached out, using all her strength to try and grasp that blurry figure. She wanted to hold his hand, go with him, walk toward a further tomorrow. But that person merely glanced back at her. His gaze was calm, even carrying a trace of unfamiliarity. He couldn't hear the wailing in her heart, couldn't see her outstretched hand. He just turned away indifferently, step by step, walking deeper into torment. "Don't go. You promised me." Before the words faded, the girl abruptly opened the eyes, jolting awake from the nightmare. Instinctively, she tightly gripped the wrist of the person by the bed. Ray, holding a damp cloth, was startled by her sudden movement. After a dazed moment, he tentatively spoke softly. "Miss Frolova?" Frolova remained in a daze. It took a long time before she looked up, her gaze unfocused. What met her eyes was precisely that face she hated so deeply. So, it was a dream? The girl stared blankly at him, gradually loosening her grip on his hand. A complex, obscure emotion flashed through her wine-red eyes. Replacing it was a feigned indifference and distance. What are you doing?" she asked softly. Ray, holding the cloth, frowned slightly, as if thinking about how to explain the situation to her. "Just now, I saw you seemed uncomfortable, like having a nightmare, and you were sweating heavily. So I wanted to wipe the sweat for you. Is that so?" Frolova took the cloth from him, wiping the perspiration from her forehead herself. "I can do it myself. No need for your concern." In the blink of an eye, she returned to her usual, unapproachable demeanor. Ray was already accustomed to this, but he couldn't help noticing the gentle side she unintentionally revealed while she was resting, so different from the guarded person she usually was. That contrast was striking and memorable. He sighed softly. He wished he had paid closer attention to her quieter moments. Maybe then I'd have a chance to hear a conscious Frolova say such things with her own mouth. Too bad I'm just too upright. Ray sat down on the chair by the bed, his gaze falling on the girl's slightly pale face. "So a nightmare?" Frolova turned her head, giving him a faint glance. "Are you so fond of prying into others' privacy?" For some reason, Ray felt the woman's gaze when looking at him, her tone when speaking, the resentment toward him, all seemed stronger than before. "So why was that?" All right, don't be angry. I was just concerned about you from a friend's perspective." Ray raised both hands high, feeling utterly helpless. "If you don't want to talk about it, I won't press further. Compared to that, I'm more worried about your health." "My health?" Frolova frowned slightly, her gaze toward him turning somewhat strange. "Don't get the wrong idea," Ray quickly explained. "I meant earlier at the bottom of the sea. Weren't you trying to separate the dark tide's frequency? I'm more worried about whether you were contaminated by the dark tide." Frolova sat up a bit straighter, the corners of her mouth lifting into a faint, ambiguous smile. "If I were contaminated, what would you do? Take me down with one strike to eliminate the threat? What's going on? Why is Frolova so aggressive today? Could it be that she has morning grumpiness? Do I seem like that kind of person in your eyes?" "After all, that would fit your style," Frolova said. "To achieve your goals, sacrificing everything is of no consequence." What misunderstanding does Frolova have about me? Do I really look like some ruthless, terrible person? "Don't worry, I'm fine." After a stretch of silence, Frolova turned her face away, her voice deliberately distant. She paused briefly, as if weighing her words or restraining something. "The dark tide had no effect on me. As for why I'm still alive, where the dark tide went, I think you know better than I do what exactly happened at the bottom of the sea. I won't press for details about what happened, nor will I tell anyone else about the events of this period. She finally turned her gaze back, her wine-red eyes utterly cold and still. Whether you've truly lost your memories or are merely pretending, I don't care. Between you and me, we are like two meteors flying in opposite directions. Cinchuredo. He understood every word individually, but strung together, they were like a puzzle shrouded in mist. Forget it. Since I can't figure it out, why obsess over it? We'll meet again anyway. By then, Frolova will probably say more things I only half understand. Whoa! A golden light flashed, and Ambi leaped out from his Tay-set mark, rubbing its sleepy eyes while patting its rumbling stomach. So hungry. Is it time for afternoon dinner yet? The little creature tilted its head, leaning close to Ray's face for a careful look. Huh? Why do you look so upset? Who bullied you? It immediately waved its tiny paws, huffing with indignation. Tell me quickly. Let me use the strength of Solaris 3's mightiest echo to teach them a good lesson. All right, no one bullied me. Ray sighed helplessly, reaching out to gently tap Ambi's forehead. It's you. All you do is eat and sleep. Be careful you get so fat you can't fly. Look at this little belly of yours. Ambi immediately puffed up indignantly, putting its paws on its hips and sticking its belly out even higher. This isn't fat. This is a stomach. A big stomach. A day at the beach, Regana. The acquisition and integration work for the Fasciaspina family's assets had finally reached a temporary conclusion. After several consecutive days of high-intensity work, Carlotta could finally catch her breath. Mdash! In her office, the young lady stretched leisurely, as if trying to shake off the accumulated fatigue of many days. After working overtime for several days straight, it's finally all taken care of. She picked up the still-warm coffee and walked slowly to the window. Sunlight filled the streets outside, a scene of peaceful tranquility. A long-absent sense of calm quietly spread through her heart. So, this rare upcoming leisure time, where should she go? Family matters, for now, didn't need to be worried about. Uncle would handle everything. Carlotta gazed at the distant skyline, her eyes inadvertently falling on the uniquely designed camera at the corner of her desk. This wasn't an ordinary digital camera, but an instant print imaging device from Huanglong, a clever fusion of classical aesthetics and cutting-edge technology, a product interweaving science and art. In Regana, a city that revered art, such cameras were far more favored than cold, impersonal digital devices. She gently picked up the camera, her fingertips tracing its smooth casing, lost in thought. Come to think of it, the family's banking business recently planned to expand to Septimont. Should I personally go to Septimont to take a look? And while I'm at it, try promoting this camera there. Carlotta murmured softly to herself, a familiar figure involuntarily surfacing in her mind. That guy would probably be interested in something like this, right? Perfect timing. Could also invite Ray to come to Septimont for a walk, treat it as a trip. Oh, right, that jerk Ray. He must be having a great time right now, right? So many days, not a single call, not even a message. Using my money to wine and dine other women. At this thought, Carlotta's expression immediately darkened. But after just a few seconds, she simply let out a long sigh. What else could she do? That was Ray's private life, and it was also the reward he deserved. Since the money was given, however he spent it, who was she to interfere? She understood all these reasons, but somewhere in her heart, it still felt like a pebble was lodged there, an indescribable discomfort. Carlotta picked up her terminal, hesitated for a moment, but still dialed Ray's number. After a few rings, the call connected. Hello, second young miss. WH, what's wrong? Is something the matter? For some reason, Ray's tone sounded strange. Cinchuredo, I'm Barado nervous. You have to keep going even if you're nervous. If you're nervous at this step, how will you handle what comes next? Ugh, it's so cold. I don't want to do this. You have to stay strong. The water is rushing in. Mr. Ray, it's really overwhelming. Stay calm. Once you adjust to it, you'll be fine. Cinchuredo, I'm his girlfriend. Meanwhile, at the Riccioli Islands. That's right, Phoebe, just like this, swim slowly. Starting to get used to it, aren't you? Ray held Phoebe's hand, patiently guiding her through movements in the shallow sea. Having heard Phoebe mention earlier that she couldn't swim and feared the ocean, he decided to take this opportunity to teach her. Though afraid, with his and Amby's successive encouragement, Phoebe cautiously stepped into the sea. Then gonna let go, okay? Ray looked at Phoebe, who was so nervous she had her eyes tightly shut, and softly tested the waters. No, absolutely not. If you dare let go, he'll never speak to you again in my life. Hearing he might let go, Phoebe immediately shook her head in panic, her hands clutching his arm tightly, her entire body frozen in place. Ray had no choice but to laugh and sigh. At that moment, Amby dragged his terminal over to his ear, and he finally remembered the earlier interrupted call. Second young miss? I was just teaching Phoebe how to swim. Hello? Second young miss? Can you hear me? Weird, why did she hang up? Forget it, never mind. I'll explain to the second young miss after we're done here. Right now, the most important thing was to teach Phoebe how to swim. Huh? Finished the call already? Amby tossed the terminal back onto the sand, rubbed its eyes, and yawned. I'm so sleepy, gonna go sleep for a bit. Wake me up when it's dinner time. Before the words finished, it had already transformed into a golden light and burrowed back into the taste-set mark on Ray's hand. And Mr. Ray, is that enough? The golden-haired girl flailed in the seawater, her hands tightly gripping Ray's arm, her voice trembling. I think it's really okay if I don't learn to swim. Can we please go back to shore now? No, you can't give up halfway. Ray shook his head decisively, his tone firm. Besides, you're an acolyte of the order. You should learn to overcome your fears. But don't say any more, Phoebe. Come on, next, I'm going to move faster. And no, that's too fast. I won't be able to keep up. On the evening beach, the setting sun dyed the fine sand a warm golden color. Phoebe sat on the sand, hugging her knees and burying her slightly flushed cheeks in the crook of her arms. Only when Ray handed her a fresh coconut did she look up, traces of lingering grievance still in her eyes. Angry? He asked softly. Phoebe shook her head, took the coconut, and took small sips through the straw. The clear, sweet liquid slid down her throat, allowing her to relax a little. No, I know, mister. Ray is doing it for my own good. Her voice gradually softened. It's just the sea. The girl lifted her face, a fleeting, elusive pain passing through her violet eyes. In that instant, she seemed to return to the icy seawater that had swallowed everything in her childhood. But immediately, another image surfaced in her mind, in the pitch-black abyss at the sea's bottom. It was he who had grasped her hand, like a beam of light piercing through all fear, making her heart pound in response. That was a miracle, small yet real, belonging solely to her. The girl unconsciously rubbed her fingertips, blinked hard, discreetly wiped away the moisture at the corner of her eye, and looked once more at the figure beside her. I won't let Mr. Ray's expectations down. Why suddenly so motivated? Ray tilted his head, looking at her, then smiled in relief. But it's good you're not angry. I was just thinking, if you really got mad, how would I manage to cheer you up? He continued in a light tone. But someone as gentle as Phoebe, no matter what I do, as long as I apologize sincerely, you'll forgive me, right? That's true, but Phoebe puffed out her cheeks slightly. Hearing it from Mr. Ray's mouth, it somehow feels a bit strange. In any case, even though I always forgive Mr. Ray can't deliberately make me angry. Got it. Scattered lights twinkled beneath the sky, lingering on the dusk-embraced beach, wandering between the waves. No clamor of people, no roar of vehicles, only the sound of the breeze rustling leaves and the miraculous heartbeat between them. An embarrassing morning, Mr. Ray. It's time to wake up. The morning sunlight filtered through the curtains. Phoebe had already changed into her order attire. She tiptoed to Ray's bedding on the floor, crouched down, and gently poked his cheek with her fingertip. Ray frowned with his eyes closed, turned over, and wrapped the blanket tighter, mumbling vaguely. Got it. Getting up. Mr. Ray. Phoebe poked him twice more, unwilling to give up, but he still slept deeply. In the end, the girl could only give up with a soft sigh. She crouched to the side, propping her face in her hands, looking helplessly at this person who wouldn't get out of bed. The dark tide had subsided. The tiebreaker whale was calm again, and the crisis at the Riccioli Islands had finally concluded. According to order regulations, Phoebe should have returned to Ragunga immediately after the mission to report. But Ray's voice kept circling in her ears. Since we're already here, why not relax for a couple of days before leaving? If you don't tell, and I don't tell, how would the order know, Phoebe? This swimsuit really suits you. In the end, she couldn't win against him, or perhaps she wanted to stay a little longer herself. So she reluctantly agreed, stealing 2 days of leisure on this island. Today was the day they had agreed to return. However, Phoebe looked at Ray's defenseless sleeping face and softly sighed. The moments of the past 2 days surfaced in her mind, the azure sky, the soft clouds, and those precious seconds that were so invaluable to her. Even if 2 days were but a blink in a lifetime, to her, they had already become a treasure she never wanted to forget. She drifted off slightly. Then the corners of her mouth curved into a tranquil, gentle smile. Mr. Ray, stop lazing in bed. We should go. But joyful times always had to end. Phoebe didn't feel any reluctance about it, because she always believed that this small, peaceful, everyday life would surely return one day in the future in another form. Got it. 5 more minutes, just 5 minutes. Ray still mumbled vaguely, showing no sign of waking up. Centurato, she even naively wondered, could be a stick for self-defense? But if for self-defense, why not keep it by the pillow or within hand's reach, but hidden in that particular spot? Phoebe couldn't figure out. Subconsciously, she reached out, wanting to touch it gently and investigate. But her fingertip had just stretched halfway when she abruptly pulled it back, quickly shaking her head. No, I can't just touch Mr. Ray's things without his permission. That would be too impolite. But in the end, curiosity finally overcame the girl's restraint. After hesitating for a while, she ultimately reached her hand toward that object. At the barato of the sea, Phoebe hadn't seen Ray fight with any such object. He always used a crystal sword. So this, what exactly is it? Why does it feel solid and slightly warm? Even through the thin blanket, her fingertips could still transmit a firm yet warm barato, a temperature that felt almost scalding. At that moment, Ray, in his sleep, suddenly relaxed his tightly furrowed brows, revealing a contented expression. The corners of his barato lifted slightly, and he even couldn't help letting out a soft sigh. Centurato, her hands tightly covering her burning face. Her barato trembled slightly, her mind a complete mess, unable to form a single coherent sentence. That thing is... What was I doing? I actually touched Mr. Ray's belongings. If he finds out, he'll definitely think I'm a terrible child. Sentinel above. The golden-haired girl clenched her hands tightly in front of her chest, her head bowed deeply, even the tips of her ears burning red. She muttered softly, her voice fragmented and chaotic, almost impossible to make out clearly. In fact, it was really just some scattered, incomplete prayer phrases. Centurato, praying so early? Hearing his voice, Phoebe jolted violently, her entire being growing even more flustered. She absolutely dared not turn around, afraid Ray would see her currently flushed face and panicked expression. Good morning, Mr. Ray. I was praying. Yes, I was praying. Is that so? Ray scratched his head, looking somewhat puzzled at her stiff back. Why does your voice sound a bit strange? Am I not fully awake yet? It must be Mr. Ray mishearing. Phoebe hurriedly cut him off, her voice rising a bit. Please go wash up quickly. Don't forget we're returning to Ragunga today. Got it. Ray got up and walked toward the bathroom, his mind still lingering on that brief yet unusually vivid dream. How to describe that feeling? As if gently enveloped by a warm halo, with a clinging, too bad beautiful dreams are always short. If only it could have lasted barato longer. He quickly finished washing up and packed his luggage, only to find Phoebe still standing there in a daze. "Ready, let's go." "Phoebe? Phoebe?" He called her twice. "What are you spacing out for?" The girl abruptly snapped back to reality, the tips of her ears slightly red, her voice a bit unnatural. "In nothing. I know. I'm coming. Are you feeling unwell somewhere today? You seem a bit off." Ray looked at the girl's flushed profile, concern in his tone. Phoebe unconsciously clenched her fingers, gently shaking her head. "It's nothing. I'm just a bit worried whether the dark tide might still have lingering effects on the tiebreaker whale." "Don't worry. It's been dealt with long ago." Ray smiled, patting his chest. "Have faith in Ambi's stomach. If it says it's eaten everything, then there's absolutely no problem." I know." The girl replied softly, lowering her eyelids and saying no bravado. Only, her gaze kept drifting toward him with quiet uncertainty, then quickly looking away as if embarrassed, her cheeks growing increasingly crimson. A jealous heart. Cat's eye, that jerk. By the docks of Reguna, Carlotta wore sunglasses, almost grinding her teeth as she uttered the name. The misunderstanding sparked by that earlier call was like a tiny thorn stuck in her heart, making her hold a bellyful of anger toward Ray. What was even more infuriating was that the misunderstanding still hadn't been cleared up. And the reason for the lack of explanation was simple. Ray and Phoebe were having too much fun on the island. He had completely forgotten about explaining. Besides, in his mind, Centuredo, even without seeing it firsthand, every time she closed her eyes, those frustrating scenes would uncontrollably surface in her mind, and just imagining them was enough to make her clench her bravado in anger. In the one who's supposed to be his girlfriend, even if it's just a name, but even if it's an act. That cat's eye jerk can't openly try to humiliate me like that, right? Carlotta stared at her terminal screen, displaying Ray's year-round attendance, bonus applications, and year-end evaluations. With just a light swipe of her fingertip, his hard work for the entire year would be for nothing. "It seems I really need to rein you in." Anger surged in Carlotta's heart, malicious intent rising. She was almost about to act, but her fingertip hovered midair, and she ultimately sighed, withdrawing her hand. Forget it. That would be too cruel for him. Besides, what if there's a misunderstanding? Cat's eye probably isn't so distracted that he'd call me while busy with something else, right? Right. Must be a misunderstanding. Carlotta nodded firmly, trying to convince herself. But what if he really was distracted? The moment this thought surfaced, the amber-colored eyes of the young lady suddenly dimmed. Her entire body froze as if her soul had been sucked out. Her fingers trembling slightly, she slowly reached toward the terminal screen once more, with just this gentle swipe. "That cat's eye guy." "Second young miss." A familiar call pulled Carlotta back from her daze. She looked up and only then noticed Ray had somehow appeared before her, accompanied by the order girl, Phoebe. Just as Carlotta was about to speak, she noticed Phoebe's flushed cheeks, her unnatural demeanor and movements. "Centuredo, right. I need to hurry back to the order to report. Miss Carlotta, Mr. Ray G. goodbye." Without waiting for their response, Phoebe fled the scene almost as if running away, still clutching her staff. This protesting too much reaction made Carlotta even more convinced. These two absolutely had something going on. Strange, what's wrong with Phoebe today? She's been acting mysterious since this morning. Ray watched Phoebe's hurried departure, looking puzzled as he turned around, only to meet Carlotta's eyes filled with resentment, a gaze that almost pinned him on the spot, leaving him momentarily speechless. What's going on? Is it my imagination? Why is the second young Miss resentment thicker than the dark tide at the Riccioli Islands? What have I done to offend her lately? He quickly reviewed his recent actions, but after thinking it over, everything had been handled properly. Logically, there shouldn't be any reason to upset her. Second young miss? Ray tentatively called out, his tone carrying a note of caution. Carlotta's mouth curved into a strained, not quite smile. "You've had quite a good time these past few days, haven't you?" That almost tangible resentment pressed down on Ray. "Centuredo, vacationing with another girl? What's that about? What about your sense of propriety? Have you forgotten your current status?" Ray blinked, his mouth opening, but no sound coming out. The second young miss, suddenly emphasizing status. Could it be she's jealous? If I say being with Phoebe was purely accidental, would you believe me, second young miss? Keep going. Carlotta snorted coldly. I'm listening. I'm really not making it up. Ray helplessly rubbed the space between his brows. How about this, second young miss? Let's find a place to talk over a meal. I'll tell you everything that happened at the Riccioli Islands in detail. All right? You'd better make the story convincing. Carlotta tossed him the car keys, turning to get into the passenger seat. The usual place. Drive. The restaurant had dim lighting, soft music flowing through the air, creating an ambiguous atmosphere. But for Ray at this moment, the second young miss' icy gaze was almost nailing him to his chair. So, is she really jealous? Even though I'm only supposed to be her pretend partner, that whole arrangement was just a cover to throw others off.